Chapter 1. The Slaughter at Grimley Wood. Grimley Wood, late summer. I surveyed the battlefield at Grimley Wood from horseback, looking out over the heads of the formations of infantry and the clusters of light cavalry, hearing the sounds of 1,000 suits of armour rattle and hundreds of horses complaining about their burdens. I looked toward the distant line of the foe, barely visible in the mists and shadows that haunted this dour little land, and I had but one thought. I really had to pee. I should have gone earlier, I knew, but I was too worried about the battle to take the time. That was understandable. It was the first battle in which I was in command of the ducal forces, and I was as nervous as a virgin on her wedding night. I had gotten little sleep the night before, and when I was awakened by my trusty servant an hour before dawn to hear scouting reports, I was still too busy to tend to my personal needs, as messengers came and went and decisions had to be made. I'd managed to eat a couple of camp biscuits with a rasher of bacon, washed down with a big mug of weak beer, but that was as much food as I'd managed, and now that beer was haunting me in an increasingly uncomfortable fashion. I should have gone before I'd donned my armour, because once you've put it on, there's no easy way to pee without removing a good portion of it. I had even stopped when the last chain skirt was being strapped around my waist and almost went. But then Captain Rogo had come with important news about the scouts, and I postponed it again. By the time I mounted Traveller, I realized I was in dire straits. I should know better. I'm not just some petty lordling elevated to command through favoritism or accident of birth. I was a trained warrior, a master wizard, and a veteran war mage of the bloody Farisen campaign, not to mention a survivor of the hopeless siege of Beauval Vale. I knew I was risking certain distraction and possible illness, a condition the healers call belly rot, what happens when a man's intestines or bladder is full when he sustains a wound to the lower abdomen. One of the first things they teach you in basic infantry training, which, despite my magical profession I had been obliged to endure, is to lighten your load before you step onto the battlefield. This was a particularly important battlefield too, and a particularly important battle. It wasn't a decisive engagement, really, but a sustained skirmish, which we were almost certain to win. But what happened on this battlefield, and how it would set the course for the many, many battles to come, I knew. This was the first time that the encroaching Gorvani were being faced with a foe who not only expected them, but who knew what they were dealing with. The lightning-fast campaign was but the opening salvo between two titanic powers. On our side was the massed professional military aristocracy of the 5 duchies, stout warriors with bright swords and snorting steeds, and the favour of the gods, or so we told ourselves. On the other was the Gorvani horde of thousands, hundreds of thousands actually. Gorvani were known as the mountain folk in some places, Scrugs in others, but they were usually known as goblins. Gorvani was the name they called themselves. The average specimen stood 4 to 5 feet tall, covered in black hair, with a face like a terrier crossed with a pig. They're as smart as most human beings. They use iron and practice warfare. They have a tribal culture that sticks to the mountains or remote valleys. Ordinarily, Gorvani were peaceful, or at least not warlike. Their warrior societies spar with each other to solve intertribal disputes. A few tribes raid human settlements to steal chickens or a pig or a bushel of potatoes, but for close to 200 years even that was rare. Until now. Now they were led by a kind of super-shaman, the ancient undead head of a defiant shaman who led the last major war between my folk and theirs, to be more precise. His name had been Sherul, or Sheriul, or Sharul, or some variation when he was alive. Gorvani transliteration is a crude art at best. Their language and ours are both pretty inexact about such things, and records on both sides are woefully incomplete. We'll call him Sherul. 2 centuries before, he had led the last major organized resistance to human settlement of the northwest of the rustic duchy of Alshar, where it abutted the Minden Range. He had lost several battles against the Alshari knights and their shining lances, and sued for peace. At a truce meeting between him and the knights, he had been betrayed and slain in the sacred valley of his people, so that we could settle their lands. To add insult to injury, they chopped off his head and put it on a pike, while they systematically cleared out the sacred valley of the goblins by slaughtering everyone in sight. Since then, the Gorvani had been dispossessed from their sacred valley and their sacred caves, and Sherul wasn't very happy about that. Now he was just called the Old God, or the Great Ghost, by the goblins. We called him, more accurately, the Dead God, and he wasn't just undead, which would have been interesting enough, thaumaturgically speaking. He was also encased in a perfect sphere of a peculiar kind of green amber, known to scholars as Erinite. It's absolutely rare, a translucent stone that shimmers like an emerald in the sunlight, and is lighter in your hand than you'd expect. It's magically potent. Actually, that's an understatement. It's magically profound. A tiny shard a centimetre wide can give most magi almost unlimited power. I've got a perfect sphere of it 3 centimetres wide, which makes me an extremely formidable war mage. But Erinite not only animated Sharul's thoughts, the huge mass of the stuff encapsulated his entire brain, giving the dead god truly divine levels of magical power. How powerful? Just his existence is enough to threaten the nature of reality itself in his proximity. Using that power, he had secretly raised an army of almost 1 million Gavani back in the depths of the Minden Range and then launched a genocidal war on us. I guess I shouldn't leave that part out. It's pretty important. It's why I was here, about to slaughter a bunch of hairy goblins at a misty, rocky little fief in northern Ulshar called Grimly Wood. It was late summer, now almost autumn, and as I sat on my horse and tried to distract myself from my over-full bladder with reflections of my life and its purpose, I couldn't help but realize that it had been an eventful summer. Hells, it had been an eventful year. The previous autumn I was a spellmonger in a quiet mountain village called Minden's Hall, in a peaceful little valley, stuffed full of happy peasants and contented cows, far to the west. I was doing a pretty good job of curing warts and casting love spells, and making hens lay more prodigiously, while trying to forget about my service in arms, when the dead god decided the time was right to launch his very inconvenient genocidal horde of goblins on an unsuspecting humanity, and he picked Minden's Hall for the honour of his first slaughter. And the first item on their agenda was the conquest of the blind valley of Boval Vale in which I was living. It had once belonged to them, had some deep religious significance to them, and was also the perfect staging area for a wider war against the scourge of humanity in the 5 duchies. Sharul wasn't just relying on his magical innate power and 500,000 goblins pouring in from secret mountain caverns to conquer us. He had also given to an elite corps of magic-using Gavani shamans shards of Erinite, chipped from his sphere. Each one made the shaman the match of any war mage. Luckily, their skills were crude, but their enthusiasm and the sheer power of the stones left the control of Boval Vale never in doubt. The local lord, who had some inkling that his generously large castle would someday have to defend against vindictive goblins his ancestors had betrayed, conned me into staying to protect the villagers and defend his indefensible fief from the inevitable conquest. I fought like hell those few desperate weeks. I won my own little chunk of Erinite, endured a siege, and met some magical treefolk, non-humans like the Gavani. Unlike the Gavani, they generally don't want to kill us. Found a girlfriend, knocked her up, founded an elite unit of Erinite-augmented war magi, led numerous covert missions to harass our besiegers, led a peasants' revolt against the rightful lord of the Vale, and ended up saving almost everyone, using a powerful spell through a mystical tear in the fabric of the universe, fueled by a 4-hour-long session of magically powerful sex, with my ex-girlfriend. Of course, I couldn't escape through a portal that I was holding open, so I got stranded at the castle with my war magi comrades and only narrowly escaped with my life. Mostly because the tree folk figured I needed to warn the 5 duchies about what we were about to get pounded with. And that's how I spent my summer. As I said, it was eventful. Ishi's tits. I had to pee. Things had been almost calm since the great escape from Boval Vale. No one tried to kill me. I just travelled a lot. After we war magi regrouped and celebrated the unlikely fact that we were still alive, we all agreed that the invasion deserved the utmost attention from those in power, and we needed to start pushing the Dukes of Ulshar and nearby Castol to raise a defence of the realm. I split them up and sent them on various missions, and then I made my way back to where I had sent the rest of the villagers, the grounds of the magical school I and my ex-girlfriend had attended. What a spell had done in the blink of an eye had taken 2 weeks by horse. By the time I got there, The refugees from Beauval Vale had all been relocated to a ducal castle 50 miles upriver, and after thoroughly debriefing my old masters at the academy, warning them of the imminent danger, and showing off my new witchstone, that's what the peasants call Erionite, I had to spend another 7 days on a barge upriver to make a similar report to the authorities, namely His Grace, the Duke of Castal, who was spending his summer at his cool riverside northern palace, Wilderhall. I arrived just in time to be summoned to a full ducal council to explain the situation to Duke Rard of Castal, who was suddenly coping with a full-blown invasion of his frontier when he had planned to be hawking and fishing and hunting. Duke Lengwin of Alshar, where Beauval Vale sent its tribute and pledged its fealty, had received 2 other Alshari war magi from my unit to warn him. Duke Lengwin, who was likewise in his summer palace at picturesque Verone, had a reputation as a connoisseur of fine wines, and had an excellent knowledge of hunting hawks, but he had never been to war. I was born in Castal myself, so I went to the Duke of Castal not only because Castal was the next duchy that would have to contend with the invasion, but because by all accounts Rard IV was a wise, just, and responsible leader of men, while his brother-in-law Lengwin was not. That being said, it still took a while to convince Duke Rard and his ruling council that I knew what I was talking about, and even longer before he appreciated the magnitude of the threat, and even longer for him to grant the resources and troops necessary to face the threat. The dead god and his furry minions weren't just another goblin uprising you could throw some local knights at, after all. They were employing battlefield magics that no baronial court mage or common war magi could hope to counter. The duchy needed me, and my newly augmented war magi, they just had to see it. They were reluctant, especially when I named my price, but in the end they came around, after over a week of me playing at intrigue and court politics. Then there had been problems with the magical censorate, and an irate meeting with the censor general, who wasn't at all happy about recent developments, and expressed that displeasure with a warrant for my head. But in the end, after many things were decided and many secrets were revealed, I prevailed. Now I had in my war chest a warrant and commission, naming me a special marshal of Castal, and another one from Alshar, and over 3,000 men to lead bravely into battle. I had been ordered to conduct an expeditionary raid into the vanguard of the invasion of northern Alshar to see if the Horde had any chance of being defeated. A force of 3,000 troops wasn't enough to even make a dent in the legions that were marauding across Alshar, but that wasn't our purpose. I was here to make it look like Duke Rard of Castal was doing something, instead of sitting back and waiting to see if the incompetent Alshari could handle it alone. Lucky me. 3 weeks later, here I was, on horseback, in the field, bravely leading my men into battle, while trying hard not to think about how badly I had to pee. Our force had moved out from our staging area at the village of Cleston, the last one in Castal, and had marched northwest as far and as fast as we could. We stuck to the Great Western Road at first, but soon after crossing the marker that delineated where Castal stopped and Alshar began, we moved off the road and headed out over country. The roads were getting too clogged with fleeing civilians anyway, and for lack of anything more productive to do, the Alshari Duke at Verone was drafting every man he could get his hands on. I badly wanted to avoid getting sucked into another round of court politics, so we avoided an unpleasant diplomatic incident and ranged northwest through the scenic Alshari wilderlands. The further from the road we went, the more we saw signs of the invasion. Peasant refugees on the road or crossing fields, nervous merchants moving stock to more easterly locations, priests relocating to sister temples across the river. The local lordlings were shutting themselves in their castles and sending what men they could spare to Verone. I'm sure we looked like just another column of mercenaries. We had crossed through 2 little fiefs without incident, and as far as the tiny lordship known as Grimley Wood, comprised of about 20 square miles of scrub forest, discouraged fields and rocky hills in the bosom of the wilderlands, before we encountered the first direct evidence of the invasion. Smoke on the horizon in 3 or 4 places. Soon after that, we had a couple of skirmishes between our scouts and theirs. I was pretty certain we'd hit the tip of the spear of their invasion, or one of them. The scant dispatches that had reached Wilderhall before I left indicated that there were at least 3, and possibly as many as 5 columns of goblins marching from Beauval now, each legion comprised of upward of 10,000. Each seemed to have a different task, but all were bent on looting, raiding, and killing along the way. Their stated aim was to kill every human in their path, men, women, and children. I tried not to dwell on that. Needing to pee helped. Grimley Wood was nearly deserted, because your average peasant has a lick of common sense and went elsewhere at the first sign of trouble. The decrepit Mottoned Bailey Castle of Grimley Wood, home and seat of Wilderlord House Grimley, the head of which, Sir Geston of Grimley, was still holding forth, because your average petty noble doesn't have a lick of common sense, was fortified and ready to receive our people if the battle turned into a rout. I didn't think that was a likely possibility. I had taken counsel the night before last, using my arcane powers to scout ahead and measure the strength of our foe. I had a pretty good idea of the enemy's composition. War magic is good for that. We were in luck, in that it seemed to be an outlier of a larger force. There were roughly 700 lightly armed goblins in the dense woods of Grimley Wood, more of a marauding mob than an infantry unit. They had found their way into the thickest part of the wood at dawn. It was a stand of trees too twisted to be timbered. They probably liked it, because it was dank and dark and foreboding, choked into shadow by neglect and overgrowth. It's not that they have bad taste. Goblins are nocturnal, and prefer such places to sleep during the heat of the bright day. Plus, they have the advantage of being largely cavalry-proof. Goblins don't ride horses, and horses don't like goblins. But I didn't let their defensive position worry me. If there was ever going to be an easy victory, it would be here. We had the advantage in almost every way. We couldn't lose. So the previous night, when I realized we could strike and be victorious, I called a quick council, hammered out a simple battle plan, ordered the men readied, the castle prepared, and certain magical defenses and preparations made. So here I was, ready to attack, and I really had to pee. "Marshal Spellmonger," one of the mercenaries called to me, Ancient Fargal, if I recalled correctly, from the Orphans' Band of Light Infantry, a big, lumbering hulk of a man, built more for plate armour than a bowman's jack. He spoke in a wide Wilderland's drawl. "Scouts report most of the furry bastards are in loose formation now, at the north end of the wood. Lots of spears. Some have hung back deeper in the wood, though, my lord." "The spears are for the horses." I nodded. "Probably looted them across Alshar, but I doubt they really know how to use them yet. Gavani used javelins, not thrusting spears, and certainly not pikes. Behind and above them you can expect the shaman and chief, where they can direct the battle in safety." I decided out loud. "Expect to see a bodyguard of about 10 for each of them." "I'll alert the men, my lord," he promised. That shaman had me almost worried. I'd seen him during my field scrying, or at least glimpsed the spark of his shard of Erionite. The dead god had been giving out robin egg-sized chunks of Erionite to the goblin shamans, like it was candy, in preparation for the war, and while they were undoubtedly potent devices, the shamans themselves were very limited in the kinds of spells they could cast. Erionite gave you power, but it didn't give you the imagination or the technical tools to use it effectively. It's a matter of sophistication. Technically speaking, we human, imperially trained war magi were miles ahead of them in technique. It might prove to be one of our only real advantages. I sighed and forced myself to quit stalling. I had to pee and I had to fight, and the sooner I did one or the other, the sooner I could get to the other one. I led Traveller down the hill about halfway, and stopped to talk to a group of archers, who were happily lobbing arrows into their midst, in the hopes that they would strike something, or at least make the goblins keep their heads down. They did so with impunity, because the range of the average human bow was twice that of the short bows and slings that the Gavani carried. But they might want those arrows later, when they had better targets, so I ordered them to stop while I looked around. From Traveller's back, I could see where the Gavani were holding up. They had dug into a narrow space at the north edge of the wood, between a massive boulder and small hillock, next to a field full of half-ripened wheat that would never be harvested. They had felled a few trees and created a makeshift bulwark to discourage us from hitting them from their flanks. Their leader must have been one of the bright ones. I called upon Mage Sight. That's a simple spell that can do a lot of things, but right now I used it to view the goblins as if they were but a few yards from me. There were at least 600 of them, and they were armed and arrayed as I'd come to expect of goblin raiders. A leather belt or weapon harness, a leather kilt or breechcloth, a smattering of captured armour, some of it improvised from captured pieces, some colourful tribal jewellery, iron-headed javelins, a sprinkling of short bows and slings, and everyone carried a knife, and one of those traditional iron-headed clubs they enjoyed bashing our brains out with so much. They were outnumbered, out-armed, and in the blinding light of the sun on the wrong side of a river from the bulk of their forces. They had no reinforcements within a day's brisk ride, so they were trapped. Better yet, tactically speaking, they were prevented from moving in formation by the very defences they'd erected. They were planning on waiting for us to attack, no doubt because they had their shaman telling them that with the dead god's blessing and the power of his witchstone, they were invincible against us. Blah, blah, grunt, growl, blah. He might have been right, too, under normal circumstances. A Gavani shaman with a witchstone would have made an assault by even 3,000 a dicey matter, if he knew his craft, and wasn't countered. I'd seen the goblin shaman's magic firsthand. The night of that first attack on Beauval Vale, I duelled one in the vanguard of the invasion, severed his hand in battle, and claimed his witchstone. But not before he'd given me a very hard time with his primitive spellcraft. That was far from the last time. During the siege, I'd seen the power of the Gavani witchstones in all of their glory, as the dead god's minions used them to bind the horde together under his will. Even without the magical head in the giant ball of green amber, they could be formidable. And they did have a sophistication, of a sort. There were at least two classes of shaman, the rural sort of tribal witch doctor, and the much more educated and more fanatical class of shaman that served as the eyes and ears of the dead god. They were easy to spot, as they dyed their black fur with lime, to make it a ghastly white, but there was no way to see that when you're scrying. Their spell work was much more sophisticated, and they seemed less prone to arrogant stupidity when they used their power. I was hoping the magical core attached to our enemy was the former, not the latter. Not that I couldn't have vanquished one, I'd done it before, but I was looking for an easy victory here, and that would not have counted. I suppose I could have just ordered a cavalry charge and taken our chances with both spears and magic. That's what an ordinary military commander would have done, and damned the casualties. But that would have been messy and inept. Sure, we would have won, but we would have lost men and horses too. We had a long campaign ahead of us, and I wanted to keep my men as safe and as ready to fight as possible. I rode to the hay bale that had become the gathering place for the officers and captains, likely because one of the orphans had set up a small keg of mead there. I wasn't in the mood myself, had to pee, but I did find the man I was looking for there. I didn't even bother to dismount, for fear of an embarrassing accident, so I called to him from horseback. "It's time to summon your men," I ordered the steely-eyed mercenary archer captain. His name was Rogo Redshaft of Nyrod, a lean and dangerous-looking man wearing red leather, covered by a well-made but unadorned green cloak. He and his 500 bowmen were some of my best-trained forces, mounted for travel and able to work in nearly any kind of country, and his homeland was just over the Pear Woods hills in the Castali Wilderlands, so this was as much like home as he could ask. There were 500 mercenary archers, too, among the orphans' band, but they were light infantry, unmounted, and acknowledged the Nairodi yeomen their betters. That was because Redshaft's men took their craft seriously. They were excellent archers, either sniping or volleying in formation. The Nairodi boys began practicing at the butts at age 7, and keep it up daily until they're full grown. It was how they remained a free town amongst a knot of greedy nobles. The Nairodi weren't mercenaries, strictly speaking. Nairod owed service to the duchy for their free status, and this was how they were paying it. I was thankful for that as I gazed with mage sight at the enemy. "How many arrows have you in stock?" "My lord, the Duke saw fit to send 80 arrows of the first quality for each man," he answered with a slight deferential bow. I still wasn't used to that. He was easily 20 years older than I. "As we've expended none in anger, we have that full complement." "Have you noticed anything about our friend's use of bows, Captain?" I asked, as I watched the distant goblin squint in the glare of the sun. "I value your professional opinion." He shrugged, making his waxed red leather armour creak. "Just that they don't shoot as far as ours, I'm happy to say," he chuckled. We've marked a rough line ahead that I think is the limit of their bowshot. I got a couple of fellas up there watching, taking the odd shot, he admitted, but every shot from them furries is far short. I nodded. But have you seen them volley their fire? I asked. He looked up, startled. Why, no, my lord. They've been a-sniping, but no volleys. He agreed after a moment's thought. Not much for them to shoot at yet. No, that's not it. At Beauval they didn't do it either, or only by accident. They've only used the bow for a few centuries, and mostly for hunting at that. Firing a bow in war is a whole different matter, he agreed sagely. Let's give them a lesson, then, I decided. Have your men and the archers from the orphans take formation here, behind this line. From this angle, with the sun behind us, they'll have a hard time seeing them in flight, so they'll have a hard time keeping their shields up. I want you to prepare to instruct our foes in the art of volleying. He saluted sharply. Yes, my lord. I suppose they should learn from the very best, and hurried off, shouting orders, all business. His men responded quickly. In only moments, the field began filling up with archers. I was impressed. I hadn't got used to commanding like that yet. Well, I hadn't got used to having people actually listen yet. It was refreshing. I nudged Traveller over to the orphans' field camp and had Ancient Rarick order a company of light infantry to screen the archers while they prepared. Then I sent a messenger to Captain Cadell, the grizzled old veteran who led our mercenary medium horse, the Hell Riders, and gave him orders. Then I settled a dispute between two companies of infantry over who should take which duty, and by the time I was done with that little squabble, there were nearly 1,000 bored-looking archers standing around and waiting for orders. Redshaft was waiting a little more patiently than his men, so I rode with him to the front of the formation and addressed them. "Good morning, ladies," I began sarcastically. There was a low chorus of chuckling from the old joke. "You see that knot of black-furred goblins between that rock and that hill?" There was a sea of nods and mutters of agreement. "If you ladies would be so kind, I'd like to see that entire area covered with arrows. I mean, covered. I don't want to see the grass, or anything moving on it. At least 6 or 7 volleys. Is that understood?" There were some lusty cries of agreement, and I grinned. Usually archers are excess baggage on a campaign until they're really needed. Then they're indispensable, but poorly used. More often, the thick-headed gentry reserve all the fun jobs for themselves and the cavalry, to win themselves greater fame and honour and glory and whatever else it is that knights like to eat. First blood was an unexpected treat for the Nairobi, and the first test of my abilities as a field commander. Because I wasn't a knight. I was a spellmonger and a war mage, and neither of those jobs usually led to military command. I'd overseen troops before at Beauval Castle, but those were scared peasants fighting for their lives. This was my first time commanding a battle with professional troops this big in open country. I was willing to part with the opportunity to die gloriously in a cavalry charge to keep from spoiling it. As the men got into formation under the shouts of the ancients and the corporals, I was about to relax in the saddle and watch, when my bladder once again reminded me of more pressing business. This time I didn't hesitate. This was the first spare moment I'd had in hours. I slid ungracefully from Traveller's back with a noisy thud, and took 2 steps forward, while I frantically unfastened my pretty new borrowed armour. 3 straps, 5 buckles, then the gambeson and underclothes. It was a trial, and I'm sure it was amusing to watch. I just barely made it, coating a nearby rock with a powerful stream and issuing a sigh of relief as the first volley went off, 500 bowstrings singing in near unison, and the resulting whoosh of flight. Then the other half of the troop let fly. By the time I was done pissing and fastening up my armour, they were on their 3rd volley, and I was strolling back to my horse, able to think clearly again. Getting back on a horse while in armour, unassisted, was no easy task, and I sheepishly used my witchstone to help me, hoping no one saw me do it. When I was able to survey the carnage from horseback, I was even more impressed with the archers. Under mage sight, the makeshift Gavani redoubt was a mess. The little hollow they'd hidden in was only 100 yards wide, and the whole area was covered in arrows, blood and snarling, dying little black bodies. It was a lot worse than a similar attack on human warriors. The goblins wore little armour, and their shields had been nearly useless. They sometimes carried small leather bucklers, used in hand-to-hand duels or melee combat, strong enough to deflect one of those little iron-headed clubs they traditionally use. But there were only a few of them among them, and they were ineffective against a 3-foot-long composite arrow with a 5-inch-long steel head, propelled by a 70-pound bow, operated by a man who got paid to do nothing but practice archery every day. As I watched the 4th volley sing into the air, I could hear the moans of despair from the surviving Gavani even at this distance. Some were wise enough to seek cover, up against the boulder or under the corpses of their comrades, but most of them just stood there, their arms over their heads, peering blindly into the sunlight and awaiting death. 4 volleys meant 2,000 arrows peppered that little hollow. At least a quarter of them had hit their mark. They were so densely packed. And by my rough estimate, there were only maybe 200 goblins who had escaped injury. I counted them silently as they scurried between volleys to rally the troops. The archers were preparing for a 5th volley when I felt the wind pick up from the west, and a tingle in the back of my mind that suggested that someone else was casting a spell. There are only a few magical things you can do when you're receiving fire with no way to shoot back. The Gavani shaman had hit upon one he could actually use. Witching the weather is no great feat, once you know what you're doing, and even weak magi can manage to tug on the elemental forces of nature to raise a breeze. A really good one could manage to raise a real air elemental. Think of it as a big piece of angry air that feels really good about itself. There were sea magi who specialized in weather magic, although the official rule of thumb among us, classically trained magi, was to leave the weather alone. Affecting it is one thing, controlling it is quite another. But a hefty breeze running across your field of fire is going to mess up your accuracy a bit. The 5th volley saw some arrows go astray, while high in the air, but enough of them landed where they were aimed to continue the decimation. Had he been fending off only a few archers, that would have been far more effective. But when you're facing massed fire, it's like trying to divert the rain. The wind might move it around, but you're still going to get wet. But I couldn't let the shamans stop us. "Cease fire!" I called to Captain Rogo, and he nodded. He gave the command, and the men all went at ease as one. No use wasting arrows. With mage sight, I could see the addition of another 1,000 arrows hadn't improved the Gavani's situation. But there were still some stirrings of life, as the surviving war leaders tried once again to rally the decimated raiders with screams and shouts and singing. And Gavani singing is rough. When they didn't hear another volley right away, they saw it as a sign of progress and began cheering. It took them a little while, about 5 minutes, but they finally got a little less than 100 relatively hardy goblins together, where they screamed at us and waved their weapons around defiantly amidst the stacked corpses of their comrades. They surrounded one leader in particular, a tall, that is almost 5 feet, muscular Gavani chieftain, who bore a wooden round shield, a thick-hafted axe, and an overlarge steel cap, all looted from some human stronghold that still didn't quite fit his odd-shaped head. He had decorated them all with Gavani glyphs to obscure the human markings, so he looked more than a little odd. As I watched, he started chanting something in his folks' guttural language that got them all singing loudly. Before long, those who weren't screaming, moaning, or dying were chanting defiantly in unison. It was horrible. Apparently they thought that their shaman's magic had prevented any more arrows from falling murderously from the sky. Their chanting grew more regular and rhythmic, and a few had recovered enough from the attack to pick up bows or javelins or slings, and ineffectively launch a few back toward our lines. Then a fresh group appeared from the south, out of the forest. That had to be the shaman and his guards. At his appearance, the goblin chanting turned into a savage cheering. Help had arrived. I searched him vigorously with mage sight to confirm my suspicions. He was indeed a country bumpkin shaman, not one of the elite acolytes of the dead god. I could see the idiot, wearing a dirty white sash and elaborate wicker headdress, strutting around the field with his bodyguard, stirring up the few survivors' morale. He was quite the showman, doing a mad little dance that elicited howls from his fellows. Then the chieftain gave an impassioned speech that got them roused up again, too. They were all congregating in the centre of the valley, preparing, no doubt, to receive our charge. After all, they knew enough about human warfare to know that after the archers had done volleying, that meant that the big nasty horses would come down on them next. But I wasn't quite ready for that yet. Not when the Nairobi hadn't finished with their fun. "Captain Rogo, please inform the men that I will pay 5 ounces of gold to the owner of the arrow that ends the life of that cocky little fellow in the colourful hat out there, and a couple of bottles of wine, too. Prepare the next volley." "Oh, yes, Marshal." He grinned wickedly. "You heard the spellmonger? 5 big and 2 bottles to the man whose mark takes that hat. Archers ready!" he shouted, as the orphans suddenly had a reason to compete with their Nairobi comrades. I felt extravagant and lordly. 5 ounces of gold is the equivalent of 5 years of taxes for most peasant families. I had a war chest full of it. While I waited and watched, the goblins continued to work themselves into a frenzy of defiance, the shaman at the centre. Then all 1,000 bowstrings of my men twanged at once. For a brief moment there was a storm cloud of wood and steel that obscured the sky. Nor did my men wait for the arrows to land before they had launched again. Everyone wanted that money, and the wine. I'd barely let them have a beer ration in the last 3 weeks, as we'd made fast time across country. Those boys were thirsty. When I finally ordered them to stop, and ordered the light infantry in front of them to slowly advance, there wasn't much left of the Gavani band at all. A deadly thicket of arrows grew thick as weeds on the field watered by blood. We'd be able to glean most of those back up, too. The few survivors left among the bodies tried to put up a fight, but my men swept through and slaughtered the lot of them. There was no quarter in this war, not if we ever wanted to win. One of the Hell Rider's messengers rode back to me 10 minutes later, informing me that of all the enemy that remained, only 9 had not been killed or injured permanently, and those 9 were being bound to be sent to me later for disposition. The shaman, of course, was dead, he reported, and presented me with the arrow he determined killed him, so I could note the archer by his chop for his reward. Then the messenger looked around and cautiously opened a grimy rag, revealing a dazzling green gem. I'd cautioned them all about even touching any witchstones they came across on this campaign on the very first night of my command. Unless they were properly cleansed of the dead god's influence, they were dangerous even to seasoned magi. If a regular human without talent touched one, it could produce a strong psychic shock that would make them unconscious, in shock, or even kill them outright. The scouts had wisely recovered the shard without touching it. With trembling hands, the young man handed me the treasure. If 5 ounces of gold could buy his family 5 times over, then this stone could buy his barony 5 times over, if anyone would consider selling such a thing. I absently tossed him an ounce of gold as a reward, and sighed as I stared at the pretty thing. This one was like most I'd seen, a rough-shaped stone with a flattish surface on one side, where it had been cleanly hewn from a larger piece. A year ago, I would have said that it wouldn't be possible to have a witchstone big enough to cut, but a year ago I thought I'd have more love spells in my future than war spells. Each of these witchstones had been pared away from the massive sphere that contained the dead god's mysterious head, which explained their tightly bound connection to him. I took out my own stone from the worn silk bag around my neck and stared at it a moment. It had started out life like this one, uneven and rough, but a king of the treefolk had smoothed it and removed the taint of the dead god, and any other stone that remained in contact with the sphere for a day would likewise be severed from the dead god's influence. Indeed, that was the only way known to free one. I slid the new stone into the bag with the others surrounding my sphere, and felt them all pulsing in ways that only I could feel. There was always a bit of a rush when I did that. Having access to power from all of those stones was an intoxicating experience, until you learned how to handle it. But it was necessary, if we're going to win this war. Only by arming war magi with witchstones could we hope to match the shamans in the field. How we were to match Sharul face to face, I was still working on that. "What shall we do with the bodies, my lord?" the messenger asked. I'd forgotten he was there in my reverie over the stones. "Strip them, behead them, and burn them. Distribute any loot among the men, and destroy any weapons you can. Then put half of the heads on spikes in a circle around the ashes of the pyre. The rest will be sent back east, to the Duke, as proof of our mission. The prisoners, too, would be sent back under guard as token of our success. I would have to write a dispatch along with the heads if bold Ascus captain of the orphans' band, hadn't already written one for me. He was an experienced old commander who took such things as dispatches and mercenary contracts and prisoners of war in stride. We couldn't stay in Grimley Wood long, though. This was just our warm-up before the real fight. The countryside was filled with bands like this from here on out, according to my scrying. We were pushing forward to the next large castle in the district. That was the barony of Green Hill, where we were supposed to be picking up another 1,000 Wilderlord cavalry and whatever additional infantry we could. But in the meantime, archers were one area where we would be superior to the Gavani for some time, if not forever. Those stubby little arms just can't draw the massive bows our people used in war, and if they couldn't manage to fire in volley, they were almost useless. While the men were policing the battlefield and dispatching the wounded, I rode back to my tent, handed traveller's reins to a stable boy, and let my manservant, Hamlin, strip off my armour for me. I felt foolish for donning all of that armour and then not using it. I hadn't charged. I hadn't thrown a single blow. I hadn't been in danger from javelins or spears. I hadn't even cast any meaningful spells. I'd just succoured an ignorant foe enough to kill him. Now the late summer heat on the hot metal and leather, not to mention the sheer weight of it all, had me soaked in sweat. "How went the battle, Captain?" Ham asked me, cheerfully. "I'm here. I'm alive," I pointed out. "Which would suggest a positive outcome. Congratulations. Lift your arm, please." "Thank you," I acknowledged, an utter rant, although it's hardly one for the annals. "There seem to be enough of them, Master. Hundreds. And you say there are thousands?" he asked. His jovial expression was there, but his voice was nervous. "Hundreds of thousands, from here to the Mindens. We'll see far more action after Green Hill. Mark my words," I promised. "And it sounded like such a pleasant place," he sighed, as he pulled off my breastplate. It was light, meaning it was only about 15 pounds instead of the 30-pound plate monstrosities most jousting knights used. In an instant I felt like I shed 12 pounds in sweat, on top of the weight of the armour, and felt instantly cooler. Almost without thinking, I summoned a bit of breeze to encourage that. I was doing more and more of that lately, I noticed, using magic for little things, almost unconsciously. "Dispatches came while you were at battle, Master," he reported when he'd stowed the armour away. "Ryder came in while you were directing the battle. They're in your tent, on your desk." I had resented having a desk in the field, but I was a commander now, not just a flunky in the magical corps. His Grace had insisted, and I had complied. I wish I had resisted more strongly. For the last 3 weeks as we crossed Alshar, I swear I spent more time with my travelling desk and a mountain of paperwork than scrying the route ahead or planning our strategy. "Who is it now?" I asked. Another plea from Duke Lenguin to stop my foolishness and come protect him and his crappy little town from the big bad goblins? The Duke of Alshar had responded to the invasion by insisting he'd defend the northern capital of Verone to the last man. Only he was short on men, and he wanted mine. I'd politely refused his request twice already, but dukes are not used to being told no, and I was, technically, under his command, for all the Castali were paying for the mercenaries. I was using that bit of legal ambiguity to keep him at bay, but he was getting impatient. "No, Captain, the seal says it is from His Grace Duke Raud," he said, "and it was delivered by someone from court, not a mere messenger from the Lord Marshal." "Oh, she's big bouncy boobs, Ham. How can I run this war if I keep getting all this advice from inexperienced generals?" I complained, as I stepped out of the steel leggings that protected my thighs and annoyed my horse. "The court is just nervous with an untried commander in the field, and one that caused that much of a stir at Wilderhall bears some oversights, I'd imagine," he added philosophically. "Probably just more helpful advice, or worrying me about our progress. I wish they would be patient. We've only been in the field for 3 weeks, and I just encountered the enemy in force for the first time today. Just won a battle. Hopefully that should convince someone I know my arse from my elbow. Do they think I'm enjoying the brutal conditions in the field?" I asked rhetorically. "Shall I fetch the captain's lunch, then? Another bottle of the Bicovar Red?" "Yes, please," I sighed, stripping off my sweat-soaked tunic. "And a tub of water. I need to at least rinse the sweat off of me." "As you wish, Captain," the young man said, walking toward the commissary tents, resigned to his fate, with an insolent smirk on his face. "And I shall tell them how vexed you will be if it isn't properly aerated and chilled this time. Brutal battlefield conditions are no excuse for sloppy table service." I suppose I could have gotten a servant who wasn't a smart-ass, but Ham's temerity irritated nearly all the noble-born commanders under my command, and that alone was worth his monthly wage. He was adept at campfire gossip and the procurement of petty luxuries. He woke me in the morning with breakfast and put me to bed at night with spiced winter brandy and a pipe. And he had other talents. The fact that he was a demon with dice and a decent valet was just a bonus. I sighed at his back and reluctantly went into my battered tent. It was a relic from the Farisi campaign from a few years ago. Of course, it could be argued that I was, too. Inside, I saw the messenger. Tall, brown hair, green eyes, pleasurably slender curves, and a bust that would make a monk whimper. Best yet, her lips were ripe, full and ready, and achingly familiar. "You weren't exactly the messenger I was anticipating," I said faintly, as I inhaled her aroma. There was sweat and exertion and excitement, herbs and flowers and leather, all wrapped up in a soft, warm blanket of femininity. And she's a first-class mage, and an adept shadow mage. Let's not forget that. "I hope that I'm no less welcome for that," she said softly. I noted that it would only take removing 3 buttons, no, 2, to make that dress slip completely off her shoulders. I extended a magical tendril of force to each one, flicked it, and just as I predicted, she was naked in an instant. "No," I sighed, moving into her arms as I lowered the flap of the tent. "You're quite welcome, all the more for being unexpected. You finished your errand at Verone, then?" She nodded and smiled at me slyly. Those eyes. I could wander aimlessly for years in those pretty eyes. I covered her lips with mine and let our tongues duel it out. I'd like to think mine won, but I've fooled myself before. My hand went to her breast and found a nipple. "Is the message you carry of vital import, Lady Isley?" "It can keep," she sighed, thrusting her chin up as my lips found that sweet spot where her neck decides to become a shoulder and vice versa. "At least 10 or 15 minutes. I applaud your sense of priority," I sighed, as she unfastened my pants. "You know how much I hate waiting around." Chapter 2. The Council of Castall. Wilderhall, midsummer. I hate waiting around. That's what I was doing, 4 weeks before the Battle of Grimley Wood. I was waiting. I was waiting around, haunting the draughty outer chamber of the council hall in a mouldy old castle, resplendent with fine silks, rich tapestries, gilded furniture, and petty functionaries befitting the stature of the office of the Duke in residence at his summer palace. With foes on the frontier and chaos in the duchy next door, you'd think the duchy's council would want to know what was going on, but they'd kept me waiting, and waiting. I'd been waiting for 3 days for my audience, stumbling around the Tower of Honour where they'd put me up, dicing with the nobility, drinking expensive wine and brooding about each passing moment. I hate waiting, and I was on an urgent errand, and when they finally told me the Duke was ready to see me, they put me on a bench outside his door and I got to wait some more. At least the place was entertaining, if not terribly comfortable. Wilderhall is the northernmost ducal fortress of Castall. When Castall and Ulshar were first settled, the duchies were coastal provinces of the late Empire. 2 far-flung fiefs, the youngest sons of the king, got as their reward for their part in the conquest. But they weren't content with their picturesque little seaports, so they pushed inland, north and west. First the wide rolling hills and fertile plains of the Riverlands, the heartland of the duchies that ran in a band, east to west, more or less parallel to the coastlines. My home village Tulry is in the Castalli side of the Riverlands. But then north of the Riverlands are the Wilderlands. Once wild, unpeopled and heavily forested, the Wilderlands stretched from the western reaches of Wenshire, in northern Remere, all the way to Beauval Vale in the Mindens, and north to hug the Culleen range that served as Castall's northern frontier. The people of the Wilderlands are similar, on both sides of the Castalli-Ulshari frontier, down to customs, language, and choice of divinities. The Wilderlands are as poor as the coastal cities are rich. Instead of the stately manors and well-kept plantations of the Riverlands, the fiefs up here were mostly primitive motte and bailey castles devoted to harvesting natural resources, mainly timber, wool, and some fairly rich mines. They also spent a lot of time keeping their neighbours from stealing their resources, which kept me eating as a war mage for 2 years. The Wilderlands people are tough. Dirt farmers, trappers, woodsmen and hunters, ranchers, miners and fishermen. The climate is too cool for more than oats, millet, rye and some wheat, and the ground is too rocky for large-scale cultivation. Culture, such as it is limited to the most basic of entertainments. The nobles make war on each other freely, and without strong regional leaders and powerful traditions to keep the peace, they would have long ago fought to the death over their far-flung hard-scrabble fiefs. Wilderhall was built almost 200 years ago to assist Castor's upriver expeditions. As the demand for timber to build ships on the coast grew, the duchy went north into the thick forests to get it, settling along the way. As the local petty lords began feuding over turf, it became clear that a strong ducal presence was required to keep the logs floating downriver, and a fortress to house his garrisons was constructed for that purpose, Wilderhall. The Castali Wilderlands, long pacified, don't have a large standing garrison anymore. Now Wilderhall is used as the summer palace, because the coastal cities and even the Riverlands fiefs can get unbearably hot in the summer months. Wilderhall was a sprawling, towering, magnificent fortress, built with the express purpose of inspiring awe and majesty to the rustic population. An exercise in architectural propaganda, Wilderhall was designed to impress upon the contentious local lordlings the absolute power of the Duke, and since it was built after the conquest, it also symbolized the absolute end of the glory that had been the Empire, the Majocracy. As such, it was filled with 200-year-old anti-imperial art and political imagery that no one cared about any longer. The tapestry I had been waiting in front of for hours now showed heroic warriors valiantly defeating sinister-looking Eastern Magi through brute force, shining swords, and sheer good looks, so I wasn't feeling particularly welcome. It was a textile commentary about the place of Magi in our society, thanks to the archaic bans on magic, and one I resented. So I sat on an uncomfortably ornate couch and stared at that one particular tapestry across the hall from me, while I got frustrated about being kept waiting. And as I studied the spectacle of the defeat of the last archmage it portrayed, I even started to feel a little defensive. I'm a spellmonger, like the Magi being defeated, even if I did more physically resemble the handsome, sword-slinging brutes on the tapestry. In fact, I am a professional mage, certified and accepted under law to practice anywhere in the Five Duchies, not just some talented rural lout who apprenticed to some baronial court wizard or village adept. I was a journeyman thaumaturge, adept at the sciences of magic, and I was a licensed war magi, which should have made a difference. All right. Technically, I was the village spellmonger of Minden Hall, a tiny village in the distant land of Beauval Vale at the skirts of the Minden mountain range, now occupied by 500,000 Govani. So I now found myself between assignments. But still, I have my credentials. That should have counted for something. My recent unemployment didn't bother me much, though. A good mage can always find a job. And I was more than a good mage. Thanks to the events leading to the fall of Beauval Vale, I was perhaps the most powerful human mage in existence. Just to remind myself of that, I pulled out my new spherical witchstone and summoned a tiny morsel of magical power from it, just a drop from its seemingly inexhaustible supply, and began defacing the tapestry by subtly altering the colours of the dyes in the fabric. Not much, of course. I was just making the victors look a little goofier by making their ears and noses bigger. It was tedious, difficult work, but it was also excellent practice using the stone. Petty of me, I know, but I hate waiting around. The way I saw it, there were 3 big problems that had to be addressed. First, the Govani invasion. The people who were keeping me waiting were the Castali Ducal Council, specifically the War Council. I had been commanded to testify as to the events of the invasion and siege of Beauval Castle by Govani and the undead severed head of one of their most revered shamans, known affectionately by his people as the Old God, Sharul. He was the second problem, the one that no one really knew about yet. The Old God, or as we were calling him now, the Dead God, and his magically augmented minions were beginning a genocidal invasion of the sleepy western half of the Duchy of Ulshar, and without some impressive military intervention would reach Castal very soon. Only to the untrained eye, who was likely running for their life in terror as well, did it look like a simple goblin uprising. A big one, and a dangerous one, but Ulshar had dealt with them before. Only it wasn't, and they couldn't. They needed help, because of Irianite. That was the third problem, but more on that later. I was focused on the big picture. Whether they knew it or not yet, they needed me. I just had to convince them of that. Ulshar was in peril, and I had to do something about it. Ulshar had always been the least of the 5 duchies. The Majocracy had never expanded so far west, and the bulk of the present duchy had been sparsely settled after the conquest. It used to be a lot bigger, but 50 years ago or so, 3 barons and a Count of Gilmora, the land on the Ulshari side of the Riverlands, revolted and swore allegiance to Castal, and the Ulshari were still pretty pissed off about that. There were a few big towns along the remnant of Riverland's country around the capital, Phalas, dating from the Majocracy, but after that it was one rural fief after another. It was by far the least populated of the 5 duchies, but it was a huge duchy, area-wise, once you added in the Ulshari wilderlands. Wide swaths of forest and broken country, rolling hills and, in the far north, dry desert areas kept news moving slowly. It was often weeks or months old by the time it got here. But the news of the invasion did eventually make its way across the border to Castal, down the Great Western Road. It had beaten me here by 5 days, and the reports were not good. No one but the lord of the tiny fief I'd been living in had any hint that the Gavani were stirring. So when they launched a lightning attack on the rest of the realm from that distant vale, they had all but conquered the nearby baronies in just a few weeks. It would have taken a lot less time, but a couple of my friends and I slowed them down, narrowly escaping before they completed their conquest of Beauval Castle. Now huge columns of Gavani were marching eastward, mowing down every little lordling's hold along the way. People were in a tizzy, but no one seemed to be doing anything about it. I'd learned some of the news on the hurried river barge trip north to Wilderhall from the Riverlands. Gans had been overrun while Beauval Castle still held, and the other fiefs in proximity had fallen almost as quickly. That the western barons of Stut, Horain and Glandon had banded together almost 10,000 infantry and cavalry, mostly terrified armed peasantry, and met the main thrust of the Dead God's legions at the ford of Bonser. Ulshari nobles are suited toward killing bandits and each other, but they aren't much use in real organized warfare. Now there were 10,000 headless bodies floating down the river. Rumours were spreading of long streams of captured peasants who were being taken behind the goblin lines, their fate unknown. I hoped that they were just being enslaved, but I knew, personally, that the bloodthirsty Dead God had an appetite for human sacrifice. The Duke of Ulshar was calling his bannermen and assembling an army of Wilderlords at Verone, his own summer palace in the picturesque Wilderlands, but it was only 15,000 strong and unlikely to get much bigger. Everyone west of the Pidi River was already fighting for their lives, or fleeing for their lives. Huge mobs of their people were fleeing east, in front of the Gavani onslaught. Goblins seemed to be attacking everywhere, with no warning, and the scattered local Ulshari military was being overwhelmed. Bad news, no matter how you heard it. Everyone on the river had been sure northern Ulshar would fall without aid. That's why I had made the 500-mile journey upriver to Wilderhall, where the Duke of Castal had finally convened an emergency war council. I felt compelled to convince them to do something about it, and let them know the real enemy we faced. I'd breathlessly told my story to the ducal court mage's secretary, after the Lord Marshal's staff wouldn't listen to me, and the man, a mage himself, agreed that he would pass this on to Master Duncelin, and through him to the Duke himself. I expected to be hauled before the throne to tell my tale within the hour. Only they added me to a list, and kept me waiting for 2 days in a crowded part of the castle called the Tower of Honour. I supposed bedbugs are an honour. I was stuck in a common room with some landless knights, some poor barons visiting court, and some high-born sergeants who were looking to pick up some mercenary work. I'd have much rather quartered in one of the comfortable inns in Wilderhall town, but I endured castle life because I couldn't leave without completing my mission. Despite the reports of carnage, this council, nearly a month after the first reports of trouble came in, was the first tangible sign that the lords of Castall were taking notice of the invasion of Ulshar. When half of the neighbouring duchy gets swallowed up virtually overnight, you'd think it would attract more attention. I wasn't the only one who thought that either. In the brief time I'd been loitering around Wilderhall, I'd heard rumours of a few adamant voices demanding that the crisis be dealt with. Count Angriel, the ducal envoy from Ulshar, had spent most of that time literally screaming for assistance from Castall, from what I was able to pick up from the castellans at the Tower of Honour. Apparently His Grace, Duke Lenguin of Ulshar, had not been pleased when he woke up one day and found the northern half of his realm in the hands of genocidal non-humans, and he wanted help from his fellow duke and brother-in-law, only not too much help, lest the northern fiefs follow Gilmora under Castall's banner. So I knew that the Duke of Castall knew about the goblin invasion, but until I showed up to bring word of the magical, maniacal mind behind the hordes, he didn't know about the dead god who was behind the invasion. I fumed as I made King Camaclavan's sword grow bright and fluffy and pink, like a rabbit's ear, warping the colour of the fibres in the tapestry with my spell. My ancestors weren't particularly adept at anything but swordplay and horses. You'd think that Camaclavan's direct descendant would be ecstatic about the chance to slay a bunch of goblins. Plenty of other dukes had been. That was where our present dilemma began. Goblins had been a problem in the past. Most of Ulshar had been sparsely occupied by the nocturnal hunters, politely known as mountain folk, before the duchies expanded. Over a century ago, the last major Gavani tribes had been pushed back into the Minden Range, and the ancient Gavani power centres had been destroyed by the same short-sighted barbarians who toppled the Majocracy. For 100 years, it had looked like the goblins had simply retreated, accepting defeat. Most people in the duchies thought of them as a harmless mountain race that preferred to hunt the stony highlands, leaving the more fertile lowlands for us to settle and rule. Of course, there was more to it than that, but that's what everyone had believed. Everyone except the goblins. They had found a secret refuge in deep mines and ancient caverns deep in the Mindens, where they husbanded their resentment and plotted their revenge in exile. They secretly built up their numbers, armed them well, prepared for their revenge over the course of a century, and, of course, they had raised the dead god from the dead. He was hateful, he was powerful, and he was smart. Shirul had restructured the Gavani society so that large groups of warriors could work together without intra-society rivalries getting in the way, and that paved the way for empire building. I had interrogated one of the goblin prisoners, and he had told me the tale. Shirul's will was enforced among his people by a fanatically devoted elite warriors society, and the scary-looking special shamans who led the new warbands. And Shirul knew what each of them was thinking all the time, because each shaman had a witchstone. Irianite. Irianite was the third big problem we faced. Not only had the dead god returned from where we had left him, dead, decapitated, head on a spike, he had brought presents. A byproduct of his rebirth was hundreds of thumbnail-sized shards of Irianite. I have no idea how they did it, but the Gavani shamans pickled his head in heavily enchanted Kirsith sap, or however it was you made Irianite, until it was fully encased in the amber. When the severed head awakened under their spells, it became a kind of super-shaman, a powerful entity whose very thoughts became spells. A near-divine being with a genocidal thirst for vengeance against humanity, a ready-made evil Dark Lord, and the shards from his sphere were pebbles of amazing power. Each shard was by itself incredibly powerful. The shaman's magical system was crude, unsophisticated, and not geared toward cooperative spells, but there were a lot of them, and they were terribly enthusiastic. That counts for a lot in magic. With even the smallest amount of Irianite, enthusiasm counts for orders of magnitude more than technique. Our best war magi couldn't stand against the crudest country bumpkin of a shaman if the goblin had a witchstone in his claw, and the war magi didn't. Okay, I did, but I got lucky. I had taken my witchstone from the severed hand of the first shaman into Beauval Vale, and I had collected plenty more in action during the long weeks of the siege. I had cleansed them of Cherul's taint, given them into the hands of a small group of mercenary war magi who had come to our rescue, and now those magical hellions were strutting around Alshar like newly minted demigods. Illegal demigods. Technically, no one was supposed to have Erionite. It had been so rare for so long that it was strictly controlled by the Royal Censorate of Magic, and by controlled, I mean banned. The Censorate was the pan-ducal agency responsible for the regulation of magic and magi, to keep us from rising up against the warrior class, as in the tapestry. As of now, the Censorate was obsolete, but didn't realize it yet. Sharul was far too much for them to deal with. This wasn't an isolated case of a sliver of witchstone in the hands of a power-crazed wizard. This problem was far beyond the scope the institution was designed to accommodate. But somehow I didn't think they'd see it that way. The Censorate is made up of the wizards who watch other wizards. They oversee the training and certification of magi, the regulation of the use of magic, and the enforcement of the bans. The Censor General has a habit of recruiting young, idealistic, and not terribly bright magi, fresh out of school or apprenticeship. And these recruits are terribly incorruptible. They were empowered to order the death penalty at their discretion to protect the realm. Their black and white checkered cloaks struck fear into the hearts of all magi, certified and uncertified alike. They are, by definition, institutionally conservative, and they were not likely to give me a free pass for my stone, and, by extension, me, which was completely indispensable to the war effort, whether anyone realized that or not. I continued to brood impatiently on that, while I magically defaced the tapestry. I was satisfied with Kamaclavan's bunny-ear sword, so I decided to give Duke Bimin a really comical set of breasts. The old me wouldn't have dared take such liberties, but facing death, destruction, and fatherhood will change a man. I'd started to develop a cocky attitude, as I took stock of my value and gave Bimin hairy nipples. Yes, Erionite was the third problem. Erionites and the Censorate, and that would have to change. Completely indispensable. I had the sphere, the only one who could sever the attachment between the stone and Sharul. You wanted a powerful magical artifact without a sinister Dark Lord looking over your shoulder? You come to me, and you would want that artifact, regardless of silly custom, because without it, you're another sacrifice waiting to happen, and an archaic custom that damaging would have to be overcome if we were to survive. Censorate be damned. This was war, genocidal war, and the bans were a hindrance. It might have been rebellious, but my faith in the established order was pretty much shaken after Beauval Vale, and I saw myself on a mission of a higher cause than merely evading the ducal censorate. Of course, that was an easy attitude to take when you were a multiple offender. I'd already severed the link in nearly 30 stones before I'd handed them over to the responsible war magi. That was, conservatively, 30 death sentences the censorate could levy on my head for the charge of empowering the magi. Without the censorate, it was thought, magi would run drunk with power and enslave everyone they could. But every mage I gave a stone to had sworn a personal oath to follow my lead in such things, and most of them had been my friends to begin with. The censorate would not see it that way. So I had powerful enemies both inside the duchies and out, but I also had some powerful allies. I had done a credible job defending Beauval Vale and leading the war magi on guerrilla raids against the goblins, and they had developed some measure of loyalty to me personally. A lot of them had been comrades in the Farisi campaign with me, which helped, I guess. They did what I told them to, more or less. Each one was as powerful as an army of 10,000, theoretically, and they all looked to me. Such power had not been put in one place since the ancient days. Not bad for a common-born baker's son. I had friends, powerful friends. If that made me cocky, well, today I needed to be a little cocky. I had to march into that chamber, eventually, and convince the most powerful man in the realm to do what I told him to do, and that was our only hope. So, fuck the tapestry. They could get another one. They were making me wait, after already waiting weeks, and that was making me cranky. I stopped short of giving Bimin a vagina. That might be going too far, and I realized that the power of the stone was making me less mindful of such things. When you have incredible power, It's hard to be intimidated by a man on a throne, much less one in a tapestry. But if I came off as belligerent, that wouldn't help my case either. I'm no diplomat, but I consciously made myself stop vandalizing and try to see things from the Duke's perspective. Maybe it would give me some insight, I reasoned. Duke Rard was in a difficult position. He could raise a mighty army. Castal is twice and a half again as big as Alshar, population-wise, and far more martial, and invade Castal to meet the Gavani head-on. But that would leave his lands largely undefended, and honestly, the outcome of such a counter-invasion, without the benefit of advanced magics, was severely in doubt. Plus, there was the time, effort, and money needed to recruit, feed, and house that army. The last time such a mustering had been done was 5 years ago, against the Mad Mage of Faris. That had taken 2 years to organize, had been costly enough to raise taxes, and had left a long trail of empty estates and dynastic disputes behind that Rard was still trying to sort through. I could see how planning a war on such short notice might be a headache. The call to his vassals had gone out before I'd arrived, but it takes time to raise even a small army in a feudal society. I'd seen the yellow war flag flying over every castle I crossed up the river, and they should be over every castle in Castal by now. The banner flew from Wilderhall, too, just under the sword and Rose's device of the duchy. Theoretically, that should call the Duke's bannermen to arms, and suspend individual wars between estates until after the crisis. Not everyone was paying attention yet. The harvest seemed to preoccupy most of the lords and their petty vassals, but it was starting to dawn on at least a few nobles that the trouble somewhere in the west was heading this way. Even if Rard could raise a small army relatively quickly and rush it to his frontier, that was about the only thing he could do. There wasn't much in the way of natural defences between the two duchies to slow them down either. If Duke Rard didn't raise an army to oppose them, the Gavani hordes could cross devastated Alshar at will and attack Castal's heartland. So I guessed I could see why he wasn't being more decisive. Perhaps Duke Rard had the manpower to stop the Gavani cold at the frontier, but that would be only half the battle, and he didn't know it yet. With the shamans throwing around hot magical death and other distractions, it would take an elite magical corps just to contain their fury and counter their advantages in the field. The duchy had a magical corps, of course. I'd been a part of it for 2 long years in Faris, but none of them had witchstones, and that put them at a serious disadvantage. And the 30 or so war magi who did have witchstones were no longer officially under his control. They had all been released after the Farisi campaign and were now working as free agents, magical mercenaries. That is, they worked for me, Sir Indispensable. I was just starting to add a few subtle gin blossoms to the face of Kamaclavan's high priest, of Huin, the war god. I forget the historical figure's name, when I was finally summoned before the Council of Castal.
"The council is ready for you now, Master Minalan,"
the small, effeminate-looking secretarial page said, approaching almost silently on his silken slippers. I didn't mention the long wait, although I'm certain he would have been sympathetic. I believe that was the entirety of his job, to be sympathetic. He'd sympathetically told me for 2 days that the council was anxiously awaiting my report, and that it would be
"Just a few more hours, my lord."
I wanted to shout and scream in frustration and grunt and blow a hole in the side of the castle when he brought the summons. Instead, I just got up and followed him, clutching my pretty pebble in one hand and casting one last glance over my shoulder at the defaced tapestry, wondering when someone would notice. I was escorted past armoured guards with crossed halberds through an elaborately carved doorway into the inner hall, a large room filled with people, with a huge ornate wooden table in the middle of it. There was at least a score of seats around the table, and at least 3 seats behind each of those seats, and it was more than half covered with parchment and maps. Young pages skittered around, bringing papers and parchments from the far sides of the table. The fading afternoon sunlight that peered through the western windows joined a chandelier of beeswax candles to illuminate the scene, and I was able to pick out some of the attendees by sight. The foremost, of course, was Duke Rard, a man well into his 50s, stately, graceful, with a short golden beard streaked with silver. A large deerskin map of Castal and Alshar was before him, and his eyes looked tired and worn as he studied it. I could take one look at his face and knew the severity of the crisis was not lost on him. He wore a little green cap of maintenance under a golden coronet, and a dark green and yellow velvet jacket cut in a military style. There were 2 burly guardsmen with swords and halberds standing behind him, and behind them was his personal bodyguard of gentlemen, 4 or 5 noble men-at-arms, just hanging around waiting for orders. He cast his eyes around this way and that toward his advisers as they spoke. I recognized Count Salgo, the new Lord Marshal, who sat to the left of the Duke from seeing him in command back in Faris. Salgo was a short, dark man, with a severe expression, but he was a cold-blooded and valiant warrior, by all accounts. It was widely speculated that he got the position after his predecessor became the regent of Faris, by threatening a duel to the death for any other man who vied for it. He was a bit ruthless for my tastes, but an intelligent and capable soldier. He had led the first beach assault on Faris, in which his brutality played a role that won him the post. A bodyguard in full plate stood behind him, holding the ornate sword of office. I knew Count Kindine, the Prime Minister, who was seated to the Duke's right, because he never went anywhere without a half-dozen pages and clerks buzzing around him, and he made quite an impression at Wilderhall. Kindine was an older man, in his 70s, a long grey beard resting on his rich red satin jacket. He had a huge stack of parchments and 3 busy scribes arrayed at a desk behind his chair, all scribbling away furiously. Kindine might be old, but he was able. I could tell he was worried, too. He had served the Duke's father for a decade before his death, and had been the Prime Minister since I was born. As Castal was counted among the most prosperous of duchies, it's hard to argue with that kind of success. He had even balanced out the taxes necessary for the Farisi campaign, so they wouldn't be too much for the common folk to bear, and he had made sure that plenty of the loot from Faris had ended up in ducal coffers. I had heard of Master Duncelin, the ducal court wizard, who sat on the far side of Kindine, but this was the first time I'd seen him, despite my best efforts. I'd tried to see him for days. He had a solid reputation for a mage, an experienced court wizard who had worked his way up through various nobles' courts until he had reached his present position. Nothing against that. Court wizard is generally a pretty cushy post. He was an adept administrator, too, from what I'd heard, and a tireless promoter of our discredited profession. But he was no war mage. A slightly haughty man, he had the overly deferential manner that, unfortunately, has been associated with my profession for centuries. He was also a wealthy man, and it was rumoured that he was just a little corrupt. He wore a stark black robe embroidered with thread of gold magical symbols and the arms of the duchy. He also wore a small skull cap instead of the traditional pointy hat, which no doubt kept him from contracting illness in this cold and draughty pile of stones. His highly polished and heavily bejewelled staff of office was held commandingly behind him by one of his richly dressed, thoroughly bored apprentices. I knew the small man in the bright blue doublet was Lord Angriol of Alshar, the official ducal envoy from that former duchy. He shifted in his seat constantly, his head darting here and there as various people spoke, as if he loathed to miss a single word. He reminded me of a big blue bird, more than a small Alshari cat. Duchess Grandine was seated next to him on a soft noble's couch, attended by 3 of her ladies-in-waiting. Perhaps you think of the Duchess as a stately old biddy who spends her time sewing, weaving, or arranging flowers and organising balls. But not this woman. Not the way she devoured new dispatches before even the Prime Minister got them. Grandine was in her late 30s, blonde like her husband, not beautiful but definitely striking. She was the daughter of the former Duke of Alshar, and the older sister of the present Duke Lenguin. Rumour was she hated her brother. She was wearing a dark green and gold velvet surcoat embroidered with gold over her bleached linen gown. She wore a simple headscarf surmounted by a small silver coronet that matched the Duke's. She had large, almost mannish hands, but moved with a simple grace that made me think as much of swordmasters as dancers. Duke Rad had made her the unofficial Councillor of State, putting her in charge of several important projects dedicated to the welfare of the peasantry. As such, she was much loved by the commoners. After 5 minutes of observing the council, I decided that she was probably the smartest person in the room. Lady Arnett was seated next to her, the Duke's cousin and the Minister of Lands and Estates. She was ancient, a crone whose tenacity was legendary, I'd learned. She looked like a forgetful maiden aunt. While her office was limited, her political power was not. She was a great friend to the Duchess, and she had outlived most of her serious enemies. I'd seen her around the castle a few times and even asked her for directions once. Nice lady. I did not know the rest of them by sight, except maybe for a few councillors I may have met in my travels, but I could tell by their clothes just how high-ranking they were. They didn't get to me at once, of course. A new dispatch had come up the Western Road, and the messenger was relaying the tale of yet another defeat. Finally, after they'd discussed this latest news and marked the position dutifully on the map, it was my turn. "Announcing Master Mage Minalan of..." the herald boomed, and then trailed off, suddenly taken aback that he had no location to add. Usually a mage is attached to a particular court, but the closest I had come to that was running much of the anti-siege operations during the siege of Beauval Castle. But Beauval Vale wasn't a ducal land anymore. It wasn't even a land. It was a seething pit of goblin rage and eldritch magic. "The Spellmonger," I whispered quietly. Technically, a commoner uses his profession as a surname instead of their house or estate, like a noble. Most commoners don't become imperially trained magi, but until I had a colourful nickname, I'd use my profession. "Minalan the Spellmonger," the herald finished, sparing me a grateful glance. "Approach the ducal seat with grace and peace in your heart." I wasn't sure I could muster much grace, but I didn't have to. Duke Rod rose and beckoned me forward impatiently. "Let's dispense with protocol for the moment," he said tiredly. "We've got a lot to get through. If you please, Master Minalan, just give us your story." So I did, for 3 straight hours. I started with the first attack, my recruitment of a mercenary army, the siege, the Witchstones, the Tree Folk King, the shamans, the war magi who had followed a trusted friend across enemy lines to save us, the brutal counterattacks, the betrayal of Sir Cousy's house, my short revolution, our brilliant and technically challenging escape, and finally, my direct confrontation with the dead god. I tried not to waste time, but several times I had to backtrack and explain some point to one of the court, or listen to some commentary from one of them. By the time I recounted the war magi's quick escape, as the tree folk sacrificed themselves against the dead god, the skies outside were dark, and the room was all but silent. And then I made my way here, to inform your grace of Sharur's plans. I finished with a sigh. "So," Rod said at last, "we have the name of the one behind the invasion." "The dead god plans nothing less than the extinction of the human race," I assured his grace. He didn't look happy at the news. "And by allowing him this artifact, it is called the Molopar, sire," the court wizard supplied helpfully. "Yes, now that he has it, what can he really do with it? Your professional opinion." "That all depends on what he knows about it, your grace," I explained. "We were able to force it open and direct it for a significant period of time, but that was done with highly trained magi, witchstones, and an unusual method of energy generation," I said, glancing at the Duchess. I'd skipped over the exact nature of our escape spell, out of a sense of propriety, but theoretically, he could open doors to worlds unknown, and bring forth all manner of evil things, and its innate power amplifies his energy from the Irianite, so I dare not speculate on the exact nature of its use. It could be anything, but it won't be good for the duchies. "According to my most recent reports," Rard said, squinting at a piece of parchment in the dim light, "our scouts have said that a column of no less than 30,000, and perhaps as many as 60,000 goblins, has descended upon the far northern reaches of Ulshar, beyond the North Watches. Is that really possible?" he asked in disbelief. "It is not even a tithe of his forces, your grace," I assured him. "The dead god and his folk have been preparing for this for a century. Breeding programs, secret strongholds, hidden storehouses. They have plotted and planned for this day. 30,000 would be sufficient to overwhelm any local resistance handily. 60,000? Well, they would give any duchy a fight. What they are doing so far north I could not tell your grace, but it won't be good. And they really do have 10,000 goblins attacking... What was the name of it? The town of Tudri? He asked, squinting at the dispatch before him in the gloom. The place was filled with candles and lamps, lit at dusk to keep the council going. Despite that, the dark stone of the castle walls seemed to drink in the light. I decided to help, and waved my hand casually toward the smoky chandelier that hung over the table. Suddenly every candle was thrice as bright, and the room was as light as in full sun. Just fed a little more oxygen to them, but it got noticed. "Impressive," Master Duncelin said admiringly. "You did that with the Irianite?" I nodded. "Just increased the rate of combustion for a short time, Master. Every spell is easier with this much power. Things I used to prepare for days to cast now take a glance or a gesture." "Intriguing," he said in a tone of voice that was tinged with jealousy. I couldn't blame him, of course. He'd spent a lifetime perfecting his craft without the boundless rush of power that witchstones provided. I would have been jealous too. "The army column the dead god has unleashed appears to be entirely made up of infantry. Light infantry, too. No better than your standard armed tribe," the Lord Marshal said, looking up from another dispatch. 10,000 infantry attack Tudri and no cavalry." "The Gavani have never employed cavalry," the Prime Minister pointed out in an old and scratchy voice. "Not in the oldest of records." "Nor did they ever use siege equipment," the Duchess added. "Yet they had it aplenty at Burville Castle, if the spellmonger is to be believed." I couldn't tell from her tone whether or not she did believe me or not, but it looked like she was giving me the benefit of the doubt. "They seem to have learned a great deal from us in the last century. Surely cavalry will be right around the corner." "That's the least of our problems, Your Grace," I admitted. "The column attacking Tudri, and the similar one moving south, and the large one in the north, all are likely no more than a way to test our defences, an elaborate and deadly probe, a screen to keep us from attacking Beauval Vale directly. Right now, the dead god is still becoming accustomed to his new realm, and he probably fears being challenged there before he is ready to defend it." "It's more than that," Prime Minister Kindine said in a croaking old voice. "Reports from Alshar say that the goblins are investing castles throughout the land, raising villages and sending a large number of prisoners back behind their lines." "Prisoners?" the Duchess asked. "Slaves?" "Fodder," spat Count Salgo. "They feed on human flesh, it is said." "Actually, they are probably sacrificial victims," I offered, while Lady Pentandra and I utilized one method of opening the Molopar to our influence. The dead god favors sacrifice. Human sacrifice. Of course, what's done with their corpses after they are dead... "Gods above!" Lady Arnott said in horror. "And what about this shadow the dispatches speak of?" the court wizard insisted, worriedly tapping a parchment in front of him. "One of my agents reports that an evil shadow lies across much of the west now, keeping the region bathed in perpetual gloom." "It's the dead god's doing, most likely. The Gavani are nocturnal," I suggested. That would allow them to keep working and fighting without being overly discomforted by the sun. And it probably delineates just where the dead god's power extends to as well. Try scrying beyond that line, Master, and I'd wager you'd find nothing. I know in Beauval he placed the entire valley within such a bubble. Not even in the overworld could we easily get at. "That would make sense, if he is indeed that powerful." Duncelin nodded. He didn't seem placated by the response, of course, and looked far more worried now. Good. At least he was starting to appreciate the magnitude of the problem. "So, can we not raise an army and attack him?" Lord Angriel squeaked. "My Lord Duke is already assembling a mighty host." "Your Lord Duke has his household guards and the few fiefs closest to his castle, and all the scared peasants he can bully into standing and fighting," Salgo sneered. "If he can pull together 10,000 real fighting men, I'll be amazed." "All the more reason for Custard to ride to his aid," insisted Angriel. "Enough, please," Rad said, holding up his hand. "We are still discovering the nature and scope of the threat. Quick action is like to be foolhardy. I beg your grace not to study overmuch," I said seriously. Every day you allow the hordes to go unchallenged is a day the dead god has to strengthen his forces. The goblins in that vanguard are mostly tribal warriors, brutes with clubs and knives. They will sap much of our strength if we meet them head-on. Even a disciplined charge of all the heavy cavalry in Castal would result in our forces being decimated. I believe that is the dead god's plan. Drain our resources on the rustic goblins while he keeps his hardier troops in reserve. That mob of club-wielding furballs might not be his first line, but they are plenty enough to blunt any attack we might mount, Salgo admitted with a sigh. I interviewed a rider from Gans myself. They destroyed 2 keeps in 2 days and captured or killed every human in sight, and they're doing it with their numbers, more than enough to wrest the better part of Alshar from the Duke's grasp. And they won't be the last band to attack. They're just the first, I added.
So we should merely wait for them to be at our frontiers before we act?
Lady Arnett said scornfully. No, Rod decided, but neither will we waste our forces on their rabble. How long until the Grand Army can be convened? He asked Salgo. At least 2 months, the general said, after a moment's thought, and I fear that they would be too late. If the filthy animals keep advancing at their present rate, they could be in the Alshari Riverlands within a moon. And once they go from broken country to the plains, they'll be in our western reaches a month after that.
Well, we can't have that,
Lady Arnett chided. The refugees alone would be a nightmare. We'll have to hold them beyond the Riverlands. With what, my lady? Salgo asked snidely. If you know where I can get an army of a size to knock them back, I would dearly like to know. What of their supply lines? Asked the Prime Minister. Surely they are advancing to their limits even now. That should slow them. The old man thought in terms of resources, not forces, I realized. You're thinking in terms of a conventional human army, I reminded them. The Gavani aren't human. They don't have horses to care for, and they move at night. They'll be able to live off the land for some time, I answered, before anyone else did. Alshar is fat with cattle and swine. They'll be able to go far on the herds, well into the Riverlands. And then there are always the people to snack on.
What of the northern Alshari nobles?
Asked Dunselin.
The North Watch. Surely they have taken to arms?
The North Watch was a string of small but stout castles that a previous Duke of Alshar had built in an effort to protect the rest of his realm against incursions from the Crinrock and other nomadic human tribes beyond the northern steppes. Specially appointed by the Alshari Duke, they were supposed to defend the northern line with their lives. Those who have not fallen already are retreating into their castles with what they can, hoping to ride out the storm, Rad said tiredly. The goblins are investing a few of them, but mostly they are being watched, and most of the host merely passes by. I doubt many will want to tempt the goblins into besieging them. They won't need to, I pointed out, unless they are relieved. All the Gavani need to do is watch them. When the time comes, they can starve them out or lay siege at their leisure, for sacrifice and slavery.
So what kind of forces can we send immediately?
A man I didn't know asked.
Mercenaries abound, it seems. Couldn't a few thousand be sent to blunt their strength, while we prepare a more adequate response? Impress some peasants, Your Grace. Clean out your dungeons and jails.
Lord Maron, while mercenaries are all too willing to pocket your coin, they prefer to do so when they have a decent chance to live to spend it. No mercenary captain is going to hire out his troops for an ill-conceived suicide mission without proper supply train or chance for victory. And peasant troops need to be trained. Even militiamen need equipage. Sending them forth with any less would be an invitation to failure, the Duke said quietly. I could tell he didn't like Lord Maron. I found out later that Maron led a small but vocal loyal opposition to his Grace, and that he had strong ties to the eastern duchies. No, the Duke continued, stroking his beard, we cannot stop this blow with spear fodder. Their numbers are too large. If we cannot match their number, then we must use a sharper instrument than they. He glanced up at me. And then there is the issue of their witchstones.
Yes,
Dunselin murmured. Master Minalan has one. He acquired several, and they are now in the hands of competent war magi. That would put a very sharp point on our spear, I should think. How many? Less than 30? Salgo scoffed.
Against 30,000 goblins, and Tidra alone knows how many shamans. I thought you said mercenaries don't accept suicide missions. They wouldn't be alone, the Duke said darkly. I think we could put together a force, maybe 20, 30,000, quickly enough to use them to strike with the War Magi. Not to defeat the goblin horde, but to slow them down, make them cautious. Ideally, break them up into smaller groups, where their numerical superiority is less telling. 30,000? Salgo asked with a wry laugh. I can find 3,000 mercenaries, ready to ride at once. We've 1,000 in the garrison. We can raise 3, maybe 4,000 by market day. Another 5,000 peasant levies in a week. We could augment with more mercenaries from the south, but, he said doubtfully, I just don't know where you expect to get them, and not before a month's time easily. If we gathered that many before the equinox, it would be a gift from the gods. That's what I have a Lord Marshal for, the Duke said, a hint of menace in his voice. Find them. These 3,000, hire them to scout the way for our forces and probe the enemy. I want at least 10,000 troops assembled before new moon, another 10 to follow, and more as fast as you can get them. His tone was impressive, positively kingly. There was no room for argument. My liege, I will do my best, Salgo said, bowing from the waist. He sounded grimly determined, but uncertain he could accomplish the task. I couldn't blame him. My own experience with hiring mercenaries had been interesting. Only 3,000, squeaked Lord Angriel, the Alshari ambassador. And who shall lead them? Asked with interest. Lord Marshal Salga, surely someone who is more familiar with the Alshari Wilderlands lords. Why, I can think of 12 lords with the lineage and rank to take such a commission off the top of my head, Count Kindine assured the council. Surely we can appoint a special marshal. With all due respect, my good Kindine, Master Duncelin wheezed, the commander should be someone familiar with the magical aspects of warfare. A mere high noble, of whatever lineage or rank, is not going to be able to defeat a foe with that much pure eldritch power with steel alone. I think the spellmonger should be the commander, he said, much to my surprise. Maybe he thought he was throwing me a bone, or just pushing to advance our profession, or wanted to see me dead in battle. That's the problem with magi. Sometimes we're just too damn subtle. The spellmonger? Salgo asked, his voice dripping with derision. He's a commoner, not even from the petty nobility. His father is a baker. A baker, he said, as if the idea of a baker's son leading men in battle was scandalous. If I want magical biscuits, he'll be the first I call for. But if I want a valiant leader of men in war, if nothing else, the nobility will not follow the orders of a commoner. They will follow the orders of their lawful commanders, or I'll have their heads, Duke Rard said decisively. Under the circumstances, Lady Arnett said in her ancient, creaky voice, I think that expediency demands we dispense with the issue of nobility in favour of competence. Surely the gods will forgive the necessity, and the nobility couldn't possibly be more prideful than the gods in the crisis we face. Master Spellmonger, you were in the Frisian campaign, were you not, young man? I felt like I was being addressed by an elderly aunt, and I felt 7 years old. Yes, my lady, I said, nodding. She nodded once in return. I thought I remembered hearing that. So you've seen battle? Far too much of it, my lady, I agreed. I was part of the assault on the palace of the Mad Mage. I was a Selwand for almost 2 years, and of course I survived the siege of Beauval Castle. I've seen battle. I've led men, I conceded. So you have a blooded war mage, right here, she continued, rolling her eyes at Salgo. One who has met the foe and understands what we face. Pile him with titles if it makes you feel better, Salgo, but he seems to be our best option. When there are hundreds of thousands of goblins afoot, honour be damned. If he was paired with a proven competent commander, Salgo said slowly and grudgingly, perhaps the spellmonger might be useful as one of the officers in charge of his magical corps, but in command of the whole force? Unlikely. I just love being talked about like I'm not there,
not even by my name. It was interesting and frustrating. The moment they knew I didn't have a title and arose from common birth, I got branded with my profession and ignored personally. After nearly 4 hours of testimony, in my best court etiquette, I felt I deserved a little more respect than that. Apparently I was not the only one. "That's assuming that the War Magi will take the commission," the Duchess pointed out. "We have not even asked them yet. They look to you, do they not, Master Spellmonger?" "Master?" That was at least an improvement. "Yes, Your Grace," I answered with a bow. "They elected me their leader. We have an order, of sorts, even. An incipient order, anyway. But they've given me leadership and understand what needs to be done. I am empowered to negotiate on behalf of the order." "Negotiate?" asked the Lord, standing on the periphery of the room. "If the Duke has need, you'll take the commission and they'll fight as ordered. Baker's sons do not negotiate with their betters." That pissed me off. I didn't know the gentleman by name, but the scorn he voiced had been underlying every word from every lip but mine. And the Duchess, I recalled, and that made me angry. Suddenly I was really tired of standing. My knees hurt, and the new boots hurt my feet, and I had been kept waiting for days and hours, and I was done being the respectful peasant, cap in hand. I had earned more respect than that, even if these idiots didn't realize it. I abruptly grabbed a chair from the wall and pushed it to the table, moving aside a clerk with a gentle but firm magical push, which caused him to squeak and his parchments to be scattered. I sat down, throwing my cloak back for dramatic effect. I had left Slasher, my mage blade, back in the cell they'd put me in, but I had my dagger and my most ornate war wand. The guards stirred, but when it was clear I wasn't threatening anyone, they relaxed. I leaned back in my chair and casually looked at every face at the table, one at a time, before I began. "You're right," I said directly to the haughty noble who'd challenged me. "Baker's sons don't negotiate with their betters. War Magi with witchstones, however, do, and you damn well better listen if you want to still have your precious titles and lands this time next year." "All right, folks," I said in a deceptively friendly voice. "You want my War Magi? I can get them for you, but not as mere mercenaries. Maybe most War Magi would do it that way, but I'm not just a war mage either. I'm a spellmonger, as you all have taken great pains to point out to me, and I'm used to haggling with farmers over the cost of a wart removal in terms of chickens. You folks seem at least as smart as a warty peasant, so I think we can manage to work out a deal here. So, let's begin the bargaining." Chapter 3. The Battle of the Lantern. Barony of Greenhill, late summer. You'd think we'd be triumphant after our victory at Grimley Wood. Though it was hardly the sort of thing troubadours sing about, we won. There were 300 or so goblin heads on sharpened spikes lining the Great Western Road, near a great smouldering pyre. That was as much to improve the morale of the endless stream of refugees fleeing east as it was to scare off other Gavani. But as the long column of men, horses, and wagons crept westward 2 days after the Battle of Grimley Wood, there was an air of resignation among the men. We'd slain almost 1,000 of the invaders, and allowed the few peasants left in Grimley Wood to gather stores from those abandoned by their fleeing fellows. But from the face of every passing refugee, we all knew we had barely scratched the surface. In fact, I couldn't really see how it would affect the rest of the dead gods' nearly infinite army much at all. Maybe that's why we weren't feeling triumphant, because we knew just how little we had really accomplished. Or maybe we felt bad about the undisguised slaughter. I know that more men than usual had appeared at War Brother Cordell's dawn services, asking the war gods pardon. Acting under advice from bold Ascus, captain of the Orphans' Band, we had left the dinky castle at Grimley Wood well provisioned behind us, once the baggage train caught up to the rest of the army. That was wisely done, in case we encountered more goblins than we could handle and needed to retreat. Ascus had an obsession about not having a route to retreat along, and the man had been in more campaigns than I had seen summers, so I was more than willing to listen to him. You have to trust an old soldier's experience in these things. There's a reason they're old soldiers. Lord Geston of Grimley wasn't thrilled about that prospect, But then again, Lord Grimley wasn't particularly thrilled about anything I'd noted during our discussions. He barely acknowledged Duke Lenguin's commission, even when I waved it under his nose. I don't think he could read anyway, and while he was clearly grateful that a couple of thousand troops had wandered by and eliminated the band of goblins infesting his lands, he still complained about the amount of his fodder and food my men were eating. I assured him that His Grace would no doubt reimburse him come the Yule Court, and I wrote him out a receipt for what we had taken. Bold Ascus and his men were helpful for that too, by helping to throw a makeshift roof on the single granary that had been spared to protect it from the weather. I had no idea if Lenguin would entertain such a reimbursement or not. Lord Geston believed it. That's all that really mattered. But when the last of the furry, headless bodies had been piled into pyres and burned, Lord Geston of Grimley and about a dozen of his men-at-arms rode out to see us off. He even formally thanked us, pouring my captains and me a stirrup-cup libation to Huin in gratitude. I'd like to say he was sincerely gracious, but that would be exaggerating. I didn't mind, much. He was just a simple country knight who had gotten in the way, and he was still reeling from the crisis. His village was half-burned. The few of his people who had escaped and not run for their lives were cowering behind his walls, their crops trampled in the fields. It was easy to lash out at the nearest thing to a responsible party he had seen. I didn't blame him. I felt like lashing out at a few dukes myself. But we had a job to do, and after our dawn libation we set forth to the next barony. My pre-dawn scrying had shown the way clear down the path to the rough dirt track. I couldn't bring myself to call it a road, toward the barony of Green Hill. Clear of Gavani, at least. There were plenty of pack-loaded peasants running to the east from that direction, but there didn't seem to be any more goblins lurking around. There was always the possibility that the shamans were hiding their numbers from scrying. That's what I was doing. But I didn't give them that much credit. At the time. Green Hill was 20 miles away, a march of 2 days' time in this hilly country, 3 if we didn't hurry. Green Hill was where we were supposed to meet up with more mercenary cavalry and all of the men-at-arms that Baron Magonus of Green Hill could muster by then. What was more important, 2 more war magi would be joining us in Green Hill, scouts I'd sent in advance of our arrival. I was eager to hear their reports. I was fortunate enough to have Cadell of Wenshire, captain of the Hell Riders, as my march officer. Cadell was a wily old veteran of a dozen feudal wars, though he had been under contract in Ramir during the Farisi campaign. You wouldn't know it to look at him. Tow-headed, his wide, clean-shaven face seemed to be pink most of the time. Under his helmet he looked more like a baker than my father did, but he knew his business about organizing and maintaining a march through compromised territory. He was the son of a landless knight who had squired for a time with Baron Salker during his dispute with a neighbouring viscount, but was discharged from service after being accused of stealing from a hostage. It was later proven untrue, but he'd grown tired of life as a vassal by then, and he'd formed the Hell Riders to make his living as a sellsword. And he was a professional. He enforced constant cavalry patrols of our van and our flanks, had his outriders keep our wagons and pack animals from straggling, and ensured we had a credible rearguard, all without stepping on the toes of the other commanders. And he was a good riding companion, too. He spent most of that morning at my knee, trading war stories and discussing strategy in between hearing reports from returning patrols. Once he'd gotten over my common birth and my profession, he had grudgingly accepted me as commander. After Grimley Wood, he was almost friendly. "It's too pretty a day to ride in armour," he muttered, brushing sweat from his brow under his helmet with a cloth. "And too hot," he added. I couldn't disagree. The sun was beating down on our heavy hides from a cloudless sky. "I wouldn't mind a bit of rain. It would keep the dust down a bit, don't you think?" he asked expectantly. I chuckled. "I'll conjure a breeze if I must, Cadell. But toying with the weather enough to produce rain would also produce goblins. That kind of elemental work would be as good as a sign over my head saying, 'Minalan is right over here.' As it is, I'm seeking to conceal our movements as much as I can." "Then that great bloody dust plume probably isn't helping our cause," he pointed out, gesturing behind his shoulder with a thumb. I couldn't argue with that, either. You don't move 3,000 men and horses across a dirt path without kicking up a lot of dust. It hung in the sky, like a big arrow. I sighed. "All right, no rain, but I can manage a stiff wind, enough to dissipate the dust. Will that make you happy? Seems a pity to have a spellmonger along with us and not use him, he grumbled. From all the talk, you're supposed to be a one-man magical corps. You're a cavalry officer, I observed. You know how to charge, don't you, Captain Cadell? Yes, I believe I do, he said proudly. Is a cavalry charge the only thing you can do? Or even the best thing to do in any given situation? Say, if the enemy had pikes and caltrops and pits. You know how to charge, but do you charge them? Of course not, he agreed patiently. I see what you're saying. I believe, Marshal Minalan, there are more ways to conduct magical warfare than by shooting mystical fire out your arse. Essentially, I said, having to pause to make sure I properly understood his analogy. The fact is, a cooling breeze might be an excellent way to keep you and I, the horses and the whole column, cool under this hot sun. But the same breeze that cools you carries your scent, and I've taken enough pains to keep our movements quiet that it would be a shame to waste them because some goblin scout got wind of your dinner from last night. All right, then, he said, a little discouraged. Since I ate beans and pork, I'll agree that I might give away our position. And you say the way is clear ahead, all the way to Greenhill? As far as I can tell, I said grudgingly. But there are plenty of things I don't know about the shaman's capabilities. Don't ever take war magic as an excuse not to send out a patrol or scout ahead. The ancient Imperial army depended on war magic for that sort of thing, and look where it got them. I take your point, he said. Then what are you good for? My turn to chuckle. I'm good at keeping goblins from scrying us out. Our water and food are vermin-free. None of the men or horses have taken ill. There are no fleas, mites, or bedbugs in camp. The different units are all getting along without fighting or arguing. We haven't had a single deserter or act of cowardice, save for that nasty rape issue, and from what I understand, the man had a history. Other than that, not even a row over a camp whore. No snipers raid our camp at night as we sleep. No broken axles on the wagons. The quartermaster seems almost honest. The cook is competent and sober, and our provisions are sound and plentiful. We've triumphed at our first engagement with the enemy, lost only 4 men out of 3,000, and we're nearly at our rendezvous with our reinforcements. And? Cadell asked, shrugging in his armour. I wanted to explode. Hewin's hairy sack, Cadell. Look me in the eye and tell me you've ever been in a moving column 3 weeks in the field that had this few problems, I demanded. He considered. Well, it weren't all magic, Spellmonger. Hellriders, Orphan's Band, and them Red Feathers are all good solid men, and the Warbirds are as stout a free company as gold can hire. I looked at him cagily. And do you believe you were all chosen by accident? Count Salgo and I went over the complement of the force very carefully before we set out. So wisdom is the realm of the wizard, Cadell, and wisdom dictated that I'd have a lot fewer problems with good mercenaries who knew their business than a bunch of part-time knights and petty nobles eager to prove their valour for this mission. You couldn't have managed them, Spellmonger? He asked sceptically. You have our lines well in hand. I could have managed them, I agreed, but I'll get a hell of a lot more done with you. And instead of wasting my time and spells with soothing charms and delicate negotiations between my own men, I can use it for our business here. Half of being a good war mage is knowing how to not have to use magic. He seemed to accept that, and then rode to the head of the column to inspect a rough patch in the road that might impair our wagons. Maybe he believed me. Maybe he just thought I was being stingy with the spells. But I decided I didn't care what he thought. It would be enough if he did as he was commanded. While we marched cautiously but briskly northeast over the connected cowpaths that made up a road in the Welderlands, we found ourselves pushing our way through even thicker scattered bands of frightened peasants coming the other way. Most had the sense to get out of our way before the vanguard had to say anything to them. A few even cheered. Apparently, we were the first real organized response to the goblins that they'd seen in weeks. But mostly they just kept slogging along, head down, eyes on the road, one unshod foot in front of the other with no real idea of where they were going, or where their next meal might come from. Whole families, sometimes. There were dozens of small children moving with the lines, and not all of them had parents nearby. I tried to look past them as victims in need of comfort and consolidation. That's not why we were here, and tried to be objective about what I was seeing, so that I might report it back to Wilderhall. About 1 in 5 refugees had packs on their back. About 1 in 10 had a mule or donkey or horse or grusha beast loaded with their meagre wealth. About 1 in 100 had managed to load a full wagon before fleeing. A few had arms, butchering knives, hammers, pitchforks, spears, peasants' weapons, and axes, the choice of most of the Al-Shari smallholders. Most of the Al-Shari wilderlands were still heavily forested, and most peasants spent their autumns timbering. The Al-Shari peasants knew how to swing an axe, and by the bloodied state of some I saw, they weren't afraid to do so. But they all had that stunned, tired, shocked expression on their face that you get when your entire life is torn away from you, and your future is uncertain. Eventually it turns either into a grim determination or a complete abandonment of rational thought, the animal urge to survive, the only thing propelling you forward. I pitied them, those poor refugees, but they had gotten away. They were in front of the worst of the invasion, not behind it. I was asked a dozen times along the road to Green Hill where the Duke's army was, and how far it was to the next village, or begged for food. The most I could do was offer encouragement, that the duchy would have food and shelter for them when they crossed the big river. I wasn't sure that was true, but I said it often enough and confidently enough until the words started spreading down the line. Hope will keep you going sometimes when grim determination runs out. We marched in column from dawn to dusk, and lightly encamped on a low hill in the middle of a pasture. No tents. The men slept on the ground in their cloaks, their saddles and weapons ready to go at a moment's notice. Our night patrols skirmished with a few Gavani. I had had the foresight to use a dark vision spell to allow them to see as well as the goblins, another validation of war magic for Cadell, but there wasn't a serious attack on us. By dawn we were already in the saddle, eating cold rations and moving at a more brisk pace as the road took us up the long slope to Green Hill. As our column broke through the tree line into the village proper, I could see why they named it Green Hill. The old grey stone castle stood at the summit of a gently rising green hill, towering 100 feet over the wooded vales around it. It was pretty in the distance, and even a bit majestic as we rode to the edge of the village. I was grateful to see the pennant of the Baron of Green Hill flying from its watch spire. I was even more grateful to be greeted by a heavily armed 10-man picket on the road. Green Hill, at least, was still defended. The castle itself was a double tower affair, with 2 baileys in concentric circles around 2 large square keeps, and small towers dotting the inner wall every 70 feet. It was ideal for keeping your warlike neighbours from conducting a cavalry raid on you in the middle of the night, or discouraging a peasant uprising. Less effective for stopping the Gavani legions, perhaps, but it was a big castle, and the Baron of Green Hill, Iron Magonus, had many men under his command and was a fighter of some repute. I got the history from one of the Hell Riders who'd grown up in the area as we were riding through the village. One of Baron Magonus's grandsires, Astrus, a poor country knight who distinguished himself at one of the frontier skirmishes with Castal, had been an aide of the 5th Duke of Alshar. At the time, most of northern Alshar was mere wilderness. Astrus got the fief as a reward, but precious little else. He was instructed to improve his lands or give them back within a year's time. As poor as the fief was at the time, Baron Astrus was an industrious noble. He settled his comrades as knights and yeomen, built a rickety wooden fortress, and then even used his destrier to help clear and plant the land for the few peasants he could lure to the site. At the end of the year, his overlord was impressed at the prosperous little village and extended his rule over the surrounding parcels. Eventually, his son built the first real castle on the hill, and was invested the Baron of Green Hill soon after. And instead of naming the barony Astrus, which would have been a much better name, Astrus called it after the green hill he planned to build his castle on. His arms were, you guessed it, a green hill under a blue sky with a stylized tower on top. Not very imaginative, these Alshari nobles. The present Baron of Green Hill was a veteran of the Farisi campaign, one of the lucky ones who got to go by boat, like gentlemen. Alas, he arrived too late for any real choice loot, and even missed most of the battles, so he returned to his home with his warlike spirit unfulfilled. None of his neighbours would even give him battle, persisting in being reasonable vassals. So he'd been spending the last few years flirting with war with his southern neighbour and looking for an opportunity to distinguish himself. But apart from the occasional tournament or border skirmish, all had been quiet. Not even a dynastic feud had broken out. Until now. Now the frontiers of Green Hill had been invaded. Goblin scouts had been sighted on the outskirts of the barony, and chased away by the Green Hill Knights. But there were larger bands skulking around the shadows and making raids on isolated farmsteads. Peasants and tradespeople on the road had been attacked by small troops of 10 or 20. Most were killed on the spot, their bodies looted and thrown to the side of the road. But some were tortured or mutilated, and some just disappeared. Baron Magonis hadn't been idle in the face of all of this. Word of the failures of the nobles in the far west had spread quickly, and he had acted. He had been stowing away supplies, calling his peasantry inside the safety of the Outer Bailey, and was frantically raising his banners and summoning his vassals to defend Green Hill. Just what any responsible lord would do in defence of his lands. And the 80 goblin heads, strung together like grisly beads and hung over the gatehouse at the edge of the village, demonstrated that the swords of his knights and men-at-arms had not been idle either. I took a force of 20 Hell Riders and rode ahead of our main force, so that I could arrange for their quarters when they arrived. I also took Redshaft, because I'd come to respect the man's eye, and I was growing tired of Cadell's company in the saddle. I also took Lady Easley, summoning her by stone from the rear of the column to ride to the front with me. She galloped up on her bay mare just moments later, eager to escape the gossip and mindless chatter she'd been forced to endure from the other women in the column. Whores, cooks, war wives and seamstresses, some all of them together. Easley was a lady of a noble house, used to refinement and culture from the ancient land of Wenshar, and she was also a highly trained mage, in addition to her other talents. The least I could do was rescue her from banality. "Ride with me," I commanded her, and she nodded and fell in behind Redshaft, just like that. Pentandra would have argued with me the whole time, and ended up doing whatever the hell she wanted. I was starting to appreciate the benefits of Easley, not the least because she was eager to learn and prove her value to me in the field. "You are a shadow mage. I might need you to do reconnaissance in the future. Look at the castle and tell me what you see. How would you report it to me if I asked?" I didn't feel bad testing her. Easley had only had her stone for a few weeks, and was still learning its power. But what I was testing had nothing to do with how much magic she could sling. It had to do with her abilities to observe and interpret. "I see 2,000 peasants living in huts and tents in the outer yard, their cows and sheep and goats crowded into the far end, while they huddle near the gate. Beyond them, over 1,000 men of war are encamped inside the Outer Bailey, mostly horse, probably mercenaries, waiting for us to arrive. The castle towers and gates are well staffed, and there is ample provision within, if not ample feed for this many horses. There is yet little sickness within the Outer Bailey." "The castellan knows his craft," I nodded. "Continue. Within the Inner Bailey are another 1,000 men, 2/3 infantry, 1/3 horse. The barons, household and attendant knights from their banners, and it looks like perhaps as many as 500 archers, mercenaries, and another 500 mercenary infantry, and their families," she added. "How long could this many, not including our own force, just this many people, how long could this castle survive a siege?" She chewed her lip as she surveyed the grounds, no doubt using mage sight and other spells to investigate. "In my opinion, master, not more than 3 months. Perhaps 4 if enough fell in battle or to fever to feed the rest. No more than that." "And what would be the easiest way for an enemy to win a siege? What strategy would you use to win the keep, besides starving them out?" She looked around again. "Take the outer gate by stealth and guile," she said hesitantly. "Corrupt the guards or kill them silently, and then open the gate. The Inner Bailey would be quickly closed to you, it is true, but if the troops in the Outer Bailey were slaughtered, those within would not last 3 weeks before a breach could be forced. If that." "I'd say 4 to 5, but that's close," I admitted. "Pretty good for someone who isn't a war mage or been to battle." "I've been to the Wenshari Spring Ball. It is not dissimilar. You are gracious, master," she said, nodding deferentially. "I am not. But you were wrong about something else, too. Goblins are unlikely to try to bribe guards, and the guards are even more unlikely to look the other way while their fellows are slaughtered." "You asked what I would do, master, not the goblins," she pointed out, a little defensively. "So I did," I sighed as I showed my pass to the guard at the gatehouse into the Inner Bailey. I didn't even have to show him my warrant. He told us where the Baron could be found and offered to take our mounts. I had my Hell Riders stay there, mounted, and proceeded on foot with Redshaft and Easley.
"I like their taste in decoration,"
Redshaft murmured, nodding toward the portcullis gateway into the Inner Bailey as we crossed under it. There were a few dozen more Gavani heads on spikes there, which cheered me, and the fighting men looked well-trained and well-fed, which was a welcome change to the usual peasant levies who volunteered for army service merely for the chance at food. I was passing over the drawbridge between the outer and inner bailies when someone in a cowled cloak snickered.
"Say, ain't that the big scary spellmonger the Duke sent to save us?"
quipped one in a thick country accent.
"He don't look like much," another voice spat derisively. "Needs muscles, you ask me."
I turned to see who was judging me so harshly, and saw Kermor and Mavone, two of my comrade war magi who had escaped from Beauval Castle with me. They were part of a trio. I had Asterol probing the southern roads, from wealthy Gilmora, in southwestern Castal, and after 3 weeks of dust and marching with a bunch of grunts, they were a welcome sight, especially considering just where I had sent them to scout. I howled and swept them both into a big bear hug. I was so thrilled at seeing them alive, and there to help me, that I forgot all about their teasing. "So what have you two been doing while I was off arguing with the Duke?" I asked, as I walked toward the donjon with them, leading my horse.
"Harassing the foe, mostly," admitted Kermor,
the tallest of the 3 Gilmorans. Contrary to popular belief, though they looked similar, the Gilmorans weren't brothers. Only he and Asterol were related, distant cousins. They just liked to work together and shared similar tastes. I'd given each of them a stone at Beauval, and they were 3 of my best war magi.
"We hunt them by day using magic. When we find a big lot, we notify the local lordlings. They love beating up goblins. It makes them feel manly and superior."
"Of course, we miss a band every now and then," admitted Mavone, shaking his shaggy head. "We left a band of 30 alone, because we were on the trail of a much larger one. But those 30 sacked the village of Nandine about 70 miles north of here, and killed every human inside. Over 50 people. Or at least I hope they're dead. There weren't any bodies." "So where is the front line?" I asked. Last time I heard, there were some heavy forces moving east and south from Farrenrose.
"You're about 2 weeks behind,"
nodded Kermor sadly.
"Farrenrose fell. The survivors retreated south to Tudry, and some went directly to Verone. The main goblin host, it's not organized enough to call an army, is moving on Tudry to join the thousands already near that town."
That was grave news. Farrenrose was a well-built, stoutly defended baronial castle northwest of Green Hill. One of the North Watch fortresses, the line of castles subsidized by the duchy to keep the tribesmen of the north at bay. I'd done some work for Baron Raskeen of Farrenrose a few years ago, and I liked the look of his fief. It would have been much more defensible than Green Hill's older castle. "Damn it," I sighed angrily. "That's when I was going to make our stand." "Our stand?" Mavone asked, raising an eyebrow. "Didn't we make a last stand together already?" "Beauval doesn't count," I complained. "That was just practice. So if Farrenrose fell, what's the next strongest castle in the Elshari Wilderlands?" "That's still reachable?" Mavone asked. "That would be Autumnley, castle of Count Jendon of Autumnley, another warden of the north. You know him?" "Actually, I do," Mavone admitted. "I worked for him 3 years ago. Just got back from the war, and he needed his walls shored up. Then he didn't want to pay, and I had to threaten to give his daughter some nasty pox before he settled. After I got his respect, we got along fine." Non-payment was a big issue with most war magi, of course. After asking you to bend reality to suit their purpose, plenty of country knights or wily barons would try to claim that the work was unnecessary, and tried not to pay you. But if you aren't going to pay your bills, keeping your war magi in arrearage is generally a bad idea. We aren't very forgiving. "How is the keep disposed?" I asked, unfamiliar with Autumnley.
"Big dungeon, 3 walls, smaller gatehouse, a few towers on the wall, bigger than this place by half. Nicer, too," Kermor said, sniffing.
He was always a bit of a snob. Hells, all the Gilmorans were. Gilmora was a rich and fertile land full of regal estates and stately manors, balls and parties, and everyone dressed really well, too, by the way my Gilmorans went about. About 3,000 men-at-arms. Of course, Count Gendon sent almost half of them to Verone when the Duke called the banners, so it's not as well defended as it could be. Any large bands of furries molesting it? I asked. There wasn't as of 5 days ago, replied Mavone, shaking his head. They're keeping just enough of a presence around it to keep the knights inside. I said, thinking about that. That could be just because they don't know how to run a proper siege, I suggested. They seem to overcome that problem at Beauval, Kermor reminded me. Maybe they're just waiting for a proper artillery train from the big head in the sky. That could be, I nodded. Tell me, how many men are menacing Tudri? About 6,000, supplied Mavone. Another 4 on the way. Why? Because they couldn't take the town with that many. Not really. Even twice that many would have a problem. But they are making it hard for the people to forage, which is what makes me think that they have another motive. True, admitted Mavone, who had always been a bit of a specialist when it came to strategy. They could gather their forces and take Tudri in earnest. The fact that they haven't does suggest a larger plan. Let's get inside and go over a map. I nodded. I want to get a better picture of what's going on. Oh, yes. Have either of you contacted Pentandra in the other world? They exchanged glances. No, Captain, Mavone said, guiltily. We assumed that she was your woman. Oh, is she's perfect tits, I moaned. Pentandra is not my woman, nor should you ever be afraid to approach her. She does happen to be call it a steward. My steward for our organization, which will be a magical order, if we all survive to form it. I want both of you to contact her as soon as practical. She has a spell for you. A spell that could help out in the field. If you say so, Captain, Mavone agreed uneasily. Between you and me, she kind of scares me. Oh, stop it, I dismissed. Penny's about the least threatening woman I know outside the bedroom. That's just it, Min, agreed Kermor in a low voice. She doesn't scare me as a warrior. She scares me as a man. We all saw just what she's capable of at Beauval. I guess I could see their perspective. Any woman who can have sex continuously for 6 hours and appeared to enjoy it that much, while 1,000 strangers parade past her naked body, could be a little intimidating. Enough to frighten most mortal men, myself included. Fine. She scares you. Tell it to your priest. She scares me, too, but get that spell. She's found a way for mind-to-mind telepathy to work through our stones. I don't think I need to tell you how important that could be for us in the field. Both of their eyes were open wide at the news, and they wanted details. I told them Pentandra would answer their questions. Right now I needed to meet Baron Magonas and see my men quartered. And just who is this young lady? Mavone asked, when I walked them both back to the horses. Mavone made a proper formal bow and took her hand. Besides the loveliest thing in 20 miles. She's a mage, you twit, Kermor said casually. Aren't you, milady? Easily, she said, introducing herself. Lady Easily of Broen. The lady was a courtesy due her noble birth. As a licensed mage, she had abandoned her title. And she's working with me at the moment, I growled. So put it back in your breeches, won't you? Captain, I'd never be so crude, Mavone assured me in the smoothest of tones. Might I ask just how you are working for our valiant captain? Not working for, working with, I corrected. She's taken the oath. I presented her a stone. She's a war magi, Kermor asked, his brow wrinkled in confusion. Pretty little thing like that? I think I would have heard of her. Shadow mage, I corrected, after glancing at her for permission. She specializes in finding things out, overhearing, seeing things she isn't supposed to see, and learning secrets. Spy magic. How fascinating, Mavone said earnestly. We must get together to exchange perspectives sometime, perhaps this evening in my tent. I have a bottle of... Enough, Mavone. You won't have time for courting or exchanging recipes for a good long while, and Lady Easily isn't interested anyway. "So why did you give her a stone?" Kermor asked, still confused. "Not that I wouldn't be willing to part with one if it would convince her to part."
"What my cousin means, my lady," Mavone said with his accustomed smoothness, "is that due to the current war effort, such things are precious. They should be reserved for competent war magi."
"It's going to take more than war magi to win this war," I countered. "There will be a role for all sorts of magical folk, including enchanted spies."
"Enchanting spies is more apt," Mavone muttered, as he glanced at Isali meaningfully. "Please, sir, don't make me do something rash," Isali said, with mock enthusiasm. "I am newly come into my witchstone and would hate to have my incompetence accidentally grow you a few extra pairs of teats, for example."
"I don't know," Mavone said without hesitation. "Make 'em big enough, and that might be a fun way to pass the time." As Isali rolled her eyes and contemplated homicide, an older man with a yellow cord around his neck, bearing a brass key, came up to me and gave me a perfunctory bow. "Are you the spellmonger, my lord?" he asked.
"Just arrived," I acknowledged. "I do hope these two haven't been causing any problems."
"No, my lord," the harried-looking man said without humour. "They were most helpful in instructing my lord Baron on the disposition of the enemy. No, my lord, I come because the Baron summoned you the moment you set foot in Green Hill. Come with me, please."
My friends and I followed the castellan inside the inner bailey and across the dry clay yard toward the big double keep. Mavone and Kermor filled me in on the details of their scouting missions while we walked, and Mavone actually shut up about how beautiful Isali was enough to tell me not just about the goblin army threatening Tudri, but the other bands in the area and what people were doing about them. By the time I came to the huge wooden door of the eastern keep, I had a much better idea of what our local situation was like, which was depressing because it didn't look positive. Baron Magonus turned out to be a strong, vital-looking man, wearing plain but well-made armour under a surcoat, embroidered with his arms, his curly brown hair and beard spilling out from his chainmail coif like an overfull barrel. I found him in his central hall, standing with a group of his men around an expansive table, holding a full deerskin hide that turned out to be a detailed map of the region. The castellan introduced me to his lord, and hurried away on a dozen other errands. I presented my credentials to Magonus, and informed him I had 3,000 troops with me. I was about to break it to him that I would be taking over the 1,000 mercenary cavalry he'd hired, but before I could, he slapped me on the back and acted like I was the answer to his prayers. "I haven't wanted to risk our defences by going after the raiders," he informed me. He put his mailed finger down decisively on the map, where a wooden block with the face of a goblin hastily painted on it loomed. "This band keeps skirmishing with my yeomen to the north," he complained, showing me on the map where there had been fighting, indicated by little white, smooth pebbles. "I've lost over 20 peasants to them so far, and they stand between me and my northern fiefs. They evade any parties scouting in force, and only go after the peasants, and they've already burned my northernmost village." "They're trying to draw you out," I decided, after studying the situation. "Look, if they can get you up here, what's the name of this fief?" "That's Sir Escut's land, the Honey Hall," supplied the Baron's castellan. "He's an old knight, but a valiant warrior. His keep is but a small stone tower, surrounded by a single wall. He is the most vulnerable of the 4 castles in the barony." "Which is why they're menacing it," I nodded. "See, if you bring your men up here to Honey Hall, in support of Sir Escut, you'll come to face that band of skirmishers who are harassing the villages. But you'll also leave this entire western frontier unguarded. If I was a goblin general, I'd want to get as many of your men out in the open as possible, so I could push through behind them and cross through your lands toward Verone before you could turn your army around and challenge them."
"That would work,"
Baron Magonus agreed reluctantly. "But I can't let the men languish when help is so close at hand." "Then don't," I agreed. "Send a message to him to lead his people to Green Hill."
"And abandon a castle to the beasts?"
the Baron asked, as if I'd suggested throwing his nubile daughter at them.
"The Green Hill does not retreat."
"The Green Hill will be covered with little furry guys in a fortnight if you don't," I countered. "Do not spend your strength idly, my lord. Behind these walls you're well defended.
If your people are out in the open, however, I think you'll find that these few skirmishers up here in Honey Hall are just screening a much larger force, probably hidden in this vicinity to the west," I added, placing my dagger down on the spot I felt was most likely. "Tell me, is this region heavily wooded?" "Aye, that's the Honeywood," agreed the knight, wearing a surcoat with 2 trees in green and white on it. "A richly timbered region. Next to honey, it is all Sir Escut's land produces. It is not easily reached, so the timbering goes slowly, but he sells 10 or 12 wagon loads to my mill a year." "Then that's where they'll be hiding," I suggested. "If you like, we can scry the area, see if we can find them."
"You could use sorcery to see the enemy," asked the Baron suspiciously.
I acted surprised.
"Has your own court mage not done so already?" "Greenhill hasn't had a court mage in my lifetime," the Baron admitted. "At need, we will hire a spellmonger of Verone, but we are not a wealthy barony. If your magics can tell us where they are, then do so," urged the nobleman. "Then we can strike," he added, dramatically pounding a fist into his palm. I could appreciate that. Any court wizard worth a damn was going to cost real money. Any magi who didn't cost that much wasn't going to be much of a court wizard. And while Greenhill was a proud Wilderlands barony, timber and honey was about all anyone really grew up here. If I were shopping for a patron, it wouldn't have appealed to me. "I can." "Kermore," I called out, and was quickly joined by the 2 Gilmorans and Easley. "You came through this area, didn't you?" "More northerly than that," he admitted. "I rode down the stream, here, next to that decrepit old tower with the honeybee sigil."
"That's the one," I nodded. "Any chance you could scry out the woods there? You're most familiar with them."
He shrugged. "No problem. Do you have a quiet room I could use?"
The Baron ordered a squire to quickly find him a spot where he wouldn't be disturbed. I continued to lecture as I studied the map. I moved a few units around and added my own 3,000-man expeditionary force with 2 caltrops for the cavalry, a wooden toy sword for our infantry, and a hastily whittled arrow for our archers. I also removed the small block of goblins that had been sitting in Grimley Wood. Consider, my lord, the strategic situation. The Gavani know that if they have a hope of investing Tudri and eventually conquering Verone, they're going to have to move troops through this region. They can't get down the Great Western Road because it's thick with heavy cavalry in territory that favours them. They can't penetrate further south because of how wide the rivers get south of Verone. So, they're going to have to come at the city from the north, and that means this whole region," I said, waving my hands over the wide swath of territory between Tudri and the border with Castal. "This region is going to have to be penetrated. Right now, the Duke is calling in as many troops as possible to Verone. Greenhill guards his northern flank. If the Gavani can convince you to leave the safety of the castle, and you lose your men in an attack out in the open, or even merely fail to meet their advance in time, then they will have a free corridor from the northwest down to Verone. With Greenhill gone or neutralized, they could play havoc with Duke Lenguin's defences."
"Aye, you speak wisely, War Mage."
The Baron nodded wearily as he followed my reasoning. "I was going to order 500 men to go relieve Sire Escott on the morrow. The harrying has been scant enough that we estimated a warband of 200, perhaps. 500 cavalry should have been sufficient for such a foe, I thought. For a normal raid by the mountain folk, perhaps," I agreed. "But this is no ordinary raid. Send 200 men, all horse, and as many empty wagons as you can spare, but not to attack. Escort Sire Escott and his folk back to Greenhill, and encamp them in the outer bailey with the rest, and have them bring every morsel they can scrounge." He was spared from any other bad news by the abrupt return of Kermore, who looked troubled.
"You were right, Captain," he told me, shaking his head. "They have 2 shamans with them, from what I can tell, and they were trying to hide from scrying."
"How did you get through?" I asked, curious. He just shrugged.
"I'm just that good," he dismissed. "Anyway, there are about 3,000 of the hairy little buggers holed up in that Honeywood area, near as I can tell."
3,000? asked the Baron, looking shocked. "They infest the wood like fleas on a dog." "Which would make your 500 troops outnumbered 6 to 1 in open battle," I pointed out, "even behind the wall of the Honey Hall. If it is a simpler fortification, as you say, your men's skill on horses would be for naught. and if they attacked at night, your men would be almost helpless.
But to abandon the honey hole?
He asked, scandalized.
I will not yield to such filth. It stings my honor,
he said resolutely, pounding his fist defiantly. It was very inspirational, but we didn't need inspiration right now. We needed a plan with half a chance of success. Better a stung honor and a hall temporarily ceded than a dead lord and slaughtered peasants, pointed out easily, diplomatically. There are thousands of goblins in the wilderlands now, hundreds of thousands, perhaps, and hundreds of shamans armed with Irionite. Witchstones, she explained. The Baron looked pale.
What have we done that the gods would curse us so?
He demanded. It isn't the gods, Baron, I corrected. It's one god in particular, the dead god. I told him the tale of who was behind the invasion, and his face turned ashen with his quaff. By the time I'd told the abbreviated version of the fall of Beauval Vale, he looked deathly. So I can appreciate your fervour, Baron, I said quietly, but it's going to be a long war. We won't have the luxury of honour on the battlefield, I'm afraid, and the sooner we can all appreciate that, the sooner we stop wasting our resources on vain glory instead of victory. I studied the map a little more. Mavone, what do you think the chances are that the goblins have scried our position? The other war mage snorted. Near certain, Captain, unless we were blessed with an idiot as a foeman. Oh, your men were covered, I'm sure, but not Green Hill. That's what I figured. So he knows about your men. How many, total? 100 knights? He counted off. 500 squires and sergeants, 400 mounted yeomen, 500 peasant levies, and 500 archers, in addition to the 1,000 mercenary cavalry in the bailey. So, 3,000 men, give or take, I nodded. No sense in mentioning how I would be taking the mercenaries with me just yet. And if you sent 500 off to Honeyhall, as you wished, then you would have had to send at least 1,000 to get them back. Any less, and the goblins would just continue to lure you out, picking your small groups off until you figured it out. By then, your defences would be considerably weakened. However, perhaps we can use that against them. I pointed out something I thought was obvious, and when everyone else was convinced it was obvious, I proposed a plan, and then I asked for everyone there to poke holes in it. When they couldn't, after some adjustment, they agreed that it just might work. Even the Baron pronounced it a fit strategy, though it did mean risking some of his people and abandoning the honey hall. It took maybe 10 minutes of sorting and deciding to flesh out the plan after that, and then as the afternoon sun began to set, I sent out the appropriate messages to the appropriate people to get things started. Baron Magonas insisted that my Gilmoran war magi and Lady Easley take supper with him and his wife and closest advisers, to fill them in on everything that had happened at Wilderhall and since. The rumours were flying fast and furious after what I'd done there, so I did feel a certain responsibility to correct some of the most erroneous notions, such as the rumour I destroyed the Censorate's headquarters with magical lightning. Needless to say, the Elshari noblemen were shocked by the events, but since it meant I was here to save their asses, they were reluctantly supportive. Chapter 4. Wilderhall, Midsummer. The Bargain.
How dare you,
sneered Salgo, who was a master of the sneer.
You come here to talk about how all of our lives are in danger, and you want to bandy about concerning your fee, he asked, scolding. For shame, spellmonger. You should be happy to do your duty to your duke and the duchy. It is a privilege for someone of your station to do so. You should be honoured by even the suggestion, much less an actual appointment. Yet you sit here and press for coin like any common fishwife.
And yet when I set out for Faris, wasn't it the barons who wouldn't march without gold in their purses first? I countered. That wasn't entirely fair. Only 5 barons actually refused to march until they got paid in advance for the service. By tradition, every ducal vassal owes 30 days of armed service to the duchy upon demand. But everyone knew the trip down the rugged Farisi Peninsula was going to take 2 months, minimum, and the barons wouldn't budge until they got paid for at least that second month in advance. It had been a bit of a scandal, and they had delayed our march for a few days, but in the end the duchies had paid. It made me feel a little better that those stubborn barons and their men-at-arms, being stuck at the rear of the column, got to tiptoe through our mud and offal for their intransigence, and the Farisi campaign was famous for its mud and offal.
"It is no crime for a gentleman to secure his rights," Salgo said indignantly.
"Is it any less a crime for a tradesman to secure his fee?" I riposted.
"Enough!"
Kindine bellowed, as Salgo prepared to rise and continue arguing.
"Matters of financing the expedition are certainly up for discussion. Men and horses need to eat. Armourers need to be paid. How much coin will you need?"
"A lot," I conceded. "At least 10,000 ounces of gold, if we're to move quickly. But that's not the issue. I'm not discussing outfitting a mere company of cavalry here. I'm talking about employing the deadliest war magi in 6 generations. Proven warriors, now armed with witchstones and at their mightiest. War magi familiar with the foe and who possess the—"
"It's like the old saying about the young noblewoman who would not consent to keep a knight company until he promised her a diamond necklace," cackled Lady Arnett. "And then the next morning he gives her a silver trinket. We've settled on what you are, Master Spellmonger. There's no need to sell yourself all over again. Now we're haggling about the price of your virtue. How much will it take to buy protection of these vaunted war magi?"
"Respect," I answered simply. "First, the duchy will relax the bans on magic. Not all of them, but those which prohibit a mage from inheriting lands or owning property."
"What?"
Master Duncelin asked, confused.
"But no mage lord has stood in the 5 duchies since the fall of the magocracy."
"Exactly," I said coolly. "For centuries now our profession has been hampered by the bans. Understandably. The wars between mage lords nearly ruined the East before the invasions. Controlling the mage folk made sense when the Easterners were rebelling and plotting revolt every 6 months. But not now," I continued. "Now we're faced with a threat that dwarfs the petty rebellions of the Eastern wizards those rules were made to counter. Now we're faced with an implacable foe that uses magic like you all use the air for breath. My war magi aren't going to be willing to plunge back into battle without an assurance that afterwards they can, and will, be properly rewarded for their efforts."
"Isn't gold reward enough?" Count Kindine asked distastefully. "Every war mage I've met has been happy enough with it."
"These aren't ordinary war magi," I reminded him. "Each one of them now has more power than, well, pretty much anyone. How much gold do you think one could earn with one? How much would a lord pay to make his castle walls impregnable? Not in 6 months, but in 6 hours. How much to keep the wooden supports from rotting? Ever. How much to ensure the wells are deep and pure? No, my lords and ladies, these men are not going to risk their lives and their newfound powers over mere gold. They can get gold. If they had a mind to, they could make more gold using their stones peacefully than this duchy has in the treasury."
"But to relax the bans," Duncelin repeated, "that is unthinkable. Who will hold the misuse of magic accountable? Who will license and regulate magi? Relaxing the bans would be... it would be anarchy."
"It would be different," I agreed, "but far from anarchy. Who holds those war magi accountable?" "I do," I said boldly. "Each one of them who took a stone from my hand swore an oath to me to surrender it when asked, and to pursue those who refused at my direction. So I will take the place of the bans to ensure their accountability. But I somehow doubt the war magi will use their newfound powers to dupe honest peasantry or petty lordlings, Master Duncelin. They're going to be busy, very busy, for the next few lifetimes. Busy fighting your war."
"But no one has held that kind of personal authority over a mage since the magocracy. That smacks of the wiles of the archmage, Spellmonger," Lord Maron said warningly.
I found out later that he had a fair number of brushes with my Eastern-style brethren, and therefore held a low opinion of the arch-magi who had ruled them for centuries.
"The censorate operates at the behest of the kingdom. It's one of the only institutions that survived the shattering of the realm. But not even the censor general takes personal oaths of loyalty from his men. The oaths are to the censorate, not the censor general."
"Correct," I agreed. "But my men swore the oath nonetheless, and I will hold them to it, regardless of whether you can meet our price. I'll not tolerate my men misusing such powerful spells. I've seen firsthand what that can do," I added a little darkly. "Well, that's all very well and good, Master Minalan," Master Duncelin said, his old eyes narrowing. "But who is to keep you accountable?" "That would be me as well," I answered diplomatically, "or my wife, depending on how you look at it. Okay, Alia and I weren't officially married yet, but that caused a few titters around the table. Not much, but I'd take it. I saw even more frowns. The only way you're going to be able to get these men to keep from taking their witchstones and moving east to enjoy a long and comfortable retirement, until the goblins make it that far, is to give them something they don't already have, and with a witchstone, that doesn't leave a lot of territory. So if you promise them lands of their own, held in fief, just as any lord might win in service to the duchy, then you might interest them. Mere gold? They gave me bags of emeralds that they policed from the Gavani corpses, because they had no real value to them. Gold won't work, no matter how much of it you stack up. All of that wasn't entirely true. The fact was that I had to restrain my men from running off and using their new stones to kill as many Gavani as possible, just to play with all the ways they could do it. The fact was, none of them were particularly interested in going east and retiring rich, not until they'd explored the possibilities of the stones. The fact was, not one of them was pressuring me to get the bands relaxed. They had accepted the way things are a long time ago. This was my initiative on their behalf. I had to get them something for what the duchies were going to ask of them, something they didn't even know they wanted yet. When my ancestors slashed apart the magocracy and built the 5 duchies on its ashes, the bands had been designed to forestall the power of the remaining practicing magi in the east by uncoupling their magical power from their temporal power. If you were going to be certified a mage and licensed to practice by the fictitious crown, then you couldn't inherit your ancestral estates, the law said. Simple as that. And you couldn't buy them or marry into them either. That merely meant that the non-magically talented amongst those eastern nobilities were vested with the estates, while the magical side of the family actually brought in an income. The bands didn't make sense anymore, at least not as they had been decreed. We would need every magi in the 5 duchies if we were going to counter this threat. As a class, they weren't going to be eager to help either, considering how poorly our profession had been treated over the years. The Royal Censorate, as an institution, had the authority to do just about anything in its considerable power to enforce the bans, and they were a zealous lot. Because of the fervour they employed in their duties, the Censorate had strongly limited the attractiveness of my trade. It wasn't so bad on me, of course. I didn't have an estate, and while I would probably be able to inherit my father's extensive bakery in my home village on his death, the fact is that he had 4 burly former apprentices, who were now his sons-in-law, who would be better equipped to keep the place running than I. But most of the imperially trained magi were younger sons of minor nobility, who gave up the right to their lands the moment they began their training. That discouraged anyone with a real inheritance, or even ambition, from pursuing the trade, and that had to stop. Likewise, the high standards for certification by the Censorate made it almost impossible for a poor commoner to apprentice or train. Those poor souls who were born with the talent, but not the means to develop it properly, ended up becoming hedge magi, foot wizards, or clandestine spellmongers. You could make an honest living that way, as long as the Censorate didn't find out. That had to stop too. If someone had talent, any talent, it needed to be cultivated and groomed and trained. It didn't matter where they came from, or who their fathers were. What mattered was the talent. So I had decided to throw this on the negotiating table, the complete relaxation of the bans, so that the nobles among us could inherit their lands, and so that peasants could be trained as magi. We'd deal with the Irianite issue afterwards. Between the two, that would allow the ranks of the magi to swell, maybe even enough to make a difference. And once magi became mage lords, well, it was far less likely that they would disappear over the horizon when the dead god inevitably came to their homes. Owning property would keep them honest, or at least greedy enough, to stand and fight when the time came. Or at least that was my plan. But the Royal Censorate stood in the way. Duncelin was right. It was the only pan-duchies remnant from the brief few years when the 5 duchies were one kingdom. The Censor General swore his oath to the Coronet Council as representatives of the king. Theoretically, only he and the Lord Admiral of Nodara were considered beyond the reach of any particular duke. As such, the censorate enjoyed far greater freedom to follow their mission than any other institution in the duchies, and as such, the Grand Censor and his regional representatives were jealous of their traditional prerogatives. They would not be happy about this at all. And that was the rub. They could either meet my demands, or they could fight the Gavani and the dead god without witchstones for a few years and see how far they got.
So releasing the one control we have over you magelings, that's the price for your assistance?
Lord Maron asked.
Within a week, you'd have all 5 coronets and be ruling us all. Out of the question.
That's the first part of my price, I agreed, swallowing and trying not to look like I was nervous. Mage lords would be subject to the same oaths that other vassals to the coronet are. But without that, well, there's no use talking further. We can discuss the rest when you've decided that you can meet the first term.
You want more?
Count Salgo asked, horrified.
What you ask is impossible. You would have Castal be the only duchy
with really powerful magic-wielding vassals who owe service to the Duke, I finished. And how would that be a bad thing for the duchy come the next squabble with one of the others? If Castal relaxes the bans, then Ulshar must as well, Lord Angrial declared.
See, offered Salgo, we give in to this spellmonger, and the next thing you know, all of the duchies have. And then where will we be?
Alive, I pointed out. It's just a question of how much that is worth to you.
And the good behavior of these war magi would be guaranteed by you?
The Duchess asked. Absolutely, I assured her. I've told you of the oaths they swore. I have authority over them.
But could you bring an end to one who rebels?
Asked Master Duncelin. Without power, authority matters not. Agreed. But since my fellow war magi have all agreed to follow me in enforcing my word, then it would take a great many of them to pose a serious threat. I was dramatically understating the problem when Ulrich, an unfortunate 11-year-old apprentice of the other village spellmonger in Boval Vale, went mad with the power of Irianite. It had taken all of my skill and that of my own apprentice to neutralize him. Even more unfortunately, the act had killed Ulrich. But his rebellion was the reason I had insisted on anyone who took a stone from my hand to swear to me, personally. The witchstones were my responsibility. If I gave one to you, it was like an extended loan, and they all knew that.
Suppose that we do agree to this radical departure from our custom, Duke Rard said diplomatically. What else would you demand from us? And what could you deliver for that demand?
A fair point, I agreed. What I can deliver, in the short term, is to lead a force across northern Ulshar and meet the main force of the foe before they get to the Riverlands. Further, we can promise to scout and scry that whole region, and identify the enemy's number, strength, and location. We can organize a local defense, magically shore up strategic castles in the area, and, most importantly, counter the spells of the Gavani shamans. That may not seem like much, I know, but it is. When a war mage scouts territory, he doesn't just spy on the enemy and note the terrain. He collects samples of rocks and trees and such, and uses them to continuously see it through mage sight and other spells. And I mentioned some of the horrors the shamans threw at us at Boval Castle. Consider how long we would have survived if there had been no magical core. Saakusi may have held out as long as a week without magic, and it would have been a long, slow, deadly week.
Promises don't plough the fields, my sire used to say, pointed out Lady Arnett. The duchy doesn't lack from vacant lands. I have hundreds available in my office, and it would be interesting to see what use these magi would make of them. I see no use for the bans. Silly things, really. But I say none of this comes to pass until we see the spellmonger work his magics on our behalf.
It would be hard to undefeat the Gavani in the field if you chose not to honor the bargain, I pointed out. My sire always said, the flour is loaded before coin is spent. How are we to ensure that you will indeed relax the bans if we're successful?
Is the word of the Duke not enough? The Prime Minister sniffed. Would you have him swear on the crown shard?
Perhaps, I shrugged. I will speak to my men about it. But consider this. Should we indeed be victorious, and you tried to renege on the agreement, well, As much hold as I have over these war magi, I don't think I could stop them from voicing their displeasure at such a betrayal.
"Are you threatening us?"
Salgo asked warningly. "I'm letting you know the consequences of a particular action in advance," I corrected. "I think that will help clear up any misunderstandings in the future. If you make this pledge to us, do not fail to honor it, or the consequences will be dire. For everyone. Relax the bands, and destroy the status quo, or be eaten by goblins," sighed old Kindine. "Shall we offer up our daughters to these war magi, too?" he asked in despair. I paused. Could I look at the daughters first? I quipped. That brought howls of laughter, and a welcome break in the tension. When things calmed down again, I spoke up before anyone else could. "That's not all, Your Grace. I would also have the command of all war magi and magi who take witchstones from my hands. They must take the same oaths as everyone else." "You have more?" Duncelin asked, licking his lips unconsciously. He had a sudden hunger on his face that was almost frightening. "7 more, at the moment," I nodded. I dug into a pouch and pulled one forth and laid it on the dark wooden table. Duncelin's breath stopped for a moment, and everyone else looked uncomfortable. "Such a tiny thing," the old master mage said in a near whisper. "I can feel it pulse with power, clear across the room." "I have 7 such," I reminded him. "I will give them only to those who prove themselves worthy and who will swear an oath to me, personally." "Why you, personally?" demanded Salgo. I was getting sick of him. "Why not the Censor General, Hatarian of Gars, the Voran? Isn't that his job, to bind the Magi? So tightly they cannot fight for you." I nodded. "But that's not why. They must be bound to me because I alone possess a stone capable of breaking the corruption of the dead god from another stone. It was so enchanted by the tree folk of Boval Vale, and using an uncleansed stone would allow the eyes and the ears of the dead god to see and hear all that the mage did. I had no confirmation of this, actually, but that was the impression I got from the tree folk when they had schooled me in the use of my Irianite sphere." "So you say," Salgo said slyly, "yet you are the only one making this claim." "Test it yourself," I offered, "at your peril. See how long it takes before you have a mage as powerful as the Mad Mage of Faris behind your lines, doing the work of the enemy." "So you wish the bands relaxed, and all future wielders of Irianite to be sworn to your hand," repeated Duncelin. "What else?" "You must organize a long-term defense," I stated flatly. "This is not some summer war you can spend 2 months fighting, and then take a 10-month break from before resuming. Our foe is relentless. His forces are enormous. If we do not take strong steps to see to our defense long-term, then the battle we win today will be merely the first of our defeats." "So what do you recommend?" Salgo asked, almost mockingly. I was starting to think that was the only tone he knew. "I recommend that after we identify the extent of the enemy's incursion into the duchies, we also identify the castles and fortresses best equipped to stand against them, and then fortify them heavily. We will not be able to defeat the dead god on the field. We will not be able to defeat him magically. But we can contain this blight to Western Alshar if we are diligent, expedient, and willing to sacrifice a little treasure to gain some security. Maybe enough time to figure out how we can possibly defeat the dead god." "At last, some sense from the baker's son's mouth," gasped Lord Angriel. "Defense! That's what's needed now. We must raise a mighty army, every man who can hold a spear, which will be slaughtered if you are stupid enough to employ it. The dead god could not resist so ripe a target, and somehow I don't think you would be as enthusiastic about my plan if you knew what it entailed for Alshar." "It can't be worse than what's already happening," said Lord Angriel heatedly. "We sit here and talk, and with every heartbeat that passes, 1,000 Gavani have taken another bold step into fair Alshar." "What do you propose, Master Spellmonger?" asked the Duchess patiently, ignoring the Alshari ambassador. "I propose that we curtain in the Gavani. Raise a mighty army, yes, but it must be a standing army, garrisoning those forts and patrolling those borders as we define them. Screen as much of the civilian population of Alshar and Castall from them as possible. Build ditches and walls. Fortify fords and bridges. Fence in these goblins like a bunch of errant cattle, and then once we've contained them, we can begin pushing back. Maybe. I hoped. More probably, the dead god would just redouble his considerable efforts and eventually break through his fence. But that could take years, if we were prepared, and that could buy the duchies much-needed time.
That may be a sound strategy,
Salgo admitted very grudgingly.
We would have to study the specifics, of course, but if you are correct about the permanent nature of the threat, Your Grace, we may have no other reasonable choice. Cannot some small, powerful group of warriors and war magi break through the lines, fight their way into the dead god and slay him? Asked another noble, who had been quiet so far. We hear of such tales of heroes all the time.
Your pardon, my lord, I said smoothly and patiently, but that would be inadvisable, and foolish, and impossible. Suicide.
Yes, you made your point, young man, Lady Arnett said, sourly. What about the temples? Surely they have some magic of the gods which could be employed?
You are at liberty to petition them, my lady, I said. But if there is a priest in this world as powerful as a war magi armed with Irianite, that would be a sight to see. Besides, I'm a thaumaturge, not a theurge, I explained.
So once again we are back to you and your war magi, and how you're the only ones who can possibly save us from this crisis, said Salgo testily.
It's your crisis, I said, volleying in return. I'm not a duke. I'm not a count. I'm not even a lord, as has been pointed out thoroughly at this meeting. I'm a spellmonger and a war mage, and my responsibilities at the moment extend to making sure my woman is safe and secure, and that my parents and apprentices are provided for. You are the ones responsible for the security of the duchy, not me. I'm merely offering you a means to help achieve that security. There was a moment of silence as the council strove to absorb that. The duke drummed his fingers in thought, his big gold signet ring banging annoyingly on the highly polished wood of the table. But one doesn't interrupt a duke in thought. Finally, he cleared his throat. I need to think on this, he admitted. To me, under the circumstances, the spellmonger's advice is sound. With an army on the move against us and a flood of refugees between, we have little choice but to raise the banners and take the field. However, the rest of what you propose, easing the bans and destroying the protections we've had against magic for centuries, seems rash. I will not make this decision lightly, and I understand we don't have a lot of time. But I need rest, and time to reflect, and I need more counsel. I will send for the Censor General at Terramatan, and bid him ride here at all speed. Salgo looked like he was swallowing a sharp rock. Your Grace, that will take days. Days we do not have. The enemy marches as we speak. I do not mean to sit idly by, Lord Marshal, nodded Rad, tiredly. While we await His Excellency's arrival, I want to summon our bannermen. In the Wilderlands? Salgo asked, troubled. No, Rad said, duchy-wide. Every peasant at the butts, every squire in armour, every knight ready to ride. We need to mobilize our forces, regardless of whatever action we decide to take. We'll send word to all ducal castles to begin laying in provision, and we will begin fortifying the Riverlands and the Wilderlands immediately. The southern baronies can concentrate their efforts on bringing in a big harvest. For now, tell me, are these goblins familiar with boats? The question took me by surprise. I hadn't even thought about it. No, Your Grace. They are a people of the mountains. The Gavani tribes of the Farisi Peninsula stay deep in the forests or in the high ground. They don't like water, as a rule. Then the river will be our final defence, he said, nodding. If they make it as far as the Riverlands, that may be where we can stop them. Lord Angriel looked like he was having a fit. Your Grace, that would abandon almost all of northern Ulfshire to the foe. Aye, and a third of my lands west of the great river, Rad snarled. Hundreds of thousands of people, dozens of fiefs, but 2/3 of a duchy are better than none. And you can tell my esteemed cousin, Duke Lenguin, that 1/3 of a duchy is better than none, too. He should see to the defence of Verone and leave me to guard the way to Castall. Angrial was about to retort. Then he saw Duke Rad's face and thought better of it. As you command, Your Grace, he said meekly. I'm weary, he sighed. My lady and I will retire for the evening, and I will think about this. I may hap take counsel with each of you individually, but I will not make a final decision until the Grand Censor can advise me. I tensed at the sound of the name. Any sane mage does. But it was his right as Duke to consult with whom he wished, and he would have been remiss in his duties had he not done so. Rard stood, and we all stood in respect as he took the Duchess by the hand and led her away. As he was leaving, he nodded to one of Wilderhall's many castellans. "And see that Master Spellmonger has appropriate quarters. Where is he now?" "The Tower of Honour, Your Grace," the castellan said, smoothly. The Duke grunted. "Move him to the River Tower. I want him close at hand." "As you command, Your Grace," the gold-liveried castellan said, bowing. He waited respectfully as the rest of the council filed from the room, muttering amongst themselves at the lateness of the hour, and then the little man bowed to me. "My lord, if you will accompany me, I shall show you to more appropriate lodgings. My name is Heron. If you have any needs during your stay, I shall be happy to take care of them." I couldn't help it. I yawned. "My apologies, Heron. I've been talking for hours now. Yes, lead the way, and when I'm settled, I need a plate, a cup, and a pillow, and all will be right with the world." "As you command, Master Spellmonger," he said, bowing again, "if my lord will follow me." I got the feeling that if I'd asked for 3 dancing girls, a pair of silver scissors, a lute, and a pure white goat, he'd be thrilled at the challenge. And if I wasn't so damn tired, I might have considered asking for those things, just to see if he could do it. Chapter 5. The Battle of the Lantern. Barony of Greenhill, late summer. That evening, just before dusk, 200 well-mounted sergeants and men-at-arms rode for Honey Hall by the normal route, a glorified cattle trail that connected the 2 small fiefs. It ran along the ridge of the hill for about 2 miles, before ending up on the east bank of the Anfal River, where it turned north in earnest. They were bait. The Gavani expected to get some horses to ride out, so that's exactly what we gave them. Based on where their scouts were and some truly inspired scrying from Kermore, I was able to guess where the troop would be ambushed. I was only off by about 500 yards. I'd sent Mavone with them, to act as war mage and keep them from blundering into any magical ambushes along the way. By that time, he'd also managed to receive the communication spell from Penny, so I was able to keep in very close contact with him, mind to mind, as they wound their way north along the river. "If everything goes according to plan," he thought to me that night, "then when we reach this next bend in the creek, we should see the first signs of— Yep, there it is, a couple of slingstones from the western side of the river. One of the horses is hurt. Not badly," he added. "They're just trying to goad you," I responded. "They won't hit you so hard that you'll turn back." "I know, Captain. It's just annoying." "Patience, Mavone," I cautioned. "If you don't take their bait, they'll just offer you tastier bait." 10 minutes later I was borne out, when Mavone's company spotted a trio of scouts on a western hilltop. Soon after, they saw a few eyes in the twilight from the north. Mavone didn't rise to charge either one, and kept his course as planned. They hit the cavalry just after the bend, right around where I figured they would. It was one of only 3 places in miles where they could be expected to cross the river without trouble, and our horses were very exposed at that ford. Just as the first of the column made it across, a flight of arrows raggedly tore through the trees and fell on our men. Mavone was busy for the next few minutes, even though the men had a battle-seasoned knight as commander and knew to expect an attack. The horses didn't. They got very excited from the screams of pain by both animal and man, and the unfamiliar odour of Gavani, and for a few minutes they were very difficult to control. There were some hectic moments, and for a while I lost contact with him and began to expect the worst. But he reported again 20 minutes later, after the first skirmishers had been driven off. He'd had to use a soothing charm on the mounts to keep them from bolting with their riders during the attack, and cautioned me to do the same. After that, he was too busy to talk, because their main force began pursuit in earnest. 3,000 goblins are a lot for anyone to deal with, especially in broken country. The Gravani troops were the primitive tribal sort, mere skirmishers, light infantry with loincloths and war hammers or maces. Although I noted that evening that there were more and more captured swords in furry little hands and metal armour on their bodies. They were learning the ways we fought and were adapting. Quickly. That didn't bode well. Mavone and the other commanders got their men in a good defensive formation once they retreated back across the ford in darkness. They drew back slowly, sending a few shafts into the gloom in response, as a third of the troops screened the other two-thirds in orderly retreat. The goblins eagerly pressed the advantage, virtually pouring across the ford in a hail of arrows, stones and javelins, screaming wildly as they pursued the horses. Mavone held discipline, keeping the men in good order. They had gone maybe a quarter of a mile past the stream, just out of bowshot from the Gavani, when Mavone gave the signal. It was time to counterattack. First, Captain Rogo had his 500-strong archery unit unleash 4 quick volleys into the mob's southern flanks. The mobile archers from Nyrod were impressive, riding in at a charge, breaking and dismounting and assembling to launch organized volleys in mere minutes. They were also undetectable, because I am far, far better at war-shielding than any of those bone-rattling idiots on the other side. The goblins were taken by surprise in a hail of 3-foot-long, iron-tipped, feathered death. Dozens of angry Gavani came squealing and screaming through the forests and thickets, their limbs punctured by arrows, while others lay impaled, unmoving on the forest floor. The uninjured Gavani began moving through underbrush no man could have managed, and they did it as easily as I could wade through a stream. But they weren't that fast. Redshaft's men continued their fire until he ordered them to withdraw. After 4 flights, the archers stopped, remounted, and moved east in support of Mavone's cavalry, who were preparing to charge their pursuers. Along the way, a few of them stopped to fire from the saddle at the Gavani pickets and skirmishers who were pursuing them. I don't know how they shot in the dark and managed to hit anything without magic, but they knew their trade. They lost only 4 men in the encounter, and were able to form up just south of Mavone. And, moving out of the way, let my mercenary cavalry charge from the south. Cadell got a chance to show what his Hell Riders could do, after I dropped the screen I held over them and let them advance. I got to lead that charge. It was very exciting. I say charge, but in actuality we very carefully made our way through the brush and fields and groves in the dim light of the moon, moving as quickly as they could, while staying in contact with their comrades. We were able to move a little easier than the archers, because I'd been able to augment the vision of both the men and the horses. It's a very weak form of mage sight, one that causes the slightest light to shine as if it were a flame, making everything seem as illuminated as it was at twilight. Not enough to read by, perhaps, but enough to see to ride by, and with the power of the stone, I was able to cast it over the entire troop at once. It didn't last long, but it kept us from stumbling into traps or deadfalls or knots of hidden goblins. When our vanguard encountered the edges of the Gavani mob, I had Captain Cadell form up his Hell Riders again, out of bowshot, and then we charged in earnest, a sprint to build up speed, and then a crash through a wall of screaming, bloody, wet hair. The captain knew his business as well. Instead of a wide-ranging assault on their front, which was ragged and constantly changing, he ordered the cavalry to charge in waves of 20 or so, fanning out to menace the entire horde. I led him into the seething mass of fur and hate, a war wand in one hand and slasher in the other. Fighting them from horseback was a lot different than fighting them on foot. I found out very quickly that I had to ride pretty low in the saddle to reach their skinny little necks. I soon returned the sword to my back and picked up a spear. That was a lot more effective. For 10 hellish minutes, I hacked and slashed and thrust and blasted, leaving a wide trail of hairy black corpses in my wake. When I finally slowed and faced an inevitable lull in battle, I consulted my mapping spells and learned that we had accomplished our goal. As I did my part with wand and mage blade and spear, the Hell Riders would have done fine without me. With lance and sword, they expertly stomped their war horses through the Gavani infantry, leaving behind mangled black corpses and hoofprints filled with blood and hair. The war cries of the men in armour and the rearing horses that towered above them were too much for these skirmishers, especially when I added a couple of loud but harmless cantrips to the mix during the last charge. That pushed the goblins back toward the ford, and got them good and bunched up. The Gavani were now massed on this side of the river, their backs to it. While they technically held the ford, they couldn't move across it in retreat before we would be on them. Yet they didn't want to move forward against our horsemen. That was slaughter. They were pressed on 2 sides by cavalry. I figured it was time for their shamans to step up and show us who was boss. I wasn't disappointed. The rocks started falling on us about then. It was one of the most basic of spells, throwing rocks, A talented mage can wrap his mind around the elemental nature of a rock, imbue it with energy, and even direct it to a certain extent. Our first year working with such spells, we learned the careful preparation, the symbols our minds needed to access to turn our well-honed wills and our innate ability to channel power into a spell that would move a 2-inch stone 20 feet across a room, as if it had been thrown. Some people were better at this than others. Some got good enough to use it as a weapon, and dirt-clod fights in the gardens at my school were vicious. But you could rarely get the things to move fast enough to do serious damage. Before Irianite, that is. With Irianite, if you were a good enough war mage, you could get a rock up to the speed to do lethal damage. Turleman, my lieutenant in the order, had developed specialized spells around that feat. The shamans were doing essentially the same spell. They were just doing it on a much larger scale. Green Hill country abounds with rocks, and soon stones the sizes of dogs were raining down on us from above. They weren't aimed, so much as flung randomly into the night, but they were flung with incredible power, and they did plenty of damage before I was able to arrange a counterspell. That decreased the number of rocks that hit their targets, but it kept me very busy for a while. "Damn it, men! Are those archers in position yet?" Mavone thought at me furiously. "My men are itching for another glorious charge, but if we go too soon we'll get butchered." "Haven't you talked to Kermor?" I shot back, as I tried to counter the flying rocks. "He was supposed to be with them." A nearby squire went down with a bloody forehead, so I wasn't doing as well as I'd like. There was a long pause. "Yes, he says Red Shaft has arrived at the high ground and is getting set up now," he said, finally, as I gave up on stopping the rocks and started riding toward the hazy lines between us and the goblins. I halted when I saw hundreds of them, 2,000 at least, holding a high bank of the river and a good portion of the valley it ran through down to the ford. 2,000 goblins were not the most I'd seen in one place, but it's still a whole lot of goblins. They were all wound up, too, banging maces against shields and banging war drums and chanting in their guttural tongue. They moved in waves, as hundreds of them shifted their feet in rhythm to the drums, just like at Grimly Wood. Their archers fired off blindly into the darkness, or at targets far beyond their range, but the single shots weren't doing much damage, not nearly as much as the rocks. The two shamans took turns screaming and using their witchstones to fling more and more rocks against us, as their infantry searched the ground for more. They had smaller knots of skirmishers in advance of the rest of the horde, hewing trees and logs into makeshift barriers against cavalry. Like I said, they were learning. But while their shamans were powerful, they were unsophisticated. It takes a lot of energy to move a rock. Inertia is as powerful as a spell. It takes a whole lot less energy to envision and manifest a globe of magical force in the air, and then excite the atoms within by pouring in the right kind of energy. The technique is known as Psychonetica in Old Imperial. It's one of the first things you learn, after how to control your own mind. Imagine a point. Imagine a second point. Now imagine a line between them. Next, imagine a third point. Connect it, etc. What you end up with is a plane of magical force, one with no mass to speak of, and one that exists entirely by your will and talent. You usually start off making triangles and squares, changing their colours, floating them impressively around the room. They have no mass, they have no real substance. They are there purely as an expression of a mage's will. But that's not to say they aren't really there. You can make them do things. Apply one type of action to it, and it becomes as solid as a teacup. Apply a different one, and it becomes a filter, one that will, say, let clean water through but keep out sediment, or let in oxygen but keep out hydrogen. Imbue it with enough energy, and the gases inside begin to glow. Mage Light. It's as simple a spell as moving a rock, and I'd done it plenty on a small scale. I was doing it on a much larger scale now. I took my stone out to improve the flow of power and clutched it in my hand as the universe was broken to my will. A sphere began glowing faintly above the centre of the horde. Then it glowed much brighter, igniting with the force of a sudden explosion as I poured energy into it. It wasn't an offensive spell. It wasn't designed to do anything but float 40 feet above their heads and get brighter, and brighter, and brighter. The two shamans involved in the ambush quickly turned their attention to my spellcraft. They were two more country bumpkins, I was relieved to see, smeared with paint, antlers, and feathers. The rocks had stopped as they turned their attention to more pressing matters. One was handling the defensive magic, mostly trying to shield their troops' eyes from the glaring light, and the other was throwing blasting spells at our lines as quickly as he could to try to stop me. And they were deadly. 4 knights and 2 squires were killed as they rushed against the Govani, thanks to a well-tossed bag of magic that turned into a column of green fire, 15 feet wide. I had no idea what it was, but when they walked through it, they aged and withered and died with their horses, all in the span of seconds. Several archers had arrows reverse in mid-air and come back to them, sometimes to deadly effect. Twice I saw squads of cavalry regroup for a charge, and then start to head off in the other direction at a furious pace. Misdirection magic. I'd have to remember that one. But the result of the battle was a foregone conclusion from the moment we sprung our trap. The goblins took the bait, attacked an apparently weaker force, only to find themselves attacked in the flanks by a far stronger and more mobile force. The only way we weren't going to win is if everyone under my command was suddenly stricken with cramps on the field and fell to their knees. I didn't think that was likely. Govani magic tends to be a lot more direct. Besides, that wasn't part of the plan. The plan was the mage light, the brightest one I'd ever conjured. Soon I had to drop the mage sight spell for my men because the sphere was occluding it. I kept the energy channel from my stone flowing, and it got even brighter. Soon the Govani were flinging their rocks and javelins directly at the sphere, to no avail. A stone would pass through the globe like it was a cloud. Arrows didn't harm it at all. And some learned an impressive lesson in gravity, as those rocks, arrows, and javelins they threw into the air inevitably came back down again, sometimes to hilarious effect. But soon it was too bright for their archers or even the shamans to bear, almost too bright for a human to bear, nearly twice as bright as the sun. For us, it was bright, but not uncomfortable. The ford was lit up with an unearthly glow, as our jagged shadows seemed to go to war with us in the chaos. The goblins screamed and clutched at their eyes and tried to shield them from the glare, as the Hell Riders reformed their line for a charge. The shamans tried to counter the light spell, but its simplicity was its best defense. They waited for it to explode, or descend upon them, or otherwise attack them, but all it did was illuminate their shaggy little bodies as I kept it floating directly over the densest knot of them. The mage light wasn't the attack. It was there to diminish their fighting capacity. It also provided a handy beacon for our archers. For this battle, I'd played to our strengths. Redshaft had moved his Nairobi archers north, behind Mavone's Green Hill Knights, and onto a rise a few hundred feet from the ford. The trees obscured a direct line of sight, but a massive, glowing ball of magic floating in the sky is hard to miss. It would appear as a great, round lantern, I'd told them, and I had instructed the archers to aim for a spot directly under the ball, arching their shots to slice through the mage light, and just keep shooting until they ran out of shafts. The Greenhill Knights and Mavone would screen them. Meanwhile, the other 500 infantry archers from the Orphans' Band moved up from the south. Without horses, they didn't have near the mobility as Redshaft's men, but once they got within bowshot of the foe, they didn't hesitate to make up for it with sheer volume. Arrows rained down on the goblins from north and south at the same time, guided by my glowing beacon. Once again, the Govani were on the wrong side of volleyed fire. Once again, 3-foot shafts, with wrought iron heads, fell on their unarmoured bodies and pinned them ruthlessly to the riverbed. The terror-filled screams of the dying echoed in the expanse of the ford, as their deaths were illuminated by my great lantern. It was an odd feeling of power. I could adjust the position of the mage light over the densest part of their legion and watch as arrows withered them away. Then I could push it again over the next cluster of Govani. I was dealing death at a distance, like I was taking a gigantic piss on a massive anthill. I tried to ignore the screams and the shouts of rage and pain as I pissed their horde into ruin. I let that go on until Kermor contacted me telepathically and told me that their shafts were starting to dwindle. I ordered them to cease fire and husband the last of their arrows carefully. That's when I gave Mavone the word, and the gallant Gilmoran led the 200 cavalry of Green Hill into the horde's eastern flank. I rode back and consulted with Captain Cadell, and a few moments later our horses were once again charging into the horde, our blades flashing in the sharp white glow from above, as bright as daylight. Beset from two sides and pinned against the banks of a river, the goblins didn't have much room. Some of them escaped back across the ford, while others broke out of the envelopment as quickly as they could. Most just stood there gaping and died. I played my part, of course. I had gotten all dressed up last battle and hadn't done more than pee. This time I had comrades and a mission. As soon as the first wave of cavalry had ploughed into the Gavani mass, I allowed my mage light to hover like a friendly cloud, picked up another spear and waded in after the knights. I headed for the shamans, of course, but long before I got there, one of the mercenaries had impaled one on the end of his lance, and the other one died from a green hill sword. I had to make do with leaping from Traveller's Back with my mage blade and slashing my way through anything that hadn't been too punctured to fight. That charge effectively ended the horde's existence. After that, we could let the infantry in to mop up. We didn't get every one of them, of course. Plenty had recrossed the river, and a band of 100 or so broke off in the aftermath of the cavalry charge and fled north, fighting their way past the Nairobi. But by dawn, we had slain over 2,400 Gavani and captured 2 witchstones for the growing collection around my neck. It was a great victory, but we had lost nearly 300 men that night too. I won't complain about the butcher's bill. It would have been a lot worse if we hadn't fooled them about our exact numbers, then outmanoeuvred them and bedazzled them with classy magic. But that was 300 fighting men who wouldn't be coming back to the castle to their wives and children. The next morning, those of us who weren't too fatigued by the battle policed up the area, tended the wounded, stripped and buried the dead, beheaded and burned the bodies of our foes, and finally, around noon, retired back to Green Hill Castle's Great Hall. Mavone had finished leading the Green Hill Knights to Honey Hall, where they spent the night, before returning in escort of the survivors and their supplies the next morning. He had befriended many of them, the rustic knights being impressed by both his Gilmoran sophistication and willingness to fight. Back at the castle, we were feasted by the Baron, who had ridden with 300 heavy cavalry reserves that I hadn't needed to call upon, but who had held the field until dawn, when we could see to police it. It was a delicious feast, under the circumstances, and we needed to celebrate our victory. There were a few musicians that kept the folksy Wilderland dance music going until late in the evening, and the rest of us gorged ourselves and thanked our favourite divinities that we survived and won. Then we ate, drank way too much, and finally collapsed into a dreamless, exhausted sleep. The men referred to it afterwards as the Battle of the Lantern, or the Battle of Lantern Ford, and to this day that's what it's called. Baron Iron Magonus had a marker erected there, a stone plinth topped by a great iron lantern. My name was even engraved on it for a while. Before I went drunkenly to bed the night of the battle, I contacted Penny to report our success, recount our progress and compare notes. After being suitably impressed at our victory, she reported one of her own. "Father's finally attuned to the stone," she said excitedly. "He's so full of himself, and how powerful he is. Well, you know how it feels." She sighed. We all did. Urianite didn't merely provide amazing amounts of power. It gave you an almost divine feeling of pleasure in using it. As long as he keeps to his oath, he can do with it what he wants, I said to her mind. But if he hits on any novel ideas, I'd like to hear about it. The lantern trick was effective in this case, but I don't really think it's harnessing the full power of the stone. "You think? I'll have him start doing research the moment he comes back to his senses," she promised. "You know, the Order of the Secret Tower has books, Min. Books they aren't supposed to have. Books that go back to the Magocracy, to the first Magocracy, from Perwyn. Books hidden from the Censorate for centuries. There are all sorts of magics that we've kept hidden." "War spells?" I asked, interested. "Some," she admitted. "Plenty that could be used that way. These are the powerful ones, some that go back to Perwyn and are nearly impossible to understand. I've barely been allowed to know they exist, much less study them. But Daddy has a whole library of them stashed somewhere. I'll make him let me have access now." "Make him?" I asked, amused. "He could barely refuse me before," she bragged, "and now I've brought him his fondest wish outside of a grandson. I think I made him understand the magnitude of the threat from the dead god, too. He's going to convene a meeting of the Order of the Secret Tower soon to discuss the matter. I'm going to press for his order, throwing its support behind, well, our order." "Did you tell him about my bargain?" I asked. "Not yet," she said into my mind. "I'm going to wait until they have their meeting, and then announce it. Believe me, nothing would stir these old farts into action like your little bargain. They want that as badly as they want to drive the barbarian dogs back to the icy steppes which spawned them. Hey, I said, feigning offence. Those barbarian dogs were my noble ancestors, and that includes me. Oh, they aren't serious about that part. Not anymore, she assured me. I mean, originally the Order was created to conserve the most powerful bloodlines and the most potent law from the mage-hating eyes of your noble ancestors, and that certainly had a political component back then. But we've intermarried so frequently now that actually driving the barbarian dogs back to the steppes would include some of their kin, so, well, the Order has other things on their mind. Some old rituals. Should I be worried? I have no idea, honestly, she claimed. I'm not a full initiate. I'm not old enough according to their silly rules, and I'm a girl, anyway. But I don't think it has anything to do with you or even politics. Just some mystical crap about Perwyn. Is it useful, mystical crap about Perwyn? How could it possibly be useful? The place sank over 500 years ago, she scoffed. Look, despite their pretensions of greatness and wisdom, the reverend masters of the Inner Order have forgotten why most of the mystical crap they learn was ever important. They keep it up for semi-religious tradition. It gives them something to talk about when they're done bitching about their wives and mistresses. But I'll let you know if anything comes up. Do that, I agreed. Because if I'm successful, then those guys are going to owe me a lot. I'm going to expect some favours in return. I hope they know. Especially if they want any more Irianite. I just picked up 2 more stones today. You managed to pull this off, and they'll be offering up their virgin daughters to you. Didn't they do that already? I teased. I hadn't been a virgin for a long time before I met you, Spellmonger, she teased back. Just let them know I'll expect results when I make a request, is all. And information, of course. Of course. Hard to plot the overthrow of the established social and political order without good intelligence. As I drifted off to sleep that evening, the victory doing little to ease my mind, I wondered if I wasn't fooling myself with all of the dashing battles I was fighting. After all, we couldn't win. Not really. And I wasn't expecting to. The point of our campaign, the real point, was never victory on the field. No. We were playing a bigger game, and victories, while sweet, wouldn't win us the prize. Because when I offered the Duke the services of my Order of War Magi, I hadn't just settled on mere gold for my fee. With Irianite, we could get all the gold we needed from wealthy nobles who wanted to hire our services. So I had to find another coin Duke Rad could pay us in, one that wouldn't bankrupt his treasury, and one which the War Magi would be willing, nay eager, to accept. As I fell asleep in my tent that evening, I reflected on what I was really fighting for out here, besides survival and humanity and all that. There was a more immediate battle. I was fighting for my professional future, the future of all Magi, actually. Because when it came time to discuss our fee, God's help me, I got creative. Chapter 6. A Date with Pentandra. Wilderhall, Midsummer. A big ducal castle like Wilderhall is designed to run the entire duchy when the Duke is in residence, which takes an awful lot of people. Therefore it has a lot of residential quarters. Harren, the castellan assigned to me, explained as we walked that there were well over 1,000 castellans alone to take care of the needs of so many courtiers, administrators, and clerks. That was a tall order too. Wilderhall was massive. In fact, within the inner bailey there were no less than 5 palatial donjons, all with room for hundreds of people. In a siege, several thousand could be housed. Well, I won't say comfortably, but they could be housed and provisioned for nearly a year. The 5 ornate structures were actually quite defensible, where they hugged the bailey in a rough circle around the far less imposing Temple of Philaine, the patron river goddess of this part of Castal. These large circular fortresses within a fortress were misleadingly called towers, as in the Duke's Tower, the Tower of Swords, the Lord Marshal's residence and office, winter and summer, the Tower of Piety, usually visiting priests, priestesses, monks, nuns, and their retainers, the Tower of the River, the residence of Baron Penacol, the lord of the barony, usually used for visiting dignitaries, as the baron had far more comfortable estates elsewhere, and finally the Tower of Honour, which was a general catch-all dormitory for the large number of knights and lords who were too stinking noble or poor to spring for an inn in town. That included a fair number of mercenaries, and that included, apparently, me. The Duke had decreed that I was to be given lodgings, to keep me close at hand for consultation, while his council deliberated. When I'd first arrived, unannounced 3 days before, a squat little man of a castellan, Lord Seajack, had directed me to my quarters in the Tower of Honour, a single room with a sturdy but serviceable bed, a threadbare tapestry, and a table with the traditional basin, ewer, and chamber pot. At the time, I tried to protest that I wasn't a noble, but it was Seajack's duty to evaluate the social status and appropriate lodgings for all visitors to Wilderhall. He gave me a once-over with a squinty eye, then grunted and told me I could sleep in the stables if I wanted, but this was where he felt I should be. There were worse quarters in the Tower of Honour. Some were little more than cells, and the cold and draughty Hall of Heroes had at least a dozen country knights, mercenaries, or men-at-arms, who didn't rate even a bed of their own. When Castellan Harren showed up to change my rooms, however, Lord Seajack was the soul of deference. He assigned a husky porter to bring my baggage, while I collected a few more personal objects, my staff, my wands, and my mage blade, Slasher. I didn't bother to strap them all on, but I didn't want anyone else handling my magical tools. Some folks might read something more mystical into that, but the truth is, I'm just that picky about my things. The trip across the Bailey in darkness was uneventful, even peaceful. Harren was happy to respond to any questions I had, but other than that, he didn't say much to me in the way of conversation, until we arrived at the River Tower, far more opulent than the Tower of Honour. He installed me in a tastefully appointed suite used for guests of the Baron or visiting knights of repute. The bed was twice as large as my previous one, and even softer, being goose down instead of a clean, dry straw tick. "Master Spellmonger," Harren murmured, after I directed the lad to place my baggage in the press at the foot of the bed and tipped him a penny for his time. "I rarely pay attention to what is said in council. Discretion is essential to a castellan. But the dire warnings you were giving, are they true?" he asked, with the barest trace of anxiety. "I have kin in the West," he explained softly. "One hears all sorts of horrors, but as one commoner to another." If anything, I understated the seriousness of the crisis. I sighed, after wondering just how much to reveal to the men. There is an ocean of little furry black faces in the West, and they are marching farther east every night. If I were you, I would begin looking for gainful employment in the East, as far to the east as you can go. Mayhap your children's children will have to worry about the goblins then. At least, that's my contingency plan should things go ill at court. "That is not comforting," Harren said, frowning, "but I appreciate the candour." I was about to tip the man for his assistance, but realized that I was nearly out of money now. The few coppers in my purse would be an insult to a servant of Harren's position. He was about to turn away, without a tip, when I stopped him. "You seem like a strong enough man," I pointed out, "and intelligent. Why did you end up here as a castellan?" When the servant realized I sincerely wanted to know, he sighed and looked guilty. "I was trained for service by Baron Gallanad," he explained, "from the time I was a boy. I wanted to enlist in his guards, of course, but, well, my eyesight isn't good. In fact, I could barely see beyond the tip of my sword. After I got knocked on my arse enough times in the yard because I couldn't see the blow coming, I decided that service was a better use of my talents." I pursed my lips while I considered. Any time you use magic, you run a risk of messing things up. You just can't know all of the possible outcomes of your meddling, and sometimes the most innocuous of spells can lead to great personal trials or tragedies. But this was a problem I could fix, and I couldn't see any potential negatives. I cautioned the man to hold still, and then I fetched out my witchstone. Harren looked nervous, of course. He'd be a fool if he didn't. But he stood still. I held up the stone, where it pulsed with a greenish glow in the centre of my palm, and I summoned mage sight. Pushing my awareness into a smaller and smaller space, I allowed my attention to focus on the man's eyes. This was delicate work. Removing a cataract could take hours, days, without Erionite. But the problem wasn't that he had something obstructing his vision. The problem was that his eyeballs weren't quite the right shape. It took me all of 300 heartbeats to establish just how they were different from, for example, my own eyes. I saw what needed to be done. A push here, a push there, a binding to make the tissues grow back together again properly. Harren seemed mystified at what was going on. "Close your eyes a moment," I ordered him. He complied. With his eyes closed, I could see how they fit into his head better, and I realized that a little more shaping was in order. Employing powerful forces on such a small place is tricky, but I was growing more adept by the day. The secret, I figured out, was not putting the eyes to rights completely, but close enough so that in their healing, the vision was strengthened a little more every day. "There," I said a few minutes later. "Open your eyes." He did, and blinked a few times, then rubbed them. "Master Minalan?" he asked questioningly. I smiled and led him over to the narrow window that looked out on the darkened bailey. "Look back across the yard to the Tower of Honor now," I instructed. "Can you see how many lamps are burning on the battlement?" "Master Spellmonger jests," Harren said, shaking his head. "I couldn't see those lamps from this distance on a... Oh, dear Goddess, preserve and protect. I can see them. I can see them all. There are 7, and one is a green flame. Oh, my goodness, I can see everything." I didn't have a silver coin for a tip. I shrugged. I figured I could grant you a boon instead. But don't spread it around, or I'll be fixing warts and clearing up acne on every chambermaid's arse in the castle. "As Master Spellmonger commands," Harren said automatically, as he drank in the sights of the castle at night, sights he'd never seen before. "It's amazing. Of course I shall be discreet about this. My thanks, Master Minalan. My everlasting thanks." Nearly weeping, Harren retired after making certain the ewer was filled, the basin was spotless, and the chamber pot was clean. I sighed as I unpacked, realizing that this was the nicest bed I'd slept in for a long time. I only wished I had Alia, my girlfriend, to share it with me for a week or so. I was tempted to go find a bottle of wine, consume it, and fall senseless into the bed, but I had a little work to do first. I made myself comfortable on the center of the bed and took out my witchstone. It glowed a pleasant green in my palm, and I felt the rush of power that is always attendant with direct contact with your skin. I now had immense power to call upon, to shape to my will. I had the power to lay waste to armies, destroy or defend great empires, the power to challenge the forces of nature herself. But it was also ideal for creating a link through the ether of the other world to the mind of another mage, especially if that mage also had Irianite. The spell used to take me a while to perform, meditation and focus, perhaps hours of chanting, and it didn't always work successfully. This time, with the aid of the witchstone, I was catapulted into the other world and speeding away toward my distant destination in seconds, as soon as I turned my mind to the task. Working with Irianites is very gratifying. It's as if the stone is eager to please. I knew where I wanted to go. East. After we'd crossed the river into Castal, Pentandra had hired a barge and had left with a few of her favorite war magi to go alert her family and other contacts of the grave danger we faced. She had made remarkable time, setting out on a galley that caught a tailwind that filled her sails all the way to the harbour at Richenside. Pentandra enjoyed seeing what her new power could do, and shaving 4 days off the expected trip was a gratifying way to explore her range. Finding her particular spark amongst a sea of stars, that's how humans and other thinking things look in the other world, to me, at least, wasn't nearly as hard as before. She was using her stone, and as my consciousness came nearer and nearer to her, her soul light was blazing like a beacon. Her form in the other world hadn't changed much from the last time I'd seen it. It was a pale outline of her idealized self-image, with imagined touches, such as hair made out of glittering sparks, adding to the effect of her natural presence. I think her boobs are a little bigger, too. Mine hadn't changed much either, actually. I looked much better there than here, and I didn't see why that had to change. "Penny," I said softly. Okay, thought softly and manifested in quasi-reality would be more accurate, but less useful. "Do you have a moment?" Last time I'd visited Pentandra this way, She'd been having a lusty romp with a handsome guardsman in her room. This time she was building something in the ether of the other world. It was an elaborate, intricate, magical construction, full of multicoloured parts and surging waves of light. All magic is echoed in the other world. When we hang a spell, that's essentially where it lingers. And when I speak of a construct in the other world, I'm talking about an abstract representation of a series of magical tasks. The shapes and colours and constructions that defy gravity, or various normal physical rules, are actually complex metaphors for magic. The symbols the mage chooses to use for a particular magical metaphor may differ dramatically from a similar spell from another mage. Hedge wizards, like my friend Zagor, back in Beauval, make up their own most of the time, which has its advantages and disadvantages. Since Penny and I were both classically trained in imperial magic, I recognized much of the seething mass of light and colour. There were Kabas, Apis, Ludiclai, Colrantios, and plenty of constructs I had seen in books or glimpsed in passing, but had no direct experience with. And then there were the few constructs that I had never before seen. I'll admit it. Penny's a better thaumaturge than I am. "Min," she said, thought, back to me, her face beaming. And in the other world you can take that literally. "Where are you?" "I've been at Wilderhall in northern Castal for the last 3 days," I explained. "Today I finally got to address the Duke and the Council and let them know we're all doomed." "You?" "Actually, I'm at a temple in Varley," she said, casually. "Tomorrow I take a coach for home." "So you still haven't told your father and uncles about everything?" "No more than to assure them I'm still alive and well," she agreed. "I haven't told them I have Erionite, but they guessed." My payment to Penny for organising a brigade of war magi to try to break the siege at Beauval Castle had been a chunk of Erionite for, well, let's just say her father's friends, because secret orders of magi that have been skulking about out of the view of the censorate since the fall of the Magocracy are illegal. I'm sure they're just a supper club. "So, how goes the war? Anyone taking you seriously?" "Surprisingly, yes. Things are looking bleak. The goblins have invaded northern and central Alshar now. Thousands of them. One main thrust is moving toward Tudri, which is the closest city to Beauval. Another struck south toward the Riverlands. But another large band, probably 30,000 or so, is moving out north of Tudri and moving rapidly through northern Alshar." I told her about the 3 barons who had tried to make a stand at the fords of Bosa, which is northeast of Beauval and north of Tudri, and how that had ended in slaughter. That was the closest force to them, and they were wiped out to the last man. "Is that all anyone is doing?" she asked, surprised. "The Duke of Alshar has raised his war banner. He's gathering troops at Verone, but, well, they won't be enough. Not to stop everything that's coming out of Beauval." "And the Duke of Castal? What is he doing?" "His Grace has also raised his banners. There's a general consensus among the Council to raise a force to counter the invasion. The question remains who will lead it, what it will be comprised of, and what will its mission be." Her visage looked troubled. "Well, isn't that obvious? You're the best choice to lead it." "That was my argument," I agreed. "But not only did someone notice I was born a baker's son, they didn't want to meet my price. At least not yet." "Stingy barbarians," she thought in Old Imperial. The idiom is actually a lot more vile than its translation. "Are they so worried about their taxes that they would endanger the entire 5 duchies?" 4.5 duchies, I corrected. "It's not that. They would have paid in gold if that's what I asked for. I didn't." "So just what did you ask for?" she mocked. "A lordship, a barony, 100 nubile virgins, 1,000 war horses." I asked them to relax the bans on magic. "You what?" she screamed in shock. I waited for the volcano of emotion to subside until I could see her figure again. There was a long moment of silence as I watched Penny try to control herself. "You didn't really, did you?" "I did, indeed," I answered. "That's the only way we'll be able to win this war. We need more magi, and more war magi. Otherwise those shamans will mow us down like wheat. I've got 7 stones left to give, but they're staying in my purse, and I'm not setting 1 foot toward the west until I have an agreement." "Min, that's very foresighted of you," admitted Penny. "I hadn't thought to consider that." You're the one who gave me the idea. And you're the one who convinced me I'm a leader, I accused. You think I want to go to war? I've been there. I'm not eager to go back. If I do, I want it to be worth something more than a few thousand ounces of gold. Something that will benefit everyone in the... whatever it is. Well, did they agree? His Grace has postponed a final decision until he's had a chance to consult with the Censor General. Master Hartarian, she gasped, belching a cloud of silver into the ether. He's a formidable mage, Min. Be careful. One word from him and what? I asked. I've got glass. He doesn't. He could send a whole company of censorate troops at me. I'd still beat him. That's not what I meant, she said seriously. He's old and sharp-witted, subtle and quick to anger. Everything you don't want in a mage who's sitting in judgment of you. I met him once, too, I reminded her. It had been at my graduation and draft party, just before I found my magical butt at War College. Don't worry. I'm ready for him, I lied. Don't be so arrogant, she chided. This isn't Garkescu, the great Min. This is the Grand Censor General. He holds the power of life and death over every mage in the duchies. Even my father and uncles fear him and his men. I'm not being arrogant, I replied. I'm being honest. She sighed again. I know, but you're in court. That's the last place you want to be honest. Just be careful, Min. I'm warning you. But do you realize what it would mean for us if we could own land again? If we could hold positions in the government, inherit our... and we could... Oh, Min, this is wonderful. Of course I realized it. That's why I demanded it. And how did they receive your demand? She asked, amusedly excited. With a lot less grace than they were capable of, I said diplomatically. But Rad is considering the matter. He didn't dismiss it out of hand. I'm hopeful. He really doesn't have a choice, she pointed out. They can send every knight in his realm to fight them, and they still wouldn't be enough without war magi. But he can't just relax the bans on his own. He's just a duke, not a king. The censorate is out of his purview. Of course, there isn't a king anymore, so the point is kind of moot, but, well, I can't help but be hopeful. But you know what else this means? Toys and candy for the kiddies. It means that you just became a very tasty morsel at court. For the next few days, well, everyone who has power there is going to want to know you. Find out what your angle is, discover your politics, and determine if they match their own. See just how they can use you to advance their own nefarious plans. I thought the whole court was the centre of power, I asked, confused. It is, but it isn't monolithic. The Duke holds power, right? That's what the priests taught me, I agreed. But he can't do it alone. Power is the ability and the authority to make policy and select the enforcement of that policy, correct? If you say so, I said hesitantly. Baker's son, remember? Trust me, it is. And while the Duke theoretically has all the power, the fact is he can't run an entire duchy himself. He delegates. Those delegates are the court, and each courtier is a power centre unto themselves. Each one thinks they know best how to direct the affairs of the whole duchy, and just what the Duke should do. Most are intelligent enough to know the limits of that power, else they find themselves removed. Assassinated? I asked, swallowing hard. I'm a great and powerful mage, but even I have to sleep sometimes, and I've been known to eat. Usually nothing so droll. Often a simple loss of position, loss of influence or exile from the court will be sufficient, but each one will want to get to know you, to see whether you are a help or hindrance to their position. It will probably seem very casual, but don't be fooled. Usually, I repeated. I was still hung up on the idea of having a dagger stuck in my back while I was taking a piss by some courtier's dandy in purple hose. Yes, usually. Believe me, no one is going to want to assassinate you. Trust me on that. Not even the censorate. They won't, I asked, surprised. What good would you be to them dead by unknown means? They will want a very public trial and execution. Penny, I'm really not in the mood. I'm not joking, Min. Think about it. Yes, the Censor General is going to come after you. He has to. It's his job. He can't not come after you. But he won't be able to do it halfway. Not under the circumstances.
If he appears to condone even a part of what you represent, the censorate loses, and that's something that he can't fail to appreciate. His best bet is to convince the Duke to capture you and bind you for trial and judgment.
Really, Penny? I can appreciate grand strategy as much as the next guy, but did throwing me alone into the Castali ducal court to await the inevitable arrival of the one human being in all the duchies who wants me dead really strike you as the best course of action? I demanded angrily.
Calm down. Don't rouse your barbarian ire. The short answer is yes. Yes, it did. The conflict with the censorate was inevitable. I'd rather pick the battleground, and this one is far more advantageous than, say, dealing with the censorate in Wenshire, where they're strongest.
That almost makes sense, I said tiredly. But you sent me alone. Now I get to face the Censor General himself? That was good planning?
Like a lightning rod, you'll divert their attention and their ire. If they go after any one of us, I want it to be you, and then we can react to what they do. And that's not just because you're our leader and captain and such. It's because you, in particular, have the best chance of getting what we need. But don't worry about the censorate now. Worry about the courtiers. You have enough war magi in Ulshar and Castel to rescue you, should you need it. And it won't even matter if you can't secure your position. You will have to make nice with as many people as possible.
Make nice?
Technical term, she explained. Kiss their butts. Flatter them. Make them feel like you know what you're doing. Act confident and proud. Arrogant, but humble. Intelligent, yet wise. Powerful, yet gentle-hearted. Bold, yet understandably cautious.
You're making my head hurt, I complained.
The spell? A side effect?
She asked, concerned.
No, you, personally. Look, Pen, I see what you're saying. Kind of. But the fact is, I'm trying to get the Duke to raise an army and fight the powers of darkness. Simple, straightforward. It's war, not politics, I said stubbornly. What do you think war is but another facet of politics? I don't have time to try to teach you the intricacies of court life, but trust your political advisor on this. The imperial families have been playing court politics since the days of Perwyn, Min. We were stabbing each other in the back, way back, when your people were just doing unspeakable things to sheep out on the steppes. We know politics, and right now you're in it up to your neck. One wrong step and you could go under.
All right. Then you should be here, not me.
For our purposes, your ignorance and low station in life actually serve us better. That gives you the advantage of novelty, and in any court, where the affairs of state make everything dull and lifeless, novelty is a highly prized commodity. You also represent unknown power, and that attracts attention in court like a dead cat. Everyone who thinks they're powerful is going to want a chance to poke and prod you, and see whether you can hurt them or help them. You have to let them.
I'll do no such thing.
Min, it's important. You may not win over everyone, but there are a few you'll probably have to, or our cause is lost.
I sighed. All right, if you say so. I'm trusting you here, Pen. If I end up hung or beheaded or whatever, I'm going to be very upset with you.
From what I remember, you were pretty well...
She began dreamily. I cut her off. Enough jokes. All right. I'll hobnob with the elite. I've done worse. I'll be novel. I'll be powerful. I'll be charming in my homespun, folksy sort of way. They're calling me Master Spellmonger, by the way. I suppose that's novel.
Good. But be careful while you do it, okay? One wrong word, and you could alienate someone you didn't know was important. But there are a few you'll have to win over. The Duke, of course. But if the rest of the court is against it, he'll have a hard time being for it. And the court mage, you'll probably have to bribe him.
Bribe the senior mage in the entire duchy? I asked in disbelief.
Relax. Bribery is an old and distinguished custom at court, and it doesn't have all of the unseemly overtones it does, say, in the village market. The court mage is as political as any other courtier, she assured me. But you have something he covets, that you can give him, and that gives you leverage.
I do.
A witch stone, remember? Promise him a hunk of Irianite, and he'll offer to have your babies.
That's a tremendously disturbing picture you've just forced me to think about, I said sourly.
Next, after those two, will be the Lord Marshal, the head of the military. Since this is a military matter, the Duke won't approve it without his support.
Great.
kiss the Duke's arse, then bribe the court mage? How do I win the Lord Marshal? A carefully composed sonnet, or slip him 20 ounces of silver and a shiny new sword? Funny, she said humorlessly. No, you appeal to his position as protector of the realm. The duchy, all the duchies, are in danger, and whoever is in charge now came in after Faris, which means that they were looking at a long stretch of peace, which most generals don't appreciate. Now you can give him a war, and not a commercially advantageous war like Faris was, but a real, honest, fight-for-your-life war, with an implacable foe on the very borders of the duchy. No matter how pragmatic a Lord Marshal is, I'm sure he can be moved by the glory in that. He already doesn't like me very much. So make him like you. Impress him. You were in the army, she reminded me unnecessarily, where I cursed generals like him, not enjoy a friendly glass of wine with them after a game of darts. He was a lord commander of thousands in Faris. I was just a spark in the magical corps. Different circles. Spark? Slang term for war magi, I explained. Because we don't grunt, we sparkle, or something like that. I never did get the complete story. Anyway, I'll appeal to him as a comrade-at-arms for all the good it will do. Next, the ducal spymaster. The head of the intelligence-gathering apparatus always has a unique and disproportional voice in the affairs of state, from what Daddy has told me. But he won't be in public. None of the duchies has an office called ducal spymaster. It's always a euphemistic title, or one that's completely at odds with the actual purpose of the position. In Ramir, it's Viscount Armandulo, the Secretary of Shipping. He knows everything that goes on in Ramir, including your father's cultural association. Probably, she admitted, but that doesn't mean he finds it in the duchy's interest to act upon that knowledge, I think. In any case, there will be someone like that in Castal, someone close to the Duke, maybe his bodyguard, or a powerful noble, or even a sheriff or knight courtier without portfolio. Look around, trust your instincts, and find him. Then make friends with him too. If you get him, the court mage, the Duke, and the Lord Marshal, no one else will matter. What about the consort? I asked. The Duchess. Shouldn't I be kissing her butt? Honestly, it's the nicest one there, I added, thinking about the rest of the War Council. She's there as a courtesy, and because she has a reputation for being bossy and wouldn't allow something as important as a war to occur without being advised about it. She may have some influence over the Duke, or she may not. She's his wife, I pointed out. Doesn't that count for something? They don't have a regular common folk marriage, Min, she explained patiently. Things work differently in matters of sex and family among the nobility. And this isn't just a noble marriage, Min. This is a royal marriage. The dukes are kings in all but name, and they marry their houses together for reasons too obscure for most people to understand. And their marriages aren't like, well, what your parents did, or what you and Alia may have someday. May? As soon as I'm done with this, I'm headed back home to find a priest. I know, Min, she said, an odd tone to her voice. And I wish you the best. I really do. She's a lovely girl, and smart and brave, and she doesn't put up with your crap, and she truly loves you, and that's pretty important too. But why does there have to be a but? I demanded. There's always a but, she answered sadly. Min, you aren't just the village spellmonger anymore, or even a war magi. You've got a unique position and a unique set of responsibilities. We're all counting on you. Not just me and the Order, but all of us. I slumped, and I apparently uttered some kind of disturbing noise through my telepathic link that alerted Penny. Hey, I didn't say that to make you feel overwhelmed. No, I just wanted to put it in perspective. Last year you were fixing horses' teeth and curing warts, and now you're dining with the Duke. He hasn't actually offered to dine with me, I said sullenly. My point remains. You aren't who you were when you fell in love with her, and she needs to understand that. And so do you. You do love her. You even need her. She's good for you. But you're never going to have that hokey peasant dream life of a sprawling shack full of fat brats you want so desperately. Alia is going to have to adapt to your new role, and you're going to have to adapt as well. You wouldn't be speaking out of jealousy, would you? I asked stiffly. She sounded shocked. What? Me? Jealous of Alia? Oh,
goddess protect you from falling into a well, you silly boy. No! Well, you didn't have to be mean about it, I sniffed. I'm not that bad. Of course, your father wouldn't approve, and your mother, and... No, it's not that. If I wanted you, you know I wouldn't let something like... If you wanted me, I said, knowing it was getting under her skin, and enjoying her discomfort far more than I'd like to admit. I have my petty moments. So now that you're done with me... She sounded even more panicked. Min, I knew a long time ago that you and I weren't... that there wasn't... that I couldn't... Don't hurt yourself, I said sourly. I know what you mean, Pentandra. But I also know that you're devious enough and catty enough so that if you didn't like Alia, you'd conceal it, especially from me, under a ruse of thoughtful consideration, and act just like you're doing now, until you were in a position for an opportune strike. Wouldn't you? I accused. She sounded more thoughtful. You have a point. Still, I mention her only in passing, because she's important to you and you're important to us, and both of you are going to end up making compromises that you'll be uncomfortable with. I'm just trying to warn you, prepare you. I don't want to hurt you, and if keeping you happy with a lusty, busty peasant lass and a barn full of brats is what you need, then I'm all for it. Just so we're clear, I said evenly, I intend to wed her and raise a bunch of brats. That's not going to change. That's fine. Just don't be surprised when you find your perspective changing. Things might not be as simple as you hope. Time will tell, I said, nodding. It was over time to change the subject. I looked up at her pulsating, whirling essay in the arcane arts. So, just what is this spell? I decided to call it. It had several elements that were clearly active, so it was more than a mere exercise. It's my attempt at exploring the stone, she admitted. You know Salanit's rule? 2 objects in proximity retain an affinity after separation? I answered by rote, like it was second-year thaumaturgy again. Right. I knew that your master stone severed the bond between the other stones and the dead god's sphere, thank Ishi, but I wasn't sure if it also severed the bonds they had with each other. That's an interesting approach, I admitted, impressed. I thought so too, she agreed. So I began designing a spell that would facilitate communication through that link. What? Really? I asked, astonished. The implications? Yes, really. I think I've got it almost perfected, too. Here, let me establish a connection between our stones. She seemed awfully proud of herself. I could see the pebble in her hand in the other world, a bright green pulsating star of light in her palm. A silver tendril erupted from the stone and drifted into the ether, almost like smoke. I observed as Penny directed the tendril to the stone in my hand, where it was attracted like a lodestone once it came near. The moment the two touched, the tendril snapped taut, like a fishing line, and from then on, no matter where or how I moved it, that line remained connected. That's amazing, Pen, I praised, chuckling. What is it? A regular old Forleth line, she said, augmented with a binding charm. Easy. Forleth was a metaphor for an attachment between 2 objects. The runes involved are full of binding and communication and action and all sorts of other factors, and the construct was useful for, say, locating an object you didn't want to lose but might. My staff had several Forleth lines binding it to me with the brown knot coral inside. Well, binding it to the silver ring on my left hand, also with a shard of brown knot coral I'd made powerful enough to pull the staff to my hand. An impressive pre-Irianite piece of spellwork. Now I could whip out a Forleth line just by thinking about it. I'm just getting started, she said, turning her attention to her elaborate construct. Let me just... there and there, she said triumphantly. She turned back to me, her illusionary breasts, definitely larger than in real life, bouncing perceptibly. That doesn't usually happen in the other world, but Penny was just that kind of girl. Here, she said, reducing a large piece of the construct to something more portable, in this case a yellow apis-like glyph with a whirl of energy surging inside. Establish an affinity, please, she directed, as she presented me with the result. I nodded and began the process. Affinity is a binding of a very personal nature, the sort of thing you do to your best enchantments. My sword, Slasher, was enchanted with a powerful affinity that helped bind it to me.
If you destroyed Slasher, I'd feel it, although not much. Some magi are really, really good with affinity, so good that they can do it with living creatures. That's a whole different level than this, though. I pulled the glyph within the green sphere in my palm, and as I watched and carefully fitted it around the witchstone, it attached itself to the swirling swarm of magic constantly surrounding the sphere, and suddenly I could hear Penny. It's difficult to explain. In the other world, you aren't exactly talking, you're communicating, and the medium of the ether provided the means for that communication in something that our minds usually interpret as speech or communicative gestures. It took some study and practice to be able to form your representation in the other world to the point where you could even talk, much less have bouncy breasts and glittery hair. But suddenly I could hear Penny as clearly, and without the use of the ether as a medium. I could hear her directly in my head. "How's that?" she thought at me. Her image didn't move. "I can hear you," I thought back. "That's a lot easier." "It gets even better," she thought happily. "If I did it right, and I'm sure I did, the link remains even after you leave the other world." "You mean anyone who employs this spell on a shard of Irianite from the dead god will be able to communicate with anyone else, telepathically, without resorting to out-of-body travel?" "Penny, that's incredible." Telepathy has been done with magic before, of course, but the spells involved are complex, and they usually only work in line of sight, and with great concentration. There are other spells that use the medium of the other world to communicate simple images and symbols from one waking mind to the other, but they were fiendishly sophisticated. "How do I get in touch with you?" "Easy. Just think about me, and form a katra of your desire in the shape of that glyph. Then think of the Rukanic glyph made up of my name, linked to the spell symbol, and it will activate through my stone, even across the whole continent," she added proudly. A katra is an imperial-style technical term for a type of very specific wish. It's complicated, but yes, there are different types of wishes. "And if you want to get in touch with me, you'll recognize the katra when you feel it," she assured me. "At least you should. And we'll be able to speak mind to mind. Anytime." "That's the general idea," she agreed. "Which you should have understood by now." "I've been distracted," I thought sardonically. "Can I share this with the others?" The other war magi, I meant. "I was just waiting for your approval." "What? You were waiting for my approval?" I asked, confused. "Why would you need my approval?" "You're our leader, remember?" she asked patiently. "I think it's a lovely spell, but I'm not going to do anything like that unless you tell me to." "Come on, Pen. Since when do you listen to anyone?" "I said I'd listen to you," she said a little defensively. "I was under your command at Beauval Castle, remember?" "Penny, you know very well you're not a war mage. You're a scholar. You were there out of academic interest, remember?" "I was there to pull your stones out of the fire, if you recall, and to grab a witch stone. Thanks to you, I have too, and I fought out there, as you very well know. I might not be a war mage, but that doesn't mean I'm not part of your order, squad, unit, army. I don't know what to call it," I admitted. "War magi rarely form into units, because we're too expensive that way, and who wants to spend that much on magic in the middle of a war? I'm essentially hiring us out to the Duke as mercenaries. But you're right. Not all of us are the throat-slitting, sword-swinging, bolt-of-death-in-each-hand type of war magi. If we are going to win this war, it won't be because we have more or better swords. We're going to have to outthink and outperform this monstrosity. We aren't entirely a military unit then, but we can all be of use to the effort. So yes, maybe order is the right term. I volunteer to be the, whatever you call the person who coordinates everything and actually gets things done. In a military unit, it would be an executive officer, a steward or quartermaster or staff sergeant, depending on what kind of unit. But for a paramilitary order, let me think about it. What did the old Archmagi call their executives? Prime ministers in Powyn? The voice of the Archmage in the Magocracy? Neither one really fits. For now, just call yourself my steward, the steward of the order. We'll get around to naming it later. Do you think you can contact the others through the other world and set up the new links? I'll do it, she promised. I can reach at least 4 or 5, with no problem, and I can pass the word to others in other ways. Make sure Turleman is one of them. He's commanding the troops in my absence, which means he's riding herd on the dozen magi who didn't have pressing business elsewhere. I had him encamp at an old castle a few hundred miles from here, an old client who owed Hesias some money. You can reach some of the rest of them there too, but I want to be able to get in touch with Turleman, if I need to. For whatever reason, it's easier to use my stones that way than to try to forge a link from theirs. I've been experimenting, she confessed. Penny's stone was special, like mine. Mine had been tampered with by the Alka Alon, the mysterious magical tree folk. It used to be all lumpy. Now it was a smooth sphere, and it worked more smoothly too. Penny's stone came from a type of special shaman, one of the dead god's elite priesthood, the Urgulnosti. It was the same mass as mine, more or less, but it was shaped in a smooth torus, with a hole in the middle. We had discussed the differences during our journey from Boval, and recognized that our two stones didn't just look different, they performed differently. We just didn't know exactly how, except that mine could sever the bond with the dead god, and hers couldn't. If this is the kind of work you do, keep it up, I thought enthusiastically. Do you realize what this will do for the war effort? Do you realize what this will do for the art of gossip? She countered. One wrong fart at the wrong time, and suddenly everyone in the 5 duchies has heard about it. Your priorities are seriously off, Pen, I rebuked. I just wanted to point out that there was more than one use for my little spell, she thought smugly. I'm not blind to its strategic value, but we should keep it a secret, outside of the Order. It's the sort of thing that could be invaluable someday. Let's test the theory, then. I'm going to go back, and let's see if it works. Yes, she thought excitedly. Go back to your smelly old castle. It took a few minutes to reel my ghostly image back to my body, but eventually I settled back into my mortal vessel and opened my eyes. My room was dark. The lamp had gone out. My arms and legs had mostly fallen asleep, and I realized that my body was chilled, even in the warm summer air. I took a deep breath and thought about Penny. Naked, because back when we studied sex magic together, that was how I usually saw her. Then I formed a katra around the image in my mind and pushed. Penny? I hear you, Min. This is incredible. This will give us a huge advantage. That's true, she said. But then the question is, just who does it give us an advantage over? The Gavani, to be sure, but also the Dukes and the ban. That was some inspired thinking, Min. If we can get the bans lifted. Wait until you get home to plot sedition with your father, okay? I'm trying to save the world here. That sounded like whining. I just survived a siege, argued with a duke, and am volunteering to ride off to a war I can't hope to win. Now you're telling me I have to schmooze the entire court in anticipation of being banned by the censor general. I reserve the right to whine a little, especially to you. If it hadn't been for you, I'd be curled up next to Alia back at my parents' house, instead of sleeping alone in a drafty castle, I accused. Understood, she thought smugly. You may whine at me at will, by telepathy. Don't do it with your voice. You'll just annoy the nobility. I don't mind annoying the nobility, I thought diffidently. It won't do our position any favours if you do, she reminded. You get the bans lifted, and it won't matter where you were born. You'll be a hero to all magi. Fine, I'll be a hero. I'm a very tired hero, though. They kept me waiting for hours, then kept me talking for hours. Then get some sleep, hero. Tomorrow is another battle. Thanks ever so much for the encouragement, I thought sourly. Good night, Penny. Good night, Min. The Castellan, Harren, came back soon after that and tapped on my door. Not only had he found an excellent bottle of red wine, he had also scrounged half a loaf of brown bread, an apple and a hunk of cheese, along with a smear of honey butter. I thanked him profusely, but he was still so grateful for his improved vision he wouldn't hear of it. Then I drank the wine, ate the food, and passed out cold on my luxurious bed, still in my borrowed finery. Chapter 7. The Gathering of the Order. Greenhill Castle, late summer. The day after the Battle of the Lantern, the peasants in the bailey were celebrating our victory too, cheering us as we came in formation from a hard-fought battle. Celebrating, that is, until they found out that 600 more people from Honey Hall were arriving to share their rations. That dampened their enthusiasm a bit. I spent most of the next day dealing with the aftermath of the battle. No, my work wasn't done with the cry of victory, and the great heroic epics never talk about the minutiae of command after a battle. Scrying for where the survivors were lurking, visiting the wounded, meeting with the Baron about shoring up his defences. Meanwhile, I sent out Kermore to scout the western roads, and had easily try her skills at scrying out the northern reaches of the barony, out beyond Honey Hall. She turned out to be adept at the practice, once she found a mode of divination she was comfortable with. Baron Magonus graciously allowed her the use of his daughter's chambers. She was safe in Verone, with the Duke and his army, a hostage to his willingness to stand and fight, and after only an hour she brought back word to the chamber I was planning in. "There is a band of 500 to 600, broken up into little clusters, all the way around here," she said, pushing pebbles into position around the far northeastern corner of the map. "The village, former village of Nandine. They aren't moving. They're just waiting." "That is ominous," I agreed. "I would figure that they would move east, into the hills."
"Only if they want to get shot at,"
snorted Baron Iron Magonus. He was a big, thick slab of rustic nobility, with long, stringy blonde hair he oiled and combed into his equally stringy beard down from his broad face in ringlets. The style did him no favours, but the Baron's chain around his neck almost made him stately.
"That's the Powerwoods. The hillmen there don't acknowledge any lord as master. They don't have nobles as much as headmen of their clans. There are 4 clans on this side of the border, and none of them love the Duke."
"As long as their hatred of the goblins is greater," I suggested. "They won't be lax in their own defence."
"You can count on that," chuckled the Baron. "Last year they caught a tax collector from Verone away from his escort and hung him. No one was ever caught, of course, but the Pearwoods clansmen are dangerous."
"So perhaps the goblins fear the hillmen?" asked Isili, doubtfully. "A band 500 strong?" "I don't think so," I said, shaking my head. "Nor have they moved south against these villages which are largely unprotected." "Empty, but unprotected," I said, tapping the map with my wand.
"They probably just don't want to be caught in the open if there's cavalry about,"
observed Cadell, who was still riding high after his charge at the Battle of the Lantern. He was just being boastful, but there might be some truth to what he said.
"They'd have to come down the Timberwatch escarpment,"
explained Baron Magonus, tapping the map with a fat finger.
"There's a drop in the land betwixt the Timberwatch and Nandine, 20 feet in some places, up to 50 in others. It follows east to west from the Pearwoods, past the river. South is fairly level country, pastures and clearings and meadows with a few patches of unharvested timber. And the Knights of Timberwatch are fierce. They have to be, being neighbours of the clansmen. A band of 500 caught below that line, they'd make fair game for the Timberwatch Knights. 300 horsemen in open country would dash them about like a maiden's dainties on her wedding night." That was one clear advantage we held over them. We had cavalry, and damn good cavalry, and they didn't. At all. Goblins only understand infantry, which was strange, considering every war we keep mopping them up with cavalry. I guess when you're too small to reach the stirrups, cavalry is a luxury you couldn't afford. Regardless, we have an unfought foe on our northern line, I sighed, and one too far away to reach easily. The good news is they don't look like they're going anywhere. The bad news is that they'll probably soak up the survivors of the Lantern. "Any shamans?" I asked easily. She looked concerned, which was terribly attractive on her. "One, perhaps," she said hesitantly. "He was obscuring the scrying." "They can do that?"
the Baron asked in surprise. "It's not that hard," Mavone dismissed. The dark-haired Gilmoran war mage was adept at the gesture. "A simple scry, in any case. Sometimes you just have to change what you're looking for to see something they didn't think to hide. For example, Gravani fight with a lot of iron weapons. If they're hiding out someplace, even if their shamans hide their soul lights, it's unlikely that they'll think to hide their ironmongery," he explained, just this side of patronizing. "Go filter your sight and seek for iron where there should be none, and you'll find any hidden scrugs." "I'll go see to that," she nodded, trying not to blush. Mavone is a handsome man, and his confident attitude and charming manner was devastating. Isili shot me a brief look and returned to her makeshift study. "So,
We have over 6,000 men here. Why aren't we going after them?" grunted Magonas. Since Nandine is deserted and not on his own lands, he didn't seem too concerned by the prospect of fighting them. "Because I don't think that would be wise," I murmured. "If we go toward Nandine with enough men to defeat them, say half of what we have here, then it will take 2-3 days to reach the escarpment, and we'd be exposed to raids along our flanks the entire time. They'd see us coming from their vantage point. I've got people scouting up there now, but the Nandine Legion isn't the immediate threat." "So we sit here and wait?" Magonas asked impatiently. "Eating my stores and fodder? Not that I mind helping out in this damned invasion." "No, Your Excellency," I sighed. "We cannot afford to do that, either. Mavone, how fast do you think you could be in Verone?" "Captain, maybe 2 days? Hell, maybe 1 day. It's not that far. I want you to go and bear a message to Duke Lenguin." Mavone looked at me curiously. "I thought we wanted to avoid any entanglements with the Duke. To keep our little expeditionary force from getting impressed into that rabble he's trying to make into an army, yes. To advise him on grand strategy, well, that's why I have brave men like you. Charming, insistent, charismatic, fast on my feet, well-versed in court etiquette, and a good liar," Mavone finished lightly. "You expect to dictate strategy to His Grace? I'm thinking that's not the best thing for a foreign military commander on his soil to do in the middle of a war," he observed, amused. "He might just take it to miss." "Oh, yes," I nodded. "As a matter of fact, I'm kind of counting on it. I'll have a formal message for you in an hour, but mostly I just want to be able to communicate with Lenguin via magic without a chance of miscommunication. And thanks to Penny's thaumaturgy, that's just what you can provide. I want you and Isali to go infiltrate the court, deliver a message, and report back to me whether or not Lenguin's got any kind of real force there. We'll speak mind to mind, but don't let Isali in on that little secret, all right? You don't trust the Wenshari wench?" he asked, surprised. "She's comely enough and as polite as a duchess, but you should never trust a shadow mage overmuch. Their craft is deception in all of its forms. Their loyalty is always suspect due to the nature of their work, and I think she's working for someone already." He looked thoughtful. "You can count on me to keep watch on her. Very close watch," he said, a hint of a leer coming through his civilized tones. We stayed 3 days at Green Hill Castle after the Battle of the Lantern. The men needed the time to recover, glean shafts, fletch arrows, repair armor, buy new horses, and prepare for the next battle. I was doing my own preparation. I was gathering my war magi. The third Gilmoran war mage, Asteral, arrived 2 days after the battle, leading an ad hoc company of mercenary horse he had picked up while scouting the area around Farrenrose. After the fall of the castle, by treachery it was whispered, there were plenty of stragglers who'd regrouped in a yeoman's tower and were eager to fight. By the time he crossed the PD River, he had over 200 men with him. More importantly, we had Asteral, who was an excellent war mage, probably the best of the 3 Gilmorans at battle magic. At least he looked most like an infantry grunt of the 3. And he wasn't the only one to arrive. On the 3rd day, Talaman and Azar and Winnick all arrived together. At my direction, they had been scouting the town of Tudri to the west, where 10,000 Gavani had massed, and even beyond into the former barony of Glandon. Their report was dire. Castle Glandon and its picturesque villages was now home to 50,000 goblins, who seemed to be digging in and making themselves at home. They were problematic, but not the big problem. Glandon was hundreds of miles away to the northwest, above the escarpment, and the Gavani there weren't threatening anyone anymore, because they had enslaved or sacrificed the few humans who hadn't run. Glandon was unassailable, and would be for some time to come. The 8,000 to 10,000 goblins who lingered outside of Tudri were the big problem. As of yet, they hadn't begun an active siege. That was the good news. But they had all but cut off the city by blockading it and patrolling the countryside. The 30,000 men of Tudri weren't going anywhere anytime soon. My war magi weren't happy to report what they'd seen, but all 3 of them were happy to see me and looked like they had been in the field a little too long. After they reported, I had them rest, eat and relax until we were ready to depart. Working magic with a witchstone is exhausting, and if you don't maintain your body, it will drain you to the point of uselessness. Finally,
On the third evening, Hessia and Horka arrived from Verone. They had been spying on Duke Lenguin's growing army there, and I guess I could have used them to interact with Lenguin. But the fact was I wanted them both with me. They had been pretending to be beggars. Hessia disguised as an old crone, with her face not a stretch, and gigantic Horka, her idiot son. He acted addled to avoid impressment into the army. Hardly the folk to approach the Duke's palace with a serious message. It would be hard enough to get in to see Lenguin without having to convince some guard that you really were an emissary from a friendly power, not an unwashed mendicant. Nor were they the best war magi for the job. I wasn't completely joking about Mavone's charisma. He knows how to behave among the aristocracy, and he's incredibly persuasive. Hessia's personality is bland on her good days, and she's socially inept. Horka is far too willing to indulge in sudden displays of violent anger. If I had to strong-arm the Duke into doing what I wanted, Mavone had the best chance of doing it, without offending him, or boring him, or killing him. But Horka and Hessia's report wasn't much more encouraging than Azar and Wenix had been. While Verone itself wasn't being attacked yet, there were skirmishes all over the outlands of the town as small bands probed its defences. The Duke refused to send a force to relieve Tudri, in fear of leaving Verone defenceless. In essence, he had committed to abandoning Tudri so that he had more time to prepare to defend his northern capital. That irritated me for a couple of reasons. I've been in Tudri recently to hire mercenaries for Beauval Vale before I'd realised what a monumentally stupid idea it was to stay there. It wasn't a great town. It was worn and shabby and rough around the edges, but I kind of liked the place. Lenguin had recalled his bannermen from the town, leaving only the city militia and a handful of mercenaries to protect it. And there were almost 10,000 Gavani rummaging around outside. Once the Gavani sappers dropped a wall, it would be a chaotic bloodbath that we, unfortunately, would probably lose. The other reason was that Tudri was far more defensible than Verone. Tudri had originally been a walled fortress, built to withstand a siege back when the barons of Greenhill and Festalen had allied to unsuccessfully conquer the place 100 years ago, when it was the seat of the Baron of Megalin. Verone, on the other hand, had been a simple river fishing village before some Alshari duke took a fancy with it and transformed it into his northern capital, to compete in grandeur with Wilderhall in Castal, just over the border, and fair Wenshar beyond. Verone had defences, but it wasn't built with this in mind. It was an administrative seat and pleasure palace, not a fortress. Tudri, on the other hand, could hold out for months in a siege, if it was properly manned and supported. Well, no one ever claimed the Dukes of Alshar were wise. Brave, yes. Wise, no. That's why they were the butt of every rough joke in the Five Duchies. If there was a need for a stupid noble or an ignorant hayseed of a peasant for a comedic play in the East, you can bet that the actors use Alshari accents. While it's an unfortunate cultural stereotype, Duke Lenguin wasn't doing anything to disprove it. Sacrificing Tudri in favour of Verone just didn't make strategic sense. Luckily, I was representing Castal as well as Alshar, and I had complete control over my little expeditionary force without Duke Lenguin's oversight. And with more war magi, and especially the seasoned Gilmorans, I had that much more flexibility in how I employed them. So I called a quick council of war the third night after the Battle of the Lantern at my tent in the courtyard of Greenhill Castle to figure out where to go next. I'd borrowed the Baron's big map for the occasion, and then spent 2 hours with my war magi scouts to fill in the positions of the troops on both sides, before I invited everyone in to see what we were facing. "We're here, in Greenhill," I started out, pointing to the castle on the map with the tip of my wand, my all-purpose wand, not one of my war wands. No need to accidentally blast a hole in the table. "We have about 4,000 troops we can use from here, not counting the garrison. Verone is to the south, and Duke Lenguin is drafting every dotard who can still hold a spear for his grand army. So we'll avoid any inter-duchy unpleasantness by avoiding Verone. That won't make Lenguin happy, but it's not in danger right now anyway. Now, the 10,000 goblins threatening Tudri puts it in a lot more danger. So far the Gavani haven't attacked outright, probably because they lack the proper siege equipment, but they're keeping anyone from getting into or out of Tudri without a fight. That's a problem. There are another few thousand ranging along the west side of the Moran River, but they haven't crossed it in force this far south, not since the Lantern Ford. There's this smaller band that has been seen around Nandine, but they'll be too far away to arrive in time to help, even if they did get word. And you can expect foragers and skirmishers to be under every bush from here on. There are larger bands to the south and, of course, to the west, but these are the forces that are within striking distance of ours. That's the bad news. I walked around the map until I was standing on the north side. This was the worrisome part. But here's the very bad news. There is a massive force, at least 60,000, I said, and watched their expressions pale, that seems to be moving east beyond the North Wardens and growing larger as it absorbs other tribes and legions. And from our scouting reports, they aren't just infantry either. Great wagons pulled by oxen, hundreds of pack animals, and plenty of shamans. Everything you'd need for a major assault, from a goblin point of view. But this very large horde has evaded most of the North Wardens and skirted the edge of the Crinrock territory, even while smaller bands attack the North Watchmen. They're heading east without stopping to take the castles along the way, when they could easily aid their comrades and overwhelm each one. And that mystifies me. It could be that the dead god wants to attack the hill clans and try to penetrate into the duchies that way, away from the big castles. But I just can't see that. Even they would get bogged down in those glens. More likely, he'll bring that force into the Great Valley and try to attack Vor from the east, which is preposterous, but that's all I can imagine. They'd have to go through the valley people, the petty kingdoms, and a dozen robbers' nests and savage tribes, and Vor is hardly a prize worth the trouble. So I can only imagine that they are holding Nandine to block us from taking their larger group in the flanks, and it's the only other strategic target in the area besides Tudri. I can only think that they're holding out way out there to lure us north, away from their comrades. I looked around at the faces of my commanders. Rogo Redshaft, Cadell the Hellrider, Sir Pendelon of Kefir, bold Ascus of the Orphans, Baron Magonus of the Green Hill Knights, and then there were my war magi, each wearing a dirty yellow sash with our rune on it. They were all looking at me expectantly, after that preamble, waiting for the next clever trick we were going to pull. I know I would have been. So we have a couple of choices available, I offered. We can sit here and wait for the Gavani horde to descend, and hope we can hold out, and that Duke Lenguin will have the good sense to come and rescue us. That produced more than a few wry chuckles. We can ride in support of Duke Lenguin at Varun, and sit there with the rest of his men and hope that disease doesn't wipe us all out before the goblins get there. I could tell that there was not much support for that proposition either. We could march north and try to attack the northern horde, but we'd be outnumbered pretty badly, and not even magic could save us, not against 10 times our number. Or, I added, with a meaningful look around the tent, we can ensure this keep is properly supplied and garrisoned before we move, and then ride to the relief of Tudri. Tudri, men? Asked Talaman, concerned enough to chew his lip. If Lenguin isn't defending it, why should we? That brought a lot of chuckles from the men, most of whom were rough-mannered Wilderlands-bred warriors, iron and stone in their bones. Because there are thousands of real people that live there, and they were depending on their duke to protect them. Since he's abandoning them, we'll do what we can. Peasants, sneered the Baron good-naturedly. Shopkeepers and traders. All of the stout lads were recruited already. Thousands have fled toward Castal. The rest will just eat our rations without defending the walls. That made me a little irritated too. Baron, with respect, not only are those people your fellow subjects, regardless of the station of their birth, they are also highly valuable to the dead god. How so? He asked a little sarcastically. Does he need a chambermaid? He needs sacrifices, I said flatly. Human sacrifices. He can magically harness the suffering and death throes of his victims to increase his powers. To you, Tudri might be 30,000 extra mouths to feed. To the dead god, there are 10,000 brands ready to be thrown into his ovens, and his troops need to be fed, don't forget. I'm certain that when he's done with their bodies, they're turned over to his commissary. Are you serious? He asked in a whisper. When I was scouting the western reaches, Azar, who is nearly the most imposing man I know, answered with a growl. I saw strings of prisoners that stretched a mile long, captives taken at Gans and Farrenrose and Three Hills. They were marched to Castle Glendon, which was a fair place once. Now it is blackened with soot and blood, its people slain or taken. The dead are the lucky, even as they simmer in the soup pots of the goblins. The unlucky are those who aren't found useful by the goblins. They go see the dead god in person. Lords, peasants, men, women, adult or child, it didn't matter. They were stripped naked and tied at the neck and dragged into that cursed valley, he said, in a low, feral growl. None came out again. That shook everyone up a little. I seized it as an opportune moment to argue my case. By depriving him of Tudri, we deprive him of a resource, I repeated, and we also save a few of our own people, if that makes any difference to you. Tudri is in the barony of Megalin, Baron Magonas said, shaking his stringy head stiffly. And we'd have to pass through the northern reaches of Festalen, he said, as if it meant crossing a river of fire. We are currently at war with Festalen. That's why I happen to have so many men at arms at the moment. Private wars are suspended when the Duke calls his banners, one of the other knights observed. We are all at the Duchy's service now, you and Festalen alike. Exactly, I nodded. The Baron of Festalen won't mind us using his lands, considering his are the next to face invasion if Tudri falls. Now, if we begin to move tomorrow morning just after dawn, we should be able to make our way westward around... what's the name of this hill? Madabal Hill, my lord, one of the local knights answered helpfully. There is a large temple house there, dedicated to Huin, god of the fields. The priests provide a home for a burrow of riverfolk to help with growing herbs, but nothing of value. Riverfolk? I asked, intrigued. They were non-humans, distant cousins to both the Govani and the Alca-Alon, almost entirely peaceful and harmless, save when their burrows were threatened. The little brown furry people were waist-high, and knew how to grow vegetables like a priest knows prayers. I'd only met a few. They aren't common where I grew up. But I wanted to meet some, for professional reasons, and get their perspective on the greater battle between the Govani and everyone else. Most humans look on them with disdain and disrespect. They're a silly, inconsequential people, more akin to rodents than peasants, according to most peasants. But the truth was that when it came to non-grain crops, vegetables, legumes, roots, nuts and fruits, the natural techniques or inherent magic of the riverfolk surpassed human skills by leaps and bounds. A medium-sized burrow reputedly can produce thrice the produce from a 1-acre plot that a human garden does. Some of the Riverlands lords took advantage of this by treating them almost as well, or as poorly, as their human peasants. This did nothing for their reputation amongst those peasants, but where the riverfolk were allowed to settle, the land prospered. They had some odd ways and some queer ideas, but no stranger than those of the Govani or the Alca-Alon, and they knew the art of brewing by nature. If we have a chance, I'd like to stop and meet them, I mentioned, which earned me some strange looks from some of the local knights. I have my reasons, I said by way of an explanation, but if we move north of the hill, we can skip the Great Western Road entirely and approach Tudri from the east. And if we do, asked Rogo astutely, we put our 4,000 lances against 10,000 maces, and 1,000 bows, 2,000 infantries, a few thousand merchant soldiers from Tudri, a few hundred more knights from the Baron of Megalin, and let us not forget 7 war magi, I reminded him. That should count for something. A frontal assault, then, Master Minalan, asked Cadell. There will be time for charging, but that's not the entirety of my plan. If we can coordinate with the militia inside Tudri, we can get them to send a foray into their flank. Between the two forces, we could get pounded, Winnick said, discouraged. Captain, I'm as much of an optimist as anyone, the portly war mage snorted sarcastically, but even I don't think that would work. Maybe in broad daylight in open country, with plenty of room for a massed cavalry charge, but, well, unless you figured out a mass annihilation spell you didn't mention. Well, let's consider a magical solution then, I reasoned. 4,000 to 5,000 humans against 10,000 goblins. How do we use magic to win a battle like that?
"We don't have to annihilate them," Captain Cadell said, looking at the map and stroking his chubby chin thoughtfully. "We just need to break them down into smaller, easier-to-fight divisions."
"And just how do we do that?" asked Hesia. "Tell half of them that they're invited to a party that the other half doesn't get invited to?" she asked. She tries to be funny, and she really shouldn't. She's outstanding at fortification magic, but Hesia can be a little hard to live with.
"If they're scattered around the town, then peeling them off in small bits shouldn't be a problem," Rogo pointed out. "Ride up close, drop a couple of volleys on them, get them to chase us, and catch them out in the open."
"They'd see us coming," I said, biting my lip and shaking my head. "How exactly are they situated, Toe?" My chief military aide grabbed a couple of battered wooden markers from a basket.
"The main force is encamped here,
just north of this little village. Well, it used to be a little village. Now it's a smoking ruin, and it's surrounded by goblins. About 6,000 in that band alone. Then there's another band of 1,000 on the eastern side of the Anfal, within sight of the Temple of Huin. Then clustered around the town proper are 5 or 6 bands of 100 or so, acting as interceptors, raiders and skirmishers. See?" I asked. "If we do this right, we can eliminate the first 1,000 on the eastern side, and then force the rest to cross the Anfal to meet us. And then we can catch them between us and the Tudrian militia." Winnick groaned. "You make it sound so easy. We faced much worse odds at Boval, remember?" "I do." He nodded gravely. "I also remember how that turned out." "You're alive, aren't you?" I asked pointedly. "Yes, I am," he sighed, looking at the map. "For a few more days, at least. All right, Min. Suppose we march cross-country and take them from the northeast, and we get the burghers to trot their chubby butts out like real men and hit them from the other side. But what if the goblins don't cross the Anfal?" he asked, tapping the bridge on the map. "What if they wait for us to cross it and attack us then?" "We won't," I assured him. "Look, as long as they're on the eastern side, they aren't threatening anyone. Anyone who still can fight, that is. If they stall their forces there, I'll count it as a blessing. And then what? We ride to Tudri and get treated like heroes?"
"With 8,000 Gavani still outside the gate," snorted the Baron.
"No," I said, taking a deep breath. This was going to be the difficult part. "We evacuate Tudri." I saw a wall of blank faces staring back at me.
"Evacuate it?"
asked the Baron in disbelief.
"And leave it for the goblins?"
"The goblins could care less about the town," I pointed out. "They want the people. I think that's what they're doing, preparing to sack Tudri and drag its folk back to Boval to meet their shiny new divinity. Therefore, evacuating Tudri will interfere in his plans, which makes it an ideal plan in my book." "Where do we evacuate them to?" asked Hesia. "That's 30,000 people, Min. You can't stick them all in this castle, or even the other big castles. There's just no room." "Then we escort them to Verone, to go see the Duke who failed to defend them, and have them demand that he protect them and feed them. And eventually to Castal, I think, but at least further east, away from the hordes."
"Duke Lenguin isn't going to like that," the Baron pointed out, frowning.
"I didn't ask him to," I shot back. "He abandoned those people. I'm just picking them back up, and he'll be thanking me next year when he looks around and realizes that half of his realm is under the sway of the dead god. 30,000 extra subjects might seem more beneficial then." "Be careful lest he take offense, Spellmonger," the Baron said quietly. "I know the man, though not well. He is a well-spoken gentleman, but rash." "I'll take that chance," I said, shaking my head. "Tell me, Baron, has this barony here, to the east, contributed any men to the banner call?"
"The Pearwoods?"
he asked, surprised, then snorted.
"Hardly. Those people are hill clans," he explained. "Only a barony by a technicality. Why, they're one step away from a tribe. Their lord is Ozig the Black, but his rule extends as far as the reach of his axe. He swore fealty to Lenguin, true enough, but his own people treat him as a king in ceremonial matters and just another lord in practical terms. But they won't march without his say. He heard the banner call,
But his people detest goblins, and will not willingly go that far away from their homes to fight to defend their own lowlanders. Doesn't he fear reprisal from his overlord? Asked Talaman, surprised. Baron Magonas shook his head ruefully. His Grace's grandfather once sent an expedition into those hills, thinking to conquer the hillmen of the Wilderlands like another rebellious Riverlands fief. 3,000 knights and sergeants poured into the Pear Woods that spring. Less than 500 returned that autumn. Then they sound doughty enough, I pointed out. He nodded emphatically. They can be ruthless. The men of the Pear Woods are expert shots with the longbow, and fearsome fighters on foot. They excel at sniping and hit-and-run raiding. Just ask their neighbours. But put them on horses, and they might as well be on stilts. Put both of their feet on the ground with the hills at their back, and they can fight as well as any man. They use short swords and long two-handed axes. He sounded as if he'd been on the other side of one of those axes. So why didn't this Ozig the Black send any men to Verone? They're hill clans, Magonas repeated. They consider the affairs of lowlanders as unimportant as the politics of geese. They can't fight from a garrison. It makes them absolutely miserable, and they drink and fight too much. They can talk for days about their honour and the grand feats of their ancestors, but unless their lands are threatened or there's gold in it, they won't serve a lowland lord. Pity, I sighed. I was hoping we could convince them to join us. A few hundred of them. Hundreds, my lord? Asked the thin knight who'd spoken earlier. Nay, they number in the thousands. The hillmen take many wives and spawn brats like rabbits. They live on potatoes, beans, whiskey, and rocks. Most yeomen have 3 or 4 wives and a dozen children in their halls. Really? I asked, being unfamiliar with the culture. Isn't that against the custom of both Imperials and Narasi? They follow Pram the Blessed, one of the gods of the valley people, most of them, the knight explained, a note of amusement in his voice. That did explain a lot about the notoriously rustic hill clans. Being the patron of distillation, Pram was a notoriously raunchy divinity, known for periodic wild orgies and drunken rites in his honour. It was a religion despised by the civilized Riverlands folk in the south as a twisted cult, and it was tolerated by the rugged Wilderlands lords as the butt of 1,000 dirty jokes. But the hill clans welcomed the god of the still every full moon, the knight explained, and their riotous culture thrived accordingly. They made liquor out of everything they could find, but particularly brandy from the pears their hills were named for. Parentage was such an open question that a new son belonged to the clan of his mother until he married, only acknowledged by his father, if known, if he won some token of renown. An interesting people, the hill clans of the Pear Woods. They're no good at marching either, Wenneck agreed. I should know. I was one. Before I came into my talent, I was a lad in Clan Shorel. My chief sold me to a wizard in Flendon town in the Riverlands when he found I could witch the winds. You know these people, then? I asked, fascinated. Wenneck, while sarcastic, had never struck me as backwards in the slightest. Some, he admitted. I've seen them fight, up close. Clansmen are deadly with an axe or bow in their hands, and the hills at their backs. You march them 2 days, 3 days away, and they become a bunch of whining peasants, ready to desert the first moment they can, he said disgustedly. Not all of them, Baron Magonas said, shaking his head. There are plenty of honourable warriors, great heroes, even, from the Pear Woods, but they do make shite for soldiers. Then let's not worry with them, I dismissed with a sigh. Another couple of 1,000 men would have been nice, because we'd have to march them west, against the goblins and away from their precious hills. But that leaves plenty of men for our present task. I say we ride to relieve Tudri, and we move soon. Gods help me. I tried to sound decisive and commanding, but I didn't see the determined looks I'd expected. That bothered me at the time. Men! Pentandra screamed into my mind, loudly and suddenly. I was stumbling back to my personal tent, as opposed to my headquarters tent, and her instant summons was so startling, I emitted a yelp that was not fitting for a valiant leader of men. What? I screamed back. Are you in danger? No, 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 she insisted, sounding irritated. Just excited. Obviously, I thought back, continuing on my way. What's got you so excited? New crop of lusty young farmhands come in?
No, but kind of you to ask.
No.
The Order met tonight.
I automatically stopped and looked around to see if someone could overhear my telepathic conversation, which was just silly, a testament to how tired I was. Hamlin was peacefully snoring, his head on my baggage. Isili had left the night before with Mavone, so I was alone. So, did they successfully plan a spring picnic?
They agreed, in principle, to back you and your proposal.
I'm hardly shocked, considering how much it will benefit them, and considering I'm the one taking all the risks. Did you tell them it didn't really matter what they did, that I was already in the field?
No, I'm more diplomatic than you, but they did allow me to address them as your lieutenant, assistant, aide, whatever.
I prefer the term lackey, I thought, amused. But you're the Order's steward, remember?
And I prefer the term wet nurse, but once again I wasn't consulted. Will you just listen a moment? I'm getting to the important part. The Order of the Secret Tower has voted to form an alliance with our Order, whatever we end up calling it.
That's great. Really. I appreciate their support.
If you succeed in Alshar and return alive, that is.
That sounds like a stunning vote of confidence, I thought back sourly.
It's better than it sounds, I promise. For one thing, Daddy is now our liaison with the Order, so anything we want, we just ask him. He's swinging a mighty big stick in council now that he's got glass.
I'm sure you both cut an impressive figure. I did, actually. Penny's dad was a well-respected mage, with a highly distinguished lineage, even before he got Irianite. Now that he was attuned to the stone, and learning how to master its power, he was more powerful than every other mage in a room full of powerful magi. And so was his little girl. That sort of thing gets you a lot of respect in our profession. But what does that translate to, in practical terms?
Respect, for one thing. Influence, for another.
I've been hobnobbing with the nobility already.
Not the Remira nobility, you haven't. And Remir is one of the richest duchies. What we do will probably influence Merwin and Vor more than Castal does. If most of the important magical families line up behind your proposal, then it won't matter what title anyone calls themselves. Since the Remiran ducal court mage was at the meeting last night, and horrendously jealous of me and Daddy, I'd say that whatever influence he can extend on our behalf to the ear of the Duke would be welcome, as long as he gets a shard of Irianite someday.
And that helps me how?
Well, you're going to need some place to hide out, if you screw up Alshar and Castal, she offered. Look, it's a long-term benefit, not a short-term one. But when you do survive the war in Alshar, we'll be in a lot better position to take advantage of it.
I know. I just wish that it translated into something a little more concrete. I'm marching off to battle tomorrow, or at least toward battle, against a whole army of goblins. It would give me great pleasure to know that I had help coming for that.
Well, sorry about that. My days playing war mage are over. I'll stick with politics, I think. More ladylike.
Well, I need more war magi, I thought, bitterly. Not more politics. I thought I was done with politics when I left Wilderhall. I could hear her chuckle in my head, like she was whispering in my ear.
You stupid, silly boy, she sighed. You'll never be done with politics, not until the politics is done with you. Luckily, you have me in your corner. Now, aren't you glad I figured out the telepathy spell, so I can do the hard thinking for you, while you're slaying goblins?
You mean the direct mind link to my ex-girlfriend that I can't shut off, so she can lecture me about my inadequacies any time a goddess has a mood swing? I asked her, my brain dripping with sarcasm. It's lovely. Yes, brilliant of you. Chapter 8. Breakfast with the Court Mage. Wilderhall, midsummer. I was awakened just after dawn by a liveried page, a lad of about 9, wearing a tabard with the stars and moons over the ducal badge of sword and roses that served as the court mage's device. I opened the door groggily, the taste of good wine gone sour in my mouth, and stared at him almost in a stupor. Apparently the boy was used to that kind of reaction. He bowed his neatly combed head in my direction and announced that Master Duncelin requested my presence at breakfast in the Mage's Tower, a small, crumbling structure attached to the ducal residence. I blinked a couple of times before I realized he was awaiting a response. I told him I'd be along shortly, and that I would be most happy to dine with the court mage. I threw him my last penny as a tip, and then got ready. I poured water in the basin and then indulged in using magic to heat it to the perfect temperature before splashing my face and shaving. I took care of a few other things, set the chamber pot beside the door, and took the time to dig out the traditional hat for certified magi. It's technically a 4-pointed hat, popularized by renegade Wenchari magi before the conquest, but somewhere along the line 3 of the points got sewn to the largest peak, which rose over a foot over the brim, so it was basically a 1-pointed hat. Mine was very basic. I rarely wore it since graduation, although some of my spellmonger associates took to wearing theirs all the time, particularly the shorter ones. The day was still fresh and damp and cool, and walking across the bailey, watching the churls and servants bustling about with 1,000 daily errands it takes to keep a castle this large running smoothly, as I saw one poor fellow carrying not 1, not 2, but 4 full chamber pots, I was suddenly very gratified at my choice of trade, and it wasn't just the lack of muck. Magi very rarely bustle. Some strut, some stride, some loom, and some fidget annoyingly. But with magic, there's nary a reason to bustle. I arrived at the private entrance to the Mage's Tower, a pleasant-looking circular tower 6 stories tall that was attached to but separate from the Duke's Tower. Thankfully, Master Duncellin's dining room was on the ground floor. I love towers, hate stairs. There was a single bored-looking sentry almost holding a spear who took my name, searched his memory for a moment, and then admitted me. From there, an old woman with a castellan's knot around her neck directed me into the dining room, as she was bringing food from the kitchen in a big wicker basket. Fresh-baked biscuits, honey, a bowl of tiny sausages, some cheese, a smaller basket of fruit, and a bowl of boiled hen's eggs peeled and sprinkled with salt and savoury herbs. A much better breakfast than I expected. I could see why you might want to consider life as a court mage. The food's good. She laid about the table with the ease of long practice, muttering to herself incomprehensibly as she cut cheese, poured me a mug of weak beer, poured cups of hot tea for the 2 of us, and sliced up a couple of pieces of fruit. She disappeared just as Master Duncellin was making his way down the richly carved wooden staircase. "Good morning, Master Duncellin," I said, as I stood and bowed with my best court manners. Pentandra had made me practice protocol and proper forms of address for hours, damn her, and I found them coming to me easily now. The old man executed a stately bow just a bit higher than mine, after acting a little startled at seeing me there, as if he had forgotten the appointment. Then he noticed my hat and chuckled. "I rarely wear mine," he confessed. "I used to wear it all the time, but when I got this post, well, the hat that comes with it is pretty heavy." I remembered it from graduation, a singularly tall affair in the duchy's colours, yellow and red, festooned with silver and gold symbols. It's beastly hot in the depths of summer, too. Hard to look mystically competent when you're sweating like a pig. He took a seat at the table without further ceremony, and I followed suit. "Thank you for joining me this morning, Master Minalan," he said kindly. "I wanted a chance to speak with you before the others got their grubby hands on you. One mage to another." "The others?" I asked, intrigued, as I speared an egg on the point of my knife. "Am I in danger of being kidnapped?" "Hardly," chuckled the old wizard. "Indeed, I can't imagine a person in the 5 duchies who could manage that, now that you have a witchstone." Ah, I knew there was a purpose to this early meeting. The old geezer wanted a piece of glass, just as Pentandra had predicted. That made sense. He wanted his bribe, and that was something I could work with, once I got past the niceties. "I wouldn't advise abducting me," I agreed. "It wouldn't be prudent." "So what others are you speaking of?" "The other members of the council," he explained, sipping his tea while it was still piping hot. "The ducal court has many courtiers whose interests intersect with ours," he said conspiratorially. "You can expect several of them to try to reason with you today. Oh, always in the interests of the duchy as they perceive them. Most of them will be deeply troubled by your radical proposal. Attitudes at court tend to run toward the conservative, I'm afraid. Even with this new threat on the horizon, most won't see the advantages to it, not without a compelling reason. If I know them at all, I'd guess that they'll try to persuade you to drop your demands and go fight the Gavani anyway. Master, I'm not inclined to be persuaded, I said politely, although I'd be very interested to hear your thoughts on the matter. Best pin him down, now, establish where he stood. Would he back my plan out of his own and his professional self-interest? Or would he sit out and wait to see which way the winds were blowing before committing, one way or another? The problem with court magi, of whatever level, is that they know just how easy a job it is, and how easily they can be replaced. The old man bit off an almost dainty piece of sausage and looked at me thoughtfully. Minalan, I'll be candid. The idea of the dead god out there scares me a lot more than the prospect of mere invasion. Then you are more wise than some in court, I said, thinking of Count Salgo's dismissal of the dead god. I do not have words for how truly powerful and malevolent he truly is, and his servants are nearly as bad. Dunsalan shrugged. I am not so concerned about them, he admitted. We can kill goblins by the thousands, but as long as that abomination remains, we cannot win this war. We agree on that point at least. I nodded. But do not dismiss his minions lightly. I've faced them in battle, and while they are unsophisticated, they are drunk with power and fanatically enthusiastic about their service. They will strike at us any way that they can, as long as they can. Their hate for us is palpable. The Gavani have never been genocidal, he said, shaking his head. Warlike, yes, upon occasion, but even they have some measure of respect for life and the rules of war. Had, I corrected. You underestimate the influence the dead god has had on their culture. The Gavani in the Minden Range are almost entirely under his sway. I thought of Gokal, the Gurvan I'd captured in battle and whose life I'd spared. He had been an exception, one of the Gavani who had been drafted into the hordes just as I had been drafted into the army for the Farisi campaign. He held to the older, simpler, more tribal ways of the pre-Sharul Gavani. It had turned out to be the right move, even if I'd been conflicted about it at the time. There was a century-old shamanic prophecy about the first Gurvan to see the sacred cave, blah, 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 and while the dead god thought he had been the one to do so, the fact was that I'd allowed Gurkal to see it first. He'd been smuggled out of Boval Castle with the rest of the survivors, travelling through the sacred Gavani Molopar swaddled in cloaks and cowls to keep him from being seen for what he was. I had my second apprentice, the bookish Rundal, take charge of him. From what I understood, he and Gurkal were secluded in the south at an ancient monastery devoted to Gobab, the old imperial god of war. He was surrounded by some friends of mine, the Gobaba, mercenary monks whom I'd hired out of Tudri last spring. They were devoted to the archaic divinity, and they realized the potential importance of the prisoner once I'd explained it to them. Hopefully he'd be safe there until I could find a more permanent place for him. What you say may be true, he agreed reluctantly. Surely they can start some mischief. But primitive shamanic magic against imperially trained magi? He scoffed. Even with Irianite, without the power of this dead god behind them, I can't see them becoming much of a threat, he said convincingly. Only I wasn't convinced. Master Dunsalan, despite his age, wisdom and experience, didn't know what he was talking about. Shamanic magic was nothing to dismiss lightly, not if you wanted to survive the day. I don't think the Council truly understands just how profound a danger there is, I said diplomatically. No need to correct the man if I didn't have to. I remembered what Penny said about getting the court on my side. But if the Gavani aren't countered, and quickly, then there won't be much of a duchy left to worry about the dead god. It's going to have to be a war on two fronts, one temporal, one magical. He nodded sagely. I'm sure he practiced that look in the mirror. Indeed. I'll admit your proposal yesterday gave me food for thought last evening. I sat in front of my fireplace and meditated on the ramifications of relaxing the bands. He trailed off. And did you come to any conclusions? I asked, eyebrows raised. This was the important part. This was the ducal court mage of all Castal. If Master Dunsalan wouldn't support the relaxation of the bans, then I couldn't see anyone else in court doing so. No one important, at least. I did, he sighed, and after a long contemplation, I have to agree. We cannot win the magical war with the magi we have. Even war, magi. Not against the dead god. There are just too few. And even with Irianite, there are too many restrictions on just what kind of magics can be practiced. I agreed. That was one of my profession's biggest complaints about the bans, and the censorate that enforced them. The harsh restrictions on research. There were whole fields of study that were considered off-limits or highly restricted, and the censors had a habit of broadly interpreting the statutes. Sometimes it made sense, experimenting with deadly diseases, for example, or charms to compel a suicide or murder are dangerous. Other times the restrictions didn't seem to serve a purpose. My own field of specialty, for example, the thaumaturgy of sex magic, had been discredited for years because of the prudish nature of my barbarian ancestors. There wasn't even a particular regulation about sex magic per se, just a few codes concerning using magic to abet rape or murder, or compel consent and such. But the censorate just didn't like that sort of thing. And so a promising field of research had been atrophying for years for no good reason. But to relax the bans, that may well give us a valuable tool in the magical war. If the Duchy could add to the ranks of the Magi without the censorate breathing on the back of their necks, we could put far more war Magi in the field, and have far more spellmongers and hedge Magi supporting them, he declared. Certification has always been an expensive prospect, without a sponsor or patron to pick up the fees. That had forced many low-born, talented students to either abandon the practice due to lack of funds, or develop their powers slowly, haphazardly, and without controls, and become hedge magi or foot wizards. I nodded, as if he had brought up a powerful point that I had yet to think of. If we were able to bring some of our clandestine brethren into the light, well, I'd count that as a good thing for our craft, particularly if they were armed with Irianite, I said wryly. Oh, yes, the old wizard said, clearing his throat self-consciously. There is that. The pause afterward was pregnant enough to have puppies. You want a stone, don't you, Master Duncelin? I observed. It was a statement, not a question. I will not beg for one, nor will I betray my liege, Duncelin declared, finally naming the price of his bribe. And technically, the simple possession of a stone violates the bans, the way they have traditionally been interpreted. But I will not deny I am envious, Master Minalan, jealous, even. I saw but a glimpse of their power yesterday, and it was breathtaking. I have been able to think of little else since. To have such forces at your command. He trailed off, shaking his head while he ate a biscuit. It's more invigorating than you can imagine, I agreed softly. But there are other dangers you should know before you decide to commit. You can overuse a stone, become dependent upon it, and crave it like a drug if you are not careful. The power can drive you mad, as it did with Auril Pratt, and one poor spellmonger's apprentice in Beauval who allowed the power of the stone to overwhelm him. He killed his senior apprentice, and we had to destroy the stone, which ended his own life. I learned a tragic lesson about Irianite that day, which is why I have instituted the oaths I have, Master, so that there is some responsible oversight for their use. Some would say that a commoner's son who works as a village spellmonger is not the best warden of responsibility, he pointed out, gravely. Let them say it to my face, I suggested. If they have a compelling argument, I'll hear them out. I might challenge them to a duel afterward, but I'll hear their argument. And you would win, no doubt, regardless of whether the contest was magical or martial in nature, he observed with a chuckle. You have suddenly come into a great deal of power, Master Minalan, and you refuse to be any man's tool. That's a dangerous combination. I don't refuse to be any man's tool, I pointed out. I just want a fair price for my work. If the Duchy wants to contract me to go kill Gavani, then I'll do it. If they meet my price. I want the bans relaxed. I want Magi to be able to purchase and inherit property, and to retain their noble titles. And I'll distribute Irianite as I see fit, to further the war effort, I said reasonably. At least it sounded reasonable to me. But the oath you require binds the recipient to you, personally, Duncelin said, shaking his head. Not the Duchy, nor even the 5 duchies of the kingdom, nor to the censorate. You, Minalan the Spellmonger. That smacks of the tactics of the Arch-Magi of old. That kind of oath was forsworn after the Magocracy fell. I thought it was a good institution. I shrugged. It used to be the Archmage regulated the use of magic, and that if you had a stone, you were his man, in service of the Empire. That system worked well for centuries. Yet you are no Archmage, he countered. I'm still working on that, I quipped, with a small, tight smile. I wasn't being serious at the time. The institution of the Imperial Archmage traced its roots back to ancient Perwyn, long drowned beneath the waves. For the Empire founded by its survivors, the Archmage was at first a hereditary nonentity, then a competing power, and finally an all-important figure of unity, before he confiscated all the loose Irianite, threw it into the sea, and kept just a few pieces for himself. A few centuries later, the magical aspects of the office had become largely incidental, as the Archmage became sated with temporal power and saddled with the administration of the Empire. They studied magic less and less. Then a bunch of northern barbarians came along, and they didn't have the ability to defend themselves. The rest is literally history. But it does beg the question, Master Duncelin, I continued, that if it is not me who controls who does and doesn't get witchstones, who does? You? Oh, that would be for the Duke to decide, he dismissed, or the Censor General, Master Hatarian. Duke Rad would likely defer to his staff on the subject, I pointed out. That would be you. Who would you hand over a witchstone to? And could you guarantee that it would be used wisely, and in the defence of the realm? Duncelin looked troubled. There are certainly plenty of deserving. I'm certain that the political reality. His Grace is usually adept in matters of... He heaved a great sigh. I think I see what you mean, he admitted sadly. Exactly, I nodded. If the task and responsibility is made part of the ducal hierarchy, then the distribution and regulation of Irianite becomes a political issue, and suddenly you're handing out stones based on noble birth and wealth and political connections and favours owed, not merit. Penny had coached me on this part too. I see your point, nodded the old man. I think our ancestors were wise to put the censorate outside of the reach of any single duchy. Someone who had the power to grant Irianite, who could become a powerful, insidious weapon, and a political nightmare. Which is why I insisted on my resolution to the problem. Part of it is pure pragmatism. I've got the only stone that can shatter the bond to the dead god, which means any truly useful stone has to come through me. I'm not impressed by titles, or who your sire was, or how much gold you can loan to the Duke. I'm going to look you in the eye, test your will, evaluate your abilities, and make a decision based on that. This keeps the issue apolitical. You might be right, agreed Duncelin, as to the matter of the Irianite. I cannot fault your reasoning. But then you propose to let Magi buy or inherit property, which makes us an even bigger political issue, when our profession is already reeling from the madness of Oril Pratt. He looked guiltily through a window facing away from the courtyard, into a private garden. Did you know that I, myself, was in line to inherit? He asked, a troubled look on his face. I was not aware of that, Master, I said truthfully. It wasn't a huge fief, but my father was Lord of Greenflower in southern Ramir, long ago. I was the eldest, and the only son, destined to be a knight, or at least a prosperous lord of the land. When my powers became manifest, it was decided that they were too profound to be easily bound, and I was sent to apprentice with old Master Inglo, court mage to Count Brassalan of Ramir. It was a great honour, he insisted, as if he had to convince himself. My sister's husbands divided up my patrimony. Of them, 2 are dead, and their land belongs to strangers. The third, she's feeble, and likely won't live to see spring. And then lovely Greenflower will have left the family for good. He seemed pretty sad about the whole thing. If the Duke can be convinced to accept my bargain, then that won't happen again, I vowed. A son could inherit his father's lands as a mage lord. A worthy war mage could be rewarded by the coronet for good service, and we wouldn't be a pack of mumbling mystics, moving from barony to barony, looking for work most of the time. Think of what we could do with Irianite and lands to sustain us. I know, he said testily. I've thought of little else since we ended our session yesterday. Do you not think I haven't dreamed of this impossible day?
I've had a longer life than you, Minalan, and I've read more. I've read accounts of the greatness of the Majocracy, of the even greater heights of lost Perwyn. The mage lords of old brought fertility to the fields and flocks, and protection for the people. They flew from place to place in magical contraptions. They could speak to each other at a great distance. Their powers seemed boundless. Our modern profession grasps at the crumbs from their table and tries to call it progress. So you are in favour of me pushing the Duke on this? I think I am, he said decisively. We are all doomed if we don't do something. And what are the chances, do you think, of convincing him? Duncelin pursed his lips over his frosty white beard. He won't make any decision until he has consulted with the Censor General, but he has no real love for the bands, or a loathing for our trade. He's a good leader, and simply wants to rule his realm in peace and prosperity. If this will help him with that, then he will consent. Gods help him if he doesn't, I sighed. I'm serious about my pledge. If my terms are not met, then you can expect to see me and my war magi on the next ship for Vor. It will take a couple of generations for the dead god to reach that far east, and perhaps by that time the remaining dukes will have better sense. The Duke may not allow you and your brethren to leave, suggested Duncelin. The Duke may want to rethink that, I answered. I dare say I could defeat any attack he cared to throw at me, and with my men with me, there's not a force that can stand against us. No human force, I amended. My war magi and I had stood against the might of Sharul, and were lucky to be alive. He swatted at us like bugs. Compared to him, all the knights in the duchies were preferable as foes. So I advised him. Duncelin agreed. I don't think such a course is likely. I feel you have nothing to fear from the Duke. The Censor General may have other ideas. As I said, great power has come to you, and that power will attract enemies. So how about you, Master Duncelin? I asked slyly. Are you my friend or my foe? Neither, he said, after a moment's thought. I may not be the most powerful mage in the duchy, but I am the most politically adept. Of course, I'd like to call you an ally. It's rare that the court mage has an ally in court, but I will not betray my lord for the chance. Your oath only concerns the realms of magic, I pointed out. It merely governs how the stones are to be used and prescribes them from misuse, and invokes your aid or assistance in supporting me in removing stones from those who prove themselves unworthy. And if a mage you've given a stone to does prove unworthy, then the stone is forfeit to me. I make no claim on the mage's life. I merely reclaim the property and give it to another. Those are not arduous promises, he conceded. Mayhap the Duke would allow such an oath if it would grant the duchy a stone. The duchy does not get a stone, I declared. The stone belongs to me. I grant it to an individual, regardless of position or title, and it stays with that individual, regardless of position or title. The duchy cannot take an oath, but you would consider granting a stone to me, personally, the old man asked, his voice quivering. I have long admired your work, and been impressed in how you administer the duchy's magi, I admitted. You are correct. You are not the most powerful or adept mage in the duchy, but you have good sense, political savvy, and the ability to put the needs of the duchy and its people before your own. I would certainly consider granting you a stone. He looked as happy as a kid with a sugar lump. Really? Truly? As a matter of fact, I would accept it as a condition of the deal. If the Duke meets my terms, then you shall take the oath and have a stone. You may use the stone to defend the realm and shore up its defences, or you can go east and make yourself fabulously rich. I'll leave that to your conscience. But I need the Duke to listen to my plans and do as I say, and it is known he turns to you often for advice. Of course, of course. He nodded. Then he paused, a biscuit halfway to his mouth. Master Minalan, are you using a witchstone to bribe me for my support? He asked suspiciously. I considered. Yes, actually. That's exactly what I'm doing, I conceded. He thought about it for a moment, and then his biscuit resumed its journey. All right. Consider me bribed. I lust for the power of the stone, as any mage might. And once you have it, you will realize just how pale a lust it was,
compared to the fulfillment of desire, I promised. Then you shall have my aid, he granted, nodding. It may be that you will remake the image of the Magi throughout the 5 duchies, Minalan. I'll settle for a nice, prosperous little village somewhere where me and my woman can raise our children, unencumbered by Gavani, I shrugged. Truth is, Master Duncelin, I have no personal ambitions beyond that. I don't want to be a court mage, or a war mage, or even a spellmonger, if you want to know the truth. I just want to live my life and pursue my research, without being bothered by the weight of the world. Alas, if I get what I ask from the Duke, the thing I want most will be furthest from my grasp. I sighed. I might have been a little dramatic about it. It wasn't untrue, but it wasn't completely candid either. With the power I had and the money I had, I could afford to buy myself into the nobility if I survived. A small rural lordship somewhere, maybe somewhere east. But until the threat of the dead god was abated, I knew I couldn't rest. Not for long, anyway. He had stared into me with those soulless eyes, and that's an image that doesn't fade over time. Well, you have my word. I shall support you, Master Minalan, Duncelin agreed confidently. Now, tell me about these war magi. The rest of breakfast was far less stressful once we had covered business. Duncelin's professional specialty was water magic. The man knew more about how water flows downhill than I knew was possible. His pet project was at one of the Duke's minor estates, loaned to Duncelin to get around the bans, where he had built an intricate water wheel and other hydraulic contraptions to harness the magical power of water. Considering Wilderhall is in the border regions between the northern Wilderlands and the southern Riverlands, there was water aplenty to work with. And I learned something else very important at that meeting. Water is boring. I excused myself afterward as soon as protocol allowed, and was making my way back to my new quarters when another page caught up with me. This one was older, maybe 11, and his tabard had a golden axe crossed with a silver sword on a scarlet field, silver rose behind, the livery of the office of the Lord Marshal of the Duchy. "My master's compliments, my lord," the boy said, his voice cracking at entertaining points throughout his words. "Count Salgo invites you to join him in the practice yard this morning, if the spellmonger will consent," he recited. "I'll be there soon," I answered. "I need to speak with the Castellan first. Tell me, with which weapons is your lord practicing today?" The page had to stop and think for a moment. "Sword play today, my lord. Archery first day, grappling second day, sword play third day, lances fourth day, maces and axes on fifth day." "Swords it is, then," I nodded. I had run out of pennies with which to tip him. Oh well. He ran off when I dismissed him. Indeed, I did need to find a Castellan, Harren, and I did. After asking 3 or 4 gold-tabarded Castellans, they directed me to where he was overseeing the laundry. I waited politely before interrupting him as he chastised a group of old women that they weren't getting the clothes clean enough for the fortune he paid them. "Master Spellmonger," he said, bowing deeply when he noticed me, "what service can I provide for you today?" "Simple. I need some money." I watched his face contort as a variety of reactions conspired. Better elaborate, I decided, before poor Harren thought I wanted a loan. I left most of my belongings with my apprentices in my haste to get here, including my purse. However, I do have this, I said, taking out a rough leather pouch. I opened it and put a single uncut emerald into his palm. "I got this from a Gavani. Spoils of war," I explained. "They use them like money, some of the more civilized ones. In any case, I have yet to have the time to find a jeweler to sell them. If you happen to know of one..." "As it happens, I do," Harren said. I knew he would. "My sister's second husband is a journeyman in the trade in town. He does much of the repair work for the ladies of Wilderhall. He will give you a fair price." He nodded. "If you handle the matter yourself for me, you may take a quarter of the price," I told him. His eyes opened a little wide. That was a substantial amount. "I just need some coin in my pocket, is all." "Quite understandable, Master Minalan," Harren nodded. "I suppose usually your apprentice would handle such matters?" I tried to imagine Tyndall, a low-born orphan who was a stable boy when I met him, bargaining with a wealthy jeweler. He's an outstanding apprentice and a potentially powerful war mage, but Tyndall, unfortunately, lacks sophistication in many things. Ordinarily, a guest arrives with a manservant or two to deal with such details. "My apprentice has better things to do than wait on me," I said, shaking my head. But I suppose I should consider employing someone to help out temporarily. Pray, do you have anyone in mind?"
"I do, master."
Harren nodded.
"My cousin's boy, Hamlin, is without a situation at the moment, after his last master died. He is well trained for service, and he seeks employment."
"If you get enough for that emerald, tell him I want to meet him."
"Can he use a sword, master?"
"As well as any townsman.
When we are 16, we spend 2 summers drilling with the militia. If I recall correctly, he was tolerable with a blade or spear. Do you expect that to be a necessity for the position?"
"It might be helpful," I agreed.
"And I need someone loyal, too." "Of course, master. Hamlin's reputation is pristine, although there was little enough to do for his last master. He took ill not long after Hamlin took his service." "Fine. Send him to me this evening, then."
Then I headed back to my room, grabbed my mage blade and weapons belt, and headed clear across the inner bailey to the Tower of Swords, where Count Salgo awaited me. No doubt he wanted to persuade me as well. I wondered if I was going to have to wait on every courtier in the castle. If so, it was going to be a very busy day. Chapter 9. The Terror of Kitzel Hamlet. Greenhill, late summer. I used to think that there wasn't anything worse than the terrifying nightmare of battle. Not all battle, leading a thunderous cavalry charge into an inferiorly positioned foe, destined to slaughter them quickly and brutally, is actually kind of fun, once you get over the pure gore of it. I mean the other kind of battle, the one where the outcome is uncertain at best, and your hope of survival is purely a matter of luck, skill, and the fickle whims of the gods. The press of flesh and metal and hair and blood, the screams of the wounded, the dying, the calls to mothers in the speech of infants, coming from the mouths of men grown, the curses and prayers and pleas for mercy, the drums and horns and war cries by strangers who want to kill you, all combine into one ghastly symphony from hell that assaults your ears and your mind all at once. Mix that with the stench of fear and vomit and bile and piss and shit and mud and horse and steel and sweat, fire and ash. Battle has a nauseating perfume all its own. It haunts your nostrils for days after, and there's no passage of years that can dim the memory of that harsh aroma. That's on top of the confusion and shock of being faced with death not once, like when a cart almost ran over you and you narrowly escaped, but again and again and again. Death from the foemen in front of you, death from a fated arrow from the sky, death from behind by someone you didn't even see was there, death from your tent mate who mistook you for the foe, trampled by horses or bashed by maces, sliced by swords or punctured by javelins, from any direction at any time. Not once, as I said, but over and over and over, within the space of 100 heartbeats, where every time you blink, a new foe could reveal himself, a new danger could manifest, and you are helpless in preventing or avoiding it, where every step you take seems foreordained to inch you closer and closer to your own grisly death, where the surge of terror compels you to fight madly, or to retreat madly, or to scream madly into the chaos in defiance not of the foe, but of death itself, where comrades and friends, men you diced and drank and whored with, lie gasping at your feet, their hot blood pouring from their bodies and pooling at your heels, their terror-filled eyes turned toward you in pleading despair, begging you to save them from their grim fate while knowing, as you do, that there is nothing that you can do to save them from the abyss, and that you will stand there helplessly while they die, or worse, forget about them in an instant, as you dodge the next volley, next charge, next slash, where blood becomes as common as rain and screams are as normal as breezes, where rank and position and class have no meaning, and the basic commonality of struggling just to survive the man-made madness puts you and the greatest duke on level, where retreat into drunkenness, madness, or impervious detachment is the only remedy to the stain of the assault on your memory, where the subtlest reminder of some faraway battlefield a lifetime away turns your blood to ice in your veins and makes old men wake up in the middle of the night, bawling like babies, or screaming like terrified little girls at the memory. I used to think there was nothing worse than that. I was wrong. Kitzel Hamlet was worse than that. It started raining just after dawn the day we set out from Green Hill Castle, and it continued all morning as our column wound its way down the hill and off to the northwest, toward the ford. I was riding in the vanguard with about 20 scouts, making sure we didn't inadvertently blunder into any magical traps, ordinary traps, or ambushes. There were a few at first, crude things that probably wouldn't have done much, even when they were fresh. I ripped through them like cobwebs. But then the number of obstacles passed, and we thought we were through with the worst depredations the goblins had inflicted on Green Hill. Then the vanguard went up the ridge on the other side of the ford, over another ridge, and down into the shallow valley where Kitzel Hamlet was. In Ulshar and Castal, they call any group of huts with more than 3 families and less than 10 a hamlet. Otherwise, it's a village. In Ramir, they're known as cantons. I don't know what they're called in Merwin or Vore. I've never been there. But in Ulshar, they're called hamlets, and this one had 4 families crowded into 5 huts. Past tense. The goblins had arrived here first, it seemed. Kitzel was a tiny dot just outside of the Green Hill bounds, a cluster of homes of peasants and charcoal burners who eked out a meagre existence on the margins of the 2 baronies. The 4 families had all been related by marriage or blood. I'm guessing that the goblins attacked them at night, because 2 of the bodies were still in nightclothes. In fact, they were the only 2 still dressed. Everyone else had been stripped naked, beaten, and then tortured. I could tell something was wrong the moment the winding path that led into the northernmost vassal of the Baron of Festalen. Kitzel was a border hamlet, that is, an unofficial settlement, near to the frontiers of 2 contentious fiefdoms. Usually these places get started as thinly disguised smuggling operations. Outlaw communities comprised of peasants on the run from justice in one barony, taking refuge in the other. I don't know how Kitzel got started, but that's the kind of place it was. Poor, unkempt, a community living on the margins of society by doing the jobs no one else wanted. Trapper, tanner, woodman, charcoal burner. There wasn't a stone tower, a wall, or even a brick building that they could have taken refuge in away from the goblins. Not a root cellar. There wasn't even a timber building. The crude huts they lived in were round wattle and daub affairs in various states of shabbiness. They weren't totally destitute. There was a large flat stone near the central fire pit where they made flatbread. The goblins had used it as a sacrificial altar. There was an iron kettle, 3 feet wide, nearby, also communal. Only instead of vegetables and the odd bit of mutton or chicken or fish, it now had fly-covered rotting bones in the cold muck in the bottom. Children's bones. About 4 of them. From the skulls, the largest of them was perhaps 7. The corpses of the adults were tied to trees or posts around the centre of the fire, where they had been forced to watch the proceedings. Except for the 2 in their night-dresses, they had been nailed to the walls of their huts. All the bodies bore testimony to the various means of inflicting pain that had been inflicted upon them. Knives, rocks, sticks, slivers, fire, heated metal, boiling water. The limbs and extremities had been smashed, burned, or hacked off, piece by piece, by someone who knew how to do it without killing the victim right away. Even 2 days after the goblins had left, their corpses were still locked in a rictus of horror, reflecting the terror in their final moments. "Dear gods," Azar whispered behind me. That impressed me. He'd seen some carnage in his time as a war mage. "They dare?" "They do," I said grimly. "Look," I added, nodding toward the corpse of one woman nearest the fire pit. She had been bound with her arms suspended from a branch tied crossways to a sturdy oak. Maybe 20 years old, her naked body had been tormented for days. There was a wooden ladle jammed in her mouth. So far down her throat it had ruptured it. I hoped she was dead already when the beasts had given her that indignity. I dismounted, along with Azar and Asterol, who were with me. I had the 20 or so Hell Riders who were with us form a loose perimeter while we studied the miserable place. She was held here, while her children were slain in front of her, I said sadly, as I touched her face gently. Her eyes, thankfully, were closed. I didn't want to see the horror in them that might have survived death. Not just slain. "Boiled," Azar said hoarsely, as he stared gingerly into the kettle. "Alive. See, their bonds are still in the bottom of the pot wrapped around their arm bones. They made her watch her own children get boiled alive." I removed the spoon, my heart sinking into disgust and despair. "And then they made her. They made her eat some of it," I said, my heart in my throat as I carefully removed the spoon. "See how her teeth are broken? She tried to resist, but after making her suffer, and eating the stew in front of her, and the rest. They tried to make her eat it. They killed her for refusing.
"Captain, take a look at this,"
Asteral murmured, kneeling in the torn-up ground around the fire.
"There were some fights here. Not goblins. Humans. I'm not a great tracker, but—"
he said, fading off as he brought out his witchstone and cast something over the area. In a moment he grunted.
"Yes, definitely 2 humans fought here. They were both wounded. One died. The other was dragged off."
"That's a pretty impressive spell," I said, trying to focus on something, anything, to keep my mind from acknowledging the horrors around me. "Anything else?"
It's pretty confusing,"
he admitted, glancing around purposefully.
"If I had to guess, I'd say that there was some kind of gathering here of between 20 and 30 goblins."
"And a shaman. His marks are all over the place," I added. "Not one of the low-class kind either. An Urgulnosti. This one knew what he was doing." "It wasn't just sport," Azar agreed. "There was purpose here. Some necromancy, perhaps?" "It's been known to happen," I nodded. "But it looks less like they were trying to reanimate them, and more like they were sacrificing them. From the looks of things, the terror must have gone on for hours. Days. That kind of raw emotion in the air can make a lot of things happen." "So what was the purpose of all of this?" Azar asked, a look of supreme disgust on his face. I could sense his own raw emotion, boiling beneath a calm, cool exterior. When it finally came out, it was going to be ugly.
"You're the thaumaturge," Asteral said, standing up and nodding toward me expectantly. "You tell us. I can track, but I can't tear down a spell."
Damn. He was right. Azar was great at blasting enemies with righteous fury, and Asteral had more finesse than just about any war mage I knew. But this wasn't war magic. It was thaumaturgy. I sighed. "I'll take a look. It might be important." I admitted more to myself than them. I really didn't want to look into this for fear of where it would lead, but I had to. That's why I was the captain. "You and Azar go give me a perimeter. Make certain I'm not disturbed," I said, looking around at the corpses hung out like solstice decorations around me. "Any more disturbed than I already am," I added. They both nodded gravely and went off in opposite directions, while I sat down on the ground in front of the baking stone that had been used for such a macabre purpose. The victim's blood stained the grey slab black, and the ants and bugs were already swarming around the edges to exploit the gory bounty. I closed my eyes as I took out my stone, and I prepared myself thoroughly before I began the first silent invocation. I chanted a whisper under my breath, knowing that feeling my mouth shape the words and syllables was more important than actually hearing them, and I visualized the first keystone components of the spell. In moments, the rest of the world fell away, and I was surrounded by the faint remnants of the goblin's spell. I was right. The work was far too patterned and orderly to be the work of your average rural shaman. This was well-thought-out spellcraft, deliberately applied for specific purpose. It was masterful, in its way. The mechanics behind it were elegant, if I understood them right, and whoever the practitioner was, he had used the seething energy of despair he'd collected with his stone extremely efficiently. I'd only seen work like this a few times, and I had been exposed to a lot of Gavani magic back in Boval. I probably knew how to interpret it as well as anyone. Despite its elegance, it was jagged and harsh. This wasn't a simple protection spell or a shielding spell. There was greater purpose to it. And as I studied it more closely, I noted that it wasn't a single spell, but 3 separate ones. Even more interesting. Holding the images in my mind, I cast the Morteen's Discovery Appraisal spell, which separated the 3 sets of symbolic energy from each other. I took them chronologically, to help better establish what happened here. I owed the people of Kistol Hamlet that much. The first one was a seeking spell of some sort, I determined, but unlike any seeking I'd ever seen. But then I'd never seen a seeking on that scale before, never one that powerful and obscure. It had required a lot of force to implement, I could see, and the objective of the seeking, while obscured, was clearly something of power or value. The lingering knot of magical forces that remained imprinted on reality was not something I could easily untie, not without knowing more of Gavani magic. So, a seeking. They were looking for something. The second spell was far more powerful and broad in scope, according to the discovery spell. I could see that it was offensive in nature, but insidiously so. It was a potent, emoting glyph, enforced and amplified. I feared what I would find if I tried to interpret it, and wasn't confident that the interpretation would be particularly accurate. But then I realized that I was just coming up with excuses why I shouldn't do it, instead of just doing it. I kept the discovery spell in place and cast a standard thaumaturgic diviner, known as the Second Interpreter of Gois, one of the ancient Arch-Magi of Purwin. It examines the essential character of emotional-based magic. For those taking notes, his first interpreter is for elemental magic, and his third is for theurgic. Yeah, you're probably right not to take notes. It took a moment for the spell to begin to work, but then it would have taken hours for me to cast it without Irionite. A cascade of glyphs, specially created by the Arch-Magi to represent human emotions, appeared in a circle in front of me. Fear, terror, panic, agony, helplessness, sadness, desperation, anguish, confusion, hate, rage, temper, jealousy, hopelessness, sorrow, lament, despair. Despair most of all. It pulsated in front of me like a beating heart, more palpable than even rage or terror. Despair ruled this casting, but the others were powerful in their own right. It was a litany of pestilent emotions, wrapped tighter than a braid and combined in one oppressive miasma. It was the selected emotions from those poor victims of Kitsal, made large by magic and projected into the other half of the spell. I needed yet a third spell for that, and I didn't feel like being reminded of what I was handling here, the dying thoughts and feelings of these people, any more than I wanted to handle their tortured bodies. So I dropped the interpreter and used a more analytic spell for the other portion. I suppose I could have held on to all three, but that was just work I didn't need to be doing right now. The analytic spell told me that the emotions, having been bottled like wine and amplified, had then been poured out into the psychic atmosphere around us in a sophisticated sending spell. The goblins were, quite literally, making us feel bad. There was a lot of warfare potential for that. I'm good at blue magic, shorthand for emotionally based or charged spells, like sex magic, and I'd used such runes exhaustively against the Gavanian Bovold during the siege. Terror is an excellent ally, but a treacherous foe. Despair even more so. A couple of well-placed runes could get an enemy commander or an important officer off his game enough to make bad decisions, and a demoralized enemy is hard to compel to fight. But I'd never seen anything like this. My runes were standard, similar to the glyphs I'd seen from their sending. Rage is a pretty easy emotion to manifest, after all. We've all experienced it. It's almost comfortable. Fear is another easy-to-understand emotion, since everything more advanced than a slug can feel it. But these were far more particular. This wasn't just fear. It was fear for the lives of my family, and fear for my life, boiled down and distilled to its brutal essence. It wasn't just sorrow. It was the sorrow of watching your babies being boiled alive for the entertainment and nourishment of your captors. It wasn't just anguish. It was the anguish of, oh gods. It was the anguish of being given the choice, of either watching your beloved child's limbs be eagerly bludgeoned by one of those wicked iron mallets the Gavani favour, starting with the fingers and toes and working up to the pelvis, and then being thrown into boiling water to suffer even further before they expired, or being allowed to spare her that horrible fate by bashing in her skull yourself before she was cooked, brutally murdering your child out of a sense of motherly love. It was that specific kind of anguish, an emotion so raw, so powerful, and so foul in its inception that it washed across my mind like a putrid hide. I vomited uncontrollably for a few minutes after that. I almost didn't continue, because I didn't want to. I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to be alive, after understanding what the purpose of the sacrifices here had been. They had been designed to elicit just that kind of anguish and despair, so that it could be captured and broadcast like a handful of seed. It was the most vile and loathsome feeling I'd ever encountered. I understood, finally. Part of the reason behind the generally lackluster defense of Alshar was due to this spell, and others like it, being forced into the subconscious of every man, woman, and child for hundreds of miles around. It infused the very ether, tainting every thought and every action, without us even realizing it. Oh, most magi have basic protections against that kind of intrusion, but they rarely extend it beyond themselves. Too much work and, before Irianite, far too much energy. Even with Irianite, the power expenditure needed for a spell this size would be staggering. That's why the shaman had to use the pain and anguish of his victims to fuel the spell, as well as provide the inspiration. Even with his stone, without a direct link to his bloody divinity, he'd have to find the raw power someplace else. And the effects were clear. I'd seen the reflection of these emotions on the face of every refugee on the road, every peasant cowering inside castle walls, every lord realizing he faced the end of his days and the end of his line. It would be nearly impossible to live within range, and I had no clear idea how large an area that was, and not have those thoughts unless you had the empathy of a stone. Having that in the back of your mind, day in, day out, haunting your dreams without you knowing it, it produces its own sort of terror, the kind that leads to abandoning determined thought and descending to the most primal depths of desperation and despair. And when your enemy is already terrified and full of despair, your battle is half won. Weakened and shaken, I took a breath and resolved to press on, spitting the last bits of bile out on the ground. I still had one more spell to dissect. I owed it to these people to finish this job. The final spell was the most direct and specific of the three. It was also the simplest to fathom. A directional spell, primed for one area, and saturated with but one motivation: panicked hesitation. It took me 3 tries to triangulate the target of the spell, based on multiple sightings taken at different angles. I was pretty certain where it was supposed to go the second time, but I wanted to be certain. Verone. They were targeting Verone, where Duke Lenguin was gathering a force and marshalling his resources, while Tudri lay besieged and the Wilderlands burning. Panicked hesitation. That perfectly described all of the contradictory orders and reports that were coming out of Verone, while terrified peasants were being drilled by sergeants and knights were holding tournaments. Tournaments! In an effort to prepare for the coming battle, whenever Lenguin got around to it. The dead god and his shamans. No, call this one a priest. This was beyond simple shamanic magic. Had been raining doubt and hesitation, fear and insecurity down on the minds and hearts of Alshar's leaders, far beyond the capability of the Alshari court mage to defend against, if he even had the ability. This was a powerful bolt, decisively cast, and it brought new perspective to the war. While I had been dithering about troop movements and enemy positions and political considerations and how many pounds of sausage we needed, the goblins had been poisoning the very air we breathed, the very thoughts in our heads, without our realizing it. It was a ghastly use of an elegant piece of magic. I was impressed and appalled at the same time, and the implications were clear. Duke Lenguin's army would not march anywhere, as long as he and his men were subjected to this miasma of doom and uncertainty. And that wasn't even the worst thing. The worst thing was that this crafting, this murderous sorcery, had the feel of a part of a greater whole. I suddenly imagined scenes like Kitsal, happening all over northern Alshar, with rural villages turned into ghoulish manufactories of terror and despair, their product fueling a concerted effort to turn any organized resistance against the Dark God into a terrified and panicked mob of desperate, hopeless souls. I allowed the spells to fall, collected my thoughts, and stood, finally. It was late afternoon now, and I could see the men in the woods were restless. I couldn't blame them. I waved Azar and Astaral back over and put my stone away. Well, I know what they were doing. I even have a fair idea of how they did it. I might even have a glimmer of a notion about how to counter it, at least where it most needs to be countered. But all of that's secondary, I sighed, as I pulled on my riding gloves. Tell off 10 men to dig a pit for these poor wretches, so that they may lay at rest and find what peace they might. Put every last bone, every last shred of skin in it, and bury it. We'll proceed ahead to the Temple of Huin, and send a priest to do what cleansings he can. Perhaps the gods can purify this tragic waste of life. I know I can't. Are you all right, Captain? Azar asked, concerned. He was looking at me funny. "I'm fine," I said, leading them away from that stone, that sad little stone where one by one they were brought, beaten, sliced and bled. "Have the rest of the van go well north of this spot. I don't want any of the men to see this horror. Bearing witness to this will do nothing but enrage them, and make them prone to error. It's enough that we've seen it." "Enough, Captain?" asked Astorol, his head cocked. "I'd say it's more than enough. When we get to Tudri..." He looked more serious, angrier, and more anxious than I had ever seen him. "Then there will be vengeance enough for us all," I agreed quietly. "I just wish Master Duncelin was here, so that he could see just how terrible a goblin's witchstone can be. Come on, let's move on to the temple. If ever I've needed the purification of the divine, it's after putting myself through that." Azar nodded, and began shouting orders to the Hell Riders as he motioned the trooper who was holding my horse forward. It was only after I'd mounted Traveller and we left Kitsal that I realized why everyone had been looking at me strangely. Tears had been streaming down my face constantly since I'd finished the spell. Chapter 10. Exercise with the Lord Marshal. Wilderhall, midsummer. I never thought I'd hold the sword, right up to the day when I finally did, and I'm not going to claim that I was a natural talent from the moment I took one in hand. In fact, according to my instructors at War College, my early attempts at the noble art of steel were laughable at best. I am not a natural swordsman, but I am a good student. I had to be, back during my days at the academy. The swordmaster at the academy was a nominal presence, a drunken knight with a flamboyant personality and a taste for young whores. He was there mostly to appease the nobility's burning need to stab at each other in adolescence, and to teach us peasants enough basics so as not to embarrass ourselves. Because while spellmongers and court magi cannot hold lands, they can be challenged to duels. It has happened. I had a passing interest in swordplay, but I never thought it would come in handy, and the swordmasters smelled funny, so I went back to my books. Most of my peers were disdainful of the sword as a means of defence, or had long ago mastered its use under private tutors. I wasn't. When I got drafted and I realized that my life might depend on my ability to whip 3 feet of steel around, I realized I had to study. So I did. For the first few weeks of War College, I spent what little free time I had in the yards, sparring with anyone who would teach me a thing or two. Luckily, nearly every older soldier there was eager to teach all the little tricks and techniques they'd picked up over the years, and I devoured them. I discovered that sparring was fun, learning how to stand, how to hold a blade, how to balance, how to strike, how to recover, how to parry. None of it has anything to do with how high-born you were. I went from laughable to respectable, and I could have stopped, but when there's nothing else to do around camp or on ship or in a garrison, you train and you learn. I would claim that it was the essential aesthetic of the weapon and the purity of the dance of death it weaves in the hands of a passionate artist that drove me to the pursuit, but that would be incorrect. At the time, I knew I was going into the jungles of Faris, and I was terrified I would fall apart like a besotted peasant militia and piss myself before getting killed the first time I was in combat. So I studied, and I got better. A lot better. Part of it is the magic, of course, and part of it is pure swordsmanship. There are plenty of war magi whose skill with a mage blade is better than mine. My comrade and colleague Azar, for instance, can do things with steel I've never seen another swordsman do before. He has really long arms, which helps. I've heard there are Eastern war magi who will fight 4 opponents at once in practice with those incredibly thin Eastern mage blades, and best them all, without even using as much as a cantrip. I'm not one of those either. Indeed, without magic, I'd say I'm as skillful as your average enthusiastic squire or competent man-at-arms. But once you add magic into the equation, things get a lot better. I was counting on that. Otherwise I was going to get my ass kicked, I could tell. The clang and clank of armour and swords and shields all banging around told me where the practice yards were without asking. Even one man in armour makes a terrible noise just walking across the room. Put 100 of them on a yard at once, and the noise is nearly deafening. The Lord Marshal was in his practice armour, well beaten and hacked, and he was entertaining 2 opponents at once. Squires, it looked like. They had that eager, puppy look, a mixture of pride and fear and pure cockiness. They had probably been practicing swordplay since they were 7, but they were nothing compared to Count Salgo. He was good, as in, stop whatever you're doing because you can't take your eyes off the way the man used a blade, that kind of good. Salgo had complete control of that fight from start to finish, and he was brutal to his students. He slapped away their swords and made them stumble, and pushed them off balance, and did all those other things an experienced swordsman learns how to do. Meanwhile, he yelled obscenities at them for their failures in a voice loud enough to be heard over the racket, clear across the yard. I watched for a while, and despite his clear mastery of the sword, a dozen casual conversations in yards like this over the years came back to me. Every swordsman has weaknesses that can be exploited, if you have the wit to see them. I tried to find Salgo's, and it took a while. I noted that Count Salgo couldn't seem to keep his left foot on the ground when he advanced, and that he cocked his shoulder up a bit too far before he threw a blow overhand. Other than that, his technique was near flawless in my estimation. He validated it a moment later, when he disarmed one squire and had sent the other one on his armoured backside when he was off balance. Then he helped them up and spent 5 minutes explaining exactly why they had screwed up, and what to do to fix it. Then he got a drink of water and noticed me standing there. "Good morrow, Master Spellmonger," he said pleasantly enough. "Thank you for attending me." "I am at your service, Lord Marshal," I said, bowing formally. I was still wearing my silly hat. I'd forgotten to take it off, and it almost fell off when I bowed. "What do you require of me?" "You are a war mage," he grunted, nodding toward Slasher's scabbard in my hand. "Trained and certified," I acknowledged. "Then you know which end of a sword to hold. Good. Armour up. Let's see how well you fight. Single sword," he added. The feeling I was about to get my ass kicked returned. I nodded, as if nothing would please me more in the world, and followed a squire who brought me to the armourer. Mock armourer, I should say. All of his swords and axes were blunted. Even the maces were made of weighted wood, not steel or iron. He helped me into a set of practice armour and allowed me to look over his weaponry. I finally selected a blunted iron sword near the size of Slasher, though it wasn't curved or nearly as light as my mage blade. The balance was decent, but not outstanding. It was a few inches too short, too. Close enough. After I got the padded helm strapped on, I waddled back out to the yard, where Count Salgo was putting on his gloves menacingly. You might not think the simple act of putting on gloves can be threatening, but that should just demonstrate the competence of this man at his craft. Count Salgo's fingers were more ruthless than most men's steely gaze. I wasn't afraid. I'd gotten smacked around a practice yard before. I'd gotten my ass kicked before. I wasn't expected to win, not without magic. In fact, winning against him even with magic might be a bad thing, politically speaking. "Defend yourself," he said, taking a guard position as soon as I got my helm on. He was using a hand-and-a-half sword, a kind of all-purpose knight's blade usable on horseback or on foot, at home or abroad. He held it steadily in one meaty fist, making tiny circles in the air with his blade as if to taunt me. I didn't rise to the taunt. I'm far more of a defensive swordsman than an offensive one. Instead of carving away merrily like many knights I'd seen, I tend to be cautious, sensible, and sturdy, until my opponent makes a mistake. Then I strike. Or at least that's what I try to do. Whatever guile I might have at swords wasn't impressing Count Salgo. He slapped my blade away 2 or 3 times, commenting that I wasn't attacking aggressively enough, while knowing full well that being that aggressive was going to put me at his mercy. Instead, I chased his sword point through the air with the tip of my own, until he got fed up and laid into me. Now, when you think of swordplay, no doubt you're thinking of the delicate interplay of blade on blade, where technique is paramount. That holds true in some circles. Indeed, in the East, they rarely use a blade any other way. But Count Salgo was a husky knight and a legendary warrior, on the tournament fields or in the battlefield. When he indulged in swordplay, there were no half-speed strikes or pulled blows. My wrist and shoulder stung with the impact of his steel on mine. That first pass, he pressed my blade harder than I've ever seen a man do one-handed, to the point where I had to focus to keep him from pushing through my guard, just in time for him to reverse the force of his push, allow me to force my own blade out of position without his resisting it, and then a half-step, a turn, a flick of the wrist, and my helm rang out like a temple bell on a festival day. Hard, that is. I caught a wicked chuckle from him as he completed the pass, and I silently cursed myself for falling for the trick. I allowed him a second pass, where I didn't fall for the same trick twice, thus demonstrating that I had at least half a brain in my head, and even managed to escape without him landing a blow. After that, we circled each other, both studying to see any weakness. There wasn't much on his part. But then I saw that shoulder dip, almost imperceptibly, and I managed to whirl around and block a strike that would have removed my kidneys had we been in earnest. My wrist felt numb at the force of the blow, and I cursed. Salgo chuckled and kept going. "Well, you aren't embarrassing yourself, at least," the knight said, still only using one hand on his sword. It stung a little more because it echoed what I was already thinking. "I've seen belted knights who would have done worse." He tried a feint as he distracted me with his words, but I noted that shoulder going down again, and I managed not to be there when his sword whished through the air. "Well done," he said encouragingly. "If you're about warmed up now, Lord Marshal, we can begin," I said. He snickered at that and nodded. "I was hoping that wasn't your best work," he said, his face full of pity. I could have just stayed there and let him hit me until he got his frustrations out, but I didn't think that Count Salgo was that kind of man. You learn a lot about a man's character by how he uses a blade. I got the feeling he wanted to see me at my best, and truthfully, I was only at my best when I used magic. As my blade swam through the air, I mentally felt for my stone and brought forth a tendril of energy, and fed it to a spell I had hung for just such an occasion. I triggered the working with a softly spoken word, and suddenly everything was in slow motion. Count Salgo's blade was sailing for me, making a blatant arc of steel in the air, one I was easily able to dodge by stepping back. I waited for the point of the blade to pass in front of my chest, and then stepped in as Salgo became slightly unbalanced. I wasn't going to let that advantage pass. I grabbed his wrist and employed just the slightest amount of pressure to encourage his body to follow his momentum. When I was certain he was off balance, I carefully aimed for his now exposed helmet, and struck him thrice, twice on the left temple and once on the right, as he fell to the ground. Then I took 2 steps to the side, turned to face him, and brought my sword up into a showy sort of guard that the Eastern swordsmen fancied to impress girls. Then I dropped the spell, and Salgo fell on his face. I give him credit. He rolled back to his feet in full armour a lot sprightlier than I would have believed. He was grinning, too, which I wasn't sure was a good thing or a bad thing. "Ah," he said, "at last. The vaunted war magic, sir. It's a poor substitute for a lifetime on the yards," I said diplomatically. "Any advantage in war is an advantage you take, if you value victory," he quoted. I remember hearing that back in War College. I forget who said it. "So, if you can use magic to best me, pray do so, Spellmonger." "That's Master Spellmonger," I said, grinning back at him. For a moment, we were 2 kids playing in the temple yard sandbox. I suddenly saw a much different side to Salgo as I was trying to kill him. I re-energized the war spell and watched everything slow down again. He took 2 long steps to close the gap between us, his sword halfway thrust forward. A less experienced fighter might have taken that for a potential opening, but I knew that if I tried to counter the strike with one of my own, Salgo would have a counter-move that was likely to make me look stupid. Instead, I waited patiently for his second step and his lunge, and I just stepped out of the way while the sword passed next to me, his form nearly perfect. It seemed almost a shame to let him stumble like that, but his body was completely open and he was right. You don't give up an advantage like that. I hit him 7 times before I assumed my own high guard position, both hands on the hilt, blade perfectly parallel to the ground, weight on my forefoot, toe of my hind foot just barely touching the sand of the yard. Then I collapsed the spell again. Count Salgo sprawled into the sand at my feet. A hush fell over the yard, which is saying something when you're talking about 100 men in steel armour. "Well done!" Salgo cried, springing to his feet.
Any one of these laggards would have been impaled by that."
"Your Excellency, I did use magic," I pointed out.
"You used your damned head, is what you did," he corrected, dusting off his hands. "One of my boys would have tried to meet that thrust with a counter-thrust, to show off how strong he was. Or worse, would have missed it altogether. You had the sense to move out of the way, and not let my attack ruin your own. That, spellmonger, is far more important in swordplay than how pretty you look in your armour. Hear that?" he bellowed, loud enough for everyone in the yard to hear him. "This mage just did something that none of you maggots have been able to do in 3 years. Pay bloody attention!"
After that, we got along famously. I can't really blame Count Salgo for his low regard for war magi. War magi cost like mad, compared to an infantry soldier, or even a cavalry soldier, and it was hard to see a return on that investment, usually. Ordinarily, the magical core of an army is used more in a support function, keeping insects at bay, defensive spells around camp, maybe a little scrying for reconnaissance. As often, we were employed to strengthen castle walls with various charms, and charged dearly for it. Only a few, like me, strapped on a mage blade and actually fought in battle. And some of us are just war magi because we're belligerent and talented and like to hurt things. Not me, but some. Salgo's association with war magi hadn't been positive, I knew, because he had sailed with the whiny lots with the Armada, the ones who got to fight the mad mages' vicious magical sea storms as they attempted a mass landing, and weather magi are notoriously emotional. My group had been a little tougher. We'd walked every step of the Farisi Peninsula through unfriendly tribesmen, Farisi pickets, the jungle, and the mountains. Those of us hearty enough to survive the brutal trek attacked the city from the rear in a bloody assault. We were far more adept with active combat war magic, not the passive stuff like fortification spells and weather magic that rarely pays. But as we sat there, helms in the sand, a page bringing us both cool water to drink, I showed him I was as much a soldier, albeit not as good a one as he, as I was a mage. I commented about seeing his shoulder drop, and he grinned and nodded. He pointed out how I dragged my left toe while advancing, and that was dropping the point of my blade by at least an inch every other step. After discussing technique, reminiscing about the war, and covering the finer points of the differences between a war blade and a mage blade, he finally got around to what he wanted to talk to me about in the first place. "So, Minalan," he began, after drinking half a flask of water in one pull, "all of what you said in council, how much was true?" "Every word, my lord," I assured him quietly, "and if you weren't properly frightened, then I should let you know that I likely mitigated my observations for the sake of the ladies present. The truth, we are all in terrible danger. Every man, woman, and child who draws breath. This is not an enemy like we've seen before. The dead god cannot be bribed, appeased, or parleyed with. He can only be fought and, if the gods will it, someday destroyed." "And you are the man for that task?" he asked skeptically. "I know of no one better, my lord. If you do, then pray summon him and I'll go home to my woman." He grunted thoughtfully. "That's how I feel about this whole job," he confided in a low voice. "I took it in the wake of the Farisi victory because I thought it would be a way to lead troops in battle and command respect and gain honor. If I had it to do over, I would have stayed on my estates and enjoyed my dotage." I couldn't really believe that about Salgo, but I nodded anyway. He was a man of action. "It was bad enough when all I had to do was sort through the claims of inheritance and recompense from the campaign. Now you bring me an implacable foe in dire danger, and a duchy still recovering from Faris. Perhaps you should look at it as an opportunity to die gloriously in battle, Excellency," I offered. That made him roar with laughter. "I like you, spellmonger," he said finally. "I don't give a horse's hind quarters about the bands. I don't care if my neighbours and vassals are knights or wizards, so long as they keep their oaths and pay their tribute and keep to themselves. I don't care if you can own property and be ennobled. All I care about is whether you can help me win this war ahead of us." "I will do everything in my power, Excellency, if His Grace agrees to my terms." "He's leaning that way," Salgo acknowledged. "The Duchess is in favour of your proposal," he said, with a note of surprise. and her voice counts for more than most on the council. Yet Rard has always been a duke who prefers his own council the best. Assuming he approves and places me in command, then what forces could depart immediately? I have a few ideas, he admitted. As much care needs to be given to their complements as their number. I could drown you with peasant levies or spearmen from the city militia, but I'd rather hear your recommendations. I knew a test when I saw one. I shook my head. I'd rather go alone. I need horsemen, at least 1,000, lightly armed and ready to fly, and as many archers as I can get who can move quickly and know their business. Not crossbowmen. I've seen too many who can't repair their own equipment in the field. Fine for clearing battlements or repelling invaders from crenellations, but nearly useless in open battle, he agreed. I have seen eastern companies of mercenaries who were well accomplished in combat, I pointed out, but they were trained and well armed and armoured, and they were used to fighting other mercenaries, not Gavani tribes. These Westerners, better give them a bow. The Gavani use them, and slings and javelins, but their range is far shorter than the Wilderlands bows. Oh, and they don't know how to volley. Salgo nodded appraisingly. That is useful. And heavy horse? You don't wish for knights? No thundering charges? Lances glinting in the sun? They'd be worse than useless for what we go to do, I said, kicking the sand at my feet. Each one needs twice as much fodder, since they bring 2 mounts, so as not to tire their war horses, not to mention a squire or two, a couple of pages, and possibly a blacksmith or other trusted retainer. This means a wagon and 2 more oxen to feed. If I am to make it into Alshar in time to do any good, I'll need to travel quickly. Men who can sleep in their saddles, live off the land, and keep moving at night. Light cavalry at best. Veterans if possible. No high-born fools with thoughts of gallantry. I need fighting men. So no valiant, noble knights in shining armour, Salgo agreed. You do have a brain, Spellmonger. Most heavy cavalrymen are too high-born to serve under a commoner, much less a mage, willingly, and every point you make is valid. That was the problem with the assault on Faris. Every noble house from heretofore wanted their pinion in the cavalry charge, and every noble idiot who felt his honour was at stake demanded a say in council. If that is all you can get me, I have something else in mind, actually, he said, stroking his chin. The duchy has need, from time to time, to employ mercenaries for various duties which local lords are sometimes unsuited for, such as garrisoning a castle in contention between houses, or probing Remir's borders without looking suspicious. There's a particular company I have in mind, who is near at hand. Light horse, spears and swords, 500 strong, well armed and horsed and used to hard work. The Hell Riders, a red stallion their standard. Cadell of Wenchar is their captain. I've heard of the Hell Riders. I nodded cautiously. That was true. I just couldn't remember what I'd heard about them. And archers? There's a small town up river, near the fork of the Eno and the Adkan River, called Nyrod. It's a free city of the Wilderlands, won its charter away from the Adkan barons in a war about 50 years ago. They've stayed free because they maintain a corps of archers who range their frontiers. Free yeomen, mostly, and some burghers' sons. Hardy folk. They owe a month's service to the duchy by their charter, and another month for every year they aren't used. They owe 3 years, so for 3 months they'll be duke's men. Better yet, their town's prosperity has led to them being mounted on the local courses, some as richly as any knight. 500 Nyrode we could safely muster on short notice, perhaps 1,000, if we encouraged them with gold. Better, I nodded. And infantry? 2 companies. The mercenaries known as the Warbirds. They fly a Raven standard, and the main company of the Orphans band. The Birds are heavy infantry, used to long marches and garrison duty, but stout as oak. 500, led by Sir Pendleton of Kefir. The Orphans are better than they sound. Light infantry, excellent sentries and pickets. They recruit their numbers exclusively from temple orphanages. Better, many are Alshari, so they'll know the country. 1,000 strong, sword, shield and spear, currently encamped at a temple outside of Wilderhall. The orphans are adept at field support. For a fee, they run a commissary, supply and take care of all the needs of the detachment. And they fight. A little rough, but dependable. Well worth the coin. Their standard is a red boar's head. Don't ask me why. And their captain is bold Ascus. Ascus? I snapped. I remember him from the occupation of Faris. He was in the harbour patrol," nodded Salgo, "and his sentries were adept, the best we had in the occupation. Don't leave them alone with your daughters, but if you need throats cut, the orphans are happy for the work. So, 1,500 infantry, 500 mounted archers, 500 light horse," I recited, "all sellswords. Should you be commissioned with this, you can do me a favour and also take Cavial's company, Sir Cavial of Kildare. He was the other major contender for the post of Lord Marshal, and he hasn't quite gotten over losing out. Instead, he formed a free company of well-mounted sergeants and a few knights, equipped to travel light, and encamped at his estate 10 miles from here. I would be forever in your debt if you took him into Alshar and gave him a chance to win glory and maybe die a heroic death." I raised my eyebrows. Send a rival away on a dangerous mission? Salgo snorted. "Having him as Lord Marshal would be more dangerous. For the duchy," he said, shaking his head. "I bear him no malice. The man is a good leader of men and wise on the field. Adept, even. But his opinion of himself does not meet his deeds, and he is a tactical thinker, not a strategist. He thinks of men and horses on the field, not in castles and fortifications." "Will he follow orders?" I asked sceptically. "Probably," Salgo admitted, after pausing a moment. "He's high-born, but he fancies himself a warlord and prides himself on his camaraderie with the common soldiers. And he is popular and open-handed. He has been skulking around Wilderhall for 6 months now, hoping His Grace would have need to employ him so that he can win a claim and prove his worth. The good news is that Cavial's company is 1,000 strong and carries its own baggage train and has enough veterans to override any rash orders from Cavial." "They are all good troops," Salgo said, matter-of-factly, before I could comment. "They have good captains and they've all been blooded, and they are the troops we have available to deploy at the moment. What of your own men?" he asked innocently enough. "They are ranging or encamped a few hundred miles from here," I said vaguely. "They will join me when I summon them." Salgo looked confused. "Why have you not summoned them already?" "They can cover great distances quickly, for one," I pointed out. "If I call, most of them can be here within 2 days. I have most of them scouting Alshar, or running other errands. And they wanted to be certain that His Grace wasn't going to do anything rash with me." Salgo looked troubled, but curious. "And if he had? 20 angry war magi with witchstones? You saw the mad mage in action. Imagine 20 of them, laying waste to Wilderhall, tearing it down stone by stone, turning the water brackish, poisoning the very air." He paled. "And they would do this thing if Rard had—" "They are very loyal," I said simply. "We faced the dead god together, Count Salgo. We walked through fire and waded through a sea of Gavani, and we survived. Together. You know how it is, when men face danger together." "I do." He nodded thoughtfully. "Let's not see anything untoward happen to you, then, my friend," he said, slapping me on the shoulder. "I can only deal with one military crisis at a time. So you'll support me with His Grace. If you can win the war, I'll give you every weapon I can," he agreed. "And if the rest of your war magi fight like you can, I'll try to put as many in the field as I can." We walked back to the armourer together and got out of the uncomfortable gear, while Salgo told me war stories, until a page in green with a yellow honey bee embroidered on the breast appeared. This one was a tow-headed boy of 8 or so, the kind that ran everywhere around the palace. He made a very fast bow and blurted out his message, to the effect that His Excellency, Count Kindine of Shah, requested my presence at luncheon at noon in his study. "So the Prime Minister takes his turn with the spellmonger," Salgo laughed mirthlessly. "Beware him, Minalan. We are men of war. He is a statesman and a diplomat. You've given me a war to fight. You've given him the grandmother of headaches while he's trying to govern the duchy. The hawk of Shah rarely overlooks the source of such pains." I was surprised. The older gentleman hadn't seemed particularly ill-disposed toward me yesterday in council. "He is against my proposal. He will decide whether it benefits the duchy before he forms an opinion," Salgo explained. "That is his touchstone, and his value in council. While Rard keeps his own council, Kindine is the voice who matters. He is the eyes and ears of the Duke and the head of his government.
If Kindine decided that Rard was no longer going to be duke for the good of the duchy, mayhap his grace would fail to rise that morn. I may command the armies of the duchy, but Kindine commands the purse that pays for it. Thank you for the insights, Excellency, I said, pulling my boots back on. I shall be particularly careful with my words. Is not unpersuadable, assured Salgo, but he dislikes disruptions, and this sort of thing he hates. All the agents of the duchy report to him, the tax collectors, the temples, the burghers, the merchants, and the bankers, especially the bankers. He despises arrogance and stupidity. He's a learned man and practical, but also quick to temper. Do not let his dotage fool you. He will be watching your every breath like the hawk he's named for, and be suspicious of every word. What a wonderful luncheon I have to look forward to, I said glumly. There is a bright side, Salgo offered. There will be wine.
Chapter 11. The Eve of Battle. Temple of Huin, late summer. It was near dusk by the time we wound our way around the rolling ridges and found ourselves at the rustic Temple of Huin, on the northern side of a hilltop in northern Festalen. It was telling that from the summit of the gentle hill we could look across the Anfal River and glimpse the massive black shadow in the gloom that was, I knew, the main goblin army between us and Tudri. You could hear their guttural chant in the distance as they ritually greeted the coming night.
Great doings, hairy nutsack, one of the Hell Riders who were escorting us swore, alarmed at the sight. There are thousands of them.
Did you think I was jesting? I growled scornfully. I know, he didn't deserve it, but after Kitzel Hamlet, I wasn't in a charitable mood. I was tired, demoralized, and now far too conscious of the magical background hum of despair that permeated the ether around me. I was blocking the effects of the spell, personally and for my men, but the very fact that there was such a spell was inherently depressing and demoralizing. If ever I needed the solace of religion, it was now. As temples went, this one was pretty rustic. Huin was a rustic god, of course, the second youngest brother of the 5 half-brother divinities who conspired to slay and then cut up their father creator god, Vogar, who had a habit of raping his sister gods in a drunken stupor. Nice folks, our ancestral divinities. After the ritual murder, they'd used the dismembered limbs to create the lens of Calador, according to myth. According to some legends, Huin was the 4th son, after Duin the warrior, Luin the lawgiver, and Kulin, the horse lord, god of mischief and horse-thieving, and other stuff. Kulin was far more popular in urban areas and bandit camps. Huin was given charge of the bounty of the earth. After the slaying, runs the myth. The youngest brother, Tuin the hunter, was a more mysterious figure in the myths. Huin was more common but far less exciting. In fact, Huin the tiller was barely thought of by civilized folk, the nobility and the professional class of the towns and cities. He was seen literally as a hayseed divinity, a god of peasants, whose priests were always whining on behalf of the common farmer, whether free or bound. A god and clergy who prided themselves on the spiritual importance of honest toil, as they brought forth life-giving grain from the earth. Hardly a noble's god, nor a priesthood favoured by the ruling houses. But out here in the Alshari wilderlands, where wheat and barley were more important than cities or warfare or even cow-herding, Huin and his rustic agricultural cult had a very real following among the freeholders, who depended on the temple for basic services. One of the Hell Riders who'd grown up in Megalin educated me as we ascended to the solitary building on the crest of the hill. This particular temple had been built about 50 years before, after one of the barons of Festalen was victorious in a war against Greenhill, over the possession of this very hill and the village attached to it, in fulfillment of a battlefield vow. It was large. Indeed, it was built like a barn, that being the largest wood-framed structure the locals were familiar with. It had a 15-foot-wide porch that ran across the front, where the priests of Huin could administer the more common rites to their worshippers in the light of the sacred sun. Those included blessings of children, livestock, and farm tools. Huin's sacred symbol was a crossed hoe and sickle, weddings, funerals, name-day rites, and formal prayers to the god. Unofficially, it also included dispute settlement, preaching, instruction of the young, and reading. About half the priests, there were 7 of them, were literate, the only readers in the area the peasantry could depend upon. They also kept birth and death records, crop records, and records of prayers and petitions. It was a large temple, but it was shabby. I'd been familiar with the grand temple buildings of the south, back when I was in school. The street of temples had been loaded with ornate and elaborate structures dedicated to dozens of gods, mostly of imperial origin, but some Narasi and local divinities. Even the least of those took great pains to display their symbols and teachings with as much dignity and reverence as possible. In comparison, this temple badly needed a coat of paint, new thatching on its roof, and someone sober to tend the grounds. It was a working temple, not a showpiece. Monks and priests were harvesting autumn vegetables in the overgrown garden that surrounded it, and a few worshippers were halted before various shrines throughout the gardens. It probably was even busier before the war. A temple to Huin, this close to Tudri and in an area where farming was this important, was certain to be popular. The priests and the few devout worshippers kept stealing nervous glances at the large goblin army in the distance, just across the river. The high priest in charge of the temple, an older man in a threadbare green robe and bearing a pruning hook-shaped staff, met us on the porch as we dismounted. He gave me a low and pious bow and introduced himself as Landfather Gorin. I introduced myself and my men, and produced the writ that allowed me to be in Alshar, and which insisted that I be extended every courtesy and assistance by all good Alshari subjects. Gorin glanced at it, reading it quickly. He moved his lips, before grunting. "So, you're a war mage?" he asked, sceptically, in a thick and rural Alshari accent. "You not planning on doing anything about yonder goblins?" "Eventually," I agreed. "Have they tried to cross the river?" "Not here," he admitted. "At least none that we've seen. Too deep, for one thing. Farther south, where the Great Western Road crosses the river, they've sent some warbands over. But the goblins don't like the water." "Lucky for you," I nodded. "I'm bringing almost 4,000 men here to fight them. I'll be using this temple as a headquarters, if that is permitted." I didn't know a lot about Huin's rituals, which I should be ashamed of. After all, according to the Western version of the myth, Huin married Brigga, his half-sister, and goddess of fire and baking, whom my father revered and worshipped all his life. I wasn't exactly devout in any of the major cults. I knew Brigga's rites, of course, but before I had more advanced religious instruction, I'd been bundled off to Inarian Academy and ended up learning the dry old rites of Irentia and Avatal, the imperial god and goddess of magic. My ancestors, always suspicious of magic, didn't have a specific divinity devoted to the study themselves. They only had Luin, the scholar, whose major attribute was reading, which to my barbarian kin was magical in itself. Brigga was a goddess of folk magic, but that was a different sort of thing. 4,000, my lord?" Landfather Gorin asked, astonished. He had maybe 5 teeth in his head, I noticed. "Has Duke Lenguin finally decided to save Tudri, then?" "No. The Duke is still moribund in Verone," I informed him. "This is a Castali expedition, organized and financed by Rad, Duke of Castol. Well, at least he was Duke of Castol at the moment. I wasn't sure how much longer that would be true. But I do intend to liberate Tudri, since Lenguin abandoned it." "Huin bless you and keep you fertile, Marshal," Gorin chortled excitedly. "We've been waiting daily for the hordes to cross the river and burn us out, or a wandering band to destroy us. But the Tiller has spared his faithful such depravities," he said, with all the faith a believer can muster. I doubted the Lord of the Fields would have that kind of pull with the dead god, but what did I know? "What we require from you, Landfather, is concealment. My men will be arriving from now until midnight, and we chose the route we did, to hide our movements from the foe behind your hill. I would like to keep them hidden, to maintain the element of surprise." Gorin nodded. "We would be honored to have you here, Marshal. Will you require the sanctuary?" I glanced at the sky. It was fair, if a little cool. Summer was already coming to an end. "I think we can get by with the yard, Landfather, with your blessing. Save the temple for the grievously wounded." He looked a little guilty. Don't ask me how I knew. It wasn't magic. I could just tell that there was something he was keeping back. "You have something to say, Landfather?" I asked him boldly. "Something perhaps you were not forthcoming about?" "Well, Marshal," he said, smiling too much too suddenly, "when those damn goblins first came o'er the horizon and out of the Mindens, there was a bit of a panic, especially after Lenguin pulled all of his bannermen out of Tudri and left them with naught but the city walls and militia to defend them. Some of the temples and shrines in Tudri decided to go elsewhere, particularly some of the more vulnerable. And this concerns us. It's just that in times of danger, this temple has oft been a haven for our fellow priests, and they, likewise, to us, when Greenhill and Festalen get to fighting or who claims us, like the Father of the Fields cares who we send tribute to. The Land Brothers and I have been known to go visit some of our sister temples when there's too many iron-clad folks about. I see, Landfather, I said, not seeing at all, but wanting the man to spit out his tale before I grew old. Well, when the mountain folk showed their ugly little faces, he said sheepishly, we had a few refugees arrive, seeking shelter. Refugees? I was still confused, but I was willing to give the man another half a minute of my time. All right. So, where are these refugees now? Come with me, Marshal, he said with a sigh of resignation. He led me into the temple, a hard stone floor sprinkled with sacred earth, the circular altar at the centre of the structure under a window in the roof, high overhead. There was no glass. This wasn't a wealthy region, nor a terribly prosperous temple, but what the interior lacked in sparkles and glittering decorations, it made up for with the intricately carved wooden panels that ring the walls, each one portraying a scene from Húin Earthborn's myth. I bowed reverently at the symbol of the gilded plough on the altar. No baker's son was going to treat the grain lord with any but the deepest respect, and waited. Landfather Gorin went to a back corner of the neatly kept sanctuary and touched 3 places on the panelling. There was a slight rumbling sound, and then a section of the stone floor seemed to collapse, before swinging aside. In these uncertain times, it's wise for a landfather to keep a secret or 3, he said quietly, as the trap door opened, or, in this case, 29. 3 heads popped out of the door, and stared up at me curiously. Captain Minalan, this is Herb Mother Loradella, priestess of Thalassa, and 2 of her herb maidens. I'm sure my face looked surprised at the plump, middle-aged face under a dark green wimple that stared up at me. She didn't look surprised at all, just ill-tempered. Herb, Mother, I said, bowing, you and your sisters may come out, for now. I pledge no harm will come to you or your temple. It's about bloody time, the High Priestess swore, as the 2 younger women helped her rise out of the hidden room. We've been in there for hours now. Gorin, what took you so long? I was afraid you'd all been slain by goblins and were slow roasting on a spit. I'm far too old and stringy to tempt even a goblin's palate, the old priest replied, amused. My apologies, Loradella, but I had to make certain that Marshal Minalan could be trusted. I suppose I should have taken offence to that, but I didn't. I knew just how bad having an army around could be, particularly for womenfolk. Too many men, especially mercenaries, did not see a woman in holy orders as any less beddable than a farmer's daughter. If she was not pledged to the gods a man himself followed, he rarely saw the harm. So you're the one who Lenguin finally sent to rescue us? She raged bitterly. About bloody time! 6 weeks we've had goblins sniffing outside of Tudri, scaring the folk and raiding the farmsteads. 6 weeks! And what does that idiot on the throne do? Recalls his men and leaves us to die. May Thalassa give him the itch, she said, making a sign I assumed was protective in her cult, after she lifted her great bulk out of the pit. The 2 herb maidens who assisted her looked almost condemned to their fate. Actually, Herb Mother, I was sent by His Grace, Rard of Castal, although Alshar has also designated me a marshal and given me leave to make war. But I do intend to rescue Tudri town from the Horde, if I can. Well, Thalassa bless you, young man, she said, a mix of emotions on her wide face. It sounds like you have more brains than a whole court full of nobles. So what can my sisters and I do to help? She asked, brushing dirt off her hands. Landfather Gorin spoke. The captain has asked that we use the temple as a field hospital. While the Land Brothers and I know a thing or 2 about healing, your herbcraft could prove helpful. For battlefield injuries? She asked skeptically. Give me a simple plague or flux, any day. The herbs useful for such wounds are uncommon, and the poultices are difficult to prepare. We brought some portion of our pharmacopoeia with us, but... How many herb sisters are with you? I asked curiously. 4 sworn sisters and 3 novices, she answered curtly. I left herb sister Anawa in charge of the temple. She's been coveting running the place for years anyway. Thought I'd give her a taste of the bitter leaf of leadership. She laughed wryly.
along with 2 older herb sisters, too hoary with age to tempt even the drunkest soldier.
Could you find some of those herbs in the forests and meadows, east and south of here? I added. Not toward the foe, and not toward Kitzel. I added. Kitzel is gone, I added, when I saw the question in her eyes. If I gave each of your sisters a trooper with a fast horse, could they find some helpful medicines? She considered the matter.
Aye, there be 4 or 5 herbs wild-grown my sisters know of, she nodded, provided they keep their grabby hands to themselves.
I shall vouchsafe their conduct, I nodded solemnly. Gorin, you said you had 29 surprises, yet the herb mother and her ladies account for only 8.
You mean those filthy rodents? The herb mother nearly shrieked. Goddess, protect my nose, but they stink, Gorin, she complained.
All of Ishi's creatures are sacred in Huan's eyes, he said patiently. Besides, you get used to them after a while, the old priest said philosophically. In addition to the herb sisters, I thought it best to protect the little folk, he sighed. What's left of them, at any rate? Little folk? I asked. You mean river folk? Tal Alon?
That's what some sages call those ignorant rodents, agreed the herb mother with a sniff. A dozen of them. That old man keeps down there with civilized folk.
The rest of their burrow was slaughtered by the goblins 2 weeks gone, said the old priest, sadly shaking his head. They had a large one, up one of the tributaries to the Moran. Their chief, Lord, begged me for sanctuary. What was I supposed to do? They are Huan's special children, beloved of the earth. Besides, the little buggers know their way around a vegetable garden.
And they know some herb lore, too, the herb mother reluctantly agreed. But that does not excuse that beastly smell.
Herb mother, I interrupted, before she got going again, please gather what you need, and I'll have riders sent to you. Landfather, I need to get a messenger to Baron Marasan of Megalin without alerting every Gavani in the valley. Do you have a man who knows the way?
Aye,
he nodded. Landbrother Mastal tends the peasants in that castle village. He knows the quickest way, to be sure. Then get your river folk out to help gather your herbs, and send Mastal to me when he is ready to ride. I leave 50 men here to guard. We'll be bringing our baggage train up to the very base of the hill, but I want everything to appear normal, at least from afar. No additional fires, no more noise than necessary. The 2 priests agreed, and I left them to handle the details. I had plenty of my own to handle, and as much as I wanted a chance to talk with the Talalon, I wouldn't have that luxury until I was certain my plan was in motion. I spent the rest of the afternoon quietly posting sentries and snipers, covering the approaches to the Temple Hill, and placing charms on the trails to discourage any casual wandering in our direction. My men continued to arrive, until just before dusk, when the last wagon rolled in. My men were eager to fight at first. Then reality of the coming battle came to them when they got wind of the tactical situation. This wasn't going to be a slaughter, like Grimly Wood, or even a rout, like the Battle of the Lantern. There were almost 10,000 goblins out there, nearly 3 times the size of my force. Luckily, my force wasn't the only one we would be depending upon. I called a staff meeting after a cold supper with the men at my headquarters pavilion, which Hamlin had erected, a few hundred yards from the temple grounds. It was the only tent I allowed to be pitched, since I wanted the men ready for battle before sunrise, and unpacking and pitching camp would take time and energy we really didn't have. But I did need someplace quiet to cast spells, meet with commanders, and plan our strategy. Hamlin had thoughtfully set up the small map of the area we had acquired from the Baron of Green Hill, half the size of his deerskin map, but far more accurate. Particularly since I'd been filling in troop positions from scouting reports, once the Orphans' band infantry had marched in as quietly as they could. They had a good grade of scout, who knew their business, and once I established just what I needed to know, the lightly armoured infantry stole out at dusk in 2s and 3s to take their positions. I made a point to cast a cat's-eye spell on them to keep them from getting surprised by Gavani. As most of them had been the subject of such a spell at the Battle of the Lantern, they accepted it almost as commonplace. My commanders milled around the table, a large, flat, round shield propped up on a barrel, under my mage lights, and chewed their lips and grunted thoughtfully as they tried to get a grasp of the tactical situation. "We have our men here," I said, pointing to the wooden marker someone had hacked a 3-star spellmonger's symbol on. "We're going to split into 2 forces, one primarily infantry and one all cavalry.
"We're not going to use the cavalry to screen the infantry?" asked bold Ascus, with a grunt. "Orphans band infantry are not going to like that. Warbirds won't be too happy either."
"They'll have other things to dwell on," I assured him. "They won't need a cavalry screen, because they're going to be our reserves. Look, this is how things stand now. There is the largest band, 8,000, on the other side of the Anfal River between Tudri Town and the Castle Magellan. There's a band of 1,000 north of the Great Western Road, cutting off anyone trying to get in or out from the east. They must be dealt with. There's another force of 1,000 close to the city gate. Either one or both could hamper any attack from Tudri or Megalin Castle long enough to let the main horde cross the river in support. But that's been the problem for weeks now. Tudri and Megalin are both within range of the horde, but neither one is willing to commit their forces. The knights at Megalin, because they are hopelessly outnumbered, and the militia at Tudri, because they're slow, poorly trained, poorly armed, and have no cavalry support. If either one ventures forth, then the goblins have plenty of time to defend themselves aggressively and decisively before the other force comes into play. I glanced around the table at my officers. So here is my plan. We coordinate with both forces. Tudri's is the larger and the slower, so they won't be able to do more than move their men to here, maybe as far as here, before the main horde can cross the river and descend upon them. Now, ordinarily, they'd be able to cut the Tudri men to pieces long before the Baron's men could arm, mount, and make their way to the battlefield. But if the Baron's men are forewarned, then they can prepare to ride the moment the Tudri men open their gates.
"Won't that still take too long?" asked Cadell of Wenshar sceptically. "Unless they set out almost exactly when the Tudri men do, they won't make it to the field in time. Even if they took the foe in the rear at full charge, the horde could turn on them before they could do enough damage."
Yes, and that would seem like a desperate, hopeless maneuver to the Gavani, I agreed, and ordinarily it would be. But not this time, because when the horde starts to cross the river, we'll position the expeditionary force infantry to emerge from behind the hill, marching to here, I said, pushing a pebble across the map, until they can pin down the southern band watching the road. There are 1,000 of them, but you'll have archers and infantry, and I will give you 2 squadrons of cavalry for scouting, screening, and support. All you have to do is tie up the southern band and keep them from hitting the Tudri militias in the flank.
"That's feasible,"
bold Ascus said, nodding slowly, which was high praise from the old campaigner,
"especially if they aren't aware that we're here."
"We'll have to be careful about intercepting their scouts, then. While your men are keeping the southern band busy, the northern band will move to here, most likely," I said, pushing another pebble closer to Tudri. "They won't go any farther, or they'll get trapped in Tudri's defensive works. But they could get as close as here, stop the Tudri men from advancing, and keep them busy while the main horde crosses the river in support. Only we're not going to let them. As soon as the northern band starts to move toward Tudri, we'll time it so that the Baron of Megalin hits them in the rear, full force, lances flashing in the sun. That won't be enough to kill them, but if he strikes hard and fast, and does a lot of damage, they'll forget all about the Tudri men while they contend with the knights. And then the big horde will descend on us all and kill us," Sir Pendelon said sourly, as he sipped something strong from a silver flask.
"Great plan, Spellmonger. It won't take them that long to ford the river there. No cavalry, remember?"
"They would, if that's all they were facing," I agreed. The man was challenging me in council, which was arrogant, but that was what you got in a first-rate cavalry officer. Pendelon was always a bit of a pessimist. As annoying as that was to me now, I could understand how a landless knight and mercenary captain might cultivate a poor attitude. But as soon as the horde crosses to engage the knights and rescue the northern band, that's when we charge around the hill, down the slope, and plough into them from the east, on Baron Merasan of Megalin's flank. All of our cavalry, the Hell Riders, the Greenhill Knights, and Caviar's company, all of them, hard as you've ever charged, and then you'll fight as hard as you've ever fought. Then, I continued, as I pushed the big block, signifying the main horde across the river, as our cavalry hits them here, our infantry can push north along with the city garrisons into the southern flank of the horde, where they can pin them and pour volleyed fire into their masses.
"And that's supposed to be enough?"
Pendelon asked again.
"Captain, with all due respect, the way I figure it, every man must kill 4 goblins if we're to have any hope of defeating that horde.
And what of the ford? What's to stop them from recrossing it and awaiting us on the other side? That would be perfectly fine, I agreed, not backing down. Indeed, that would be preferable. Not that I care, spilling goblin blood, or I wish to leave a foe undefeated in the field. But this is no tournament, Sir Pendleton. Defeat and victory are not counted by how many lances strike, or even how many heads fall. In this case, our goal is not to defeat the enemy, but simply drive him away from Tudri long enough to facilitate the evacuation. And then what, Captain? Rogo Redshaft asked, curiously. Pendleton was at least listening, although the look on his flinty face told me he was not convinced. Once we have the goblins pinned between the cavalry and the infantry, we begin the evacuation of Tudri in earnest. Every man, woman and child who wishes to leave, and I'm guessing that will be the majority after 6 weeks of low-level siege, will come down the Great Western Road, behind our infantry lines, and head toward Verone. We keep the goblins off them while they move, we win. If we don't, and they're slaughtered on the road, then we lose. Those, gentlemen, are the conditions of victory. We're risking all of our lives to help a couple of peasants escape, Sir Pendleton asked, as if that was as foolish as rushing back into a burning building to save a chicken. I was starting to get tired of this. I whirled and tried to keep the frustration from my voice. Yes, Sir Pendleton, that is precisely what we're doing, only it's not a couple of peasants. It's near to 30,000 men, women and children who are desperate and counting on us. Counting on us to remove the threat, he countered stubbornly. You think you're going to convince them all to leave their homes and their treasures behind to flee, when there are still goblins around? He asked, challenging me. Yes, Captain, I do, I answered coolly, because I'm also going to tell them that I plan on burning the city once they are gone. Anyone who wants to stay around for that is welcome to. You're going to raise Tudri town? Sir Cavial gasped, incredulously. No, Captain, but I'm going to tell the people I'm going to raise the town, I answered patiently. That should get any sluggards moving, and scare away anyone who won't stand to fight. If we can get most of the people down the road, then that will be enough. What I don't understand is how you're going to coordinate these charges and manoeuvres and such, Redshaft said, shaking his head, discouraged. Begging your pardon, Marshal. You've impressed me thus far, I'll admit. But I've been in more than a few scraps less complicated than this that all went to hell, because some damn fool messenger broke his horse's leg, or got captured by the enemy, or someone didn't see a signal they were supposed to. Keep it simple, I say. Those were battles where the general wasn't using his magical core properly. I pointed out firmly, that's our key. We're going to coordinate the attack using magic, and once we're engaged, you're going to have Irianite-wielding war magi among you. With our stones, we should be able to fight a lot more effectively than before, and we were pretty good before. Sir Cavial still looked very sceptical. Marshal Minalan, he said, stressing the title just a little more than I was comfortable with. With all due respect, this seems like an invitation to disaster. If anything goes wrong... Of course things will go wrong, I said, more harshly than I meant. I was getting frustrated. I tried to cool down. Cavial had been with us only since Green Hill, and while he had performed well in the Battle of the Lantern, he still wasn't used to taking orders from a man who wasn't at least a knight. All things considered, he'd handled the unusual nature of my command rather well. It's a battle. Things will go wrong. But if you quit thinking about gloriously driving the foe from the field, or slaughtering every goblin in Ulshar, and start thinking about the goal, to prohibit the dead god from sacrificing 30,000 humans to feed his magical hunger, then you'll see that regardless of what goes wrong, we can still win this battle, even if every one of us is killed. Rogo Redshaft looked at me thoughtfully. 30,000 civilians. If that many can be persuaded to move or face their doom, in exchange for 5,000 trained fighting men, is there value in that? They are not potatoes. They're people, I emphasized. Men are not potatoes, Marshal, that I understand. But I have to question the wisdom of this, considering what you foretell is in store. If to win this battle is to prohibit their souls to the dead god, should we not raise Tudri and put the populace to the sword ourselves, and ride away before we can be assailed to fight another day? That also buys us this victory you define, but without the cost of our lives. Would that be a more prudent course of action? He asked, almost daring me. I looked at him like he'd just proposed Well, like he just proposed slaughtering 30,000 people in cold blood. Then I saw the point he was making, and I nodded. Very well, and well spoken, Redshaft. The conditions of victory are this, then: to allow the escape of 30,000 subjects of Ulshar, and to deny the goblins the use of the town. If, along the way, we happen to kill 10,000 of them to do it, then so be it. Caviar looked at the map and then looked back up at me, grimly.
Captain, how do you propose to do that?
I looked at him and tried to impress him how serious I was. Magic, valor, the favor of the gods, and pure, blind, fickle luck, if Ifnia is paying attention. We have our war magi. We have some of the finest warriors in the Wilderlands, I said, exaggerating slightly. We have the blessing of every human god and, well, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling lucky today, I said, shrugging. But more importantly, Sir Cavial, I propose that we win the day by being harder, tougher, and nastier than they are, standing up while they fall, and fighting valiantly on while they drop their clubs and flee. Is that not how every battle is eventually won? Cavial was either convinced or couldn't think of a snappy comeback. How could he? I'd just challenged his valor, just as Penny had coached me. He just grunted what I took for an assent, and I continued. You gentlemen weren't with us when we found the horror at Kitsal Hamlet. Perhaps you've heard rumours, but the truth is that those people died miserably, and their deaths were turned into a weapon of war against us. If for no other reason than to avenge those innocents, you should be inflamed to destroy that horde.
It's not my passion that needs arousing, Captain,
Cavial said a little more gently.
It is my conscience that needs soothing. I'm about to ask my men to go into battle. I want to be able to look them in the eye and tell them that they have a chance to see another day.
I am not planning on sacrificing anyone. I'm pretty hopeful about the battle. We have the element of surprise. I've got 3 war magi blocking us from detection right now. You've all had a few hours to rest your men and horses, and then on the morrow you will either die gloriously in battle, or you will survive another day to die gloriously in battle. Either way, we have a job to do. I have formulated a plan of battle. I think it's a good plan, but if you have a better suggestion, now is the time to make it. Damned if they didn't. Oh, they stuck to the bulk of my plan, but each one added their own refinements to it. Redshaft pointed out that using his men like infantry archers in what was going to be a large-scale field battle was poor planning. Instead, he suggested that they be broken up into 2 groups, flanking the heavy and light cavalry. That way they could advance ahead, stop within bowshot, loose a few volleys before the heavy cavalry hit, and then retreat to reform as needed. I couldn't argue with that. We had 500 well-trained horse archers. It would be a pity not to use them the most effectively. Bold Ascus had a lot to say about the deployment of his infantry. For example, in most battles they would have proceeded with spears and pikes, with bow and sword for close quarters. In this role, Ascus wanted to emphasize the defensive by emphasizing shields. The larger, the better. Sir Pendleton wanted to emphasize killing power, and suggested that every other man wield 2 blades and forego a shield. Without enemy archers to worry about, they could focus on the job of grinding the goblins into sausage. They compromised with Ascus, granting every 3rd man take 2 blades, and every 4th to fight with a glaive or bill. The goal, he argued, was keeping them in place, and for that, the shields would be a better advantage. I couldn't argue with that, and if Pendleton's warbirds could wade in gore, he was happy. His men would be the bulk of the attack on the southern band's flanks, and he could use ragdolls and cabbages if he thought that was best. Sir Cadell shrewdly pointed out that his men were the logical ones to lead the cavalry charge, and he was right. He said it arrogantly and full of bluster, but his Hell Riders had the best mounted troops among the cavalry, the ones with the most battlefield experience, and they were the logical ones to take the van. Sir Cavial looked like he was going to draw and slay Cadell on the spot. By whatever penis-measuring scale professional mercenaries use, he clearly felt he and his men should be at the point of the lance, and I really did think they would fight for a moment. Then Sir Pendleton diplomatically suggested placing half of Cavial's company on Cadell's right flank, with the other half held in reserve, with the sergeants and men-at-arms under Cavial himself. At first, Cavial looked offended at not being in the gloriously dangerous centre position, and worse, condemned to command the reserves. But then he realized that he would be in a position not just to demonstrate his bravery, which every cavalry captain wants more than the first kiss of a maiden, but to also influence the battlefield tactics that could lead to defeat or victory. He had that much mind for strategy, but I was surprised at the swords. Sir Pendelon was an infantryman after all. Was there a tale there, perhaps? More politics. On the eve of battle, no less. I gave Pendelon a searching look as he made his case. He was a career mercenary, and had been since he'd been knighted. But he was also a loyal Castali knight, and had been on the Farisi campaign. By suggesting that Cavial command the reserves, he wasn't just diffusing a sensitive situation. He was offering up an opportunity, I saw. Sir Cavial had been looked over at the end of the Farisi campaign, despite his well-known excellent service there. Politics. He was an outside contender, it was said, for Lord Marshal when the armies returned to the duchies. Only Salgo had outmanoeuvred him. Instead of taking a lesser post under his rival, and it was offered, he had returned to his mercenary company once again to sulk, or contemplate, or scheme. But here was a way in which he could distinguish himself. It was a political victory, regardless of the outcome of the battle. I was somewhat appalled that I could spot it as such, but my few days at Wilderhall and Penny's endless lectures had given me a crash course in politics. While Cavial decided whether to be honoured or offended, I finally decided that it didn't matter who did what, if we won the battle and rescued Tudri, evacuated Tudri. And that gave me an idea. Politics was everywhere, in everything. Pentandra had tried to beat into my head the last few weeks. Not only did I want Cavial roused for battle on the morrow, I also wanted him to be confident in our victory. He wanted position. I could grant him one that would raise his stature in the duchies permanently. When Pendelon finished his proposal, I nodded sagely and placed the markers on the map. I ran through the proposed timetable, introducing each new force at the proper moment, each spell I'd planned, and what I hoped was the inevitable outcome. When no more of them had anything more useful to add, I took a long look around at them. It looked great, on parchment. We hit them hard tomorrow, twice as hard as we did under the lantern, and afterward, and I expect that there will indeed be an afterward. We will ourselves occupy Tudri, at least as much as can be fortified. Won't the Baron of Megalin have something to say about it? Asked bold Ascus, wryly. That is his fief. It's a free town by charter, I pointed out, and he has Castle Megalin to worry about. He doesn't have the men to guard both, even before the battle. But in this case, I happen to outrank him. I reminded him, I have my own mandate from his own duke's duly designated representative. So, after this battle, we will be occupying Tudri and holding it against the foe. Just don't tell that to the peasants, I added. Why do we want to do that? Asked Sir Cadell, making a face. Loot it, to be sure. Burn it, even. But occupy an empty city? Why? Because Tudri is the largest, best-defended town in western Alshar, I argued. It's on the front line of the battle. It's at the terminus of the Great Western Road. We can always raise it later if we need to, but if we raise it now, we can't build it back if we need it. It will never be the same again, I agree, but after this battle, gentlemen, I propose to make Tudri Town our forward base against the dead god, and someone will be named Warden of this seat, I promise. That woke them up. They all knew which way the wind was blowing, from the west, and it smelled like fur and war. The man who commanded the first garrison held against the goblins would, undoubtedly, rise to the attention of the rest of the duchies. A ducal commission could sometimes turn into a hereditary fief, such as it had with Lord Maron, the powerful councillor of the west. The Lord Marshal, Count Salgo himself, had to yield to Lord Maron's opinion in matters dealing with the Castali-Alshari frontier, and the office included revenues from dozens of fiefs, not to mention the prosperous estate of Westwatch. Honour and glory are all very well and good, but if you want a noble's attention, start talking real estate. Alone among them, Rogo Redshaft declared he wanted no such honour. He was a proud commoner from Nyrod, who had no higher ambition than to fight well and bring his men home to their town in North Castal to see his wife and kids again. I not only respected that professionally, but it had once elevated Rogo as the wisest amongst my captains, in my opinion, and confirmed, in my mind, why Count Salgo, and not Sir Cavial, had been selected to be Castal's Lord Marshal, because His Grace, Rard, Duke of Castal, is not an idiot. Chapter 12. Lunch with the Prime Minister. Wilderhall, midsummer. Count Kindean's official residence was in the Duke's Tower, but it was on the opposite side of the elaborate structure from the Duke's actual residence. It was far less grand and imposing than the entrance to the ducal section, though there was far more foot traffic passing in and out. There was little security. I only passed 2 sentries as a page led me into the interior of the keep, past clerks and clerics on the Duchy's business, to His Excellency's private study. The day was already hot, and I'd worked up a sweat sparring with Salgo, so the cool stone interior was a welcome relief. Kindean was already at table when I arrived, 3 or 4 of his functionaries and secretaries bringing him food, parchments to sign, wine, parchments to read, and whatever else the old man required. Mostly parchments. Kindean looked up as I was announced, but that was the extent of his notice until I was escorted to the broad table from which he was Prime Ministering. Once I was seated, he finally dropped the scrap he was reading and turned his attention to me. "Master Minalan the Spellmonger," he stated, "recently of Beauval Vale, now come to be the saviour of the duchy, if we are willing to meet his price." He picked up his wine cup and leaned back into his chair. Despite his age, he had retained a potbelly, upon which he rested his cup with the ease of much practice. All he wants is to overturn an established order that has served our people well for 400 years. "When you put it like that, Your Excellency, you make it sound so tawdry," I quipped with a smile. In truth, I would have preferred to remain a village spellmonger, not take up the war mage's trade again. The gods had other plans. "They often do," he said evenly. "Spellmonger, do you realize what your proposal would do to the duchies?" I nodded. "I do. Indeed, I've thought of little else lately, Excellency, but I submit that such a tumultuous change in our society is a minor thing, compared with the invasion from the dead god and 100,000 Gavani." He grunted, and considered that while he drank more wine. A few drops dribbled into his snowy white beard to add to the stain. "You have a point," the Hawk of Shah conceded as he regarded me sharply. I could see why he got his nickname. His eye suddenly bored into me with an intensity that suited a falcon. "I've been reading dispatches from Al-Shah since dawn. 3,000 goblins invest Castle Browan," he recited. "A band of 1,000 raids the timberlands, and another molests every rick and cot in Festalen. The town of Tudri is besieged, and not expected to survive a fortnight. I've got a report that says there are 10,000 Gavani moving along the Great Western Road, and another that says they're moving down the western banks of the river toward Verone. Still another claims a large force, as many as 60,000, is grinding through the Northlands, between the wild tribes and the North Wardens. 60,000, Spellmonger. If these reports are to be believed, all of northern Alshar is invaded." "It is as I reported, Excellency," I said sadly. "If anything, they tell only a tithe of the tale. All of them could be true, and double every number and you still would not have an accurate story. The dead god has prepared legions, my lord, as large as the greatest imperial legions. We are seeing but the first throw of his game, his pawn and skirmishes, as he makes his play." "And you think he cannot be parleyed with?" he asked hopefully. "If he was a mortal Gurvan, perhaps," I conceded. "They are just as prone to flattery, bribery, and other elements of diplomacy as men are." "Then his generals?" "His mortal generals live in terror and submission to the whim of the ancient undead shaman, Sherul, my lord, and his fell priesthood. Sherul can end any of their lives with a thought, and they know it. He cannot be bribed. He has no earthly desires to exploit. Riches, power, women, none have meaning to him now. His only desire is destruction. Our destruction. Our extinction." "You suggest he cannot be defeated by arms alone?" Kindean sighed bitterly. "We are the strongest of the 5 duchies on land, yet our mightiest armies would not avail us against him. Or so you say." "If my testimony is not sufficient, my lord, I would be happy to summon others who can validate it," I said smoothly. "There are a few thousand Bovali peasants camped in the south who would be happy to swear to everything I say. That is, assuming you don't trust the testimony of the war magi of my order.
Obviously, something is happening, or my study wouldn't look like a way station for weary messengers and used parchments,
the old man said, as yet another urgent note came in by a clerk. He took it and glanced at it and added it to one of several piles he had before him. Then he whispered a note to the clerk, who jotted it down on a slip of parchment and passed it back to the waiting runner, who took to his feet almost as fast as he'd arrived.
Your explanation, as damning as it is the best one to fit the situation as I see it. So, that is the one upon which we will act. You say that this dead god cannot be defeated by arms, yet you urge an armed response. Explain yourself.
The dead god cannot be defeated in the field, that is true, I answered carefully. But his soldiery must be fought all the same. There are hundreds of thousands of people in northern Alshar in their path, 30,000 in Tudri alone. They must be protected from the goblins. An armed force could screen the refugees from attack and allow a more orderly retreat.
A more orderly retreat?
Scoffed Kindine explosively, as he set his wine glass down with a thud.
You are talking about hundreds of thousands, Spellmonger. Hundreds of thousands of Alshari. And the Wilderlands is rarely a priority of their maritime south. If they are spared the goblins, then they will be at our frontiers, eating our rations, looking to us for protection.
And you will need everyone who can hold a spear or sword, my lord, I interrupted quietly, as a page brought me a trencher with a slab of cheese, a slice of beef, and some overcooked, unseasoned vegetables. This war will not be over by autumn. It will not be over in a year. Shurul has been preparing his soldiers for 100 years. If we don't get the people out of the way, they become his slaves, or worse, sacrificial victims to feed his magics.
Why not merely shut our frontier against them?
He asked sharply. Turn away all who seek shelter, and let them cry to their own dupe for aid. Because we are not beasts, we are men, I said stiffly. The gods would shudder at such inhumanity, as would the priesthood. Those folk may live in Alshar, but they're humans, and we will need them, eventually. Save them now, or lose them forever. Or do you propose putting Castali garrisons around the invasion? How many Castali nobles would be willing to stand such a watch?
Interesting perspective, he grunted. The fact is, Dukeling Gwyn of Alshar is a pompous idiot. My Alshari counterpart, Count Ven of Darlake, rules in earnest from Thalas in the south. Lengwyn feels like he must do something, however, since he had the misfortune to be hawking in Verone when the invasion occurred. He's holed up with his panicked Wilderlords, desperately trying to raise a force in a duchy already a third overrun. Surely he would welcome such an influx of his own people, he asked sarcastically.
They'd never make it to Verone, I said, shaking my head as I cut the beef with my knife. At least not many of them. The distance is too great for them to make the journey on foot without being preyed upon by Govani. Verone is looking to its own defence.
As should we, wisdom says,
Kindine countered. I studied him thoughtfully for a moment. Clearly he was being resistant to my proposals on purpose. What was he after? Your Excellency, perhaps I can put it another way. Would you rather fight the Govani now, on Alshari soil? Or would you rather fight them next spring at the gates of Wilderhall?
I would rather not fight them at all.
But as you said, the gods have other plans, it seems. He sighed heavily. You insist that their filthy shamans carry witchstones? Dozens, I agreed. Perhaps hundreds. Yet, despite their great power, they lack the ability to work well in concert, as imperially trained magi do. We proved that at Boval Castle. A score of us kept the shamans at bay. Mayhap we could have held indefinitely, or at least until the food ran out. But the dead god arrived, and forced our departure. Every one of those stones is connected to Shurul, too, I added. He can see from the eyes and hear from the ears of every shaman who holds a stone, we believe.
You feel you can match this power by relaxing the bands?
I feel that the only hope we have of countering the dead god lies in relaxing the bands, I stated again. There is no guarantee of victory, Excellency. It would be untruthful for me to say otherwise.
You would have us make mage lords again, he accused. Wizards with temporal power, magi who can inherit their father's estates, take their titles.
"And swear the same oaths of fealty and service any other lord would," I countered.
"With you in charge of them all,"
he said, his old sharp eyes boring into me.
"You, a stripling spellmonger, the son of a baker."
"If not me, then who?" I asked. The same response I'd given Duncelin. "Consider my position, Excellency. There will be a war between us and the Gavani. The dead god shamans will fall in battle. War magi will find those stones. And without my aid, they will be eventually under the thrall of that dread lord." I let that sink into the old hawk's mind. Imperially trained war magi, bathed with power from the Irionite, enslaved by our darkest foe. Would you have him command them, or me? The weapons in this war are on the table, my lord. We pick them up in our defense, or they will be used against us.
"I think I see your point,"
he finally said, reluctantly.
"Spellmonger, I've run 4 wars for his grace and his father in the 50 summers I've had this position. 2 with Remir, 1 with Alshar, and the Varisi campaign. I had hoped to die before I had to run a 5th. Since I have no choice, I shall do as is needed. But your proposal has the possibility of destroying the duchy as surely as any invasion."
"History teaches that the Magi were once respected lords of men," I pointed out, "in the Magocracy. Once they ceased fighting amongst themselves, they built a great culture of sophistication and prosperity.
Yet they had the Archmage to keep them in line. Do you propose electing one for that purpose? Or are you applying for the position?"
"Let us consider the problems one at a time, my lord," I suggested. "Right now, the issue of the Gavani is paramount. The issue of the Magi is secondary. And right now, you can use the one problem to mitigate the other. I'm merely giving you the opportunity to take advantage of the talents of me and my men. That is an option that you did not have before I arrived."
"Before you arrived, I had thought to retire to a serene dotage after this winter court.
Yes, you have given us an option, a weapon on the table, so to speak. But it is a weapon I fear will turn on us if we pick it up, and a weapon we cannot put back down once wielded. Not to mention the complaints we'll get from the other duchies," he added, rolling his eyes. "Remir will be offended, Merwin will be livid, and Vor will be simmering with discontent. There are still plenty of old imperial families who practice your trade, Spellmonger, who would see our order overthrown and a new empire built on its ashes." I knew that. My ex-girlfriend, Pentandra, was one of those Imperials, and her father and other family members were part of a secret order that had been working on that plan steadily for the last 3 centuries. As part of my bargain with Pentandra to get relief at Beauval Castle, I'd had to pledge a single witchstone to their order, finally giving the insidious underground movement the power it needed to prosecute its secret war with the duchies of Merwin and Vor and Remir. I thought it best not to mention that part to the Prime Minister. I focused on the crisis instead. "I understand, Excellency, but under the circumstances, perhaps a decision can be made to deal with the crisis without capitulating to petty politics for once," I challenged. I thought he might get angry. Instead, he threw back his head and laughed heartily.
"Without politics? Are you mad, Spellmonger? All such decisions are made in dread regard to politics, because the politics never goes away. Even while Count Angrial begs for troops to defend his duchy, he's insisting that they serve under Alshari commanders, because it would be a violation of Alshar's sovereignty to allow Castali nobles to run armies through Alshar. And not just any nobles. He wants Lengwin's favourites, no matter how incompetent they are. The emissary from Remir was here at dawn, protesting the banner call as a needless provocation. The Castali Wilderlords on the frontier are already calling for more troops from the duchy, while those in the riverlands are resisting the banner call because it is almost harvest season. There are noble houses who will be offended if I do not give them a place of honour in the van of any army, and those who will rebel if I do. The duchy owes money to half of the great lords, and is owed taxes and tribute in arrearage by the other half." "How did things get into such a state?" I asked, troubled. As a commoner, you always expected that the nobility had things under control.
Even my broader experience rarely put me in a position to appreciate politics at that level. Victimized by it, yes, but that rarely leads to understanding or appreciation. The Hawk of Shah cackled again. Things were as bad or worse when I took the post. After 50 years, despite my best efforts at governance, they are still as bad as they were my first day. And Castall is known as the richest and most prosperous of the duchies, after Merwin. He laughed. I expect my future replacement in a century from now will be complaining of the same things. I just keep the wheel turning now. I quit trying to repair the machinery long ago. Yet if the Duke agrees to your proposal, all the progress I've made after 4 wars and a lifetime of careful watch will be swept away in one blow, he said bitterly. Within a year, I shall see the treasury bankrupt, the Duke embattled, the duchy in ruins, and mage lords, no doubt, to become our masters, while honest lords and honourable knights are slain in waves on the battlefield. How is this not ruin, spellmonger? He demanded. Ruin, my lord? I asked curiously. He was putting a little too much emphasis into the negatives. On purpose. He wanted to see how flexible I was. Change, certainly, I admitted, but change is thrust upon us, whether we want it or not. There are 20-odd shards of Irianite in the hands of competent, experienced magi. That isn't going to change. You don't believe that won't cause problems, even apart from the issues with the censorate? It's madness, he grumbled. Yet my proposal is open to some negotiation. Such as? He asked, intrigued despite himself. Regular lords pledge a tithe of their income to the duchy in tribute. If mage lords were to give 15% a tax on the magi, he asked, almost grinning, that might smooth some ruffled feathers and be a valuable precedent for the other duchies, should they follow suit. There must be twice as many magi in the east as here. Thrice, easily, I agreed. It didn't hurt that magic was still a respected profession in the east, whereas from central Ramir, west, it was regarded with near-universal suspicion. The magi would be happy to pay it, I assure you. And what of these magi who wield your witchstones? He asked. Far more powerful than their brethren. That must be counted as well. If the Duke's vassals owe 1 month's service a year, I considered, then mage lords could be required to provide 1 month of magical service, in addition to their military service. That might work, especially if they would work at our direction. It would be an opportunity for them to display their civic-mindedness, I offered, reasonably. Think of all the bridges and walls that could be shored up, at no expense, the charms against fire and theft. There will be a great outcry amongst the petty nobility, he warned. If they must share borders with mage lords, they will be screaming about the unfair competition. Many will say that magi won't be able to administer estates properly. Only the idiots. Minor matters, my lord, and we have plenty of time to deal with the practical details later. The duchy will prosper, I foresee. Once magic was used in the service of man, to improve the lot of everyone in the magocracy. A mage lord who uses it on behalf of his people will prosper. A mage lord who uses his power unwisely, well, he won't deserve his witchstone. It is my experience that no man is above abusing whatever power he has, if it serves his needs, Kindine remarked, and there's no reason to believe that magi will be any different. Oaths or not, a man will do what he wills, and the more means he has, the more he wills. Surely our own lord is wise and just, I said smoothly. Rod? Wise enough, perhaps. Just as he needs to be. He's better than some would be, worse than others. The land has prospered under his reign, but is that his doing, or the work of those who serve him? And if it didn't, would he be to blame? Matters far beyond my head, I said, shaking it gently. I am a simple spellmonger, after all. A simple spellmonger? He chuckled in wicked humour. No, Master Minalan, you are far from simple. Nor are you any longer a spellmonger. Tell me, why did you come here, to Castall, when your lord owed his allegiance to the Alshari dukes? Why here,
and not in Verone? Now that was a good question, and one I hadn't thought to ask myself. Honestly, my lord, because Alshar is already doomed. As brave as her people and as valiant her knights, they have been beset before they knew they were at war. Duke Lenguin is mustering at Verone, and he will have to fight the Gavani. But if the dead god intends to take Verone, he will. Alshar will not be able to withstand them. They are too few, too disorganized, too sparsely settled. But Castal, that is where the wealth of the Western Duchies lies, I said, and Castal will be next to fall. Yet Castal is also the best place to mount a defence, a real defence, against the dead god. The remnants of the Alshari Wilderlords will be useful, but their men are a rustic folk, more hunters than warriors. They don't have the discipline of the Castali cavalry. That was flattery. In truth, the Alshari Wilderlords were adept at a heavy cavalry charge, more so perhaps than the tournament-happy Riverlords. "What if Duke Rad decides to reject your offer?" he asked, a glint in his ancient eye. I shrugged like a peasant. Then I go talk to Duke Clofelin of Ramir and make him the same offer. After he sees what happens to Castal, I'm sure he'll be in a more receptive mood, I said meaningfully. To my surprise, Kindine laughed, heartily. "Oh, you play a dangerous game, clever spellmonger," he cackled. "Threaten our duchy with treason to our rivals, using our own fear of revolution as leverage. You are a crafty wizard." He allowed himself to laugh a little longer than I felt was justified, which made me uneasy, but eventually he sighed and set his empty wine cup back down on the table. "I'll tell you what's going to happen," he said quietly but decisively, after regarding me for a long moment. "You're going to be summoned to see the Duke and Duchess at dinner tonight. They will ask you all the same questions I have, and probably more of their own. But you're right. We don't have much of a choice. Northern Alshar is in ruins. The maritime south will not come to their aid. Invasion threatens. Ramir, weak as she is, would pounce on us at the first sign of weakness, using us as a shield against the Gavani while they prepare. So, we will take your bargain, bitterly, but we will take it. But no, the final terms are not yet set, and won't be until the Censor General has had a chance to speak with his Grace. But I've seen enough to know what will happen, spellmonger, and you will get your way. Just be certain that you do not disappoint if you do." "My lord, I assure you I bargain in open faith. I'm putting my own life on the line. But now you should know, I'm not going to promise you I can kill the dead god. Indeed, I've told you repeatedly I cannot. But if his Grace will but give me a chance, I can show him what is possible, and perhaps allow Castal adequate time to prepare." "I hope you understand your business, Master Minalan," he said darkly. "The fates of millions may hang upon you now." And on that happy thought, my luncheon was over. When I finally found my way back toward my new quarters, the Castellan Harren was waiting for me with his kinsman, Hamlin. They had similar features, although Harren had the maturity of age instead of Hamlin's youthful face. He was a man of 20, the son of Harren's cousin. He had served his old master faithfully, and had a treasured scrap of parchment to attest to his service. "So, are you familiar with my trade, Hamlin?" I asked him as I poured a glass of wine for all three of us. "I am a mage, a scholar, a war mage, and a spellmonger." "I have had the acquaintance of a Count's court wizard," he admitted, "and I employed a spellmonger before on behalf of my master, but that is all of my experience, I'm afraid." "It's not so different from any other service, ordinarily," I admitted, even though we take great pains to disguise that fact. "I use magic to provide a service for a fee." "Ordinarily," I repeated, "your duties would be that of any domestic servant for a prosperous merchant. Tend my horse, prepare my meals, care for my clothing and equipment, run errands and messages, keep my confidences, guard my valuables, whatever else servants are supposed to do. Act respectful to your betters, don't bring trouble into my house, avoid gossip, keep an ear open. Under ordinary circumstances, that would be the extent of your duties." "My lord implies that your circumstances aren't ordinary," he ventured. "Exactly. I have come into a lot of power recently.
That will mean money and such things eventually. But right now I am the most powerful mage in the 5 duchies, or one of them, and I've attracted a lot of attention. Attention, my lord? Hamlin asked. People might be trying to kill me soon, I explained. People, my lord? The nobility, the duke, the censor general, a disembodied magical goblin head and a few 100,000 Gavani, I said. There are also secret orders of magi and a pregnant fiancée you'll have to deal with, I added. Best not disguise the truth. My lord has accumulated an impressive list of foes, if I might be so bold, he said, grinning. I assume that you will be, in danger? I think it's likely, I admitted. In fact, I may end up going to war in the near future. Then again, I may not. But either way, I'm going to be doing some travelling, and at times it may be perilous. If you're looking for a life of quiet reflection, this isn't it. Do you have the courage to stay with me and perhaps die in my service? All men must die, the priests tell us, my lord, Hamlin said philosophically, and I have courage enough. Moreover, I know how to draw a sword in my defence, though I'm no warrior. As for travel, I've always wanted to see the world. The idea of danger doesn't bother you? I asked, surprised. I wouldn't have taken the job, I think. Then again, I used to be a romantic, back before I got drafted. It occurs to me that in a dangerous situation, a good place to be might be by the side of the most powerful mage in the 5 duchies, he observed. Moreover, such a position, as hazardous as it might be, and if I understand my lord correctly, that the danger might indeed be fatal. If I go to war, then it's a distinct possibility. Such a position could also well lead to riches and fortune, or at least infamy, and that is a consideration. That and the potential fatal nature of my proposed service. You seem to keep drifting back to the dangerous aspects of the job, I pointed out. I'm curious. Do you fear death so much? He looked at me, puzzled. Death, my lord? The gods teach us that death must come to us all. It is not to be feared. Then why? Oh, well, my lord, if there's a chance of fatality in the position, I think that should probably factor into my fee, don't you think? I chuckled. I thought I was going to like this man. You would be a fool not to, I agreed, and clearly you're no fool. I don't mind a man with a sharp mind, as long as he knows his role in our affairs, but I must demand loyalty above all else. I will not tolerate an unreliable servant. I could barely tolerate the idea of a servant at all. An apprentice is a different matter, but since I was thrusting myself up into the nobility, I needed someone to watch my horse and fetch my supper and go grab my sword out of my quarters or find me lodgings while I was off trying to save the duchies. And I could afford it. Harren produced a large heavy bag from within the satchel and laid it out on my bed. 300 ounces of silver, he said, and here is a draft of my kinsman's shop for a further 400, payable upon demand, minus my fee, of course, he added smoothly. Excellent, I nodded, and took out 20 pieces of silver. Hamlin, here's your first month's pay, plus a month's bonus. I want you to start in the morning. Until then, get yourself a decent set of clothes, something befitting of, well, I don't quite know my social status, but just pretend I'm a baron and garb yourself accordingly. Oh, and arrange for appropriate clothing for myself as well. We're near enough the same size. Get me a suit in blue and one in dark green. Something tasteful. I don't want to be taken for a Vorian dandy, I snorted. Oh, no, just a tailor, my lord. Hamlin smiled. Shoes as well. Riding boots, I sighed. Sturdy but well made. Harren, will it be possible to find quarters for Hamlin nearby? There is a servant's dormitory in the river tower, Master Minalan. The castellan assured me. I shall make certain that there is a place made available. How should I dress, my lord, if I might ask, my lord? Hamlin asked. Master Minalan, in most circumstances. Master in others. Minalan when we're alone. Min when we're drunk. That brought a grin to his face. I don't need a lot of bowing and scraping. You're not here to inflate my sense of importance, and I prefer a companionable servant to a formal one when we're on the road, if you understand. Of course, Master Minalan, Hamlin agreed, nodding. It's often been said I'm a jolly companion. I can sing at need and know a bit of poetry, and I'm no stranger to drink or the places that serve it. I can play at cards or at dice, if you please. Any special talents I should know about? I asked, when I couldn't think of anything else to ask. That brought a startled look from Harren, and a meaningful glance between the two men. Hamlin looked a little guilty. "My cousin has, a bit of a reputation," Harren said, delicately. "He has a propensity for knowing things before they happen." "What?" I asked, intrigued. "You know the future?" "Oh, not as such, Master Minalan," Hamlin said, shaking his head. "That is, I couldn't tell you how many ladies you'll love or whether you'll find your long-lost brother, but there are times when I just know things." "Such as?" I prompted. He looked guilty again. "When I served my last master," he sighed, "he became irritated with me over time, because I would presume to know what his lordship wanted before he asked for it. He found it disconcerting. Also, it sometimes manifests at dice or cards." "You're prescient," I nodded, professionally interested. That was not unheard of. While the full ability to use magic was given to comparatively few, many people had natural abilities that gave them profound strength or insight in a particular area of magic. Sports, they were called in my profession. Water dowsers, for instance, are one of the more common ones. Others can be subtler, such as a knack with horses or crops or outstanding personal abilities. Prescience was relatively rare and damnably hard to test for. But there were plenty of documented cases in the Censorate's files, I had no doubt. "That's very interesting. Would you mind if I examined you?" He swallowed, but nodded. "Of course, Master." "Will it hurt?" "Not at all," I said, eagerly digging out my witchstone from the bag around my neck. I held it in my palm and closed my eyes, calling upon mage sight in a very specific sort of way. Instead of looking far away or at something small or seeing in the dark, I used it to look around Hamlin, at his shroud. We all wear a shroud, a field of energy our bodies produce naturally. It waxes and wanes in size and manner, but it is through our shrouds that we can work some forms of magic. Even ordinary people use their shrouds to communicate feelings to each other. It is the primary medium for our empathy. Sex magic, for instance, has a series of rituals for attenuating the shrouds of the participants. In the East they call them auras, if you are taking notes, and it is through their combined shrouds that the most powerful magics can be created. You can learn how to extend your shroud, and even use it to affect other things and other people. Good warriors can use it to intimidate an opponent without making a sound or moving a muscle. For some, they can use the sensitivity of their shrouds to tell if someone is lying, or if someone has a sickness inside them, or if one chicken is going to lay more eggs than another. And for some people, the shroud seems to warp the ether around them into defying probability, or allowing them to sense future events. Prescience. Hamlin's shroud was bright and lively, a swirling vortex of energy with a very distinct edge to it. It's almost impossible trying to describe how a shroud presents itself, since every magi senses it differently. I could tell you what colour I saw, or how it felt, or what consistency it was, or how it made me feel, or even how far from the body it was extended. But you'd see it or sense it in some other way, so that's not terribly useful. Hamlin's shroud was kind of slippery, like an eel, or a greased pig, or a wet piece of ice. It was as if it didn't want to settle down. It was constantly churning around him, and doing interesting things at various points. It was utterly fascinating to observe, but eventually one gets tired of being a specimen. When Hamlin cleared his throat, I sighed and put the stone away. Yes, there's definitely something there. Quite intriguing, and possibly quite useful. Don't worry, Hamlin. I won't get annoyed if you hand me my hat before I know I want it. That could be quite handy, actually. Well, if you still want to employ me even after you know, the young man sighed contentedly as he rattled the silver around in his palm, then call me Ham, Master. Chapter 13. The Battle of Tudri. Tudri Town, late summer. I wish I could say that I got a good night's sleep before the Battle of Tudri, but that would be a gross overstatement. I managed about 2 restless hours after I oversaw the preparation for battle. Much of what I was doing looked like sleeping to Hamlin, who made sure I ate and drank sufficiently while I was generaling, My eyes were closed, my breathing was steady, and I didn't speak much. But behind my eyelids, there was a lot going on. It started soon after I dismissed my general staff to go prepare their men, when I felt a tingle that I was quickly coming to associate with a telepathic linking spell. I found a quiet corner and gave the communication my full attention. It was Azar, who had arrived at Castle Megalin without problems and had informed the Baron of my brilliant plan. The result wasn't encouraging. "Min, the old fart thinks that we should be able to handle the horde on our own without his help. He's sitting safely behind his walls and doesn't want any of his men to go out." "That's not going to work," I said. "We need those men, or this whole thing falls apart. How many does he have?" "That's the thing. He's got almost 300 knights and squires, excellent heavy cavalry all, and then another 400 men-at-arms and sergeants. But on top of that, he's called in 2 of his own vassals from smaller keeps, which adds another 300, so almost 1,000 horse. If we can convince him to ride..." What seems to be staying his hand? He doesn't want to risk his troops, but he also doesn't want to lose Tudri town, to the goblins or to us. If we evacuate the city, he'll lose a lot of revenue, and he's not having it. At least that's what his court mage says. I had to show him my glass to get him to speak up. But does he have any influence over the Baron? Not nearly as much as Sire Leisdal, one of his vassals. Leisdal depends on trade from Tudri to fill his coffers too, and considers losing Tudri an unacceptable loss. He's the one telling the Baron that this is the Duke's problem, not his. Damn it! It's his lands that are burning, I thought to myself for a moment. Hard to do without revealing your mind to the person you're linking to, but I was getting the hang of it. What could possibly rouse a reluctant Baron to venture forth and defend his lands? Tell him that if he doesn't ride to support us, I'll start giving away parcels of his land to the men of Tudri who do. Then he can take up the issue of ownership when Duke Lenguin has time to hear such grievances. His grandchildren may still be alive by then, but in the meantime, tell him I'll give away every square foot he's not willing to defend, and he'll have a peasant revolt on his hands if he's not careful. That might do it, Azar conceded, and if that doesn't work, I can start throwing my weight around. They haven't really seen what one of us can do yet, he added smugly. Just be careful, I warned. I don't want to alienate them. I want to motivate them. Do what you have to do. But come dawn, I want every one of them horsed and ready to ride. I'll make sure of it, Captain, Azar told me determinedly. I didn't doubt that he would. Azar is imposing when he's asleep. Once you get him enthusiastic about something, he doesn't stop until it's done. I had just enough time to wolf down half a biscuit and a few bites of cheese before I became aware of the next tingle. I sighed and sat back down. It's just easier not to have distractions when you're communicating like that. Captain, I made it into Tudri, Astaral reported once I acknowledged the spell. I've been meeting with the local defense commander and the town council. No one likes hearing that you want them to leave. Well, that's not entirely true. There are hundreds of refugees from further west that made it this far, and they're desperate to leave. But everyone else, the ones with property here, are just as desperate to stay. Then tell them that I'll burn the town to keep it from falling into Gavani hands. I did, Astaral said casually. That wasn't real popular. I had to pull my stone and put a couple of guards to sleep before they would see reason. But once I demonstrated how serious I was about this, I won over the militia commander, the one that actually runs the town's defences. He told me he could put 4,000 infantry on the field, mostly armed peasantry and city catchmen, of course. But there are a few real mercenaries and men-at-arms around too. Oh, and I met the other war mage in town, the swordsmith. He wants to talk to you. He wants a witchstone. Master Comoran? I asked, recalling the stately, semi-retired old gentleman fondly. If he can help us keep the Tudri militia from folding up and blowing away at the first assault, then I'll consider it. He's an enchanter, too. Did he tell you that? No, admitted Astaral. But that would come in handy. I'll tell him. Oh, and there's tons of food here, too. The council confiscated a couple of local granaries, and the slaughterhouses have been working day and night to thin down the number of herds that were brought in before the attack. So feeding the refugees when they go won't be a problem. That's good, I agreed. So you think you can persuade them to work with us on this battle plan? They are kind of essential.
I don't know, men. They're pretty skittish, especially after all the ducal bannermen left for Verone. They'd much rather try to ride out a siege, even though they've seen some of the goblins' magic by now. But I've nearly got the militia commander convinced. He's the important one. If he agrees, then the rest of the town council will probably back the plan.
If he doesn't, then we'll select a new militia leader. Or kidnap their daughters, or bribe them. Do whatever it takes, Asteral. But there had better be men with spears and swords in front of the city gate at dawn, or this whole thing goes right into the chamber pot. You might want to mention that the Baron of Megalin is riding at dawn, and if he doesn't see some support from Tudri, then he's leaning toward revoking their charter and retaking control of the place.
Is he?
No. I had to threaten him with a peasant revolt if he didn't ride, but they won't know that. Tell them the evacuation is temporary, if you must, but they shouldn't take anything they couldn't carry or anything they don't want to lose, and get them moving the moment dawn breaks. Then join the infantry and wait for that southern band to move toward you. When they do, break them.
Consider them broken, Captain,
he promised boldly. Asteral was a war mage whose confidence wasn't bravado. Despite his genteel Gilmoran mannerisms, he was a hard-ass. I really wanted to finish eating and sleep before I did anything else, but no sooner had I taken a bite of sausage and a swig of beer, I got yet another tingle of awareness, this time from Mavone, at the court of Verone. "Hey, Your Excellency," he called to me rudely. Mavone is also a Gilmoran, with the same cultural capacity as Asteral for gracious manners, just rarely the desire. Mavone embraced the coarse life of the mercenary. "I thought you might want to know about this. I haven't been able to speak directly to the Duke, because he's always in council." "You haven't gotten an audience yet?" I asked, my heart sinking. "The highest courtier up the ladder I could meet with has been the Marshal of the Wilderlands, Count Brian, and his colleague Count Markadine. Brian is pretty pissed off since he rode here when the banner call went out with 500 knights and 1,000 men-at-arms, leaving skeleton garrisons in his castles. And he's been stuck here waiting for Lengwin to do something, anything, ever since. He's itching for a fight." "Sounds like a good contact to have," I agreed. "Well, it would be if Lengwin would actually listen to him. But anyone who tells His Grace anything except that he should sit tight and gather his forces and wait for the right time gets booted from council pretty quickly, from what I understand. Count Brian has been cooling his heels in camp and stirring up dissension. Count Markadine is taking up his cause, but now he's meeting resistance." "What about his court wizard? What's his name again?" "Master Thinraddle," Mavone supplied. "Elegant gent, and an adept of note from one of the old coast lord families. But Lengwin doesn't particularly like him and listens to him less than he does Count Brian or Count Markadine. The Duke distrusts magic, apparently, and has little use for his own court wizard." "Why?" If anyone could find out, Mavone could. He might be coarse, but he's as much a political animal as any Gilmoran. He didn't disappoint. "The gossip is that Lengwin's father's court wizard, old Master Vetrank, used to tease him and play cruel jokes on him on behalf of his big sister, and he never forgave him. It's said he even grumbled about abolishing the position, but someone must administer the bans. I've managed to speak to Thinraddle without quite revealing for whom I am working, but he sensed the power in my stone enough to figure it out. The man is not dumb, but he's also not powerful in court, avoids other courtiers, and he barely speaks to the Duke. So perhaps an ally, but not a useful one, not to persuade Lengwin." "Want more good news?" Mavone asked sarcastically. "As of last night, Lengwin is playing host to 3 censors, including the one Azar beat up. They figured out I have Arianite too, and informed Thinraddle last night. He, and I quote, thinks it scandalous that I've got a witchstone, and officially he's torn between fascination and outrage. Unofficially, he's just fascinated." "What about the censors?" That was a worrisome development. I could fight the goblins or the censorate, but not both at once. "They have been making noise about arresting me, but no one seems to be paying them much attention. They've been waiting to get inside His Grace's councils and having as much luck as I am, which makes it hard to chase me. Meanwhile, Lengwin sits in his study and broods and pouts and pounds his fist and blames everyone and makes elaborate plans. But that's it." "Well, there might be something you can do about that," I began. and told him about what I'd discovered at Kitsal. So you can blame some of this hesitation on sorcery. I think you could counter it if you put a solid enough warding up around the Duke. The court wizard will feel it, and probably the censors, but to everyone else it will just make them feel a little more normal. Good, because right now there's a general sense of doom and despair around the whole town, and that's a shame, because it's hard to do your business with a whore when she's filled with dread, and this town has a bumper crop of pretty ones. Puts a man off. I'll pop up a few glyphs and runes, and see if I can't bring some sunshine into their lives. That might help. Do what you can, I encouraged, but you might want to mention that Minalan the Spellmonger is about to boldly relieve Tudri, evacuate it, and send him 30,000 new refugees to deal with. What? Captain, have you lost you? It needs to be done, Malone. It will be done in a few hours. The plan is already underway. And then afterward, well, if there are any of us alive afterward, Tudri will become our new base against the goblins in these parts. It would be helpful if we had His Grace's approval of the effort. If you say so, Captain, Mavone said, sounding unconvinced. But I warn you, something like that isn't likely to win any friends in Verone. After Mavone broke contact with me, I felt compelled to jot down a quick dispatch to Duke Rard and send it by messenger, just to make him feel included. When that was done, I was about to catch a nap, until Azar contacted me and told me he had convinced the Baron to attack, though he was vague about what he'd said to motivate him. Less than 10 minutes later, Asterol assured me that the Tudri militia was ready to march at first light. My own men were as ready as I could expect, and at last no one else wanted my attention, and I could close my eyes. Dawn broke bright and clear in the east, and our scouts reported that the Horde began to wind down its nocturnal activities against the town. They'd harassed the sentries constantly, sniping and trying to scale the walls. The men defended, but right at dawn, the gates of Tudri opened unexpectedly, and a long column of soldiers, mostly peasant militia with ringmail jackets and a helmet to accompany their spears and broad shields, marched defiantly out into the light. The goblins noticed almost immediately, of course. They had sentries patrolling and scouting during the day, just as we did during the night. Before the first 500 militiamen had emerged from the gate, the drums at the Gavani forward post sounded, waking the large band of 100 or so, whose job it was to keep anyone from getting into or out of Tudri without a fight. I hoped, after their active night, they were as tired as I was. Even refreshing war magic spells can only sustain you for so long, and I wanted another 3 hours of sleep, the way I'd needed to pee at Grimley Wood. The goblins began rushing toward the first line of men, thinking it was a mere foray, until some of the few cavalry, maybe 100, 200 at most, Tudri still had, swept out and screened them. The commander of the band withdrew when it was clear this was no simple attempt to run their gauntlet. He did what any decent commander would do. He sent for reinforcements. That was precisely what I wanted. I climbed to the roof of the temple when Asterol, who was in the vanguard of the militiamen in a splendid white cloak, informed me of their progress. I wanted to watch how this was unfolding, and the roof of the hilltop temple afforded me the best vantage point over the valley. To my right, I could see the walled mass of Tudri town, perched on its hill overlooking the fork, where the Anfal and the Moran rivers joined. I summoned Mage Sight, and brought the gates closer to my vision, and I could see the column slowly moving forward, and the Gavani band retreating away. The next closest, largest band in a position to reinforce them was the 1,000-strong unit whose task it was to blockade the Great Western Road. As the Tudri men moved north, the goblin messengers ran across country a lot faster than I would have imagined to summon aid. The warband in the south was already on the move before they got there, however. They'd spotted the gates opening too, and anticipated the call. The southern band crossed the road with impressive speed, but they were an unruly mob, not an army. Clearly, their days spent holding the road had given them more self-confidence than sense as they charged toward the Tudri men. That's when the Orphans Band and the Warbirds struck. They marched out from behind the hill where they'd assembled, moving quickly into place to flank the southern band, their few squadrons of horsemen chasing down the goblin stragglers. The rear of the goblin mob slowed, and then halted to face this new, unanticipated foe. Suddenly the goblin commander was faced with an enemy on two fronts. To face the Tudri men meant exposing their backs to the mercenaries, and turning to face the mercenaries would do the same. A wise commander would have chosen a third option, withdrawing quickly from engaging either force, and retreating beyond the river to rejoin the main horde. The southern band lacked a wise commander. He ordered his band to attack the orphans, head-on, with the sun in their eyes. That was perfect. Bold Ascus knew his trade, in the field as well as in camp, and he could hold that band in place and whittle it down with his more disciplined men. Meanwhile, cavalry and some lighter infantry could harass the band from the rear. Either way, it kept them from descending on the column of civilians that dared the road, now that it was somewhat clear. By then, word had reached the main horde that the Tudri men were attempting to break out. The Gavani commander had been waiting for this for weeks, it seemed, and he roused his troops to pursue and attack as quickly as they could. By the time the southern band was learning what well-trained infantry and archers could do in battle, the first elements of the main horde were splashing their way across the ford to support or rescue the southern band. The northern band, the one that was interdicting communication between Tudri and Castle Megalin, was also moving in to support the southern band. So far, they were acting just as I'd anticipated. That's when the horns of the reluctant Baron of Megalin sounded, and 900 heavy cavalry took the field from the northern road. I had coordinated meticulously with Azar, who was among them on his big black horse, to make certain the die was cast at the proper moment. And as soon as the northern band moved south toward the Tudri men, the proper moment arrived. It was fascinating, watching from the roof of the temple with mage sight. Ordinarily, you don't get to see the intricacies of a heavy cavalry charge up close, unless you're either in one or one is being led against you, and in both cases you're usually too busy to appreciate the phenomenon in the abstract. From my vantage point, with my perception spells in place, it was as if I was standing but 50 feet away, not more than a mile. I got to see the determined, weary look on the faces of the goblins from the northern band, whose standard I saw was a stylized picture of the ghastly black axe they favoured for all-out battle on a field of dark red. Their commanders looked eager for the fight. After all, they had been ranging outside of the city walls for weeks now, picking off stragglers and travellers and refugees. That had to be almost as boring as garrison duty. I'm sure the prospect of an actual fight had the enemy commander, a tall Gurvan, wearing a captured iron half-helm askew on his broad head, salivating. Then the horns sounded, and the ground began to shake, and I got to watch their furry expressions change from determination to confusion, then to horrid realization, as half of them turned to the northeast, where a large cloud of dust was rising. They couldn't see the Megalini cavalry at that point, but they certainly could hear it. They could see the size of the dust plume. To a human soldier, that would have been enough to tell him what was coming. The Gavani, without cavalry, didn't have much of an idea at all. The Gavani band slowed, and part of it stopped, while the other part kept moving toward the militia. That stretched it out uncomfortably into a disorganized mob, not even a rapacious horde. It also gave the horsemen a much, much broader target. Had they stayed together and in good order, they might have had a chance. When the horns sounded close enough for me to hear them, the first line of cavalry was riding over the ridge at a trot, picking up speed. Nearly 1,000 horses, stretched out in a line half a mile wide and 3 deep, was an imposing sight, even to me. To a goblin afoot, it must have looked like thundering doom. Too late, the leader of the northern band realized his danger. He tried to get the horde more organized to receive the charge, but discipline was sadly lacking, and only 1/3 of his troops obeyed and began coalescing around him. I could see him screaming orders at his frightened-looking subordinates as they tried in vain to find some defense against the approaching horsemen. By the time they were 200 yards away, maybe 1 Gurvan in 10 was prepared. Not that it did them any good. The Wilderlords of Megalin were magnificent examples of their craft. Narrow, slitted barrel helmets above broad, round-topped shields of oak, covered in rawhide and bound with iron. 1,000 fire-hardened ashen war lances, each tipped with 18 inches of steel, riding on gigantic Wilderlands destriers in a relentless formation downhill. Azar rode next to the Baron and his banner-bearer, his huge black cloak billowing behind him. The Megalini line slowed when it hit the 100-yard point, and while a few Gavani bowmen tried to snipe at them, it gave the stragglers time to catch up, and the line to be dressed. It also gave Rogo Redshaft's brave horse archers a chance to ride up behind the mercenary line, dismount, and prepare to volley. In an impressively short time, the first wave of arrows filled the air, and before the screams of the wounded goblins died, a second flight of fletched death was on its way. It was amusing, in a macabre sort of way, to watch the goblins who had obediently massed against a cavalry charge look up to see that cloud of feathers, wood, and steel descending upon them. A few raised wooden bucklers against them. It didn't help. By the second volley, the northern band centre was decimated, and the stragglers who had gone on toward the Tudri men had begun to return. About half of them had made it back to their chief in time to see the horse archers remount and withdraw behind the hill, while the Megalini knights were lowering their lances. The looks of fear and terror and resignation on the goblins' faces were priceless. Twice as funny, because I knew kind of how they felt. Like when I was in Beauval Castle, and 500,000 of the bastards had surrounded it on every side. You can't see a way out. You know anything you try to do to avoid your fate is likely to get you killed. And there's nothing to do but wait for the universe to finish using you as a bugger boy. It took almost 200 heartbeats for the heavily armoured chargers to cross the Commons meadow. I could feel the vibration in the centre of my chest as thousands of hooves hit the turf and began to pick up speed. During that time, a good number of goblins, over 100, had already retreated at a run back toward the ford, rather than face the herd of death and steel. I watched in grim appreciation as the first lances hit the first skirmishers, ran them through, or stomped them to a pulp, and ploughed on. A moment later, they hit the main body of the band, and all was chaos. Heavy cavalry at a full gallop, 3 ranks deep, do a lot of damage. The destriers slowed as they crashed into the poorly dressed front line of the horde, and then waded through mangled goblin bodies 3 high, the ranks behind them moving forward where they could. It only took a few moments before the knights dropped their lances and drew swords, maces, axes, and hammers, and began pounding every goblin within reach. And, as all good war horses do, the chargers reared and kicked and bit at the foe. As bad as it is to be on the ground, afraid of being bit and kicked as a man, it had to be worse for the shorter goblins. With the morning sun behind the cavalry, I could only imagine how hellish it must be to them. I was tempted to feel sorry for them. Then I recalled Kitzal. For another 5 minutes the battle was a loud, bloody tangle of steel and fur. Several knights went down as their chargers stumbled, or a lucky arrow caught them, or in some cases the rider was overwhelmed by a swarm of Gavani. A few used nets or ropes to bring down knights and horses, but as effective a tactic as it was, it just put a much better armoured human in their midst with a sword and shield and fury in his heart. As I watched, the northern band got chewed away by the Megalini, until the last surviving third began a full-run retreat toward the ford. There were stragglers who had avoided a death on the battlefield, and were of a mind to flee back across the river. My instructions were to let them go and maintain formation, but of course a few young hotheads who hadn't sated their bloodlust gave chase. Luckily, Azar was there to keep order. I could hear the cheers of the Tudri militia, almost a mile away, as he contacted me mind to mind soon after the retreat began.
"Captain, we hold the field," he reported proudly. "I'm still getting casualty reports, but it looks as if we've slain more than 2/3 and lost only a score or so ourselves." "It looked magnificent from here," I told him. "Now regroup, police the field, post some pickets, and bring your men back to the north, up to the top of that little ridge."
"The Baron of Megalin isn't going to like that," Azar warned me. "Your threat to give away his lands reached the ears of Baron Merasan, I think. He made quite a speech about refusing to yield a single inch of Megalini land to the foe. Leaving the field is going to feel like a retreat." "It's not a retreat. It's a repositioning," I pointed out. "Remind him that it's a lot easier to charge down a hill than up one. Besides, the point of this exercise was to get the goblins to retake the field in force. Remember? His Excellency excels as a leader of men," Azar said diplomatically, "but he lacks the vision for grand strategy." "I understand. Do your best, but remind him that if all goes well, he'll be repeating that glorious charge down the rise again this afternoon. He needs to rest his horses and tend his wounded, and prepare for the battle to come." "Yes, I can work with that," Azar agreed. "Oh, and Captain, there was a stone on the field." "I've got it. Keep it secure until I see you, and don't touch it, or the big ugly skull in the pretty green ball is going to learn all of our plans, the state of Imperial magic, and the girl you last rogered. The last one's easy." Azar chuckled over the link. "Your sister." "Which one?" "Never mind, they're all safely married off now. Although you might tempt them with all of those unsightly muscles. Anyway, don't touch the stone. I'm not an idiot, Captain." I let him go persuade the stubborn Baron to forego his victory celebration and pull back, while I used my stone to contact Asteral, inside the town. "Over 2,000 refugees already headed down the road, Captain," he told me proudly. "The wagons are going now. I've suggested they send a few armed guards every few hundred paces." "Good thinking. We haven't seen them any farther east than Grimley Wood yet, but I'll bet you they have squads for miles down the Great Western Road. Any serious trouble?" "I had to use some flashy magic a couple of times to convince people I was serious," he admitted, "and some of them are having second thoughts about leaving, now that you've eliminated the goblins from the walls. But the wiser heads are listening and pushing the rest along. So what time do you think the main horde will try to retake the ford?" "Late afternoon, maybe. They'll spend some time setting up, and then try to hit us just before dusk, so that they can keep fighting into the night when they have the advantage. It's what I would do. But they might do it before then, too. 30,000 human heads have got to be an alluring temptation to the dead god." I climbed down from the roof and shared the news of victory with the priests and priestesses, while Hamlin brought me some breakfast. Lunch. Food. Fresh apples from the orchard, a warm piece of steamed hardtack, and 3 boiled hen's eggs, which I washed down with a half-dozen swallows of wine. Then I headed down the backside of the hill, where 2,500 of my men were waiting patiently for something to fight. "It won't be long now," I assured the captains, after briefing them on the outcome of the first moves of the battle. They were milling around the front of the column with that mixture of excitement and boredom that plagues every soldier on the eve of battle. Trying to keep that many horses both calm enough to be inconspicuous and ready for battle was difficult. I'm sure the chief over there is going to have to sacrifice his nuts to Ishi if he doesn't secure Tudri for his masters. And we just made that very difficult to do, unless he brings his whole force to bear against the Megalini. As it is, he's risking getting wedged between the knights and the militia. The smart thing is to smash the knights first, then turn his attention to the infantry. "You credit these beasts with that much intelligence?" asked Cadell, sceptically. "These beasts built siege engines at Beauval Castle and constructed sapping mines," I reminded him. "Don't think for a moment that they're ignorant animals, just because they don't wear tunic and stockings and dance a pavane. Sarkozy, the lord of Beauval Vale, thought that way once, and it cost him his fief, his life, and very nearly his folk. Now he's the dead god's bugger boy," I added. Sir Pendleton made a face. "Yet they use stone clubs and sticks for javelins, and their armour is laughable." "Did use stone clubs," Cadell corrected. "Many we slew at the Lantern had swords of iron or steel." "You'll be seeing more of those, I fear, as they capture weapons and turn our own tools against us. There's iron aplenty in the Mindens, and they are adept at working with it." I thought of Gurkal, the only prisoner of war we'd bothered to capture so far. The Gurvan had learned to speak the common tongue during an apprenticeship with a human blacksmith in the Mindens. He was an accomplished blacksmith among his own people. That was back when the black-furred creatures were known as mountain folk more than goblins. Gurkal could do anything a competent human smith could do.
"If they die as well as beasts, that will be enough,"
Sir Caviar said resolutely. I'd learned in the past few days just how prone the brooding knight was to such dramatic statements. I started to say something to that when I got a tingling in my spine. "Bide," I said, raising a finger and closing my eyes. "Yes?" "Captain, I thought you should know. We're seeing the first band cross the ford now, about 100, but our scouts report that there is a significantly larger force directly behind them," Azar reported. "The whole horde? Most likely," he agreed. "I'm doing my best to make the Megalini look like tempting bait. They can't stop congratulating themselves on their glorious victory. But we're roughly in position at the top of the rise. I figure we have an hour before they get across." "All right. Thanks. Any glass among the bodies?" "Not that I can tell. I think Baldy's getting stingy with his shamans. but the main horde has a gracious plenty. Wennick cried them out, and there's at least 9 stones in that lot. 9? That's... Wait a minute. Did you say Wennick? Isn't he on a mission miles from here? Why not? He had some quiet time, and after he briefed me about his progress, I asked him to. He had better luck than I did breaking through their defences. I swear that man has a gift for divination. Thanks. Keep me informed. I'll ride out to your rescue the moment you need me. If I need you. He sneered good-naturedly. I am Azar, after all. Yes, he was. I spread the word that we could stand down for 45 minutes or so, giving the men a chance to dismount, stretch their legs, take care of any last-minute equipment issues, sharpen their swords, take a bite, or take a piss, as needed. I did the last as soon as I could. I was wearing the same armour I had at Grimley Wood, and didn't want to repeat the experience. I had just gotten mounted when Azar sent to me again. Captain, activity. Once they saw they had the ford uncontested, they're running what looks like everything they've got through it. If it's not the whole horde, then they didn't keep back more than a tithe. Where are they now? Shit. They're pushing past the ford. They'll be in bowshot in maybe 10 minutes, within range of a charge not long after. Those buggers can run fast in open country. I called my troops to order, passing along last-minute instructions to the captains before taking my place. In the van? Isn't that where all great generals lead from? At the point of the spear? Maybe in the cavalry. I was from the magical corps. I stuck with Rogo's archers. The Narodi were fast, deadly, and well-disciplined, and what I would be doing would be more effective if I didn't have to fight for my life while I was doing it. That put us just behind the Hell Riders, on the southern flank, when Cadell gave the signal. His horn was blown 2 short notes, and then 1 long, sustained on, and the column started forward. I really wish I could have been on the other side at that point, just so I could see the faces of the opposing leaders as they saw less than 1,000 horsemen become 5 times that many, as we added our numbers to the Megalini, the blinding sun climbing high overhead. I'm sure the language they used was colourful. We went at a walk at first, and I watched with interest as Cadell sergeants told off each new rank of cavalry to the left, right, or forward. Stubborn or not, Cadell's people knew their business. Cadell himself was commanding the northern flank, where the Megalini were already stationed and ready, while Pendelen led the warbirds in the centre, and one of Caviel's lieutenants, Sir Vorgal, led the left flank. I took leave of the Nairodi for the moment, and rode north, behind our lines, until I encountered Azar, who was riding south. The man looked magnificent on his well-panoplied black stallion, their armour perfectly matched blackened steel, very intimidating. Azar's one concession to unit insignia was the yellow sash with our order's sigil on it, running from one shoulder to the other. The helm he wore was waxed leather, reinforced with iron and bronze, a cage of steel protecting his eyes. His famed mage blade, Thunder, was strapped across his back, a giant 2-handed version of a standard blade, one of which was tied to his saddle. He had a couple of wands here and there, and his belt bulged with other nasty surprises. I'd fought beside Azar before. He's an adept battlefield war mage. "Look at them quiver," he said gloatingly, as we looked down the gentle slope at the truly huge mass of black that was halfway across the river. "I bet they shit themselves when we appeared from behind the hill." "No, the fur just stinks when it gets wet," I quipped, "but I'm sure we are an imposing sight. Now, I'll just try to forget about the fact that we're still outnumbered, although I'm feeling better about the battle now. Wennick said this was the biggest band in 100 miles, he said, cocking his head. "We take this one, and half our job will be done. It's just mopping up after that." We both looked at each other, mindful of the spectre of the dead god lurking in the west, waiting to come forth and destroy us all. We both broke out into a gale of bitter, near hysterical laughter. "So, how are we going to play this?" he asked, when we had stopped laughing. "If you want to get in the middle of it, go ahead," I urged. "I know how you like to play rough." He shrugged, magnificently. Hey, if anyone can shrug magnificently, it's Azar. "I was in a cavalry charge this morning. It was wonderful. Bloody, gory, death at every hand. I didn't even use much magic, just slashed away," he said, affectionately touching Thunder over his shoulder. This time, I think I want to do something more dramatic. You have a suggestion? Water elemental from the ford? He asked. I shook my head. I don't do water well. More of a fire guy. And that ford isn't robust enough to attract any natural elementals. We don't have time to put one together. He agreed, reluctantly. Well, how about Tagorat's orb? I considered. That might work. Back during the Mage Wars, before the Archmage established his authority over the unruly Magi who had divided up the continental magocracy, a Wenshari war mage, yes, he had to be Wenshari, they make good war Magi, came up with a simple spell that was unmatched for its destructive power in its day. It's a simple air elemental spell, wherein the mage conjures a sphere of magical force, as large as he can. Think a soap bubble, where the soap is the symbolically stated intention of the caster, made manifest as an impenetrable field of air molecules held rigid by his enhanced will. A sphere of psychonetica, in other words, and then either fills it with air, or removes all the air from it. A sphere of properly manifested psychonetica is strong enough to hold a near-perfect vacuum, and can stand many times the pressure of the atmosphere. When the conjuration is complete, the mage sends the nearly invisible orb over the heads of the enemy and simply pops the bubble. The powerful pressure built up within the sphere is released, or in the case of the negative orb, the sphere implodes catastrophically in a destructive wave of force, either pushing out or pulling in. Simple, neat, elegant. It usually took hours, even days, to prepare. With the Witchstone, you could do the whole conjuration in a few moments, and build power nearly indefinitely until you were ready to use it against your foe. It's almost literally the oldest trick in the book, and easily countered, if you know the spell. If it's a negative orb, then the counterspell involves pumping air through the bubble to reduce its potency altogether, and if it's a positive orb, you deflate it through a controlled evacuation through the skin of the bubble. At worst, you'll deflect the orb as the pressure equalizes and it moves out of the way. At best, you'll make the opposing war mage expend a lot of energy maintaining and controlling a powerful spell that executes more like a fart than a thunderclap. That's why no one used them outside of practice. Countering the orb was a lot like dodging soap bubbles. Only two things made it feasible in this instance. First, the goblin shamans were probably not familiar with the orb, at least not as we knew it, and either wouldn't recognize it for what it was, or know what kind of counterspell to employ. That gave us a decided advantage. And the other thing, we had Irianite. When you cast an orb without it, it's a 10-minute process just to establish the Psychonetica field, and then another 10 to 20 minutes to charge it. Longer, if you want it to be more deadly. For an army this size, it would take hours. That takes a lot of energy and concentration. I could create a far larger orb with Irianite, I knew, and charging it would take seconds, not hours. I was curious just how big a bubble we could cast. I grinned. Why the hell not? They'll learn how to counter it soon enough. Might as well get some use out of it while we can. Azar grinned back and began his preparations as I contacted Asterol and let him know what we were doing. He thought it was a great idea. He was just going to throw rocks at them, and he got busy on an orb of his own. Positive or negative? He asked, as the sphere shimmered into existence between his hands. I shrugged. Why not one of both? Implode them first, and then explode them. I'll take the negative. I began to make my own orb. A sphere I sketched in my mind nearly 3 feet across. Drawing on power from my stone, I made it solid and real in seconds. You could even see it with the unaided eye. A big round patch of sky that shimmered as the sunlight refracted through the surface and back out again. In a surprisingly short time, I was ready to charge it, and in a surprisingly short time, I was pleased to note that I had achieved a near-perfect vacuum within. Then I expanded the sphere to 5, 6, 7 feet across, far larger than I had ever attempted before, pouring more power into stabilizing the surface of the thing. That's what eventually limited me, not my ability to force every molecule of air out of the thing, but my ability to keep it together without killing us all. At 7 feet, I figured I was safe enough. I'd experiment later with scale. "Are you ready?" Azar asked, a moment later, his own orb shimmering over his head. I could feel the turbulence inside, as the air pressure screamed to get out. Making a vacuum is easy. After a while, there's nothing left to take out. Making a positive orb, on the other hand, involves a greater and greater expenditure of power to force more into the space. Indeed, the outside of the orb began to warm noticeably from the pressure within, while mine had begun to mist a little from the condensation forming in the cool air around it. I nodded. We weren't paying attention, but the entire line of cavalry began to move ahead of us. I pushed my orb into the air, over their heads, and a few moments later Azars followed shakily behind it. It took a lot of focus, but thankfully we weren't disturbed while the two globes floated through the air, creating an odd-looking trail in the sky. By the time it was over the goblin lines, our knights had begun their charge. I pushed the sphere toward the back, toward the ford, away from our chargers, and just let go. We could feel the change in air pressure from where we were, and a sudden stiff breeze flowed west. More importantly, a loud boom sounded in the distance, followed by a skewed cloud of dust and water droplets shooting skyward. A moment later, there was an even louder boom as Azar's orb exploded just a few yards away from mine. I don't know exactly how much damage we did, of course. We were almost a mile away from the detonations. But I learned later that hundreds of goblins were thrown into the air, or pushed to the ground, including several shamans and their bodyguards. The strike at the rear made those in the front ranks think they were being attacked from that direction, which helped throw their front lines in chaos, only moments before the glorious cavalry charge plunged into them at a gallop. Laughing boldly, Azar clapped me on the leg and started toward where the horse archers were preparing to ride. Rogo's orders were to proceed south along the rear of the line, until they found a break in it, then launch a few volleys before retreating toward the Tudri militia. We nudged our mounts into a trot to catch up, and soon we were in the front line of the Nairobi, with Redshaft himself. "Captain Spellmonger," he said, saluting, "I take it those noises we are doing." "Indeed," Azar nodded, "and we'll do it again just as soon as we can get into a safe position." "Follow us, then," he gestured. "We're going to get as close to their line as we dare. It looks like we're doing well," he added, nodding toward the center of the line where the warbirds were going through goblins like goose grease. It occurred to me that a man such as Azar, a great mage, a great war mage, a great warrior, could potentially become drunk with power and try to launch this sort of destructive spell at, say, a crowded spring festival, and kill everyone there. With Urianite, perhaps you could build an orb powerful enough to destroy a castle and everyone within. But Azar wasn't a bad man, and I wouldn't let him get drunk with power. I'd take his stone first, if I could. Then I realized I might not be able to, not on my own. Oh, maybe if I got lucky and he made a mistake. But if I ever did need to take his stone from him, I'd need help. Perhaps the whole nameless order. But I would try. I wouldn't let that kind of power be used to persecute or oppress. That wasn't based on anything more altruistic than not wanting to abet persecution and oppression, perhaps, but it was a good enough reason for me. I had a pretty good conscience. Not perfect, but pretty good. I surrounded myself with good people and tried to get them to keep an eye on me while I kept an eye on them. They weren't perfect either, but I think that was part of the emerging system. You don't expect your friends to be perfect, but you do expect them to try not to be evil. And these war magi, they would die trying. After what they'd experienced in Beauval, I knew. I didn't need regulations and laws and more rules than my own judgment. You couldn't, not when dealing with power like that. Anything more formal than that, and the possibilities for abuse rise dramatically. This way, there was no law, no censorate, no governing body, no politics. There was just Minalan the Spellmonger, and while that might not be sufficient assurance for your average ducal prime minister, out here in the stink of battle, it seemed more than adequate. Chapter 14. A Game of Rushes. Wilderhall, midsummer. The expected summons to attend their graces didn't come that night, so I supped in the Hall of Rapids with a baron, 2 knights, and an emissary from one of the Duke's southern vassals. The hall has a series of water fountains cascading merrily across the room, with glass lanterns and mirrors reflecting the light wildly through the water. And dinner was excellent. River-caught flatfish, broiled with onions and lemon, with a delicious creamed boar-berry trifle for the sweet course. 2 bottles of excellent red, and I retired nearly blissful. I learned why I'd not heard from Duke Rard early the next morning, when Hamlin appeared with my breakfast and a mug of weak beer, and the news that was buzzing all around Wilderhall. "A dispatch in the night, Master," he explained excitedly while I was getting dressed. "The grooms were talking about it this morning. You can always get the best gossip from grooms," he added authoritatively. "Duke Lenguin has called a coronet council in a month, in Castile, without Duke Rard's leave." "Isn't that his right?" I asked as I pulled my clothes on. I hoped Ham had some progress on that front. I was going to start to smell if I wore my borrowed finery another day. "The question is, Master, whether or not Duke Lenguin will be alive in a month. He leads the defence of Verone, instead of listening to cooler heads who urge him to retire to his strongholds in the south and abandon the Wilderlands to the goblins." "The Duke has a duty to defend the duchy," I recited, "even if he doesn't really have the capacity." By all accounts, Duke Lenguin was no warrior, no general, and not much of an administrator. That didn't mean he didn't make pretensions of all 3, of course. I'd heard that his real talent was in horse race handicapping, but that's what you get, listening to campfire gossip. "It's said he's recalling his troops from Tudry town, that he leaves its defence to the militia, and prepares a grand army of Ulshar to defend Verone." "Idiot," I spat, shaking my head in disgust. There were 100 reasons why that was a tragically bad idea, and the ducal court had to realize that too. I'm no master strategist, but you don't have to be to realize abandoning an easily defendable fortress town for a poorly defendable resort town was a poor move. Duke Rard and Count Salgo must have been up into the twilight hours, trying to figure out what Lenguin was thinking. "Is there any more news from the stables?" Gracious plenty, Master," he answered with a hint of a smirk. "Refugees are reaching Cleston. A trickle for now. Women and children from the villages around Verone. Those with the sense to flee. Word from the south that the armies are beginning to gather, but slowly and reluctantly. And word from Wenshar, borne by a black and white clad rider, sealed in an ebony tube." "That's what kept his grace from summoning me," I sighed, finally understanding a few things. He got his response from the Censor General. Since no one has tried to put me in the dungeons yet, I can only assume that either the Censor General has seen my superior reasoning for what it is, and graciously given up 400 years of law and tradition, which I find doubtful, or the Duke has kept his own counsel on this, and not capitulated to the demand to arrest me that was undoubtedly in that tube. "Shall I try to discover the exact nature of the message, Master?" Ham asked, helpfully. "It probably won't take much, Silver." "I'll find out, all too soon, what the censor said," I told him grimly, "but I can guess. The usual action taken in a case like this is immediate imprisonment and eventual execution." "Well, although it's been a short tenure at my position, Master, it has been an enjoyable one," Hamlin said cheerfully. "And now that you have broken your fast and heard the news of the day, may I present a request from His Excellency, Count Angriol, emissary of Ulshar, to join him at the White Bridge Tavern in town this morning for a game of rushes." "A game of rushes? Is he mad?" "No, Master," Hamlin said simply. "He is a diplomat, and, by repute, a drunkard. Might I offer an opinion?" I stared at him. That was bold for a servant, but he hadn't proven to be stupid yet. "Go ahead." "Count Angriol is desperate for some action on the part of Castile, specifically military action. What he wants is for every knight in Castile to go right to his duke's defence, like he was some distressed maiden. What he's found here instead is Duke Rard behaving with caution, far more caution than His Excellency would like to see. He heard your bold proposal. Excuse me, Master, but everyone in Wilderhall has heard it by now, and he thinks you may be a man of action, or at least have the Duke's ear in this matter." "You think he hopes to bend me to his cause?" "Master, he is desperate, but he is being watched. There are many parties in the duchy who do not want to get embroiled in the affairs of Ulshar, and would see a meeting in the castle as an affront to our sovereignty. Count Angriol cannot approach you openly here, for that would be seen as a blatant attempt to curry your favour. This way you can have a chance meeting in a tavern, play a game of rushes, and enjoy a cup of wine like gentlemen. Perfectly innocent." I looked at him thoughtfully. You seem rather well informed for a manservant. Always in my master's service, he agreed. Just be discreet, and let me know who tries to get you to spy on me. Of course, master. I'd never turn up a chance to double my bribe. I smiled, despite myself. Just so. All right, have my horse saddled. I feel like a ride through the city. As you wish, master, Ham said, giving me a cheeky bow before departing. A century ago, Wilderhall had its origins as a fortress erected to protect the southern baronies of Castol from the hill clans and petty lords of the Wilderlands, as well as counter the influence of the powerful Wenshari lords in the east of the region. The fortress had started existence as a humble palisade, but after 50 years of raids and incursions from the north and the east, one of Duke Rad's ancestors had enough of the harassment and began building the impressive fortification that I was sleeping in. Wilderhall became the base from which the Castali dukes had conquered the Wilderlands and brought the clans to their knees in fealty. The city which had grown up around the fortress became a centre for trade between the Wilderlands and the Riverlands, and even Wenshar in northern Ramir. While the ports at the mouth of the great river and the fertile lands on its banks brought the duchy great prosperity, in the north Wilderhall brought it both security and commerce. The city was a mixture of southern-style stonework mixed with the rough-hewn timbers and steep-peaked roofs of the Wilderlands. When Rad's great-grandfather visited the castle as a youth, he fell in love with the place, particularly the rich hunting in the forests, and the busty young northern noblewoman who became his duchess. Upon his ascension to the coronet, he declared Wilderhall the summer palace, and removed a part of his ministries there and away from the tawdry life of the winter capital. After that, the Duke and Duchess of Castol traditionally spent a third of the year here, while their winter palace, a dreary castle in Castabriel, far to the south, festered in wretched humidity. Wilderhall town therefore enjoyed the benefit of ducal society, which meant a lot of courtiers trying to impress each other, and their duke, with their extravagant lifestyle. After a century of that, there were mansions and palaces even richer than the castle within the town's walls, and country estates of important nobility who found it more convenient to be near the corridors of power, but not within them. Because of the opulence and the wealth it attracted, the town was also incredibly well maintained and clean. That encouraged inns and taverns to spring up nearly everywhere, places fit for the purses of the wealthy and powerful. Among the inns in Wilderhall, one of the most impressive is the White Bridge Inn. Unlike most fanciful hostelry names, it's actually an inn. It's actually located on a bridge, and it's actually white. The local marble is that colour, and the entire span sparkles in the sunshine over the river. The bridge is massive, wide enough for 3 carts to pass unimpeded, and almost half a mile long. Its longest span is wide enough to permit the largest river barges to pass beneath, and to defend the town there are towers constructed at either end, and one in the middle. It's around this central tower that the White Bridge Inn was constructed. Originally built to serve the needs of travellers who arrived after the town gates were locked, and the small garrison of soldiers stationed at the bridge, the White Bridge Inn was built into the western side of the span, hanging out over the widest part of the river. The rooms each have a porthole, offering a magnificent view, and a convenient place to empty a chamber pot, and the lowest level is a large tap room with a spectacular view of the sunset over the river. At night, it can get pretty bawdy, I was told, with live music and jongleurs and pretty maidens dancing. But during the day it was a favoured spot for the wealthy and powerful to gather and play at dice, or cards, or rushes. If money changed hands during these games, it was considered a gentleman's prerogative, and nothing to concern the Duke's tax collectors with. I rode to the inn and handed off traveller's reins to a boy with a penny for fodder, and I wondered just how my faithful Rouncy would react to being suspended over a river while he ate. Traveller is not fond of rivers. Then I descended to the tap-room, where the breeze from over the river was channeled to keep the place delightfully cool. Count Angrial was waiting, feigning patience, as he nursed a silver goblet of wine and fiddled with the rushes board. The thin, reedy Count rose almost instantly when he saw me, and wasted no time in inviting me over to his board for a friendly game, after introducing himself and thanking me for attending him. "I was extremely impressed with how you handled yourself at the council, Master Minalan," Angrial said, with just a hint of courtly obsequiousness in his voice.
It takes a bold man to walk up to the most powerful man in the duchy and tell him what he should do."
He paused a moment and regarded me. "And have him listen." "As to that, Count Angriel, I could not say. His Grace has yet to consider my proposal."
"Oh, he considers it,"
Angriel murmured as he set up the static pieces on the board.
"In defiance of 4 centuries of law and tradition, he considers it. Your liberty is a testament to that,"
he observed. "And what is your opinion on the matter, Excellency?" I asked. No, it probably wasn't the smoothest way to solicit that information, but then again, I'm a lousy diplomat. Should the bans be relaxed? He shrugged as he held out his hand with a piece in it and allowed me to guess. Black, as I'd guessed, but a ship, not a tower. He had the right of first placement, but I was forced to make the first move.
"Under the circumstances, it would seem that keeping them would do little to protect ourselves from the goblins.
Even if your tale of a magical floating goblin head were true, and there are many who doubt it, there is no doubt that the goblins used magic to aid their attacks on our lands. If this green stone is to blame, then whatever it takes to overcome them is not too high a price to pay. What they are doing to the Wilderlands, and is that Duke Langwin's opinion as well?" I asked, as he selected a well from the tray, and placed it on his centre back court. I placed a lamp on mine, in the west corner. If Alshar were to agree to my proposal as well as Castol, then we war magi could concentrate on the war, without having to worry about the censorate popping out of our drawers every time we wanted to try something new. He placed a lamp next to his well, and I added the second lamp to the east corner.
"Bringing the ships out early,"
he snorted. "I know, beginner's move, but I had an ulterior motive.
"His Grace is raising a force at Verone with all speed, Master Minalan, but considering the size of the task ahead of him—"
"He has no idea of the size of the task ahead of him," I said, placing a tower in my backfield. He placed a similar tower next to his well. I placed a temple, and then he placed a wheel. Interesting. "There are hundreds of thousands of them, Excellency," and he stirred them up with hateful revenge, religion, and bad magic. "There are encouraging signs that he may not be immortal," I said carefully, "but when he has fortified Beauval Vale as he desires, you can count on looking back at the rape of Alshar as a relatively pleasant period."
"You jest, Master Minalan,"
he said. He placed a wheel, I placed a tree, and then he placed a temple.
"If that's true, then we are ill prepared for it. The Wilderlords of Alshar are valiant, but
they know best how to fight each other, not Gervani, and certainly not against Gervani's sorcery," I finished. "Last placement," I reminded him. He looked at the tray and looked at the board for a good long time before he pulled a tree out and placed it in his forefield. I studied the board a moment longer, and then added a forge to my tower in the centre.
"The first move is yours, Master Minalan,"
he said formally. I nodded and cast the die. A 1. I shrugged and placed a dryad next to my tree. He nodded.
"Interesting play. No, our own war magi aren't a match for their magic, save your own men. The dispatches make that clear. And since this threat is to our very heartlands, if you and your allies can bring us some relief, I can't see how the Duke could not take that into consideration."
He threw a 1 and added a nymph to the well. No surprises there. An agreement beforehand would be a more tangible sign of his favour, I pointed out, throwing a 2. I added a monk to the temple. A written agreement, I added. Angriel chuckled and threw a 2. One of his towers grew a knight.
"That would seem to be putting the cart before the horse, don't you think? What if you fail? Then we've relaxed the bans for nothing."
My turn to chuckle. "If we fail, the bans won't matter. Alshar will be conquered and Castol next, as I told the Prime Minister yesterday. By that time, the Duke of Ramir will likely be in a much more generous mood than his peers were." I threw a 4 and placed a ship near my easternmost lamp.
"Oh, you are bold, Master Spellmonger,"
he said, throwing a 3 and placing a warrior next to his wheel.
"Would that be enough to secure your aid? A ducal declaration to relax the bans on magic in Alshar?"
"It would be a start," I agreed, throwing another 2. I gave my tower a knight, but I would need more than that to be successful. Leave to make war in Alshar, for one, I said, as he threw a 1 and gained a spear at his tower. A special commission from the Duke would be enough for that, I suppose. Leave to conscript men and horses into service at need, draw on stores at the Duke's expense, and take shelter at his banner castles, I added casually. I threw a 1 and chose another dryad. That raised an eyebrow. I could have chosen a giant. "It sounds as if you want complete autonomy," he observed, throwing a 2 and cursing. He added another knight to the tower, building his strength. "That would be unprecedented, particularly for a Castali, and a commoner." "I've served Alshari lords as well as Castali, Excellency. I'm a spellmonger, a war mage, a mercenary. In this instance, my common heritage serves to blunt the criticism that this is a mission of conquest, not an interdiction. The bans prohibit me from swearing fealty and becoming a vassal. Personally, I don't care your country, as long as your coin is good." I threw a 4 and my forge gained a mage. Nice touch. I'd have to thank Ifnir later. Angriel threw a 3 and his lamp got a ship. "If you want me to be effective, then give me the tools that I need." "Last round," he said, studying the board. I threw my last throw, a 3, and considered my positioning. I finally placed a lord at my tower. Angriel threw a 4 and his temple gained an ogre. Ouch. "There are risks in what you ask," he said thoughtfully. "Of course, the risks in not doing what you ask are also looming, and every day the tide grows nearer to Verone." "Take all the time you need, Count," I said expansively. I moved my dryad into play. He countered with a defending knight. "But Duke Rad is sure to come to some decision soon, while I have no idea what it is. If he should prove more willing to side with the Censor General than me, well, I'll be looking for a new home. That could be further east, much further, or it could be in Alshar. A commission and orders would give me a reason to not go east." I moved my monk to support my dryad. He moved his ogre into the center of the board, threatening each one of my pieces. "And if Duke Rad agrees to your proposal and sends you against the goblins, then I would feel much better about it if I likewise had Duke Lenguin's leave to wage war in his country." I moved my mage across the board. It's not a very strong piece, but it has a lot of mobility. His ogre ate one of my dryads. He rolled and got a 1, another spearman for his tower. I withdrew the monk. If I go to war, it should be against goblins, not Wilderlords. "I see your point," he sighed, and moved his ogre toward my tower. I moved my knight to counter, and he moved his ogre into proximity of the knight. Instead of attacking him, however, I moved my mage across the board again and took his spearman at his own tower. That earned me a throw, a 3, which added a sea-pod to my eastern lamp. That earned a raised eyebrow. "You certainly play an unconventional game, Master Minalan. I am indeed empowered on behalf of my duke to make whatever arrangements I see fit to secure the defense of his realm, in his name and with his authority. I could therefore give you such a commission, and even provisions. Conscription authority may prove more difficult, however," he added, as his ogre ate my other dryad, which was fine. That was why they were there. He threw a 1, adding another spearman to his tower to counter my mage. "You say could," I observed, moving the mage from the tower to the well, and destroying his nymph. I threw a 2, and added a skiff to my western lamp. Angriel's brow furrowed, as he began to realize the shape of my strategy. It put him in a difficult position. He could go after my tower, the traditional strong point and focus of the game, or he could turn toward one of my lamps, but not both, not with just his ogre. He considered, and then moved his knight into play. "Which means you are considering my proposal. Under the circumstances, my lord, what could it possibly hurt? If I'm strung up by the Censor General for violating the bans, Duke Lenguin has lost nothing. If I go to war and die in battle, Duke Lenguin has lost nothing. But if I go to war and mitigate the Gavani invasion, I cannot say I can end it, but perhaps keep the heart of the Wilderlands from being plundered. Well then, Duke Lenguin has preserved some of his realm without much in the way of expense." I countered by having my mage pick off his fresh spearman back at his tower, and rolled a 2. A second skiff went to my western lamp.
"And if his nobles should protest?"
I chuckled, shaking my head, as his ogre destroyed my knight. He threw a 2 for his victory, and added another knight to his own tower. "My lord Angriel, might I suggest that they have far more pressing matters to consider before my impudence will take a priority at court? Most of your Wilderlords are unsophisticated about magic. If they see it as something that's aiding them in keeping their lands, instead of something to be feared, I cannot imagine them making more than a token protest over the relaxation of the bans." Instead of attacking his remaining knight at his tower, I moved my mage back to destroy his well. Angriel looked concerned as I threw a 3 and a 4. I had another ship I placed at my eastern lamp, and added another mage to my temple. If I destroyed 2 more placements, I'd win the game. He moved his solitary ship out in response.
"You may be right about that.
Magic is far more of a concern for the eastern duchies, or an Ultramar. The bans have only a token enforcement in the Alshari Wilderlands," he said, convincing himself. I moved my mage to attack his knight on the field, a piece of unfortunate symbolism, I realized in hindsight, and rolled a 2 for my victory. Another seapod for my western lamp. "That's one reason why I set up in northern Alshar," I agreed. "I've seen the way they do things in Ramir and in the Riverlands. I prefer the Wilderlands' more relaxed attitude." He moved his ogre against my lord, and the attack went to him. He rolled another 2 and brought yet another knight into play at his tower. I was starting to see a pattern here. Despite the wealth of other pieces available, Angriel seemed to like the strong, offensive pieces, like knights and ogres.
"I doubt if the Alshari censor would share your attitude," he said,
as his ogre destroyed my tower. He threw a 2 and a 3, which manifested as another knight and a priest. I used my offensive mage to destroy the priest the next turn, and rolled a 4. I added a Leviathan to my eastern lamp. It was time to stop screwing around.
"Nor the Censor General in Wenchar. From what I understand, General Hatarian is incredibly committed to enforcing the bans, and he has some influence at this court. Not a lot, but some."
"So, what is this censor doing to shield your duchy from the Govani?" I asked, as his ogre moved toward my western lamp. It was almost time to make my move. "Has he raised any armies? Blasted the goblins? Improved the defense of your fortifications?" I inquired. I moved my ship to intervene. He took my ship next round, threw a 1, and added a spearman to his tower. Utterly conventional thinking.
"In fact, he has not,"
admitted Angriel, as his ogre stomped on toward my weaker lamp and took my skiff. He put a dryad at his tree, and I countered by using my offensive mage to destroy his lamp, much to his surprise. I elected to take a second turn, instead of recruiting another piece, and I used it to move my second defensive mage to his tree, where I took the fresh dryad. I rolled a 3 and added another ship to my western lamp, making life difficult for his ogre.
"Nor has the Alshari censor, Master Selepo. Mostly he sits in his office and regulates the few large practitioners in the southern cities. He levies fines and conducts examinations. 2 years ago, he used his powers to condemn a hedge witch to death for practicing black magic."
Black magic. It's a catch-all term for any spell used to harm outside of very specific ways, and one used almost exclusively outside of my profession. The fact is, magic isn't any more good or evil than fire or steel, as every mageling quickly learns. But if you're caught using it, then the censors have the right to demand the king's justice against you. Just what constitutes black magic is widely open to interpretation, the sole interpretation of the censors. Usually such charges led to a simple fine, or, at worst, a suspension of your certification, if you fought them vigorously. It was rare that they demanded the death penalty in such cases these days, but it happened. It was my turn to raise an eyebrow. Angriel noted it at once.
"Oh, it wasn't vindictive. The woman was a swamp witch, using magic to lure young men to her hut, seduce them, and then afterwards she'd murder and eat them for some bizarre rite," he said, matter-of-factly. All right. I had to concede that magic used to further cannibalism and rape was a reasonable use of the censor's power. "The Duke was all too happy to send her to the headsman, but that was the only thing of note that old censor Captain Selepo had done in his 9-year tenure at Phalas," he said,
referencing the official capital of Alshar, almost 1,000 miles south of Verone. That's where the Duke's summer palace was, and the bulk of his revenue. Phalas was in Enultramar, and had been an important port city since imperial times, and was where the Narasi push to conquer Alshar had started. It was where most of the duchy's high officials lived, including the ducal censor. "Then why are you worried about what he might say?" I asked, innocently. "Either he is assisting the duchy in its defence, or he's not. My advice, Excellency, is to figure out which of those is more important to your duke and proceed accordingly." "Again, a good argument for your position, Master Minalan," Angriel agreed, a little reluctantly. "But what will the other duchy say when we throw out the bans? Wars have started over lands." "One shouldn't care what one's neighbours will say when one's house is on fire," I observed. I pushed my seapod into play from my eastern lamp. He countered by bringing his other ogre out into play. I moved my ship to support my seapod. He brought his first ogre against my western lamp, and destroyed a skiff. Then he rolled a 2, and had yet another knight on his tower. "The way I see it, Excellency, the Duke will be lucky to hear such complaints, because it will mean that something has stemmed the tide from Beauval and prevented Verone from being sacked. Of all the duchies that might take issue with Alshar lifting the bans, only Castol is close enough to offer war, and in the face of the dead god they are unlikely to get pissy about something like that when they themselves are seriously considering it. Vermeer, Merwin, Vore, none of them are likely to make more than a token protest, nor are they able to invade. And there are other merits as well," I pointed out, helpfully. Then I tackled the second ogre with my ship, and lost the ship. "Such as?" he asked absently, as he studied the board. His second ogre destroyed one of my seapods, gaining him another knight for his well-protected tower. "Such as, if Alshar is the only duchy which has relaxed the bans, then Alshar will become a popular haven for the most powerful magi in the world," I promised. "Magi will come from as far as Vore to practice here, without the censorate standing over them and every spell they cast." I pushed a Leviathan against his ogre, and lost the contest, and my Leviathan. His victory was short-lived, however, even though he gained another lord for his tower, because my second mage moved in on his unprotected tree and destroyed it. I rolled a 3, and put another ship in the east, and a 1, which became a dwarf at the forge. His ogre took the ship almost immediately, and he threw a 4, which gave him yet another ogre at his temple as a defence. "Impressive," I nodded. It appeared I was losing the game. "Thank you," he nodded back. "I see your point about the Magi coming to Alshar," he said reluctantly. "But if we drop the bans, won't they be unruly and unregulated?" "Hardly," I dismissed. "I don't think magic should be unregulated," I countered, "just that it shouldn't be as heavily regulated in light of current circumstances. You need to be able to control your Magi, of course, which is all the better reason to come to an agreement with me. I think Alshar is going to see an influx of Magi anyway, now that it's known that there is Irianite available. Unless you want a lot of highly trained Magi acquiring tainted Irianite and eventually becoming pawns of the dead god in your midst, you're going to want my help. I'm the only one who can break that bond, and once broken, I know more about attuning your witchstone than anyone save Pentandra, one of my colleagues in the Order. That's a crisis on top of the crisis you already have," I reminded him, pushing my eastern Leviathan toward his ogre. Instead of taking the bait, he took my monk instead, and put another priest at his temple. I guess he thought it was innovative thinking. I pretended a frown, then pushed my Leviathan into striking distance of his ogre. Clearly, he was planning a bloodbath. Might as well give him one. "Could not the Duke's men enforce regulation on the Magi?" he suggested, moving his ogre once again toward my eastern lamp. "Not if they wanted to live. You have to understand, Excellency. Irianite is powerful. Indeed, it is magical power incarnate. Imagine being a 5-year-old boy, just learning how to ride a horse," I explained. "You've learned how to curry your pony, feed him, water him, even shoe him, and then someone puts you on a charger and slaps it on the butt, and you learn the meaning of speed. That's what using Irianite in magic is like. If the Duke's men tried to enforce any regulations on the Magi, they'd learn just how hazardous it is." I moved my Leviathan against his ogre, and let him attack it. I won the roll this time, and elected to take a second turn. I pushed my Leviathan toward the second ogre. "So, it takes magi to police magi," he observed sagely. "Yes," I answered, as his western ogre reversed directions and turned to face the pursuing Leviathan. "That's the only way. Each of the censors is an imperially trained mage. That's how they study the spells that they are regulating. Traditionally, the censorate has been the repository for the utterly mediocre, or the nobility too proud to see magic as a trade and want greater authority. Couldn't the court wizard police them?" he countered. "He could try," I admitted, "but without Erionite." "You seem to have thought of everything, Master Minalan," he admitted, amused, as his ogre destroyed my Leviathan. The 3 he rolled turned into another lord at his over-defended tower. "Unfortunately, superior forces often shatter the plans of the wise. And the foolish," I countered, bringing my mage back to his well, which I destroyed. I win. It took him a moment to realize it. Lamp, tree, well, I had destroyed 3 of his placements, while he had only taken 1 of mine, despite all the pieces he still had on the board. When he was certain that he had been beaten fairly, he chuckled and settled back in his chair. "That was a most interesting game, Master Minalan," he conceded. "You got me so enthusiastic about slaughtering your pieces that I didn't notice my placements gone until it was too late. Well done, and sneaky." I bowed from the waist, amused. Misdirection has oft been the trademark of the Magi, my lord, and subtlety our stock in trade. "Thank you for the game." "Thank you." He nodded in return. "I'll keep it in mind as our business progresses. Thank you for your candid opinion, and for coming to visit me out here, away from most prying eyes. I think that I can provide you with letters to secure most of what you request, the commission, the permission to draw stores, mayhap even conscription. I must defer judgment on the issue of the bands until His Grace has an opportunity to rule on it, of course. My mandate does not extend to such policies, I'm afraid, but I shall dispatch a message to the Duke in Verona at once, pleading your case, informing him of my actions in his service, and begging that he consider the matter carefully, in the due course of your victory. I cannot promise that he will, but I'd like to think that he listens to my advice on matters concerning the Wilderlands." "I look forward to hearing word," I said, standing. "You may find me in quarters back at the river tower. I just employed a new servant this morning, if you have need of me. He can get a message to me if I'm otherwise detained." "Why would you be otherwise detained?" he asked curiously. "The Censor General is on his way from Wenshire," I sighed, "and when he gets here, he is, quite literally, going to want my head." Chapter 15. Politics after the Battle of Tudri. Tudri Town, late summer. I had to give the Goblin commander some credit, whoever he was. I was learning, firsthand, what it was like to be a commander, with a carefully orchestrated battle plan, exposed to the unpleasant, unpredictable reality of the battlefield. A battlefield where any notion that you have real control over the plan, the troops, the foe, or the situation is a laughable illusion. After leading 2 pitched battles, dozens of skirmishes, and a siege, I was just starting to learn that lesson myself. I was hoping that the foe would continue to make the same mistakes and use the same tactics, but the Goblin general rebounded quickly and effectively. When the cavalry retreated at the sound of their horns, leaving half of his troops dead on the field, he didn't retreat. That kind of devastating loss might lead to chaos among the survivors, but he kept his forces together for the most part. They had lost at least 6 or 7 Gavani for every knight who fell, and their morale had to be low, but they reformed in ragged ranks, chanting and shouting defiantly, instead of running, when running was the smart thing to do. Azar and I had followed Rogo's horse archers to within bowshot of the fray, across broken fields and meadows. Along the way we encountered stray bands of goblins who had gotten separated, and gladly taught them a lesson in archery. The Nairobi bowmen were best on their feet, but they knew how to shoot from the saddle, too. As we approached a small rise overlooking a creek, a tributary to the Anfal, I felt a tingle and opened myself to speaking mind-to-mind with Asteron.
We've gotten 5,000 refugees out so far, Captain, and nothing more serious than a lame ox and a broken axle. No goblins to speak of, beyond a few snipers and scouts. Folks are singing, glad to be heading out. I've done a remarkable job organising their flight, I might brag. I'm proud of that. So do try to keep them all from being killed along the road, will you?
I will do my best. You may tell them that the brave knights of Castol and Megalin have already slain half the horde, which will lighten their spirits. But there are more in the neighbourhood, and they shouldn't tarry. Get them headed to Verone. Any trouble with the militia? Oh, some who want to be going east with their families, and some who want to be at the battlefield, killing goblins. But most are content to watch from the safety of the walls and loot their neighbours' empty homes. The orphans band met up with us, incidentally, after they got through with that southern band. They're being very helpful screening the refugees. Keep me informed, but if I don't answer for some reason, bide. I'm probably fighting for my life. I shall take that into account, he assured me graciously. The evacuation goes well, I said aloud to Azar and Drogo as we brought the horses to a stop atop the rise. All is quiet on the road. Most of the smaller bands have gone into hiding or moved on, I think. And I don't think those fellows are going to be much trouble for much longer, smirked Azar. They'd have to go past this spot to get to the civilians. I don't favour their odds. Oh, I don't know, Drogo said, shading his eyes with his hand while viewing the field below. They still have plenty of fire left in them. The rise wasn't significant, just 20 feet or so above the creek bed below, but it was wide and there were trees that shielded our movements from easy detection. Plus, it was shady, and it was starting to get hot in my armour. I brought Traveller to a stop, and Hamlin appeared. I hadn't known he was near, and took the reins for me without prompting. Handy, that precognitive talent. I summoned Mage Sight and adjusted it until I could see the remnants of the horde clearly. They were a mess. The field was littered with black bodies, sprinkled with armoured knights, and studded with the corpses of mounts fallen in battle. But behind the carnage, the goblin commander had brought the horde to a rally, just this side of the ford. I expected him to make a run for it, rather than face another cavalry charge. He didn't. Instead, he did the first tactically smart thing he could under the circumstances. First, he'd pulled his surviving troops out of range from our bows, at least for the moment. And since another charge was inevitable, he had his troops pile up the bodies of the dead and nearly dead to make a grisly obstacle that had to be leapt over. And then he built a line behind them with some of his stouter soldiers armed with bucklers and captured shields. It was one of the crappiest shield walls I'd ever seen, but when I saw a few spears and lances bristling from it, I recognized that the enemy's leadership wasn't completely stupid. Pity that. Drogo, do you think we can get close enough to hit them a few times before the charge? They're set up to receive one, almost, but I'd like to soften them up a bit too. The rangy man nodded, peering out at the goblins. Ah, Captain, my thought as well. We ride, dismount just within bowshot, loose 3 or 4 volleys, and then withdraw just before the charge. Then we can ride in support of the militia, who can come in and clean up the survivors. That might be getting ahead of ourselves, I murmured, but let's stick with that until we can't any longer. And you'll have some magical support. I'd like to knock that shield wall down if I can. Azar, would you like negative this time? Of course, Captain, he grinned, and I took the reins back from a very nervous Hamlin as I started to form another orb. Unfortunately, I didn't get the opportunity to see if I could best Azar's orb, because as we rode down from the rise, we were ambushed. Now, the attack was doomed to fail from the start, because 500-odd Nairobi bowmen aren't about to let their captain get hit without responding. But for 4 or 5 frantic minutes, suddenly there seemed to be goblins everywhere at once. I didn't panic, of course, because I realized that this was nothing more than a desperate sacrifice of troops to keep us from using our archery advantage. But it was effective in that. It began with a high-pitched, ear-splitting shriek that I'd come to be familiar with as a Gavani war cry. Imagine a 6-year-old accidentally picking up a hot iron, and you have an inkling of what it sounds like. When 4 of the riders around me suddenly fell from their horses, I expected to see arrows at fault, but I didn't. But then I was too busy to see anything, because there were 2 goblins in front of Traveller with short iron swords, and my horse wasn't happy about it. He reared, which nearly interrupted my spell with disastrous consequences, and I cursed. Then I threw my half-completed orb in the direction I thought had the most goblins, and drew Slasher. Traveller came down decisively on our attackers, and while he was stomping their bones into jelly under his hooves, I got the rare opportunity to watch Azar at work. I mean, I've seen him kill enough Gavani to... Well, I've seen him kill a lot of Gavani. But this was Azar in his element, and for about 5 seconds between opponents, I watched as he worked. He threw his orb, too, in a different direction, though his didn't erupt with the pleasing report mine did. Still, it was a distraction, and once he'd ditched it, he drew thunder from his back with his right hand and slid down the neck of his horse, using the other to guide him from the pommel. But as he dismounted, his regular mage blade, lightning, naturally, found its way into his left hand, and in 2 steps he was out of range of his steed and in the thick of battle. And I mean the thick of it. The band that attacked us was only 100 or 150 strong, and they had lain where they were, undetected, throughout the battle. When they came swarming up the rise, they erupted right in front of us at the head of the column. So when Azar slid down to face off the foe, there were at least 10 or 12 Gavani close enough to him to offer to light his pipe. These weren't simple tribal Gavani either, I saw. These were true warriors, trained to battle and armed with plenty of captured cutlery instead of iron maces. Most had helms and armour, captured or goblin-made, and they fought with the discipline of men, rather than animal-like attacks of the tribal Gavani. There was a minimum of warlike displays, as they moved on us in a loose formation, and apart from some war cries, there was little of the grunting, growling and shouting in Gavani I'd come to expect from them. But they may as well have been toddlers as far as Azar was concerned. With one titanic sweep of his great blade, he lopped the head off one and buried it into the neck of a second. With his smaller pointed blade, he poked 3 Gavani in rapid succession, in the belly, in the throat, and the last in the eye. 2 bravely threw themselves at him, disregarding his great blade, and a human-sized mace was crashing toward his knee for a few heart-stopping moments. Then Azar shifted his weight, pivoted to put his back to the living enemies, and caught the blade with the fort of his small blade. But he wasn't finished. After parrying the mace, he brought the blade of his sword up under his arm, pointed his left palm at a group of 3, said something, and they all burned to a horrible crisp before my eyes. Then he continued the pivot, using the weight of the great sword to pull him around, and he planted his right boot squarely on the chest of one of the warriors, savagely swinging at him, this one with a small, wicked-looking axe, and pinned him to the ground decisively enough so that I heard his ribcage crunch. As he completed his turn, Azar was now facing the sole Gurban, whom he'd parried less than a second before, in full guard position, his great sword held low and his mage blade held high. There was a big, goofy grin on his face. In a span of 5 seconds, he'd slaughtered a squad. The Gurvan warrior held his mace loosely in both hands, staring up at the towering warrior in black armour, Azar's perfectly positioned blades stained with his comrade's blood. The goblin was justifiably terrified. I didn't get to see how Azar dispatched him, because suddenly something wrapped itself tightly about my chest, binding my arms firmly to my body and nearly throwing me from my mount. I automatically suspected a magical attack, and one that went through my defensive spells. I reacted reflexively by launching one of my hung spells, an all-purpose disrupting counterspell. This had the unfortunate effect of disabling whatever Azar had been casting, and did nothing to ease the constriction in my chest. Had those bastards figured out how to get through our shield so quickly? Then I looked down and saw that it wasn't a spell that bound me, but 3 little iron weights, the size of slingstones, tied at the ends of rope, with the other ends tied together. Nothing magical about it. Tricky bastards. Bolos. I could see at once how it could manage to neutralize some of the advantages a horseman had over them. The leather thongs were wrapped around my torso and entangled my blade, and another had wrapped around Traveller's left foreleg, narrowly missing tripping him. Ingenious. I couldn't bring Slasher to bear, the way my elbows were pinned against my sides, and it would take me a few moments to conjure a helpful spell. Only the Gavani weren't going to give me a few moments. As I struggled to stay mounted and armed and deal with my unexpected predicament, 3 Gavani appeared in front of me, and 2 warriors leapt up the back of the third like an acrobat to try to force me from the saddle. One bore a jagged steel dagger that had started life as a kitchen knife. The other wielded a sword and wore an iron helmet. The helm clanged angrily into my head, making me lose focus for a moment, while my knees clung desperately to the saddle, and then I was sitting atop an angry and overburdened traveller, helpless, while the goblins tried to stab me. They would have done far more damage if I hadn't been armoured, but as it was, I got a couple of nasty cuts in my arms and shoulder. I tried to lean over enough to shake the one with the butcher knife off me, but he clung to me like a love-lorn village girl, the ugliest, angriest girl in the village, with the worst breath imaginable. Then he suddenly let go, his eyes wide. As he dropped away, I saw Hamlin with a bloody sword in his hand at my knee. "Just a moment, master," he said, as the other one tried to make up for the loss of his mate by slamming his sword against my shoulder again and again, seeking for the gap between my armour and my helmet. Instead of trying to fight the beast, however, Hamlin did the smart thing and turned his sword on my bindings. Suddenly I could move my arms. With a gesture, the ugly Gurvan attacking me was flying backwards through the air with a confused expression on his face. "Thank you," I shouted tersely in Ham's direction, and then noticed that the third goblin was attacking my manservant. I was about to blast him when he stood, when a Nairobi shaft erupted from his neck, and he went down. "Good work, Ham. Now get your ass back on your horse." "He's shy a couple of legs," he admitted, breathlessly, turning to see if any other goblins were about. "Some great brute with an axe took him off at the knees." "Sorry," I grunted, as I surveyed the field. There were only a few scattered remnants of the ambush now. The Nairodia had wasted no time sniping at our attackers, and they were quite adept. They had managed to hurt one man, unhorsed 3 others, but apart from delaying us a few minutes, the manoeuvre did little damage. Of course, those few minutes caused us to be late to the party, unfortunately. Rogo did his best to make up time, as his men galloped across the fields, but the cavalry was already preparing for a second charge when they launched their first volley. They only got off 2 before the rumble of hooves warned them off. If they had managed even 2 more, perhaps it would have changed things. While we had been busy with our ambush, the goblin chieftain had brought several logs from the rear, some so freshly hewn they still bore branches and leaves. His troops cast them down behind the bulwark of bodies they'd erected, and some genius had hurriedly set spears and stakes within the debris to complicate things further. It wasn't a real redoubt, and it wouldn't stop Sir Pendelon's advance, but it was going to make a cavalry charge a lot bloodier for our side, and I had no way to reach them in time. Azar, my magical liaison, was next to me, regrowing an orb between his hands. He saw the implications of the goblin's tactics as soon as I did, and he let the spell collapse. "That isn't good, Min," he murmured. "That could hurt someone." "Any ideas?" I asked, thinking of nothing that could remove the obstacles or stop the charge, which was already starting. "Hope they see it," he suggested, as the Nairobi archers let fly their second volley. "I don't think that's going to work. Cadell can be pretty stubborn. And note, he's put the Megalini in the vanguard, at the point of the spear, ahead of the Hell Riders. He's using the locals to go first, soak up any damage before his men get there. Stubborn, but not stupid. What if we just pulled the logs up? Simple telekinesis. We could try. But there's at least 10 logs. How many do you think you could hold aloft at one time? Maybe in a year, when we've learned how to use the stones better. But I could manage 1, maybe 2. I'd burn them somehow, but they're still green." "Shit, men," Azar swore, as the Nairobi began to remount, and the charge began in earnest. "They're starting to cast something from the horde. We're out of time." He was right. Maybe there was something I could have done, some spell I hadn't thought of, but right then and there I couldn't. Blame it on a lack of sleep, adrenaline, my incompetence, or anything else, but I couldn't think of a damn thing to do about that barrier. All we could do was watch in fascination as the banner-bearer, holding the standard of Megalin proudly in the first rank, leaped the bank of bodies. His steed stumbled on a log, and his horse went down, impaled on a spear. More followed, and as the front rank slowed to clear the debris, the rear ranks ploughed into them. Compared to this morning's almost elegant charge, this was like watching a drunken folk dance. The Megalini did their best to push through, but they lost a lot of horses doing it, and those who had fallen were quickly rushed by goblins. Cavial's company and the Hell Riders, on the other hand, used the hole opened by the Megalini sacrifice and crashed into the crude shield wall, executing a decent short-range charge that ploughed through the front ranks and messed up all that lovely organization the Gavani just discovered. But there was more. Just as I was starting to breathe a little easier, the little bastards brought magic back into play. There aren't a whole lot of things you can do to a mounted knight on a barded warhorse to stop him or even slow him down, much less harm him on his majestic walking castle. The wood of his shield, the steel of his armour, and a stout helm keep him safe from all but a few dangers, being pulled off his mount by hooks, stumbling, losing his horse, a stray lucky arrow, and now those sling-stone bolos the Gavani had used against us in the ambush. An armoured knight can withstand rain, wind, cold, and even a fair amount of heat, if he drinks enough water. But he's essentially encased in a suit of metal, and so is his horse. The goblins had figured that out, and while their shamans were pretty dim about a lot of sophisticated magic, they were quite conversant with basic elemental magic. For example, if you can get a current of wind to speed up enough by pouring power into it, and had it run across another stream of air going in another direction in just the right way, and an imbalance occurs, as the negative and positive properties of the air become estranged and separate. You can see the same basic effect when you rub a glass rod through a dry piece of fur. I know, why would one possibly want to do such a thing? The rod assumes the negative aspects of the fur, and the hairs will raise as if unbidden to meet it in proximity, because of the law of attraction of oppositional forces. First-year Magic Academy stuff. But if you do it on a large enough scale, say with a couple of shamans using Irianite to power the spell, the effect is much, much grander. The goblins had brought down lightning against our steel-clad defenders. Azar and I were both expecting something, I suppose. You could feel the seething power on the field, emanating from the horde. But we were so distracted by the rapidly unfolding events that we had no time to determine what they were doing and, perhaps, prepare a counterspell. I guess we shouldn't have been surprised that it happened, but we were. While we watched the cavalry charge crash into the black furry defensive line, a wave of magical power erupted from the back of the goblin army, lashing out against the knights like an angry thunderstorm. The angry lance of energy forked out in a chaotic dance of blinding light, leaping from warrior to warrior, carried by the conductivity of their armour. Wherever it touched, they jerked and spasmed as if they were being hung. Horses screamed, and men froze in mid-swing. Some limbs exploded instantly, some charred. Ironclad corpses tumbled to the ground, and some men just fell dead from the saddle. Plenty of others were wounded by the bolt of energy, but were still able to fight on after the spell. It was an impressive piece of magic, no doubt about it, and it was something we should have anticipated and countered. I cursed myself for an idiot while we watched the hundreds of wilderlords and horses die under the terrible blue-white lightning. The loud thunderclap terrorized the horses with its shockwave. We were too far away to hear the noise, and the thunderclap that accompanied it drowned out a lot of it. But we saw the devastating effect the spell had on our troops. "Trig, protect us," Azar said in horror. That was impressive too. Azar rarely appealed to the divine, unless there was some obscene angle to the oath. But his eyes were sincere in his prayer. Damn them! Who taught the little peckers about electricity? The sky? I pointed out the obvious. Forget that. The damage is done. If they try it again, they'll hit as many of their people as ours. That was true. The two forces were too intermixed for the spell to be effective now, and it was unlikely they could get a second discharge ready that quickly. It takes a little time to accumulate that much negative potential. There were other spells being used, but Mage Sight told me that the big one they had used to bring the lightning was expended. I don't think that matters to them, he said, pointing out the obvious. I couldn't disagree. The goblin commander had been using up little black furry lives like he had an endless supply. The fact that he might not be wrong disturbed me on several levels. That's going to keep the horses in a panic for a while. Probably too long for them to regroup before they get stomped on. We're going to need infantry for this. I sighed. You do what you can to mess up the goblins' day. I'm going to call Astaral to bring his forces forward. Azar nodded and turned his attention back to the battle, words forming on his lips as he began another spell. Astaral! I shouted through the link. The cavalry is faltering and needs support. Tell the militia commander that this is his hour to shine. Ishies! Holy tits, men! What the hell was that noise? Lightning, I explained. We took heavy casualties, too. Someone realized that we walk around in battle dressed in a highly conductive material. Shit! Are you doing something about that? These guys aren't going to be thrilled about walking into a wall of sorcery. Azar's on it, I promised. I'll have the horse archers form up on your flank for support when you get to the bottom of the hill, but don't take too long or they'll miss all the fun. Cadell's southern flank had borne the brunt of the electrical assault, and his forces, mostly Wilderlords from Greenhill, Megalin, and elsewhere, were wheeling around toward the northern end of the line, away from us and the spell. Azar was sending spell after spell into the horde, although at this range it was hard to tell just what effect it was having. It seemed to take forever for the infantry to arrive. They had to cross almost a half-mile of lightly broken terrain to get into position, so I should have been more understanding. But I was watching the Hell Riders and Caviel's company and what was left of the Megalini start taking a lot more casualties, as the goblins bore down on them at close range with pikes and bolos. That's the thing about cavalry. They're unstoppable when moving, but once they get bogged down, they become more and more vulnerable. Then the goblin commander demonstrated even more intelligence, which I found disappointing. While his front lines were battling the suddenly disorganized cavalry, and keeping them from pushing through, the goblin commander ordered a couple of thousand from his reserves to break away past the southern flank and run toward the Great Western Road. That's where the column of civilian refugees was. I guess it was just too juicy a target to ignore. "Oh, crap," I moaned. There wasn't much I could do about it. Not from here. The breakout group was running along the creek bed, a quarter of a mile below, and the Nairobi were already beginning to reposition themselves to support the infantry in the opposite direction. The city militia had left a small rear guard to protect their way back behind its walls, but apart from a few squads of light cavalry, they didn't have a force that could get there in time with enough strength to protect them. I could try to bring the Nairobi archers to bear, but I could see that we still wouldn't be able to do more than attack their rear after they'd achieved the road and started slaughtering people. 500 against more than 2,000 just wasn't going to be effective anyway, I knew, even from the rear. But I had to do something. Otherwise they'd go after the refugees unopposed. Sure, it split what was left of the horde effectively in half, but if those 2,000 rolled over the defenseless refugees, then this whole battle would be for naught. Azar looked from the goblin force back over his shoulder, where the first lines of the infantry and militia were starting to appear near the creek. He'd reached the same conclusion as I had. Despite all our efforts, we could slay every goblin and still lose the engagement if their tactic succeeded. "We aren't going to be in time," he said, resigned. "The goblins are running like the dead god was after them. Nothing to do about it now." I felt my heart sink as the black column raced along the meadows below us. A few Nairobi were taking long bow shots at them, but there wasn't much else we could do from our position. I could just imagine the chaos now. A whole line of Gavani descending on the column of refugees, slashing, beating, killing, and capturing. The guards and homemade weapons the peasants and townspeople had wouldn't be worth a damn. "Well, maybe some of them will get through," I said, a blind hope in my despair. I was just about to talk Rogo into a full-on suicidal charge into their rear, a charge the Nairobi weren't equipped to make, when suddenly one of my commanders used his head and took some initiative. We heard horns again, signalling a cavalry charge, only not from the site of the battle, where the Hell Riders and Wilderlords were still grinding away. The triumphant sound of the horns was coming from the east, from the temple on the hill, and that's when I realized what was happening. Sir Cavial had decided to commit the reserves, at the perfect place and time. It was my third cavalry charge of the day, so you'd think I'd be a little jaded by now. But the first two were executed against a foe who knew they were coming and were prepared for it. The third had Sir Caviel's 500 mounted troopers riding down the distant slope of the Temple Hill toward the black river of hatred below in a wide wedge. It was like a waterfall of horseflesh and steel, and once again the rumble of an organized stampede shook the ground around us and filled our ears with equine thunder. "Yes!" Azar shouted, pumping his fist in the air. "Duin be praised, yes! The old sot actually did something right for all of his bluster." I found myself agreeing with him. I had figured Cavial would send his men to support the other cavalry, since cavalry officers tend to see the battlefield in terms of horses, and it was clear that the lightning strike had disrupted the main cavalry force. I mean, it was natural to fight in support of the main battle, especially if it's happening down the hill right in front of you. But Cavial had kept his eye on the situation as a whole, and waited until spending his troops would do the most good. Had he failed, then hundreds, thousands of Alshari refugees would have paid the price. It was just a bonus that I got to watch my third cavalry charge of the day. Cavial's company thundered over and down the gentle slope of the Temple Hill, losing only a bit of their formation along the way down. Their sudden appearance made the breakout group of goblins falter, and then redouble their efforts to reach the road. To no avail. Horses run fast when they're pointed downhill and driven by spurs, and Cavial's men crashed into and through the disorganized Gavani like an ocean wave over a sand castle. They were still outnumbered. It was just 500 cavalry, but each horse who made it to the bottom of the hill was able to take out several goblins in the initial charge with their momentum alone. Credit where due. It was far more devastating than what the Nairobi could have accomplished against a foe on the move. "Do you think that will be enough?" Azar asked, with a keen professional interest, as the sound of the charge echoed across the field. "They'll have a hard time recovering from that charge," I nodded admirably, as I watched the goblin line bulge and then shatter under the onslaught of knights in shining armour. He probably has enough outriders to chase down stragglers. If Cavial can eliminate 2/3 of their numbers, then they're a nuisance, not a real danger. "Unless they have shamans," he reminded me. "Yes," I admitted with a sigh, "unless they have shamans. Why don't you go and make sure they don't? With you defending the line, I'll feel a lot better about taking on what's left of the horde with Asteral. Take 20 archers with you," I suggested. Azar nodded and shot me a wolfish grin as he drew his great sword from over his shoulder and nudged his mount. "Maybe we can get there while there are still some goblins left," he agreed eagerly, and trotted his great sable destrier out to speak to Rogo about an escort. I shook my head. There went a man who enjoyed his work. I would be lying if I said the rest of the battle went off without a hitch. Indeed, there were several hitches, as I linked up with Asterol, and Rogo Redshaft's archers supported the militia as they stomped down the hill toward an incredibly weakened horde to mop up the survivors. In any case, the goblins who fought against us measured in the hundreds, not the thousands, even after the disastrous second cavalry charge, and they still had plenty of fight left. But so did we. Those cavalries unaffected by lightning, and whose horses didn't bolt in terror, were able to slaughter goblins with the same gay abandon as the first charge. And those knights, whose horses did bolt away uncontrollably from the direction of the lightning, often ended up doing more damage to the enemy than that. A terrified, out-of-control warhorse, moving at full speed, isn't something you want to be in front of, especially when you're a 70-pound, 4-foot-tall goblin. But there was plenty of stiff resistance still there, and at least a couple of living shamans who weren't afraid to go out in style. The second lightning bolt, far weaker than the first, slew over a dozen orphans in the front line moments before it crashed against the goblins. Magical fire sprang up a few times, helped by some incendiary pouches they carried. Of course, that often did more damage to the third Gavani than it did to the mail-clad men. But at that point, the survivors were desperate and were acting accordingly. The Nairobi archers caught up to the rear of the infantry just minutes before they got within bowshot, and it took them only moments to dismount and formed themselves up for volleying. I dismounted from Traveller and handed the reins over to Hamlin, who seemed perfectly happy moving my mount off to a safe distance behind the lines, instead of charging bravely into them, a mark of a good manservant. I found Asterol 3 ranks back, marching behind the heaviest armoured and best defended part of the Orphans' Band infantry, while he hung spells and got himself ready for the coming battle. He had donned a tastefully silvered steel breastplate, with matching shoulder pauldrons for the occasion, a conical metal helmet with cheek and nose guards, and dark blue waxed leather covering his extremities. He bore a war mage's weapons harness like mine, crisscrossed over the breast of his panoply, with daggers, pouches, and sleeves for wands and other surprises built into it. His mage blade remained at his hip while he prepared his magical arsenal. I fell into step next to him and began my own. "Pretty day for a battle," he muttered, when we were both able to talk again. We were about 36 yards away from the horde at that point, and huge volleys of arrows were flying overhead to land amongst the writhing, snarling black mass ahead. The knights had mostly withdrawn with their mounts to try to regroup back up the hill, but there were still several very active knots of combat where unhorsed men-at-arms clung together against the Gavani in heated hand-to-hand combat. Not all of them escaped getting peppered by the archers either. I glanced at the sky. I had barely paid attention to the weather, but something felt off. "Looks like a front is headed in from the west," I remarked, nodding off to the dark clouds in the distance. Asterol looked at me, strangely. Then something occurred to him. "That's right. This is the first time you've seen it." "Seen what?" I asked. suddenly conscious that we were having a casual discussion mere moments away from mayhem.
"That's the shadow. The Umbra," Taran named it. The old Imperial term. It's been hanging in the sky for weeks now. He ranged there recently with Rastalo.
"What in nine hells is it?" I demanded quietly.
"As far as we can tell, that's the visible sphere of the dead god's magical awareness and influence. Within that sphere, his power is nearly absolute. Outside of that sphere, it's still pretty goddamned impressive," he said, shaking his head. "If we survive today, we should go take a walk and see it up close."
"You said if we survive today," I observed. "That doesn't speak to an awful lot of confidence in your leadership."
"I'm confident as hell in my leadership," he objected. "It's the whims of the bloody gods I'm not confident in. All it takes is one stray arrow, one lucky goblin, one spell that slips through my defences."
"I see what you mean," I nodded reluctantly.
"But you're right about the weather," he continued, as we got close enough to the front to start making out individual goblins. "A side effect of the thing, apparently, is that it attracts clouds and rain. You can see the clouds moving across the face of it sometimes, in an endless spiral clockwise around the perimeter. The whole region around it, Taran calls it the Penumbra, is dark, gloomy, and just utterly infested with goblins. But it's the village commons on festival day, compared to what the Umbra is like, from what the refugees have reported.
Sounds like it's worth the trip, provided the inns are well vouched for and the victuals well prepared."
"One thing at a time, Captain."
The Gilmoran mage grinned as he drew his elegant mage blade in his left hand and a heavily runed war wand in the other.
"First, let's clean up the neighbourhood before we consider a holiday."
"I cannot argue with your priorities," I chuckled, drawing Slasher and a thick little weirwood war wand I'd been looking forward to trying in battle. By pointing it and uttering the command word, along with visualizing the runic combination necessary to activate it, a blast of heat hot enough to bake bread to a charred crisp in an instant enveloped whoever happened to be standing in the way. It was hot enough to set flammable items ablaze, and the burns it inflicted should be pretty nasty. If my experiments with raw pork were any indication, it was time to see how effective a weapon it was. I took one last deep breath and looked around, adjusting my close-fitting helmet so it wouldn't inadvertently flop into my eyes at a bad moment. "Ready?" Asterol nodded.
"Charge!"
I ordered, mere seconds after the militia commander gave the same order to his men, and they surged forward. We ran to catch up, then realized we were more effective if we hung back. Why? The vanguard of the infantry attack was made up of the interlocking shields of the professional orphans band, each shieldman bearing a short but heavy sword or axe. Behind them was a rank of mailed warriors with a mix of spears or halberds, who could either support the shield wall with the haft of their weapons or jab out over and around the broad shields of their comrades. This made a nearly impenetrable wall, before which the goblins really didn't have much chance. But that didn't mean they didn't try, and that didn't mean they didn't occasionally get lucky. When a gap opened in a line, or if the tide of battle went over them, there were plenty of goblins who managed to get behind the lines, and in a few cases I could have sworn that an orphan had let some through. I learned later that it was standard doctrine in an infantry battle such as this, particularly against the goblins. Bold Ascus, the storied commander of the band, reasoned that more men die resisting a concerted effort to break a shield wall than they did when they allowed a few of the most ardent attackers to penetrate their lines. They even drilled with a particular tactic known as the Door of Doom, in which a shieldman, when facing a determined and aggressive enemy, would advise his mates and then take a quick but well-defended step to the side. That opened a gap that allowed the little bastards to just walk gamely through the line. Then the shield man quickly returned to his place, leaving a solitary goblin behind him, facing a very skilled swordsman armed with a deadly blade in each hand.
"If they want to get through that badly, in that case let 'em," was Bold Ascus' theory. "We have men to take care of them. One goblin at a time is easy, and if you let the ones with a hard-on to break through, their less enthusiastic fellows will be deprived of the leadership necessary to continue the momentum for a real breakthrough." Sure, the Door of Doom seems contra-intuitive to the whole idea of the classic impenetrable shield wall, but the utility of the tactic was quickly demonstrated. Every couple of minutes, a screaming goblin would emerge from the violent chaos in front of us, prove his bravery and heroism by fighting his way through the shield wall, stumble to his feet, and get absolutely pounded by the eager swordsman awaiting him. Or, in this case, the eager magi.
It was almost fun, killing them like that. The advantage was so great that it was about as difficult as wringing a chicken's neck. Often, by the time the goblins fought their way past the shield wall, they were already wounded and bleeding. You wait for one to pop out, you take a step forward while his head is down, and when he looks up, you clock him between the eyes with your mage blade, or approach from the side and neatly behead him, or just impale him in the back or breast or through the throat with the point of your blade. Once you got past the pure perversity of the act, it beat the hell out of facing, say, an entire ambush squadron. We didn't just pick off stragglers. Both Asterol and I had a lot of fun lobbing destructive spells over the heads of our men and into the rapidly diminishing pool of foes ahead. Some executed spectacularly, like the fire shower of destructive sparks that fountained half a bowshot away from us, amid their dregs, and chewed up dozens of Gavani. Some of the war spells were less showy but more insidious, like the simple charm I'd enchanted a rock with, which, once deployed, caused all those near where it landed to go into a berserk killing range. Once infected, they would slay all around them, friend and foe. 3 of those carefully thrown, and the rear of the enemy horde became another bloody front in the battle. They were almost surrounded at that point, in part by their own maniacal troops. Some of the war spells were just plain mean. Asterol had one I'd never seen before, but couldn't wait to copy. A spell that severely affected the subject's sense of balance. When I say severely, I mean they couldn't take a step without collapsing to the ground, unable to walk properly. Try to swing a sword like that. When the line halted and we were finally able to get a breather, we hung back and glanced around at the tangle of bodies and the blood-stained field behind us. It was gruesome, but it also gave a soldier a sense of satisfaction, and it was easier, somehow, when the foe was non-human. I don't know what it says about me, or even about us as a race, but it was truthful. "Here," Asterol said, handing me a pretty silver flask. "Brandy from Iker. It will help kill the smell and the taste of bile in your throat." "Thanks," I nodded, sipping gratefully. It was warm, buttery, and spicy all at once. I wonder what Baldy will try next, after this. Honestly, this is just a drop in his ocean. Why didn't he send more troops to take this town?
He certainly had them to spare. And the siege equipment, Asterol agreed. They showed almost none of the artifice they displayed at the Bavali siege,
he observed in his clipped Gilmoran accent. That's a good point, I sighed. I would have said that they didn't have time to build it, or the force necessary to drag it all the way here. It's possible they're using it elsewhere, or maybe these goblins were just too stupid to be trusted with it.
Mayhap, he conceded, taking back the flask. But I cannot help but think that this apparent neglect on the dead god's part is merely a throw in some great game that we have no idea of understanding. Some great contest of rushes between the gods of men and Gurvani, where we are but pieces on the board. Important pieces, powerful pieces, but pieces nonetheless. I thought back to the last game of rushes I'd played. You know, Asterol, it's my experience that that is always the case in a man's life, and not every hand that moves him across a board is that of a god. That earned me a look of distaste at my triteness. Hey, I thought it sounded profound.
Chapter 16. Invited to tea with the Duchess. Wilderhall, midsummer. The Censor General has typically been a Wenshari mage. Wenshar, if you weren't already aware, is in the far northern part of the Duchy of Ramir, adjacent to, but separated from, the wilderlands of Castol and Alshar by a mountain spur, rough country, and an arid range of hills just south of the majestic Colleen Range. Wenshar has been around for a long time. As a nation, its history goes back to the Magocracy, when it was used by the Archmage as a region for exiling political prisoners, errant lordlings, debtors, and magi unwilling to abide by the Archmage's authority. Technically, it was outside of those borders the Magocracy and the Alon had agreed upon for human settlement, back in the mists of time. It had been sparsely settled since before the inundation by human squatters, who didn't mind the rustic conditions, the lack of authority, or the free land. Practically, however, you can trace the establishment of Wenshar as a political entity back to the pre-conquest exile of a particular faction of powerful enemies of the Archmage. I forget which one, either Archmage or rebels, who were defeated but unbound, Faced with a choice between exile and execution, they chose the former, and relocated to the, at the time, desolate wasteland beyond the last imperial stronghold in present-day Ramir. Unknown to the Magocracy at the time, after you pass the dry, deserted region along the desolate frontier, the rest of Wenchar becomes one of the prettiest and most fertile lands in all the 5 duchies. Thanks to its unusual history, it has produced more than its fair share of powerful men, both magi and warriors. Wenchar was therefore from its beginnings a repository for both strong magical talent and a strong tendency to rebel. It didn't really matter against whom or what, but if there was an established order in conflict with the Wenchari, you could bet that they'd rebel against it. From the perspective of the Magocracy, it was a desolate, rocky wasteland, suitable only for rebels and rejects. To the people who became the Wenchari, it was a lush, fertile land beyond the control of the Archmage. When my Narasi barbarian ancestors invaded, Wenchar got a bumper crop of refugees from the Magocracy who sought safety in the wasteland. That irritated the natives. Since the Wenchari weren't under the control of the Empire, and they'd been battling the mountain tribes of the Colleen Mountains and Wilderland, as well as skirmishing with Imperial soldiers for years, the Wenchari were in an excellent position to resist my ancestors. They could mount a decent military defence, and they weren't hampered by all the restrictions that the Archmage had saddled our profession with by then. With the remnants of the Imperial Magocracy bleating around their feet after the fall of the capital, they were persuaded to face off against the Horse Lords of the Steppes. They prepared for a long and bloody confrontation. It's unclear exactly why, but when the first Duke of Ramir led his knights into Wenchar for the first time, he stopped burning villages and pillaging towns soon after he crossed the Festinada River. According to the Wenchari, he was seriously intimidated by both the doughty warriors and the much better prepared magi of Wenchar, magi who didn't have any compunctions about brutally using their arts on invading barbarians. According to the few literate Narasi who reported on the campaign for posterity, the Duke of Ramir and his men fought bravely, but his primitive Narasi shamans were no match for the powerful Wenchari magi. The first Duke of Ramir wasn't defeated, but he wasn't victorious either, and ended up retreating to the old borders to figure out how to beat this implacable foe. 2 years of skirmishing and negotiations followed the attempt to invade. Ironically, Wenchar, place of exile and outlawry in the Empire, became a beacon of hope for all those who wanted to preserve the Magocracy and reclaim the Empire. And that may be what sealed the Magocracy's doom. The Wenchari had always been looked down upon by the rest of the Empire, since they were descendants of outlaws and traitors and rebels. Worse, they polluted the pure imperial bloodlines by intermarrying whomever they felt like, instead of relying on the carefully arranged marriages that were part of imperial high culture. They married commoners, cousins, hill tribesmen, even the strange and exotic valley people from north of the mountains. So when a flood of whining Imperials showed up from the east and demanded refuge and protection, the Wenchari got their revenge. Though they publicly supported the remnants of the Magocracy at their capital at Madagar, privately they were far more scornful of the effete and helpless survivors than they were of the stinking barbarians who conquered them. As a result, after secretly negotiating for a couple of years, the Duke of Ramir granted the Counts of Wenchar almost complete autonomy from the rest of the realm, provided they bent their knee and swore fealty and paid a token tribute to Ramir. The alternative was 4,000 southern knights marching northward. The first Counts of Wenchar looked at which way the wind was blowing, and they took a knee. That outraged many of the old guard imperial supporters and enthused the more warlike Wenchari lords, upon whom the 3 counts depended to defend their rule. There were a lot of results for this, including the collapse of any serious attempt to restore the Magocracy once Wenchar capitulated. It had one result that was particularly important for me. A family of magi left the western Wenchari land of Manaforthan and went south and west in search of better pastures. Some of them settled in Poom Hamlet, in the wilderness that was Castal back then, and tried to make a living, only whispering about their past amongst their barbaric, rustic neighbours. One of those former Wenchari magi seduced my great-great-grandmother, a Narasi maiden in the newly settled region. A child resulted, my great-grandfather, which is why I probably inherited the talent for magic I have today. But I digress. There was another consequence of the Wenshari capitulation. One of the conditions that the Wenshari insisted upon with the duchy was oversight of magic in the new kingdom. It was still a kingdom at the time. It was a bold proposal. Since the Archmage and his court were all dead or underground at that time, and the Narasi didn't have anyone they could trust to keep an eye on the scheming Imperials, they agreed to allow the legitimized rebels tremendous oversight. Thereafter, the Magi from Wenshar were made court wizards and censors to advise their new Narasi lords. While not every censor general since has come from Wenshari stock, enough have, so that it's more unusual to read about a non-Wenshari censor general than a Wenshari one. Considering that the censorate has its headquarters at Madakar, it's not unusual for Wenshari views about magic and enforcement to be prevalent in policy across the duchies. The current censor general, Hatarian of Gans, was originally from Vor, but he had lived amongst the Wenshari so long, and married a Wenshari bride, that the distinguished old gentleman considered himself a Wenshari. But his rigorous attention to duty also made him a censor before he was either. He graduated from Alar Academy with honours, and he went immediately into the censorate and was posted to Merwin. A decade later, he had been transferred to Wenshar, after a scandal that needed to be cleaned up, and before his 20th year of service, he had been elected censor general by his peers and confirmed by the Coronet Council. It was Hatarian who had lobbied so adamantly about striking the Farisi 5 years before. When word came that the mad mage, Orel Pratt, had stumbled across a centimetre-sized sliver of Irianite and was subsequently using it to disrupt shipping near Faris, he had stirred up outrage and indignation from the magical quarter for his use of forbidden magic, enough to help push the duchies into war with the renegade province. Possession of Irianite wasn't officially a crime under the bans, but not far from it. The fact that Faris was politically outside of the control of the duchies apparently didn't matter. Orel Pratt was violating the spirit of the bans, and he had to be brought down as a threat to the order. So said Hatarian. Since the duchies had a very hard time conquering Faris without Irianite, and the Mad Mage had shown them all what even a little bit could do, Hatarian had looked like a prescient genius after the conquest. He was held in high esteem throughout the courts of the 5 duchies, as well as being respected among more traditional magi for his contributions to the science and his even-handed approach toward administration. And that was going to be a problem. If the Censor General had been a corrupt and weak-willed functionary, like his predecessor, then I would have been able to eloquently argue my case, and likely prevailed on the strength of my argument and the weakness of the defence against it. But General Hatarian wasn't weak-willed, and he wasn't a functionary. He was a powerful war mage in his own right, with a reputation for zeal in pursuit of his duties that had become legendary in his lifetime. He had transformed the Censorate into a robust, duchies-wide regulatory and enforcement organization that had struck fear into unlicensed hedge magi and academy masters alike. Counting on General Hatarian to just accept that his office was not just unnecessary, but potentially damaging to the war effort was foolish. He wasn't the type to give up on tradition or his institution lightly. I heard the news that the Censor General had arrived when I returned to the River Tower from my odd game with Count Angrial. My servant, whom I still hadn't gotten used to, was waiting attentively for me in my quarters, full of news and garments. Ham had managed to procure 2 sets of courtly garb from a seamstress in town. She had made them for a wealthy client who had died of the flux last spring, and she was eager to get rid of them. They were a fair fit, perhaps a little short in places and a little long in others, but I'd had worse-fitting clothes. I looked good. That was the important thing. One was a set of leggings and embroidered tunic in dark green. The other was a kind of dusky plum colour. Neither one was a particularly favourable colour on me, but I wasn't trying to win a tawny pageant either. The green one came with a jaunty cloth cap, which suited me, though, so I changed into that while Ham delivered the news of the day. "The Censor General came in a few hours ago," he told me as I pulled off my tired old clothes. "He and a party of 9, all a horse. There were no wagons. The stable lads thought he had been in a great rush to get here, as his horses were lathered. He was escorted by Master Dancelan to the priest's tower. I was hoping for another day to rally my supporters," I sighed, but none of the gods seemed to be listening. 9 escorts, he said. "Aye, Master." He nodded as I pulled on the leggings. They were a little tighter on me than I prefer, but that was the style now. 5 were common swordsmen in the pay of the censorate. The other 4 were magi, from what I could tell. 2 bore swords. Probably Order of Shirlin, I said, my heart sinking. They're the war magi sworn to uphold the censораte's decrees. They're very, very good at what they do, too. They were chartered soon after the censorate was established, and had originally been made up of renegade Wenshari war magi, who were all too eager to police their former masters in the magocracy. There were 25 of them, 5 for each duchy, and 5 at the censor general's personal command. "Well, they weren't the first censors to come in today," Ham drawled, as he picked up an apple from the basket on my table and started chomping. "Excuse me, master, I had no lunch." "That's fine. Go on," I dismissed, pulling the rich green tunic over my head. A little loose in the shoulders, I decided, but the flared sleeves looked kind of dashing. Black, cruel trim at the neck, sleeves and hem, all in a tightly spiralling Castali design. "There were 2 from the west, so the stable lads say," he said, his mouth half full. "Come to report on the invasion, I expect." He said it as casually as if they had arrived bearing crop reports. "And there were at least 3 dispatches come in today too from Verone. Couldn't find out exactly what was in them, but I did talk to one of the messengers, paid him a silver penny, and he told me that Tudri has been all but cut off from the rest of the duchy, ringed by goblins," he said. "Magic-using goblins," he said. "They were throwing fire and such by his report, and His Grace Lenguin doesn't seem to want to do anything about it but raise more men." "Wonderful," I said sarcastically. "He already outnumbers their host at Tudri. He could ride on them in 2 days and defeat them, but he sits in Verone and quivers in his boots and yells for the rest of the world to come rescue Ulshar," I said bitterly. I pulled the cap on after combing my hair briefly with my fingers. "How do I look?" "Smart enough to meet a duchess, master," Ham assured me after he swallowed, "which is fortunate, for Her Grace has invited you to her gardens in an hour." "She what? Duchess Grandine? When did this happen?" I demanded. "Only moments before you arrived, master. A young page, a girl, in Her Grace's livery, brought the message. She will await you in the river gardens." "Blast it to 9 hells and back," I swore. "I was going to—" "Oh, never mind," I said, discouraged. "How far away are the river gardens?" "Not too far, master. 10 minutes by foot. They're adjacent to the Duke's Tower, overlooking the river. They're the Duchess' own creation," it said. "She's particularly fond of her roses, her yellow ones. The red ones were sent by the Duchess of Remir, whom she hates," it said. "And the stable boys know this as well?" I asked wryly. "Where do you think they get the manure for the flowers, master?" he asked, as if it was obvious. "She usually takes an hour or 2 in the afternoon for her walks. Usually it's in seclusion with her ladies-in-waiting, but she will sometimes invite some person of importance and prominence to accompany her, if she's so inclined." "Well, she'll just have to settle for me today, then," I quipped. "Anything else?" "No, master." "Then come get me in half an hour," I ordered. "I'll want you to attend me on this outing. See if you can overhear half as well as the stable boys, and we might learn something valuable." "Aye, master," he agreed. "I'll go change into something more appropriate," he said, giving me a cursory bow and leaving, closing the door behind him. I sighed, closed my eyes and sat on the bed. I took my stone out and let it rest in the palm of my left hand, while I called up the sigils that Penny had said would connect me to her, mind to mind. "Min?" she asked, hesitantly, through the link. "Is that you?" "For now. The Censor General just showed up with a brace of war magi and a party of guards, so I might be dead tomorrow." "That would really mess up the plans I've been making," she chided. "I can empathize," I smirked to her. "I haven't been summoned to court to face General Hatarian yet, but it's only a matter of time. Tomorrow, maybe, after he's had a chance to argue with the Duke. How do you think things are looking? Have you persuaded anyone yet?" "Maybe," I admitted. "I've gotten some supportive comments, but it's still too early to tell, and I'm sure there are 100 political considerations I'm not considering. I'm not a courtier, Pen, and now I must argue with the Censor General." "You're persuasive and charismatic," she countered, "and you've looked the dead god in the eye. General Hatarian can't be as bad as that." "I had a squad of war magi with me at the time," I pointed out. "That gave me a little false confidence. He brought 2 of the Order of Shirlin, Penny." "So? You withstood a siege of 100,000 goblins and duelled their shamans into the ground. The war magi of the Order are good, Pen. The best. No. You're the best. And you have Erionite, and a squad of war magi similarly armed to stand at your back. They're all on missions in Alshar. I thought back at her, discouragingly. No, they aren't. She disagreed. I thought you might have problems with the censorate, and I thought you might need a little support. So I contacted Taran and Rustalo, who were in Western Castal. They should be arriving any time. What? How did you get? You told me to contact everyone and teach them my telepathy spell, remember? I've gotten through to over half of the Order. Until I can teach you all their individual call sigils, you can relay messages through me. What if you're unavailable? I'm always available, she insisted. I mean, right now I'm in my bedchamber for my afternoon nap, and the new houseboy, who has the most sensual lips I've ever seen, is pleasuring me. Not as well as I'd like, but he has talent, if not technique. Kind of like you when... Penny, I scolded. You're getting yourself serviced when I'm about to spit in the eye of the censorate. This is how I raise power, remember? This isn't just for fun. I'm trying to help Daddy attune to his stone, and I need all the extra reserves I can get. I trust your judgment, I thought, half-heartedly. Can you find out how far away from me Taran and Rustalo are? Bide, she commanded, and was silent for a while. I used the time to reflect on Penny's seriously skewed sense of priority. I mean, I'm as lusty as the next fellow, and I had been under a lot of stress, and I'd traded all and a witchstone for the chance to slide into bed next to Alia and have my way with her. But I had a job to do before I could enjoy that kind of comfort. I supposed I could always go down to the city and find a brothel. There were some really classy ones in Wilderhall. But how can you have the weight of the world on your shoulders and still relax enough to get your... Min, she finally returned. They're about 60 miles outside of Wilderhall, in Barkwood, but they're flying toward you and expect to arrive at Wilderhall tonight. What? I asked, alarmed. How the hell are they able to do that? 60 miles is maybe 3 days' ride. Taran's a war magi, remember? An advanced student. He's enchanting the horses with one of those endurance spells you hack-and-slashers use all the time. All right, I thought, grudgingly. There was no reason why the war magi enchantments couldn't work with your horse, if you cast the spell right, I conceded to myself. Of course, the poor animals would pay a stiff penalty for it later, perhaps even killing them, but if the mage was careful, he should be able to shepherd his mount right through the spell without endangering it. And if anyone could do it, Taran could. He was, indeed, an advanced student in war magic, so good, in fact, that he'd been able to skip the Farisi campaign that most of the rest of us had suffered through. I couldn't fault the War College, however. Despite his lanky build and his average stature, his spells were as tight and potent as any war magic I'd seen, and he was an outstanding thaumaturge as well. Rustalo, on the other hand, was a cocky young bravo who had also missed the Farisi campaign because he was stuck 2 years behind me at the Inarian Academy. Rustalo was a little haphazard in his war magic, but he was determined, and he was courageous. He was also very, very loyal to me personally. That counted for a lot. Of course, both had witchstones. That counted for a whole lot more. Is there anything else? Pentandra asked. I'd like to get back to focusing, because this poor boy's tongue is about to fall off, and you, of all people, should appreciate just how delicate raising power like this is. I do, I confessed. I also want to commend you on your ability to maintain multiple focus points at the same time. You're a credit to your instructors. I was only being half sarcastic. It really was impressive to be able to do anything of consequence, much less serious spell work, while your naughty bits are being treated properly. Flattery. He's cute, but not so cute I can't focus. Who are you meeting next? The Duchess, apparently, I thought. She summoned me to her garden for a meeting. Just her, though. Not Duke Rard as well. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Good thing, she said, after a pause to consider. If it was a bad thing, she'd withdraw and let him deal with you. But if she's taking an interest, enough to meet with you privately, then that means she's favouring your position, I think. It helps that her little brother is the current Duke of Alshar. Grandine is Duke Lenguin's big sister? I asked, shocked. Did you think they just grow duchesses out on a plantation in Merwyn somewhere? She scolded. Grandine was old Duke Pargine's eldest daughter by his first wife, who was Ramiran. So she's actually related to 3 ducal houses, 2 by blood and 1 by marriage. She would have inherited the coronet of Alshar if you Narasi didn't have maddeningly barbaric ideas about primogeniture. What? Girls don't inherit thrones, she said in her I'm talking to an idiot voice. They're only good for marrying off and bearing brats. Well, don't blame me for that. I've got 5 sisters, and they're each going to inherit more of my dad's bakery than I am, I complained. We're talking a duchy here, Min, not a bakery, she said with mock patience. Duchess Grendine is a serious player in court politics. She's not just throne candy. I wouldn't say she's the power behind the throne, but if she doesn't like you, it doesn't matter if Duke Rard does, from what I understand. Well, that's something, I admitted. Is she enough of a power to get the Duke to throw out the bans? Probably not, she admitted, but she'd be great to have on your side. My servant says she likes roses. Yellow roses. You what? I had to hire a servant, I explained patiently, knowing full well that she was going to give me a hard time about it. His name is Amnon. It's kind of expected at court. Oh, I know, she thought, giggling at me. And I'm sure that it's eating at your peasant's soul to order around a fellow commoner. I'm just taking delight in your discomfort. Because that's what a true friend does, I thought sourly. Yes, actually they do. So, you still haven't been contacted by Castor's clandestine service? If they did it so secretly, even I don't know about it, I joked. It wasn't Dunselan Salgo or Kindine, and I doubt the Castali would use an Alshari like Angrial as their spy master. That is odd, she said thoughtfully. I was sure that they would have made some kind of contact under the circumstances. Well, unless my new manservant is secretly a spy, they haven't. And unless the Castali clandestine service is headquartered out of the stables, he isn't. You never know, she said with sceptical amusement. But you're right. That does seem unlikely. Just be on the lookout for it to happen soon. And when it does, you want to be open to the idea of cooperating. What happens if I don't? Traditionally, assassination. You fall off a horse or slip on a stone or choke on a fishbone. Once the clandestine service reveals itself to you, you're a liability. If you're a big enough liability, well, that's the whole reason they employ assassins, to reduce liability and influence policy, she added. Great. Another job I can't refuse. That's as bad as being drafted. Min, you're asking Castal to essentially invade another duchy, she reminded me. Not to mention overthrowing the established order. If the clandestine service wants to use you, let them. We're using them after all. It just all sounds so sordid, I complained. It is. You can handle it. Now go dazzle the Duchess with your pretty eyes and big witchstone and persuasive tongue, and let me go attend to my business, she said, fading out. I let her go. Despite herself, she'd given me an idea. Chapter 17. The Council of Tudri Town. Tudri Town, late summer. After the Battle of Tudri Commons, wherein well over 20,000 refugees escaped, 9,000-odd goblins, 1,300 men, and 1,000 horses met their doom, the clean-up, both physical and political, was considerable. There was a lot of mopping up to do. Luckily, I brought a very good mop. When victory on the field was complete, and the last few goblins, unwilling or unable to ask for quarter, were killed, I detailed the surviving orphans to police the bodies and search the fields for wounded, while I ordered the Nairodi to patrol the perimeter for stray bands of stragglers. Why the orphans and the Nairodi, instead of the militia? Because I didn't want to give the Tudri men a chance for random looting of corpses, while the dead had yet to even be identified. My men knew enough to steal in moderation, and leave any obvious bits of treasure attached to the noble corpses to be returned to their kin, if any, to be counted as heirlooms. There were a lot of those sorts of casualties, in violation of standard practice. Thanks to the shaman's use of lightning against mail-clad knights, there were more noble deaths, just under 1,000, than common ones, nearly 400. Among them, unfortunately, were the late Baron Merasan of Megalin and his son, and also, unfortunately, Sir Cavial, and much of his personal guard. He had been riding at the very point of the spear, as they say, in that last charge, so he and his horse took the full brunt of the lightning that killed so many so quickly. The charred corpse burned to his armour was nearly unidentifiable, save for the company's device on his boots. He was a bit coarse, but I admired the man. I certainly didn't want to see him looted before I could arrange to have his body and effects returned to wherever his kin lived. I had the Tudri men, in contrast, march back to the city and re-secure its walls. About half of them were eager to join their families in Verone, but the other half were just as eager to stay behind with the remnant of Tudri men who lingered. That was a problem. We'd been able to evacuate the bulk of the population, but there were nearly 5,000 diehards who stubbornly wanted to take their chances in a suddenly roomy town, instead of a very uncertain future as a penniless refugee. I didn't have the manpower to force an evacuation, and the truth was, if we planned on maintaining Tudri, we'd need some sort of support staff. So, apart from sending in some hell riders on a mission to root out lawless looters, with a noose, if necessary, I mostly left the natives alone. If they didn't know the dangers of living in the shadow of the dead god yet, then they weren't likely to have the wits to flee. And some just wanted to turn a profit, of course. By nightfall, I found myself riding through the deserted streets of Tudri town, Hamlin dogging my heels. We were in Newtown, the less affluent section, but the sky was growing darker by the moment, and I ached from too long without sleep and too much magic. I wanted a bed more than anything else at that point. The castle on the hill I was headed toward seemed an awful long way up the hill, I recalled, and I hadn't even gotten to the gate into Old Town yet. I was still clomping down Wall Street. That's when I spotted a familiar building, the inn I'd stayed in at the beginning of the summer, when I was here, hiring mercenaries for Beauval Vale. Even though I knew that far grander accommodations awaited the commander of the force now ruling Tudri up in Old Town, the fact was, if I didn't find a place to sleep soon, I'd fall out of the saddle. I remember the place was comfortable, if a bit shabby. I called a halt, and Hamlin dismounted when I did. "We're going to stay here," I said, tiredly, pounding on the broad wooden door with my fist. "Open in the name of the spellmonger," I called authoritatively. I could feel that there was someone inside, and sure enough, in just a few moments, a cautious-looking innkeeper, holding a lantern in one hand and a stout cudgel in the other, opened it. It took only a few moments to convince him that we'd won the day. He and his kin were safe, for now, that I was in charge of the occupation of Tudri, that I was falling asleep on my feet, and if he wanted to maintain good relations with the new administration, then he'd instantly show me to his most posh quarters and allow me to sleep there until Ham woke me up. A fistful of silver helped encourage his hospitality. Then I told Hamlin to bear a message to the castle in Old Town while I slept, because, honestly, I was too beat to perform the simple telepathic spell to contact Asterol, who I'd made my lieutenant. He agreed, conferred with the innkeeper about my needs, and then disappeared. And I slept. I slept like I had never slept before. Not in Faris, not in Beauval. Never have I been so insensate as I was in that enormous feather bed. A great improvement in my room over my last visit. I slept through the night, into the next morning, and did not even think about rising until noon the following day. I awoke in my room in the empty inn near noon, to the sight of a pretty girl quietly bringing in a tray with oatmeal, bacon, and bread, along with a mug of weak beer. I sat up, realizing what time it was with a glance out of the window. "Has there been anyone looking for me?" I asked, realizing that I must be missed by now. By someone. "Your man has been fielding the messages all morning, my lord," the girl said, setting the tray down. "I heard him say he would wake you up if there was anything requiring your attention, but to let you sleep if you could." "I could get used to having a manservant," I remarked to myself, as I sank back into the pillow, and not for the first time. She smiled prettily. She looked familiar, and she looked at me as if she knew me. Then it occurred to me that she did, intimately. "You're the girl I hired a few months back," I said, snapping my fingers. She beamed at the recognition. "I've completely forgotten your name," I confessed guiltily. "Maid Marlott, my lord," she said, giving me a nervous bow. "I'm the niece of your host, Master Brindlin." "His niece? I thought you were his daughter," I admitted, as I took a sip of the beer. It was no better than I remembered it. The bacon was good, though. What happened to the other girl?
"Oh, Amsella. She's just a serving maid, a village girl come to work in the city.
She left with most of the others, a weight of her own." Marlott seemed awfully bouncy. She nearly quivered. She wasn't a bad-looking girl at all, dark hair and bright green eyes, and her shift did little to hide her bust. She twisted back and forth like she was 12 years old. "They say that you and your men saved us all," she said. I considered. "Well, we did our best against the goblins. We let the people escape. So, yes, I suppose we did. Those that didn't get killed along the way." "But they say that you're a powerful war mage, and you lead the others." "That's true," I agreed, tearing a hunk off the bread. The bread was, well, it was hard, black, and would have made my father weep. Let us never speak of it again. But while I chewed, I couldn't help but notice that Marlott was taking off her clothes. I stopped chewing, and then forced myself to use the bad beer to wash the bad bread from my mouth. "Marlott, what are you doing?" She stopped and looked up at me, startled. "I just wanted to express my gratitude, my lord. There aren't many girls left in town. Horse Street is deserted, it said. If you're agreeable," she said, looking at me hesitantly. I silently groaned, because I had spent the previous day slinging around massive amounts of magical energy, and after exhaustion and hunger, that sort of thing always makes me randy too. Marlott suddenly seemed very alluring. She was too young to be jaded about such things yet, and she did seem sincerely grateful, and I was missing Alia something fierce. I was about to tell her not to get undressed when she threw back my blanket and observed that some part of me was agreeable to the idea. "Ah, what the hell," I sighed, as I leaned back into the pillow and watched her continue to get undressed. "I'm not married yet, and I could be dead tomorrow." She was naked in an instant, and then climbing over me, kissing me lustfully. "I take it your uncle is going to want some special considerations after this?" I panted between kisses. "He's just grateful you didn't burn the town or let the goblins in. He's used to taking the trade of mercenaries. And me? I'm just grateful to be alive after watching that battle yesterday. It was powerful fierce," she said gravely. I couldn't disagree, and I was pretty grateful to be alive, too. The castle of Tudri was the former seat of the Baron of Megalin, about 100 years ago, and it was as ugly as the rest of the town. It was a grand baronial castle, of course, but the dictates of commerce, not defence, had long ago transformed it from a true military fortification into an administrative centre. The City Watch was headquartered there, 150 men dedicated to patrolling the city. The City Guard was also headquartered there, 300 men who formed the core of the city's militia. The Lord Mayor had his office there, although his residence was a far more opulent town home just outside of the gates. Or at least it used to be opulent. There had been some looting while the city evacuated. But the castle itself was ugly, built around a large, square, squat keep with 2 flanking circular towers. A late addition, I could tell, and a secondary keep and storehouse behind it. The thick stone castle was stout as the stone it was made from, but it was ugly, and since it loomed over the rest of the deserted city, that made it all look uglier. But it was safe, and that counted for a lot right now. Most of the militia had returned to their posts in the city, or left to join their families in Verone. The leader of the city militia was now nominally in charge of the whole place, and he had sent 3 messages to me before I got downstairs to confer with Ham. "His lordship wants to speak with you badly," Ham reiterated, as I thumbed through the notes he'd scrawled. It was handy having a servant who could read and write. Not many could. "And he's not the only one. There's a meeting up at the castle in an hour, Master, which is why I had you awakened. All of the commanders will be there." "And so will I agreed, although another 6 hours of sleep, followed by another tumble, would have been divine. "Anything else of import?" Ham glanced around. "A note from Mother arrived, Master," he said quietly. It bore her seal. "Her special seal," he emphasized. That got my attention. You don't ignore a note from Mother. He handed over the folded envelope without hesitation, and then made certain I wasn't being observed while I read it. I broke the yellow wax seal and read the neatly penned letter. "My son," it read, "I am so proud of you for what you have accomplished so far. You have done very well by the family, and we could not be more pleased. Your sister wrote me recently and told me about the estate you sent her to for holiday. Her host is apparently not very agreeable, but luckily we have plenty of family around in case she gets uncomfortable. You should be on the lookout for a couple of your cousins who live in Tudry. They would not have abandoned the town without letting me know, and it may be helpful for you to have family to count on, should you make it by that town. But be careful. I hear it can be dangerous, even in the good parts. You might want to find your own accommodations, however. It is rumoured that the local castle may be infested with rats. I hate to trouble you further, knowing how busy you are, but if you could check in on your younger brother, Volorin, if you get a chance. It's possible he would like to see a familiar face, being so far away from family for so long. Once again, you have brought significant honour and prestige to the family, and we're all very pleased. We are all counting on you, I'm sure you know, and it would be lovely if you could bring me a new hat before the solstice. You know how much your father and I would like that. Love, your mother. "Trouble, Master?" Ham asked curiously. "Is Mother well?" It was a coded message, of course, from Castal's adept spymaster. I'd been recruited into the organisation at Wilderhall, and had done so only reluctantly, because I wasn't really given a choice. Anyone who didn't know the code could hardly guess what it was about, or even to whom it was addressed. But I read it clear as day. "She's in a fine mood," I sighed, as I ignited the note with a spark of magic, and watched it burn to ashes in my hand. "But she thinks I might be in danger here. She must have sent this after she heard about the Battle of the Lantern. She wants me to look in on some family. I believe we have a couple of cousins in town." Ham nodded sagely. "Shall I seek them out?" "That might be wise," I agreed. "And apparently we have a brother here, too, named Volorin. He hasn't written home in a while," I said quietly. "I'll keep my eyes open," he nodded, "and my ears, and as many other ears and eyes as silver can buy." "Good. I think I'm going to keep my quarters here while I'm in town. There are rats at the castle, and this place will do for now." "Understood, Master. I shall have your things brought here, and make arrangements for your horse with the host. Anything else?" I considered. Just keep my chambers secure, I decided, and have them ready for tonight. I could still sleep for half a day and not feel guilty about it. I was about to ask him for my staff and hat. Both had been in my baggage, which was in his charge, but he handed them to me before the words were out of my mouth. He added my leather folio, for which I merely said thanks, ignored his smug-looking expression, and was about to order him to have Traveller brought around. "I took the liberty of having your mount saddled, Master," he said before I could ask. "He awaits you outside." "Thank you, Ham," I said with a sigh. Okay. Precognition and pure thoughtful consideration were assets in a manservant, I told myself, but I could also see how they might get frustrating. Tudry was nearly deserted. More than 7/8 of its population fled. That made the streets a lot easier to get through, but as I rode by the market that served Old Town, I could tell that losing most of the city's supply infrastructure overnight was going to get problematic if we weren't going to burn it down. There were still plenty of mouths to feed, and while there were likely significant stores already in place, if we were going to keep any decent-sized force here, we'd need more. I was hailed for a password at the gate to Old Town, and the castle proper, by 2 armoured city militiamen bearing halberds. I didn't know the passwords, of course, so they had to send for their superior, who only let me pass after I demonstrated that his commander had summoned me. He was apparently not as familiar with my heroic stature as Maid Marlett had been. After that, it was easy to ride to the castle gate, which I was gratified to see was well manned by attentive guards. The last time I had been to this part of town, there had been a single unarmoured watchman with a cudgel and a dagger, there purely to keep the poor away from the rich. Most of the rich, it seemed, had fled the city already. After turning my horse over to a stable boy, I found my way into the antechamber off of the Great Hall, where a council meeting was going on. There were at least 30 men in there, discussing and arguing and shouting and posturing for each other. I could see most of my commanders were amongst them: Rogo Redshaft, Bold Ascus, Sir Caviol, and Cadell of the Hell Riders. The Baron Magonus of Green Hill was also there, with several of his men, and a lord who apparently represented the Baron of Festalen to the south. The Lord Mayor, the captains of the City Watch, and guards were there, as were several burghers who hadn't been willing to abandon their town even in the face of disaster. They were fighting about the spoils of the battle when I walked in. particularly just who would command Tudri and who would take over Castle Megalin to the north, and their attendant revenue streams. The barons of Greenhill and Festarlen both made claims to the fief, thanks to a couple of common ancestors, and they both thought that it was only proper that the Lord Mayor submit the modern fortress to their respective lords. Meanwhile, the Burghers' Council was demanding independence from all overlordship with the death of the Baron of Megalin and his only heir. My captains were trying to keep the two sides apart, while the City Watch captain was trying to figure out which side he was on. That is, which one could bribe him the most. With everyone trying to talk to everyone else, or over everyone else, there wasn't a lot of consensus happening. I spotted Asterol in one corner, watching the spectacle with a bemused expression on his face, while Azar was scowling stoically. I decided a few moments' intelligence might be worthwhile before I waded in, so I summoned the glyph and initiated a link with Asterol. "So, who's winning?" I asked, once the contact was established.
"The dead god at the moment," he said wryly. "He's the one who will take this territory. I don't want to be the bearer of bad and obvious tidings to the assembled nobility, but my guess is that their rents and revenues next year are not going to be what they expect. If anyone is harvesting a crop in northern Alshar, I haven't heard about it."
"So tell me about the players," I asked without preamble. Gilmorans have a well-deserved reputation for being skilled at etiquette, politeness, and diplomacy, as well as sensual excess. Asterol was even more adept than Mavone in terms of observing and understanding the dynamics between people, and possibly more insightful in some ways. The fat old burgher in the middle of the table is Master Licton, head of the Craft Guild Council. He's genuinely invested in the town and doesn't want to see it die. I think he'll take any deal that has the best shot at doing the job. Magonas, Baron of Green Hill, you've met. He's greedy and wants whatever he can get his hands on. Thinks the goblins are a temporary problem. So is life. How about the man in green with the imperial moustache? That's Lord Tondine, senior vassal and emissary of the Baron of Festarlen. He's a little more cautious, a little more realistic, but he wants as much of Megalin as he can carve off, preferably the whole piece. He's smart enough to know that he won't get it, but he's not going to back off unless Green Hill does. Traditional rivalries are like that, I admitted. And the City Watch and Guard? They're riding high on a hero's welcome, and are feeling suddenly important now that just about everyone else is gone. And they did spend all day yesterday killing goblins, so they're feeling their oats. The Watch is led by Sir Istebal, there, and the Guard is led by Captain Vullerin. Vullerin? The brother Mother told me about. He hadn't checked in with his secret master in a while. I could see he'd been busy, but I'd learned that you don't ignore Mother like that. Not if you valued your life. And the Lord Mayor? Lord Gesseran. He just wants someone to take charge and take over responsibility for the mess. Take charge and take over because he's smart enough to know he's just not equipped to handle this. He's a manager, not a war leader, and he's clinging to the letter of the law on his precious charter like his life depended upon it. I see. Thanks. I thought for a few moments, as Lord Tondine was expounding on the virtues of the ancestors of Festarlen. Then I contacted Azar the same way. "Which one should get it, Azar?" I asked him over the link. He looked up at me with a sudden but small smile. "Give me 2 minutes and I'll pile their screaming heads at your feet," he promised. I wish. No, we're going to have to use a political, not a military solution here. Just be ready to back me up. I'm about to put the fear of Shurul into these gentlemen, and I want to be able to present a strong and able alternative to any of these, one that equally dissatisfies everyone. Penny says that's usually the kind of policy that works best. That's a magic of which I want no part, the warrior mage grunted out loud. You just keep telling me who to kill. I left him with a mental chuckle. I thought he was joking. I waited until the Greenhill Knights had made their tired rebuttal to the Festarlen noble, including a highly glamorized account of their actions in the 2 recent battles, and then I interrupted, but not by politely clearing my throat. I did it with a flashy little spell that sent a shower of sparks, fountaining from the center of the table. None of the sparks was flammable, different kind of spell, but it was spectacular, and instantly quieted everyone in the room. Then I cleared my throat and stepped forth, as the illusion died away. "Gentlemen," I said, quietly enough so that they had to be quiet to hear me, Now that I have your attention, I think I can provide some answers to your questions."
"What questions?"
the Baron of Greenhill asked boldly.
"Clearly, my house, by the right of Lewin's law, has the sole legitimate claim."
"Stuff it!" I growled to Magonus. I was never fond of that man. There are 10,000 stinking goblin corpses outside the walls, and plenty more where they came from. These lands have no peasants, no miners, no woodsmen. It's not a viable property anymore. But take a good look. Feel free to ride through Tudry Commons, and out into the deserted villages and hamlets. See the burned cots and gutted huts. See the crops rotting in the field, and the unlucky strung from the trees by their guts. Take a really good look, my lords, because if you don't get your priorities straight, each of your lands will look like this, with your own lifeless head to stare out at your ruined domains for all of eternity, stuck on the point of some stake. That smacked them in the face a bit, as it was designed to do. The fact is, Megalin is no longer a viable fief. It's not going to produce anything, any more than Stut, Horain, Glandon, Dinar, Locaire, Gans, or Boval Vale itself will produce. The land is blighted, and yours will follow, if you don't get your shit together, and fast." "You have no right," Lord Tondine said shrilly. The Baron of Greenhill cut him off. "Watch your tongue around Marshal Spellmonger, sir," Magonus said warningly. "He can fry you to cinders with a look, if you aren't respectful." "True, but unhelpful," I observed. "All of you just shut up for a moment," I said crossly. The conversation Penny and I had returned to me, one of the many we had on the ride across southern Alshar after we escaped Boval. I was still worried about being a good leader, when Penny informed me that the key to leadership, in just about any capacity, was establishing your authority and your competency so naturally that there's never any doubt in anyone's mind just who is in charge. As a commoner, I'd been slow to grasp that subtlety, but the more I considered myself a war mage, not a mere spellmonger, the more I'd come to appreciate it. If you act like you're in charge, then people are just naturally going to assume you are in charge. "The fact is," I said with a heavy sigh, "neither of the baronies has a claim on this land, because I am placing it under the direct protection of the duchy. Furthermore, you are both to return to your castles and begin preparations to remove your women and children east, if you haven't done so already, and then prepare your castles for an extended war. I'm declaring an end to your infernal feud that has made my life difficult not once, but twice in one summer."
"I will take no orders from a wizard,"
Magonas growled. "The Temple of Huin is now attached to Tudry, under the protection of the Duke, as are all its lands. You don't have that to fight over anymore." I turned to face shocked faces on the other side of me. "Furthermore, Tudry Town has also reverted to the Duke, and its charter is null and void. There will be no more revenues from this town because there will be no more regular trade here. This is now a military outpost of the duchy. So, for that matter, is Castle Megalin," I continued, watching jaws drop all around the table. "All women and children shall be evacuated east, and the castle shall be put under the guardianship of the coronet." When I stopped long enough to take a breath, there were a dozen irate voices screaming for attention. I dropped the spell that dampened all sounds down on the room, and for a few wild moments I witnessed them panic at the sudden and unexpected change. Then they realized what had happened, who was responsible, and they all eventually settled down in their chairs. I waited until everyone's mouth was closed before I lifted the spell. "Thank you. One at a time. Baron Magonas of Greenhill, you have seniority here. You have a question."
"By just what authority do you think you can just hand over productive estates without so much as an appeal before the ducal court?"
I slapped my leather portfolio on the table and untied it, and then removed the scroll I'd been given. "Here is my authority," I said matter-of-factly. "Signed by Lord Angriel, ducal councillor, who granted it to me in the name of, and with all authority of, His Grace Lengwin of Alshar. As I am designated a special marshal of the realm, that gives me the power to dictate terms. Under the circumstances, I'm taking over Tudry." I paused a moment to let that uncomfortable thought seep into their fat heads. "That's right. I'm taking over Tudry, and Megalin too, in the Duke's name, until the emergency is abated. This entire region is now the front line in a war that may go on for generations. And you're worried who gets to collect rent on the spot? Rent from whom? You plan on demanding tribute from Gavani? I glared at them menacingly. Some of you may think that this is a temporary inconvenience, these hundreds of thousands of goblins who are marching across the land. It's not. It's going to get worse before it gets better, and it's going to get a lot bloodier. So yes, I'm placing Tudri and Megalin under the Duke's protection. For Castle Megalin, since I am certain this is going to be a key fortification for us, I am placing it under the command of War Mage Azar, I said, nodding to my startled colleague. He is one of the most powerful war magi living today. With him will go the Hellriders, commanded by Cadell, and the Cavial's company, who should get a new name, commanded by Sir Makan of Wenshar. Sir Makan was a dour-looking knight in battered but well-made armour, whom Cavial's company, the 700 who survived anyway, had elected as their captain. "A mage," scoffed the lord from Festalen. "That violates the bans to give a mage lands. A violation of law and custom." "The bans aren't as straightforward as you might think," I sneered back. "That was proven at Castal, in case you haven't heard yet. And under these circumstances, I'm placing him in military command. I'm not giving him anything. His job is to guard and maintain the fortification against the foe. Hopefully, Azar has proven himself in battle for your satisfaction. But most importantly, he doesn't come from either one of your rustic baronies. That way neither side can say I tried to favour one over the other later." "But what about Tudri?" the mayor said, his voice almost a whine. "As a military outpost, Tudri must have a military commander. Master Asterol will serve in that capacity for the time being. I charge him with fortifying and strengthening this place against future incursions and sieges, and to transform it into a staging ground for our defences. And, God's willing, perhaps someday an offence." "Preposterous!" insisted the fat old burgher. "No magi may rule. That's the essence of the bans." "I think you might find enforcement lax under the circumstances," I observed coldly. "If you want to file a complaint with the ducal court wizard, or even the censor general, be my guest. But I don't think you'll be satisfied with the answer." I turned to the rest of them. "We're at war, gentlemen, and I expect all of you, each and every one of you, to consider yourselves actively serving in the defence of the realm from this moment on. Your lands will be forfeit if you decline. Perhaps you can find someone with a vacant estate someplace in the east who needs you, but if you aren't prepared to help, then I don't want you here. You follow my orders, or you go." "You think that you can merely wave a scrap of parchment under our noses and we'll bend over and grab our ankles for you, spellmonger?" Lord Tondine asked imperiously. "Yes, actually," Azar said casually, which sounded more threatening than shouting would have. "I believe he can." "Now hold on there, spellmonger," the Baron Magonas said adamantly. "You're a fine war leader, I'll admit, and I suppose you know your craft well enough. But these are mightier concerns than befit your head. Let the nobility—" "There is no alternative," I said, flatly as I could, slapping the table after each enunciated word. "This isn't a matter of inheritance or rights or anything but our survival." I turned toward the map of the local area that had been spread out over the table from yesterday's strategies. We know the baronies west of here have fallen, their people killed, captured, or escaped. We know the baronies east of here are intact. That makes Tudri and Magellan, and the rest of you, for that matter, on the front lines. And we're going to lose ground a lot faster than we make it. Eventually we'll have to provision and strengthen each castle around the frontier of the Penumbra lands, I said, recalling what good old Taran had labelled them, and they will have to employ Irianite-bearing war magi in order to maintain a credible defence.
"But we cannot be ruled by magi,"
insisted one of the older Castle Magellan knights forcefully, as if the idea was perverse to the Wilderlord. "Azar has military command under my orders," I informed him. "Select a Wilderlord amongst yourselves to administer civil control if you must, if there are any left to control. As far as Tudri is concerned, while Master Asterol is an outstanding war mage, He isn't familiar with local conditions. I will not have some common mage ordering me about, the Lord Mayor said resolutely. The bands?
Who do you think you're calling common, sir?
Asteral said, his Gilmoran drawl indicating he was offended. There was a dangerous look in his eye. Asteral has a lot of professional pride.
I am the scion of cotton lords who count their fathers amongst the original nobility of the Narase.
If I hear one more word about the bands, warned Azar in a menacing tone, I'm going to get angry. When I get angry, I lose control. When I lose control, he said, pausing dramatically and smiling faintly, empires topple. That made the Lord Mayor blanch. You have to admire Azar's sense of style. As I was saying, I said, with a special emphasis, Master Asteral isn't familiar with local conditions such as they are. As far as civil administration goes, the current regime may continue unless you want to leave. But I warn you, if you stay, this is not going to be the Tudri of your memory. Those days are gone. That town is gone, and it is unlikely ever to return. Tudri will be a military camp under military rule, and the military commander I appoint is Master Asteral. I, for one, refuse to accept such a thing, insisted the Lord Mayor. I was starting to not like him. Tudri has a charter, which I just suspended, I reminded him. He ignored me. Tudri has a tradition of independent civil authority, which I just ended, I pointed out. Tudri is not going to be the plaything of wizards and goblins, he demanded, pounding his fist impotently on the table. It's a vital, proud, and prosperous town. It was a vital, proud, and prosperous town, I corrected. Even when it was vital, proud, and prosperous, it was ugly as a veteran doxy on Horse Street. It will be a hardened fortress to act as a bulwark against the coming hordes. War Magi will be an essential part of that. I don't know who you think you are, you Castale usurper, Lord Gesseran said with a contemptuous sneer. But I am connected to some very powerful people in Verone. You may think you have control here, but you do not, I assure you. I have served this town more than half of my life, and I am not going to see it bargained away as some spellmonger's spoils. Not when I've worked so hard. My lord, I urge you to consider your words carefully, Asteral interjected. Gesseran ignored him. If the Duke wants to take a hand here, that's his right. But there is no possibility the proud people of Tudri are going to kneel before a spellmonger when danger is at their door. They'll come to their proper leaders. It's a violation of our charter. It's an usurpation of ducal authority and traditional rules of inheritance. It violates the bans on magic, and it will invite the wrath of the censorate down on... Suddenly, Lord Gesseran burst into an intense spout of flame that consumed him utterly, the single terrified scream on his lips ending as his lungs burned away in the flames. Everyone in the room panicked and called for water or a blanket, but it was too late. The Lord Mayor slumped forward onto the table, burned to a cinder and dead as the hundreds who were still being brought in by wagons from the field. "Dear gods!" the Baron Magonas of Greenhill whispered, staring at the corpse who had been arguing passionately just moments before.
"I warned him,"
growled Azar, sheathing a war wand in its holster on his harness.
"He mentioned the bands again, and I warned him. You all heard me." "Azar!" reproved Asteral harshly. "You've ruined this table."
"Ruined stuff!" gasped Lord Tondine. "You've murdered him, killed him dead."
"I can't be held responsible for that. If I tell a man I'll kill him if he does something, I have to back it up, do I not?" he asked the appalled faces around him, as if it was the most reasonable thing in the world to ask. The Tudri men were gasping in horror. Azar looked back to me. "I'm sorry, Captain. I believe you were saying something." Yes, I was," I said firmly. Azar had just burned a man to ashes right in front of me, for not much more reason than he found him annoying.
That shocked me in ways I didn't expect. But I was surprised to see the effect of the unexpected execution was sudden and forceful. Everyone in the room looked upon us war magi with new respect and a modicum of fear. I could work with that. The disposition shall go as I've ordered. Civil administration in Tudri, now that the Lord Mayor is unavailable, I said, glancing pointedly at the smouldering corpse at our feet, shall go to Captain Volerin of the City Guard, I said, as if I was choosing someone at random. Please consult with me after this meeting. I have some specific instructions in mind, I added casually. He nodded blankly, staring at the burned body on the floor. Now, to more immediate concerns, I said, ignoring the burned corpse sitting at the table and moving on. No, I didn't want the Lord Mayor dead, but if he was, and I couldn't do anything about it, I figured to use the situation to its best advantage. Once the battlefields are policed, the bodies will need to be burned. Orphans are on it, Boldascus assured me. We got some help from the militia. Next, I want patrols riding out every half day, all over this country. Cavalry for ranging, infantry for sentries and pickets, but I want this entire region buttoned up so tight we can hear a goblin fart in a thunderstorm. I'll want the town fully provisioned for a siege. I want the outer walls strengthened, and I want abandoned homes and shops converted to barracks for the thousands of soldiers who will be stationed here. At whose expense? One of the other knights asked, worriedly. At the Duchy's, I assured him, so take it up with the Duke, or the Censor General, or go pray to the gods for all I care. Just stop acting like a bunch of carrion birds fighting over a rotting corpse, and go do your jobs. How many days before the dead god can bring another force to bear on us? Not as many as we'd like, I assure you. Chapter 18. I meet Mother and the rest of the family. Wilderhall, midsummer. I arrived at the Duke's Tower on time, my manservant dogging my heels and making me look important by holding doors and speaking with other servants on my behalf. I felt like a complete idiot, letting him do all that, but it was expected at court. Ham did a fine job, however, and within half an hour I was admitted to the river gardens. Her Grace was seated on a stone bench in the afternoon sun in a grassy sward, bounded by a sinuously winding brick wall, which was at architectural odds with the rest of the castle. There were about a dozen ladies in waiting seated around her, chatting, talking, and, well, waiting. One was playing a lap harp with impressive skill, filling the fragrant garden with sweet-sounding melodies. A much younger woman was sitting next to her, holding a lap desk, a quill, a sheaf of parchment, sealing wax, and all the accoutrements of a scribe. She was wearing a head shawl in the Ramiran style, but she favoured the Duchess enough for me to tell she was related. Their daughter, Radine. Their son, Tavard, was squire to some southern count, getting well seasoned and tutored to run his realm one day. By all accounts he was as brave, handsome, and intelligent as you could ask, but few rumours spread about Radine's attributes, save that their graces were entertaining offers of marriage. Your Grace, I bowed after the herald announced me. Master Minalan the Spellmonger. She smiled politely and nodded to acknowledge my courtesy. Master Minalan, may I present Her Excellency, Countess Radine, my daughter. I bowed as low as I could, offering the lass a smile. She wasn't pretty exactly, but she wasn't unattractive either. Long black hair, a remnant of her Ramiran ancestry, set off a face full of freckles and pretty green eyes. So, you are the mage who was causing all the ruckus, Radine said casually. I had no idea you were so handsome. Most magi tend to be old men or spinsters. I may be either before the end of the day, Excellency, I said, charmingly. I live an interesting life. So you do, Master Minalan, the Duchess agreed. Just this morning, General Hartarian arrived at Wilderhall 2 full days before we looked for him. He killed 7 horses getting here from Wenshire. The General is nothing if not prompt, I said. I take it he's in good health, Your Grace? So far, Grandine said, her lips tightening into a slight smile. He is in conference with his aides and my husband, His Grace, discussing your interesting proposal. More like extortion, if you ask me. Radine snorted in a most unladylike way. Has anyone even seen you use that little green pebble everyone is so upset about? "I used it to correct the vision of one of the castellans," I admitted, "but I'd be delighted to offer a demonstration of its power, if your grace requests." "Would you? Something impressive. It usually takes Master Dunstan hours to do anything worthwhile, or even anything mortals can see," Radine said. "With the Duchess' permission?" I asked, and got a single nod in response. Taking a deep breath, I withdrew the stone from the bag around my neck and placed it in my left palm. I held it out so that the ladies of the court could all see it, though I politely requested that they not venture to touch it. When you touch a witchstone you aren't attuned to, the result could be bad. If you touched one and you had no magical talent, well, I could only assume it would be worse. I closed my eyes and drew power from the stone while my mind selected the symbolic elements necessary for me to accomplish my goal. That sort of spell once would have been painstakingly difficult to plan, and would have taken hours to execute, and I would never have been able to effect as much as I could with Irianite. But I raised my hand, plucked a rose from the bush to give me a pattern to work with, and made a couple of pointless but impressive hand gestures, and snapped, and every rose in the river garden turned bright yellow. There were gasps and exclamations from the ladies, and the harpist stopped playing to stare. I opened my eyes and enjoyed the wonder in everyone's eyes. Then I put my stone away. "Was that a sufficient demonstration, Your Grace?" "That was quite adequate, Master Minalan," she smiled, more genuinely this time. "Will this spell keep?" "I'm afraid your garden will produce nothing but yellow roses until I break the spell," I said. "I do hope your Grace likes yellow as much as red." "Far more, actually," she said approvingly. "That was impressive, Master Minalan, but you cannot defeat the goblin horde with roses, now can you?" "I never said I could defeat them at all, Your Grace," I corrected gently. "I said I could fight them and win, but I cannot defeat them. Not yet. Not now. Still, if you can stem the tide—" "That is my greatest intention, Your Grace, provided my conditions are met." She surveyed me carefully, and her eyes narrowed in the slightest. "A duchess with more time to reflect might question such a mercenary attitude from one who believes so fervently in the necessity of the cause." I prayed for eloquence. I know, there should be some sort of powerful spell to make you eloquent under pressure, but I hadn't found one yet. I never thought I might need one. So prayer was my next best bet, and I issued a silent plea to Heras, the Narasi god of travellers, thieves, and politicians, to guide my tongue. "Your Grace, I believe so fervently in the cause that I refuse to pursue any course of action that does not offer the greatest protection to the greatest number, and advance the hope, and it is only a hope, at this point I'm afraid, of us eventually finding some weakness in the dead god's defences. I seek to preserve as much of the Five Duchies' strength as possible against the future struggle, a struggle I know in my heart must and will come. I have made that my mission, not for personal glory or honour or riches, or for the honour of the Duchy of Castal or any other, but simply because I know of no one else in all the lands who might even stand to combat the forces arrayed against us, much less prevail against them. I feel so strongly in this that I am willing to contest the will of any or all of the Five Dukes, the Censor General, or Duin the Destroyer himself, in order to pursue what I feel is the best course of action. I hoped Heras heard me. I'm not devout for any god, but if there was ever a time where a god of eloquence would come in handy, it would be now. "I believe your sincerity, Spellmonger," she said coolly, the first time she had addressed me as anything but Master Minalan since the interview began. "Indeed, your fervour would be welcome in any temple in the land. But are you not assuming quite a bit by insisting that you, and you alone, are equipped to deal with this foe? If some other mage can find a way to break the bond between the Irianite shards and the dead god, then perhaps," I conceded. "But unless it is one of my war magi who does it, then whatever champion or general the Duchies place in charge of the war will still not have the one qualification I have." She looked at me expectantly. "And that is?" "He won't be one who has stared into the eyeless face of the foe, felt his hatred wrap around your mind, and lived to tell the tale. Sure, it was boastful. I survived the encounter. I had a right to boast." "But does that make you a fit and wise leader?" Radine asked, an eyebrow cocked. "You're fair of face and form, speak like a warrior in a courtier's voice, and you tell a most compelling tale, Spellmonger. Your spells are potent enough, she added, nodding toward the sea of yellow roses. But how does that make you fit to guide us, then, when there are older, wiser, more experienced heads for whom war is not merely a profession, but a way of life? Your Excellency is wise to ask, I conceded. The truth is, I do not know everything about the foe, or about waging war, or about magic or witchstones. I certainly don't know how to organize the way that will be necessary to counter the dead god. I'm pretty good at what I do, and I've been pretty lucky so far, and the honest truth is that I could be talking myself into a quick and inglorious death, or worse, capture and torment by the dead god. But I cannot cede this burden to any other, Your Grace, I admitted, though nothing would please me more. Until I am certain that the immediate threat is abated, and that we are prepared to counter this enemy in perpetuity, I won't be able to rest long enough even to see my first child born. Mother and daughter exchanged a meaningful look, which I didn't know the meaning of. Frustrating. Finally, the Duchess stood. That meant everyone else stood. "Walk with me, spellmonger," she said in a mysterious tone of voice. She could be about to order me thrown into the river or hand over the coronet of Castall. I bowed and offered her my arm. She led me down the gentle slope, past a statue of some legendary ancestor of the Duke, at a leisurely stroll. You know, when I first came to Wilderhall, it was little more than a draughty old castle with too many hunting trophies hanging on the walls, a menagerie of death. My mother-in-law hated the place, and came up with any excuse to spend the summer south. I rather liked it, especially the wild roses. When Rod made it his practice to relocate here in the summer, I insisted that he plant the river garden here, within the walls, but within sight of the bridge and the river and the hills. It's lovely, I said sincerely. As a boy, I always remember the ducal barges passing up and down river to Wilderhall. I'm afraid it's not quite as impressive as I imagined. A good deal less dragons. The flagstones aren't made of gold, and not a giant in sight. She laughed, a warm, indulgent laugh, well-practiced but no less sincere. It's the air I like best. Master Minalan, I'm beginning to trust you, and that's dangerous. How so, Your Grace? I asked quietly. Because once I trust you, I have high expectations that you will continue to earn that trust. And when I become disappointed in those I trust, the consequences can be unpleasant. I'm sure you have had it whispered that I'm the real power behind my lord husband's rule. Your Grace, I have been in Wilderhall less than a week, and I've barely had time to get a mug of beer, much less indulge in idle gossip. A diplomatic response, she smiled, and not completely honest, I'll wager. But there is an element of truth to that rumour. My lord husband is a good man, perhaps even a great man. He is wise and just and kind and merciful. He has seen his realm in victory, and larger than his sires left it to him. His high nobles love or fear him, and there hasn't been rebellion against him in 10 years. And the reason that he enjoys such a high repute among commoner and noble alike is because I am a good and dutiful wife, loyal to his command. I have no doubt that his grace depends upon the stability and serene wisdom your grace bestows within the realm of matrimony, I said, mentally squirming uncomfortably. You mistake my meaning, Minalan. I am indeed a good wife, in the traditional sense, but I also serve as my lord husband's ears and eyes to the realm, and, at need, his hand. I have spent my reign cultivating spies and agents among the common people, the merchant classes, the temples, the fleets, the magi, and the courts of 100 peers across the 5 duchies. They see and hear and whisper it in an ear that sends that information to me. And when the security of the duchy and its people is in peril, I remove the threat. As she spoke, she reached out and plucked a rose from its stem, quickly snapping the thick fibre with a decisive twist of her fingers. I looked down at the rose and took a moment to reflect. The Duchess of Castall had just suggested that she was a spymaster. Your Grace, may I ask how you remove the threat? Well, she said, regarding the rose, it depends upon the threat. But do you remember hearing Count Charant of Colmont died so tragically last winter? I do remember hearing about that, I admitted. The old gentleman had been returning from prayers at his family temple when he slipped on a patch of ice and bashed his head against the stairs. It had been seen by the nobility as the tragic loss of a great elder statesman and adept ruler. It had been seen by the commoners as a sign of the gods' disfavour. Do you remember the lovely young blonde woman in the cream-coloured gown near the entrance? That's Lady Esmara. She was escorting Count Charant at the time. When I heard that he was plotting to lead a rebellion against my lord husband, with the backing of some Ramiran barons, I sent word to Lady Esmara. She dashed the old coot's grey head against the steps, and then let him bleed for 100 heartbeats before she ran to get the guard. I paled, despite myself. I did remember that woman, and she really was lovely. She is not the only agent of mine. The olive-skinned lady who was embroidering that pretty scarf is Lady Aralai of Drenfield. Last year, she seduced a Merwini grain merchant, earned his confidence, learned the identities of the Duke of Merwin's spies in my court, and then drove a knitting needle into his ear while he slept. The harpist is Sister Faris, of the Wilderhall Temple of Ishi. She knows 20 ways to poison a man that mimic 20 naturally occurring maladies. Lady Vret strangled the mistress of Baron Jindal in summer spree during the Baron's daughter's name-day celebration, and left her corpse in his bed as a message. Dame Belland slit the throat of an entire family. She recited the list of murders and other crimes as if she was giving me a cookie recipe. My blood ran colder as I realized that this sweet, kind, gentle matron was not merely a power broker, not just the power behind the throne. She was a mass murderer on a holy mission, with little or no compunction about ending a life, or a village full of lives. Now, you might think from this admission that I'm some sort of bloodthirsty tyrant, like Duke Edfar of Vore, or the Black Duke of Alshar. Nothing could be further from the truth. I do not relish this role, or even enjoy it, but it is a necessary one. In my father's time, there was an obsequious dandy in the court of Alshar who handled such delicate matters while plotting against my father. When my husband and I assumed our thrones, I retired the gentleman who provided the same services for Castal, and I gradually took over his duties. In the process, I transformed the office, for office it is. Every duchy needs information, Minalan, information upon which wise policies can be made, including the quiet elimination of threats. Who better positioned to lead such an effort than I? The Duchess is above reproach, incorruptible, and beyond the possibility of treason or scandal. And I have schooled my daughter in this subtle art as well. She will lead the effort when I am gone, or for her new husband, whomever he might be. Your Grace, I am near speechless, I said finally, my mouth agape. Of course you are, dear boy. It's a horrible, horrible thing for an old lady to have to do. But it's more horrible to watch one's sons die because of stupidity or poor intelligence. I cannot entrust this to anyone else, so I take care of it myself. And this is not widely known. Most of the court is aware, of course, she admitted, but most of the nobility, even the peers, do not know the extent of my role. That was unfortunate. So your revelation to me is a confidence, Your Grace. I waved my hand over the roses she still bore, and when I took it away, the flower was the darkest blood red. She smiled at the trick, and it wasn't warm at all this time. A confidence, if you like. To put it another way, you have just been recruited to my effort. Like it or not, you will either accept my patronage and my influence on His Grace's decisions, or you will not, in which case something terrible may well happen to you. Your Grace, I mean no disrespect, I said, swallowing harshly, and feeling a little vomit at the back of my throat, but it cannot have escaped your notice that I am well defended. And it cannot have escaped your notice that no matter how powerful a mage you might be, or will be, you cannot seal yourself away in a tower and be effective. You must have human contact, and anyone you might meet could be my agent, whether it's poison, a duel, a tragic riding accident, a fortune of war. One way or another, if I will you to die, then only the gods may spare you. I do not mean to belittle your powers, spellmonger, but you would not be the first magi to die by my order. Even the first with Irianite. ask Auriel Pratt? I raised my eyebrows. Clearly she was suggesting that she was partially behind the prosecution of the Farisi campaign. I didn't want to question her power to her face, of course, but I found that far-fetched. Still, she seemed confident about it. "So you are recruiting me," I said slowly. "Drafting me, in essence, again." A small chuckle escaped her lips. "I suppose I am. Recalling you to active service might be a more appropriate term, but the result is the same. My daughter and I were impressed with your answers about why you wanted to fight this menace so badly, and why you were so adamant about precisely why it must be done your way. We questioned your motives, of course. One isn't a duchess long before you question every motive of every courtier, even your family. But when given an opportunity to relent, you stood firm and took responsibility, not for your own aggrandizement or enrichment, but on behalf of the people of the duchies." I shrugged as casually as I could. "I spoke my heart, Your Grace. Nothing more." "Exactly," she sighed. "I know you are common-born. Nothing to be ashamed of, my boy. And indeed I find it quite refreshing. Noblemen are always so damned entitled, even when they are being magnanimous. They don't think of their people as much as their property, even the good ones. But you speak sense. You speak it clearly, and gods help you. You speak it very persuasively." "Thank you, Your Grace," I said, my throat dry. "Don't thank me. You've attracted my notice. That may well prove the death of you. But I must ask, will you serve, willingly, honestly, and loyally? Or will you refuse my offer, and the obligation it comes with? Let me know now, Minalan, and be true with your words. For if I decide you've betrayed me, it won't be just you who pays the price. My agents will seek out your family, your father and mother, your sisters, their husbands and children, and your intended bride and her unborn child, and send you all into death together." "Your Grace makes a compelling argument," I said diplomatically, "and I would be a fool to reject an offer so kindly made, and so plainly stated. I will add a provision of my own, however. If I feel the goals of your organization conflict with my goal of preserving the 5 duchies against the dead god, we may have words, madam, threats or no. That has to be my highest priority, even if it is at odds with some scheme or plot of yours." "Fair enough," she said after a long pause. "I rarely bargain with my spies, but you are not an ordinary spy, are you? Very well. If we are to bargain, then let us be plain in our dealings. You work for me when needed, and I will intercede on your behalf with my husband. Further, even if he is reluctant, I will ensure no violence will come to you from the Censor General. He wouldn't be the first one who has been removed from office." It was strange. I immediately felt a sense of relief. If anyone could protect me from Hartarian's wrath, it was this scheming, dangerous old crone. Of course, by accepting her patronage. Matronage? I was trading one dire consequence for another. Not an enviable position to be in. "That would be most kind of you," I nodded. "Further, I ask that you inform me of everything. Any little thing you think may be important to the security of the duchy, I want you to pass along to me. In turn, if I may render assistance to you without revealing myself, I shall. But there is one more thing." "Yes, Your Grace." "I require a witchstone." That surprised me as much or more than anything else she had said. "Your Grace?" I asked, stunned. "Am I mistaken in thinking that you are talented as well as a duchess?" She smirked at me. "No, I have no talent, but there are those under my command who do, and it seems that having a stone would be of great benefit to my efforts." "You are correct," I conceded. "However, any stone given by my hand is a loan, not a gift. I must take an oath from the recipient, and teach them the rudiments of the attunement to the stone." She nodded. "I will allow this, with the understanding that I expect a certain amount of leniency in judging its use. I can appreciate the power and potency of your Ilionite oath as a necessary check on the power of a mage thus equipped. Indeed, I doubt I would have sided with you without it. But just as I admire and support the codes of chivalry, I also know that there are times and places where the wisest course means abandoning them, at least temporarily, and doing what needs to be done without honour's consideration. The mage who takes this stone will be sworn to my service first. They will be doing things which may offend your moral sensibilities. Understood and agreed. I sighed. As long as the recipient is qualified, I see no obstacle to that. And the lifting of the bands. A law long overdue for review and reflection, she said with a trace of scorn. I've often thought that we gave up too much in binding magi the way we have. The wonders of the magocracy were many, and the potential of magic to improve the realms of man is great. Since I think the danger of imperial guerrillas re-establishing the empire is probably abated, she said wryly, then the motive for the law in the first place is no longer active. I decided against mentioning that the Order of the Secret Tower, a 400-year-old underground organization of the descendants of those same guerrillas, was alive and well, and now had a stone of their own. 2, if you counted pennies. Really, it wouldn't have helped my case, and either she already knew about them, or she didn't need to. That wasn't my decision to make. Thank you, Your Grace, I said humbly. Besides, she continued as if she hadn't heard me, right now the bands hamper our sword arm, when we need every weapon at hand to fight against this abomination. Making the magically talented, noble and common alike, commit to magic as a profession or give it up entirely. That's an artificial restriction that has long done more harm than good. So yes, Minalan, the bans will be lifted. In Castal, anyway, and likely what's left of Alshar. As I said, I am recruiting you into my organization, she continued, glancing at the height of the sun in the sky. Let me tell you a few things about it, as it may prove useful, and that will make you more useful to me. Firstly, my people are known as my family, and our operation is the family business. I am known as Mother, and wherever I am is the Hearth. My most important agents are my daughters and sons. They tend to be my most highly trained, highly placed, and most highly effective agents, and have considerable authority. If someone claims to be Mother's daughter, or Mother's son, then obey them, or at least understand that they act on my behalf. If you suspect treachery, then merely ask them where the baby is. The baby. It's a subterfuge, she said reasonably. If they answer anything but, she's safe at the hearth, then you know they are not my true children. Any agents below them are generally known as cousins, and armed agents in my service, and there are more than a few, are known as my stepsons, not stepdaughters. There are, she conceded, but you do not need to know about them yet. To continue, after myself and Radin, the third in command is Lady Annette. Lady Annette? I asked, surprised. The Duke's Minister of Lands and Estates seemed 6 years older than dirt, and half asleep at the best of times. Yes, the same, she agreed. Who would expect an innocuous old biddy of being a ruthless spymaster? She collects the information in her office, considers it, and then passes it in the direction it needs to go. She's invaluable at the task. In fact, it is she who set me on this path so many years ago. I'll never look at an old lady the same way again, I promised, shaking my head in wonder. No, I expect you won't, she chuckled. One more thing. When you have gathered some interesting information and wish to pass it to the hearth, then just speak to my new valet, I asked bluntly. That startled her. Then her eyes narrowed. You are wiser than you appear, Spellmonger, she said admiringly. That isn't hard with my face, I quipped. Still, Hamlin came to me just a little too easily, and primed me with just a little too much helpful information for that to have been a coincidence. You are correct, she nodded. I had Harren, who is one of my sons, suggested to you. If you had been reluctant, another way would be found. Is Hamlin one of your sons, too? No, he's merely a cousin, although he was a stepson for a few years. The man is handy with a dagger in the kidneys, by all accounts. I instantly wanted to scratch the skin over my own, and suppressed it. He seems a jolly enough fellow for a spy. He is quite resourceful, for a commoner, she agreed, and far smarter than he lets on. But he will be absolutely loyal to you. When he is not being absolutely loyal to you, I finished. Is that a problem, Master Minalan? I shrugged again. I don't see why. As long as he does his duties as given, we should be able to get along admirably. If you want to spy on me, you're going to do it anyway. And I can only assume that one of your children would get your protection and the benefit of your influence. So, I guess I'm in. Then it is settled, she said resolutely. You will become one of my sons, and I will be your new mother. And between the two of us we will overturn these bans, fight the goblin foe, and preserve the duchies. Shall I swear an oath, Your Grace? She shook her grey head. Either you will keep your word and be loyal, or you will not, and you will die. Once you enter my family, the only way out is death. Oaths will only bind those who will be bound by them, whatever the priests say about the justice of the divine. Fair enough, I nodded. Is there anything further, Your Grace? She considered. Perhaps amuse my ladies with some more of your feats of magic? She asked. A private display would help convince them of the powers involved, as I send them about their tasks. I bowed. It would be a pleasure, Your Grace, I said. Then I will retire to my afternoon nap. She sighed and yawned. No doubt I shall see you tonight, when my Lord Husband and General Hartarian will question you. Until then, Your Grace, I said, handing her off to one of her guardsmen. As I watched her stroll leisurely back into the castle proper, I realized that while Salgo was a ruthless warrior, and Kindine was a political power of mythic proportions, I had probably just met the most dangerous person in the castle, in the duchy. Chapter 19. The Shadow Looms. Tudri Town, late summer. 3 days after the Battle of Tudri Commons, there was a pyramid of stacked, severed goblin heads just south of the Great Western Road, downwind of the town, mostly. I could see it from the room in one of the squat towers of the castle, which I'd adopted as a temporary office. The pyramid was covered with carrion birds as thick as fleas on a stray dog, and little fights would break out between them over the choice bits with predictable regularity. Meanwhile, here in my office, a different kind of carrion bird was trying to find the choice bits of the corpse of Megalyn and was willing to fight about it. I've told you more than once that you aren't getting those 2 villages, I said evenly. Fesdalen has more important things to concern itself with than 2 empty hamlets. We can find peasants to replace them, Lord Tondine said dismissively. But if no one asserts authority there, then Fesdalen will have chaos on our frontiers. Authority over whom? I demanded, whirling around to face the Lord. There is no one there who isn't furry and 4 feet tall, and the lands aren't going to get up and walk away. You worry about chaos on your frontier. That stench you smell is but a tithe of what awaits, as I've repeatedly said. Yet you and your liege persist in squabbling about who has the right to claim non-existent rents from empty lands. Look to your own defences, Tondine, I warned. That is Lord Tondine, the man reminded me sourly. Be certain you don't forget that. Clearly it annoyed this noble that a mere commoner was obstructing his master's plans. It was bad enough I was a mage, but a mage and a commoner both. That offended his dignity. You can be certain I won't, I replied darkly. That took him aback, as he realized that he had, yet again, annoyed me. Now, shall I arrange an escort for you back to your lands? There is the matter of the Temple of Huin, in our northernmost province. It's not your northernmost province anymore, I observed. The temple is ducal property now. That is patently unfair, he began in his irritating manner. Since we have enjoyed the revenue generated, do you know what's unfair? I interrupted, that 20 or 30,000 people had to leave their homes behind in Tudri to flee for their lives, that thousands more perished in the fields outside, hundreds were brutally tortured to death, and to the west entire baronies have disappeared. Yet you, my lord, I said, emphasizing the title sarcastically, are as yet unscathed by battle. Just where were you when the horde was attacking?
I had a duty to see to my lord's interests, he protested. We both knew that his cowardly ass never left the relative safety of Tudri's walls. I slammed my fist down on the table in front of me hard enough to interrupt him. Your lord's interests are secondary to the interests of your duchy, I muttered darkly, and tertiary to the interests of the war. Go back to him and explain your failure while you can do so without shackles, Lord Tondine. The little cockerel stood defiantly. Your legal claim to military rule here is shaky, spellmonger, he said bitingly. That parchment won't hold up in the ducal court before Lenguin himself. It's signed by a mere functionary, a cowardly lickspittle whose authority is meagre at best. I'll have you know that my lord is a sworn sword brother of his grace, and when that day comes, I look forward to hearing your robust arguments. Since that day is not today, kindly show yourself the door and do me the favour of getting on your horse and getting the hell out of Tudri. I've wasted far more time with you than I have to spare already, and I don't intend to waste any more. You've done your duty. You've appealed to the highest authority available. You've failed. Don't compound your failure with a summary execution. Lord Tondine didn't have a good answer for that, nor did he doubt my resolve, after Azar burned a man alive. So he left without another word. I counted that a favour I owed him. I had tried to avoid the hazards of being a military governor by delegating authority and responsibility to my men, Azar and Asteral in particular. The former had returned to Castle Megalin and had begun putting the fortress on a permanent war footing. The latter had managed to cobble together an administration out of the ruins of Tudri's old government, mostly with the help of the guilds who remained, and with the assistance of the city guard. That left me to handle only those matters too great for their purview, like irritants such as Lord Tondine. My next interview was with Captain Valerian of the Guard. It was the first time since the battle I had been able to speak with him. Since then we'd both been extremely busy afterwards. Ham ushered the big mail-clad man in and then brought us 2 glasses of wine I was about to ask for, along with a smug smile. "Captain," I said, raising my glass in his direction. "Captain," he nodded, raising his own. "What shall we drink to? How about our mother?" That startled him far more than I'd expected. He quickly glanced around the small room as if there were a dozen spies hiding under the table. Then he eyed me carefully. "If we drink to our mother," he said carefully, "then perhaps you might know where the baby is?" "She's safe at the hearth," I assured him. He relaxed, but he wasn't off guard in the slightest. "Indeed, Mother is anxious that you haven't written of late." Valerian nodded his big shaggy head. "I barely know how, and I've been a bit busy the last few weeks. I hope she will understand. She's just worried. You know how she is. In any case, I don't think you would have brought her up if you didn't have some family business to attend to." "Indeed," I agreed. "She's asked that you help this poor son figure out where the pitfalls are around here, politically. I know the family has a presence in council," I acknowledged with a nod toward him, "but who are the other players?" "Well, the guildmasters are always a power," he conceded, "but their interests are fairly straightforward. There is me, and then there is Sir Istebal. He was appointed by the Baron, as was his right, and was a loyal man to him until the end. Now, with his Excellency dead, he is adrift. It might not take much to lure his allegiance to the family. But, truthfully, the biggest obstacle is the one your man burned to death in council," he admitted. "The Lord Mayor was a tool of some interests in the south, mercantile interests which might oppose the family business in some ways." "South?" I asked. "South Alshar or South Castal?" "South," he said simply. "They're known by a number of different names. The Crew, the Pack, the Brotherhood. But their symbol is the wharf rat. We call them the Rat Crew, usually. What they call themselves, well, we aren't sure." I was intrigued. "So what do they do?" Valerian shrugged. "Whatever they want. Smuggling, thieving, raiding, looting, piracy. Half of the port officials in Anultramar are on their secret payrolls. It's rumoured that they began as a crew of shipwrecked pirates a few hundred years ago, back when the western ports weren't more than fishing villages. They had an island or something in Anultramar and some treasure, and one of their captains became the first King Rat. They took over the wharfs and the ports, or Al-Shah, to the point where no whore on the coasts can drop to her knees without paying them a toll on her way down. They used to be content with such simple enterprises. But now their dirty fingers are everywhere. They're a bloody-handed crew as well. Cutthroats in deed as well as name. They use small, thin knives for their dirty work. Rat's whiskers, they're called. They like to push one through your left ear until it comes out your right. So how did they come to Tudri? I asked, wincing at the description. One of the Lord Rats, those other territorial governors, if you like. One of the Lord Rats won an interest in one of the lead mines in some unsavoury way. He sent a trusted lieutenant here to oversee it, and to conquer some new territory for their criminal enterprises. Within a few years, the Lord Mayor was living in the purse of the Lord Rat. And Duke Lenguin didn't do anything about that. Valerian made a sour face. If His Grace concerns himself with the Wilderlands beyond hawking and hunting, it is a state secret. His court, as well, is infiltrated by the crew. Their agents haunt the palace both in Verone and Phalas, particularly surrounding the Lord of the Coasts, almost as many as Mother does. But when your man Azar killed the Lord Mayor, he also killed the biggest opposition to the family business in Tudri. I will be happy to inform Mother as much, he added. Good. She'll be pleased to hear it, I think. Hard to tell what that woman was really pleased with, if anything. So how do you rate Captain Asterol as a governor, Valerian? Oh, he's a fair enough one so far, the big Wilderlord said approvingly. Seems made for the job. Has a real eye for keeping things moving, finding good people, and seeing past all of the dung that usually piles up around a council meeting. And he's a warrior, too, no doubt about it. Glad you approve. Now, if you ever need to get in touch with me about family business, you can contact my servant Hamlin, who showed you in. He's a cousin of ours. Valerian nodded. I'll keep that in mind. Now, if I may, Captain, can I ask you what you see in Tudri's future? I'm assuming you're asking for a legitimate guess, and not a scrying of the future, I postulated. I'd say that Tudri is going to end up as our advanced base against the dead god. It's only 5 days' march away from Beauval Vale, and it's the strongest, largest defensible point in the north. He sagged. Then we are doomed. Not necessarily. I have a few more war magi arriving to help strengthen the tower further in a couple of days, as well as prepare for a more long-term defense. But until then, enjoy the light duty. With 25,000 fewer residents to patrol, your men should be at ease for a while, until the soldiers start showing up in earnest. I'll remind them of that, next time I catch them muttering. He chuckled. We exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then he went back to his duty. Everything well, Master? Hamlin asked, curiously. He's a loyal son, I agreed. He's just been preoccupied. He warned me about the rat crew, too. That makes Mother's note a little clearer. And apparently their chief agent in Tudri was killed in council, so we shouldn't have many problems with them. Hamlin nodded sagely. The family has run afoul of the crew before. Nasty brutes, he agreed. I had no idea that they were this far north. Make certain that Mother does, if you don't mind, I instructed him, including in Duke Lenguin's court. That should give her something to think about. That seemed to disturb Hamlin more than I thought it should. I wondered what he knew about the crew that I didn't. I could ask him if I wanted a lot of vague generalities and useless information. I made a mental note to investigate the matter further, as my last appointment of the day came in. Master Comoran. Comoran was a magi. Technically, he was an enchanter, but he specialized. He was from southern Al-Shah, but had served as a war magi across the duchies before a wound made him too lame to fight. Instead of retiring to be a spellmonger, or look for a teaching position, or a court in need of a mage, he turned his studies to the creation of mage blades and other enchanted weapons. He could have made a lot more in the east, no doubt. Magi in general are thin on the ground in Al-Shah, and war magi even less so. But he liked Tudri, and it was close by to the high-quality Al-Shari iron mines, and there were other reasons too, he had hinted the last time I'd seen him. That had been at the beginning of the summer, when I was here recruiting mercenaries and needed to get my apprentice Tyndall a proper mage blade. 4 short months ago, that is. Back then he had been semi-retired even from enchanting, and was enjoying a life of rustic leisure. He was in his late 50s, and had boasted a shock of wavy grey hair and a trimmed beard. He wore a comfortable, richly embroidered robe like a successful merchant.
He kind of reminded me of my father. Now he had shaved his head and face, though he retained a stripe of a moustache, and his dress made him look far more like the other war mage I had known. Leather weapon harness, festooned with war wands, custom armour, bronze vambraces, hard-soled knee-high boots, a dashing cape, and not one but two matching mage blades crossing his back. I could see the gorgeous, intricately crafted silver pommels peeking over his shoulders when he came in. "Master Minalan," he said, bowing formally. His voice was deep and resonant, almost melodious. I stood and returned the courtesy and invited him to sit. "What may I do for you today, Master Camoran?" "To be frank," he sighed, "I wanted to know just what I had to do to procure a witchstone, short of taking one myself." He added, "It's not impossible," I admitted. "I've done it, but the shaman was stupid and I was lucky. But if you did that, you would likely fall prey to the mind of the dead god." His shoulders sagged. "So, there is little hope." "Oh, I didn't say that," I said, shaking my head. "In fact, you could possibly obtain a shard of Irianite by the simplest expedient possible." He looked at me, his head cocked in inquiry. "How?" I shrugged. "Just ask me." That made him smile and then chuckle. "Master Minalan, may I please beg a shard of Irianite from you?" he asked, his voice torn between begging and condescension. I guess he thought I might be teasing him. "Sure, I'd be happy to. I happen to have 4 or 5 that have been cleansed of the dead god's taint. The more war magi that have them in hand, the better." I sketched out the oaths involved and explained my reasoning, and he agreed, after some reflection, with the wisdom of the precautions. "And there is one more thing before I administer the oath. The censorate." "Yes, I'd heard a rumour of some trouble in Castall, over in Wildhall." "That's a mild way of viewing it," I agreed. "I just wanted to remind you that by accepting this stone, you make yourself a target for the censorate. If you're a stickler for the bands..." He used a sharply uttered oath that convinced me, without a doubt, that he had spent a lot of time around soldiers. "I despise the bands," he said, with an effective curl of his lip. "And considering what we face now..." "My argument entirely," I agreed, or it would have been had I gotten that far. "Someday I'll tell you what really went on at that meeting. It was quite exciting. But don't be surprised if you have someone in a checkered cloak try to arrest you, if you run into one." His lip curled into an even more sinister grin. "I would love to see them try," he said earnestly. "I'm not 25 anymore. I'm not even 45 anymore. But the man who can best me with a mage blade has yet to be born." He said it not as a brag, but with the utter confidence of a man who has no doubt that he could back up such a claim with steel. I know I believed him. "So what do you plan on doing with the shard, once you have it?" I inquired. "You are, of course, free to use it as you will, within reason. But a man of your talents..." I trailed off. An enchanter with Irianite could make himself obscenely rich in a very short time. "I plan to make mage blades," he said, without pause to thought. "I've studied the craft for over 20 years. I know everything about it that I can learn from the living. The past masters of the trade left obscure notes on their magnificent blades, but the great ones, the ones forged in the Majocracy, were enchanted using Irianite. I can't achieve the same level of mastery without it. No one can. And would you be willing to make mage blades for the war effort?" It was his turn to shrug. "All mage blades are made for war. If this is the war they will be employed in, I'm happy to help." "Fair enough," I said, and then I administered the oath and presented him with the stone. For no particular reason, I gave him the largest of the 6 I had. There's no exact correlation between the size of a witchstone and its power, but in general, the larger a piece, the more energy you can call upon. If this man was to be our armourer, then I wanted him to have as much power as possible. The enchanter was enchanted with the little green shard I placed in his palm. After helping him attune to it, and giving him some advice and instruction in its use, he reluctantly put it away. "Thank you, Master Minalan. I am greatly in your debt." "Don't think I won't call on that debt," I chuckled. "There are dark days ahead." "Speaking of which," he said with a reluctant sigh, "have you yet gone to the dark horizon that looms in the west? the Shadow Sphere. We're calling it the Umbra, and the shattered lands around it the Penumbra. But no, I haven't been to its horizon. I've been to its core, and that was quite enough. Beauval Vale. He remembered. That's where it's centered. I should have guessed that. About 2 weeks ago, I could contain my curiosity no longer. I took my mount and we made the journey across the Penumbra to see it myself. Through all of those goblins? I asked, surprised. He shrugged, like he'd just been up to the market for a couple of onions. I'm old, Master Minalan, but not so old I can't still employ simple stealth magic. In any case, I made the 3-day journey to a former fief, just outside of the dark horizon. I stayed there for another 3 days, studying it. And what did you find? I asked with both interest and dread. Many very disturbing things, he admitted. For one thing, only 2/3 of the sunlight which shines upon it passes through it. It is perpetually dark and gloomy within. That also has the effect of killing a lot of the plants. Almost all impotasta, he observed. Not the Natavia varieties, though. When humans first came to the shores of Calador and built the grand civilization of Perwyn, and then sunk it, they also brought a whole host of plants and animals with them, many of which quickly spread from the island nation or its colonies on the mainland deep into the interior, far beyond the Mindans. They were the realm of the impotasta, things like dogs, cats, horses, oaks, elms, hickories, bees, wheat, rye, corn, barley, earthworms, roses, apples, potatoes, deer, rabbits, carrots, birds, even some fish. The plants and animals which were there before we came, those were the Natavia. Things like sagan, tranislats, kirsiath, kerps, the alon, drenislaws, ularals, slaggers, flue flowers, butterstumps, and forkgrass. I found it very intriguing that the Umbra killed the invaders, but left the Natavia. Apparently the dead god's genocidal tendencies extended to roses. But that's not all. He continued, the animals that do dwell inside, Natavia and Impotasta alike, seem to go mad. At least those who escaped the shadow seem profoundly disturbed. Even the few humans I saw leave the Umbra were somewhat mad. I've met the dead god. He has that effect, I pointed out. I know the Umbra prohibits scrying within, or even communication by way of the other world. Any other interesting characteristics? Time doesn't behave quite properly, he said, recalling his research. Sometimes it's slower, sometimes faster. A similar effect has been reported in the cities of the Alka Alon. I can vouch for that, too, I agreed. I've been to one, a small one. As have I. He nodded. Further, birds and other creatures of the air avoid it, and the winds seem to revolve around it. If I had to guess, I would say that there was a substantial low-pressure system within. I raised my eyebrows, surprised. You're a weather wizard, too. I just studied with a sea mage in Merwyn for a few years, he said dismissively. I can recognize a low-pressure system. Only this one doesn't move. It just sits there and draws in clouds and rain and storms. I would have tried to stay and learn more, but a company of Gavani was passing nearby and I had to vacate my position. That is interesting, I agreed. Perhaps I should take a trip out there to examine it myself. I would make it a priority. He nodded. I'd be glad to accompany you, to show you the way and hear your insights. Perhaps I'll take all the Irianite-armed magi in Tudri with me. But you're right. It should be a priority. I'll make the arrangements. And thank you, Master Camoran. I'll be honest. I feel much more secure here in Tudri knowing you're around. Security? He asked wryly as he stood. It's an illusion. Don't forget that, son. The day you do, you'll die. After my busy day helping order Tudri properly, I had Hamlin bring me a bowl of stew, and then I turned my attention to someone I'd been neglecting for a while, Pentandra. I had to keep her appraised of my progress. I hadn't contacted her since immediately after the most recent battle. I established contact after only a few moments summoning the spell. It gets easier and quicker the more you do it. Min? Sorry, I'm at supper, she thought to me. Supper? It's just past lunchtime. The time difference, remember? I'm 1,000 miles east of you. We gain and lose the sun 3 or 4 hours before you do. Oh, yeah, sorry. I've had a busy day. I gave her the pertinent details of the last few days' activity, including the final tallies of our victory over the Horde, and what I'd just learned about the Umbra. So we're probably going to go on a field trip to see if we can discover anything else useful. Just be careful, she warned. It sounds pretty dangerous. All of Alshar is pretty dangerous, I countered. I'm going to take as many members of the Order as I can. Any more luck naming it? Not yet. No one likes any of anyone else's names so far. But I was leaning toward the Order of Fantendara after I know who she is, I said flatly. Lady Fantendara had been an imperial folk hero for her skilled use of magic to escape the clutches of a couple of nasty suitors, and she freed some serfs, or something like that, along the way, too. I didn't like the legends, because the only spots the Narasi figured in were as caricatured, rapacious bad guys. That's just too imperial, I think, and while she was a protector of the weak and innocent, I admitted, the name Fantendara is unlikely to strike fear in the hearts of our foes and succour the hearts of our allies. Fine, she sassed back. You think of something, then? I've been a little busy, anyway. The Ramiran censor captain reported to the Duke last night about your antics in Alshar. Even the servants were buzzing about it this morning. The bargain, the campaign, and the inevitable consequences of your potential success was discussed at length. And? I asked expectantly. And the Duke of Ramir is officially perplexed. Perplexed? What the hell does that mean? I demanded. It's an old imperial custom, she explained patiently. When the Majocracy faced a problem that was clearly a crisis, but had little power or political will to act, or if there was no clear-cut, decisive policy to follow, the Archmage issued a statement of his official confusion. Since he was, officially, the wisest man in the Empire, then if he said he was perplexed, the matter was considered tabled until more information was available, or events overtook the problem. Events? Now I'm perplexed. Events like, say, a peasant's revolt to overthrow an unpopular and despotic noble who calls to the Archmage for assistance. Officially, the Majocracy was bound to back the nobility, but they also realized that sometimes a noble is such a problem that a peasant's revolt isn't a bad thing in the long run. By declaring the court perplexed, then the Archmage essentially placed the institution of the Empire in a neutral position while he thought about it. I paused. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It's imperial custom, she defended, and Ramir still follows it. It isn't often used for matters outside of the duchy, but that's what the Duke did. Be thankful. The censorate was asking for troops to intervene in Castal and apprehend certain parties known to be in violation of the bans. Since the court is perplexed, he won't be getting any troops, not even any assistance, apparently. It looks like Mother's fingers are in plenty of Ramiran pies, I noted. That's the only reason I can think of for Ramir to not give the censorate what they asked for. It's more complicated than that. Politics, again. The Censor General and his staff have always been a kind of an independent shadow government in Ramir, well, in the southern part, outside of Wenshar. The censorate has even overruled ducal edicts upon occasion. That hasn't enamoured the court to them, and they aren't